Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2380 to Chapter 2429. Vitality, seething, endurance, surging, devotion, violence. All sorts of opposing and parallel concepts and laws flowed through Philo's body as his meridians undulated. So, this is the sequence of fire? Angor was surprised. The sequence of fire and the sequence of gravity were completely different, but Philo could easily tell the difference between the two. Even though the ripples weren't strong, they were still very noticeable. Because of this, Philo's presence was so obvious that he couldn't hide it from the illusion. He had no choice but to use his illusion nodes again to hide the ripples around him so that the robot head wouldn't be able to sense them. However, using illusions alone wasn't going to work. After thinking for a while, Angor decided to cover the surrounding fire energy outside the illusion nodes. At first, the fire energy was rather rebellious. But when it sensed the sequence of fire, it immediately showed great restraint. It was as if a naughty child had turned into a well-behaved child. The fire energy also began to adjust itself, trying to merge with the sequence of fire around it. Overall, the fire energy was growing at a crazy rate, which made it even more noticeable. However, the ripples were completely covered up by the fire energy. Under the cooperation of Dankros and Elmi, the nearby space became a burning atmosphere. For a short period of time, they could successfully conceal the fluctuations of the veins hidden inside. Of course, this method couldn't hide the ripples for long. When the fire energy in an area reached its peak, the sequence of fire energy would spread out again. But it didn't matter now. Philo only needed 1 minute to create a fire spell. And 1 minute was more than enough. Time passed. The battle in the distance was getting more and more intense. Dankros and Elmi, who had restrained their power, were like two tigers with wings. For a short time, they managed to stop the water bombs from spreading out. However, the fire around them grew fiercer and fiercer, turning the entire underwater space into a raging inferno. Under the cover of the flames and illusions, Philo finally managed to accumulate 7 fireballs. Without any hesitation, he sent the 7 clusters of flame into his body through his fire meridians. In addition to the 18 fireballs he already absorbed, he now had a total of 25 fireballs that began to accumulate unimaginable fire energy. However, Philo didn't unleash them immediately. Instead, he transformed them into a streak of flames that shot towards Dankros. While the flames were spreading, Philo and the fake Philo played by Dankros successfully switched places. Meanwhile, Elmi carried Dankros into the ground and brought him to Angor's side. Philo, who had successfully taken over, didn't show off. Instead, he imitated Dankros' fighting style and quietly approached the robot head as he fought. As for the robot head, it was clear that it had yet to realize that danger was approaching. When they reached a certain distance, Philo finally put away his performance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "I said that I will burn you to ashes, and I will definitely do it." Philo roared as he unleashed the flames that he had been suppressing for so long. The flame rushed to the side of the robot head. Before the robot head could react, it carried the fluctuations of the rules and instantly weaved an invisible net, firmly locking it in the flame cage. With the release of the fire spell, the robot head's water bullets, which looked like a perpetual motion machine, were instantly stopped. Within the range of the fire spell, only fire was the absolute ruler. The robot head finally realized that something was wrong. "This is a domain? Sequence of laws." It was the robot head who spoke. However, unlike the emotionless mechanical voice from before, this time it carried a clear emotion. The voice also sounded different. Judging from the frequency, it belonged to a woman. Angor and Ness exchanged a look when they heard the female voice. Nessie had previously guessed that there was a controller behind the robot head. Now, it seemed that Nessie's guess was correct. The owner of the voice was probably the one who had been hiding behind the robot head all this time. Angor looked at Reynolds and whispered, "Can you tell who she is?" Reynolds hesitated for a moment. "She should be 03. 03 was the only female among the wizards in the lab, which Reynolds told him about. She was the only female wizard in the lab. It was a pity that Reynolds didn't know much about 03. On the other side, the woman suspected to be number 03 was stunned for a moment. She immediately tried to control the robot head to escape the fiery domain. However, Philo had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How could he let the robot head escape so easily? Dazzling flames burst out and enveloped the robot head. In the blink of an eye, the bubble protecting the robot's head shattered and evaporated with a bang. As the bubbles dissipated, the water ripples around the robot's head were finally exposed. Indiscriminate flames drilled in and burned the water ripples into steam. At this point, the robot head was basically doomed. Without Shui Lianyi's forceful escape, what awaited it was only the end of being burned into ashes by the flames. Wait. 03's voice came again. This time, she sounded a bit anxious. Don't burn this thing just yet. Let's talk. Talk? How? Even though Philo had agreed, he didn't stop the fire as number 03 had instructed. In fact, he even sped up the rate at which it was burning. Stop. Stop. 03 yelled. We don't have any grudges against you. Why are you attacking us? Don't ask such nonsense. What do you mean by no grudges? That's what you think. As Philo spoke, the image of the night butterfly which flashed through his mind. His anger, which had been somewhat suppressed, flared up once more. If you want to talk, then get to the point. Tell me who you are, and what you're doing here. 03 didn't say anything. Philo chuckled coldly and increased the intensity of the fire. If you destroy it, you'll not only offend us, but also the real owner of this thing. After number 03 made his threat, he lowered his voice slightly. Mr. Philo, I've already said that we can negotiate. There is no enmity between us. So you know me? Philo narrowed his eyes. Of course we've heard of your name, Firewalker, 03 said. We've never had any conflicts with Mr. Philo or your organization, Brute Cavern. He paused a bit. No grudges? Then when I came here, this thing attacked me like crazy, and I saw it as an enemy. 03 couldn't hold back her anger anymore. You're the one who trespassed on our snooker base. Snooker base? That's the name of this lab? Philo considered the name in his mind. I've never heard of any base in the mist. You're the one who set up a base here, aren't you? We're just doing some small experiments here. We've never interfered with the wizarding world in the south. You keep talking about the wizarding world in the south. So you don't know who you are? So this base of yours came from another world? Philo narrowed his eyes. Humph. That's great. Once I'm done with this thing, I'll tell the Supreme Cult about your stupid base. Let's see if they'll think you're innocent just because you don't interfere with the wizarding world. Perhaps the Supreme Cult's name intimidated 03, but she didn't say anything for a long time. Philo couldn't be bothered with her and continued to burn the robot head. When the outer shell of the robot's head was completely burned and was about to burn to the core, number 03 said faintly, "You will soon understand how wrong your choice was." As soon as she said this, Philo immediately sensed that something was off. A wave of water-type energy suddenly appeared behind him. Moreover, the water elemental energy had turned into a torrent and was rushing in his direction. Philo's best option was to dodge, but if he did, the burning robot head would be washed away by the wave of energy. He didn't want to waste all his efforts. Philo didn't hesitate to crush a fireball that he had just charged, creating a fiery barrier behind him. The wave of energy was blocked by the barrier. With this buffer of time, Philo turned around and began to survey the situation behind him. He saw a familiar ripple of water appear in the direction the wave of energy was coming from. Behind the ripple of water was a blurry figure. The wave of energy was coming from that figure's hand. Philo immediately understood what was going on when he saw this. That ripple of water was definitely that woman's ability, and it allowed her to hide safely inside it. She's clearly hiding behind the ripple of water to heal the robot head, but she's still pretending to be innocent and saying that this is all a misunderstanding. Philo chuckled coldly in his mind. This woman had been there from the very beginning, and she had never wanted to talk to Philo. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until the robot head was burned away. Philo didn't hesitate. He fired a fireball in the direction of the ripple. The silhouette inside the water ripple moved again, and another torrent-like water column rushed out. Philo continued to replenish the fiery barrier as he controlled the fireball to move it along with the wave of water. His goal was very clear, to destroy the ripple of water. No ability could be perfect. This miraculous water ripple definitely had its flaws. Philo had fought with the robot head a few times, so he was quite familiar with the ripple of water. His opponent's ability would be greatly restricted by the ripple of water. If she really could unleash powerful water-type abilities through the ripple of water, she would have been able to sneak up on him a long time ago. This could be seen from the fact that the robot head needed to enter the ripple of water to heal. If the ripple of water didn't restrict her ability, the woman could have easily healed the robot head through the ripple of water. As such, it was easy to deduce the nature of the ripple from these details. The ripple of water gave her opponent a shell, but it restricted her ability to use her ability. Because of this, Philo's goal was to destroy the ripple of water. As expected, when the fireball was about to hit the ripple of water, the ripple automatically shut down. Not only did the ripple of water restrict the opponent's ability, but it was also very weak. It couldn't even withstand a single fireball. This could be seen from the previous battle. Without the ripple of water, the wave of water naturally disappeared. However, his opponent obviously wasn't someone who would give up so easily. Very quickly, another ripple of water appeared in another direction. Philo wasn't surprised by this. Just like before, he continued to target the ripple of water. This forced 03 to continuously shut down the ripple of water and move to a new location to continue. After a few times, Philo discovered another flaw in the ripple of water. The ripple of water couldn't be activated in places where energy was concentrated. Every time 03 activated the ripple of water, she would activate it in places where the energy was relatively stable. She definitely wouldn't dare activate the ripple of water near a fiery location. The flaw in the ripple of water gave Philo a lot more room to maneuver. He directly ignited the air, turning everything within a 100-meter radius into a sea of flames. In other words, the ripple of water could only be activated from a distance of 100 meters. And if it was activated from a distance of 100 meters, it would be impossible for the ripple of water to ambush it. Philo could deal with it more easily. "You want to hide in your weak turtle shell to defeat me?" "That's impossible," Ness sneered. Nessie laughed coldly. He immediately ignited the energy within the fire spell, and the speed at which the humanoid automaton melted increased. Upon seeing this, 03 grew anxious. She activated the ripple of water multiple times, but it was completely ineffective against Philo, who had already seen through the weakness of the ripple of water. "Actually, you could have asked for help. I'm sure that you're not the only one in this damned base." Philo's expression was one of mockery, but he was actually trying to get more information out of 03. However, 03 had steeled herself this time and completely ignored Philo's mockery. "It's useless if you don't say anything. Your companions didn't come out to help you because they're not here right now, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the only one to show up in the 2 days I've been here." "Let me guess. Where did they go?" Philo narrowed his eyes. "Did they go to that base?" After Philo finished speaking, 03, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke. "It seems like I misunderstood you. You didn't come here unprepared. Then there's even more reason for you to stay here." After saying this, another ripple of water appeared. However, this ripple of water was different from the previous one. After it appeared, it didn't release any water streams or torrents. After a few seconds of hesitation, the figure behind the ripple of water suddenly took a step forward. A beautiful, crystal blue high-heeled shoe appeared in front of him. Next, a glittering, blue-scaled skirt appeared, followed by a pair of long, white legs. The ripple of water continued to ripple through the air. When the ripple reached its peak, the woman behind the ripple finally walked out. Long, silver-white hair, half-exposed shoulders, and a face with a tattoo of 0 and 3. Without a doubt, this was one of the official adepts in the laboratory, 03. "You finally come out," Philo said with a smile. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind his words. Number 03 felt that something was off, but the current situation left her no choice. The wave mechanic's head was about to be burned to ashes. Without its head, the wave mechanic's body wouldn't be able to move for a while. More importantly, the person behind the wave mechanic was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Philo said, "I thought you were going to hide behind that soft umbrella of yours like a coward." Number 03 stared at Philo coldly. It seems like you're waiting for me to show up. You think you can defeat me? Don't even think about it. We've been researching the official adepts here for a long time. Even though Firewalker is stationed in Sleepless City, we still know a lot about you, Number 03 said confidently. She knew Philo, but Philo didn't know her. Also, she had made many preparations to deal with Philo over the past 2 days. Given the disparity in information and preparation, she was very confident that she could defeat Philo here. Philo understood what Number 03 was trying to say. He chuckled nonchalantly. Researching the adepts of the major organizations? Does that mean you're planning something big? Number 03 knew that Philo was trying to gather information. She chuckled coldly and didn't reply. Philo shrugged. Fine, if you don't want to talk, then so be it. But do you really think you're going to win? At this point, Philo suddenly began to laugh loudly. If he were to face Number 03 alone, he might really fall into a disadvantageous position due to the lack of information. However, he wasn't alone at this moment, following his laughter. Number 03's body suddenly trembled, as if she had discovered something. Her expression was one of disbelief. Why? Why did she feel a strange, powerful energy fluctuation behind her? She slowly turned her head. When she saw the situation behind her, her pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't know when, but a gray-haired old man had appeared behind her with a smile on his face. When no. 03 turned her head, the gray-haired little old man even greeted her cordially. Beautiful lady, other than the little tattoo on your face, the rest of your body is completely grown on the tip of my heart. So, can you give me your soul? Undead's redemption? Ness Byron? Number 03 looked incredulous. When I think of my name being spoken by a beautiful lady, it really makes my heart flutter. Ness smiled. Why are you here? Number 03 asked in a daze. She immediately realized that her question was a complete waste of time. She turned to look at Philo and said coldly, It looks like I've underestimated you. Not only do you know where the base's combatants are going, but you also arranged for Nessie to spy on them. You know more than I thought. Who is the power behind you? Cold Jade, or Death Spring? Cold Jade, Death Spring? What kind of power was this? Both Philo and Ness couldn't help but wonder. Even though his heart was filled with confusion, Philo didn't show it on his face. He calmly replied, You're asking which faction is backing us? Why don't you take a guess? Number 03 relaxed a little after hearing Philo's answer. She spoke in a firm tone, so I guessed wrong. You know nothing about these factions. Philo was surprised. He knew nothing about these factions, which was why he wanted to trick Number 03 and see if he could get some information from her. But how did Number 03 know that he knew nothing from his answer? So you're quite confident in your own judgment. But sometimes, too much blind confidence can easily lead to a setback. Philo didn't know if Number 03 was trying to trick him, so he still gave an ambiguous answer. Number 03 snorted and mocked, You think I'm trying to trick you? There are some things you know for sure. If you don't, you won't be able to fake it. Number 03 didn't mention Cold Jade or Death Spring again. She already knew that Philo had nothing to do with them. Why did you ambush me at Snooker Base? We have nothing to do with Brute Cavern, Number 03 said coldly. What a cunning woman, Philo muttered. Philo muttered to himself. He wasn't stupid. Number 03's words sounded like a question, but in reality, he wanted to know whether Philo and Ness's appearance was coincidental or inevitable. If it was a coincidence, did Brute Cavern have anything to do with it? No matter how Philo responded, Number 03 would be able to glean some useful information from him. As such, the best course of action was to ignore him. I've got you, and we'll talk later. Philo muttered to himself as he crushed a ball of flames, which transformed into a flaming sword. He viciously swung the sword at 03. Number 03 also knew that the time for getting information was over. She didn't hesitate and created a water shield around her. After blocking the flaming blade of the flower sword, she stretched out her other hand. A pale blue radiance flashed across her slender and fair palm. As the radiance flickered, layers of ripples began to appear in the air. She's trying to run. Philo yelled when he saw Ripple. Philo knew Shui Ripple very well. He knew what number 03 was trying to do as soon as he saw her. Number 03 was trying to escape. That was indeed the case. Although 03 really wanted to save the wave mechanic's head, he had to do so under the premise that he could protect himself. If she had to fight Philo alone, number 03 would definitely prioritize saving the wave mechanic's head because she was strong enough to fight Philo. However, if Philo and Ness worked together, she wouldn't even be able to protect herself, so she couldn't care about anything else. Without hesitation, she created another ripple and prepared to run back inside while waiting for number 01 and number 02 to come back. As for the wave mechanic's head, well, it didn't matter if it was damaged. At worst, she would be punished by her superiors. 03 decisively fled back to Water Ripple, shocking both Ness and Philo. She didn't even try to fight back. She just ran away. Philo quickly turned his sword into a rain of fire and tried to break number 03's water shield and destroy the ripple. However, the water shield wasn't weak at all. It was impossible to break it in 1 or 2 seconds. Philo could only put his hope on Ness. Ness was a soul sorcerer. As long as he wanted to, he should be able to break through the water shield. And that was exactly what Ness did. In order to destroy the ripple, Ness used a level 3 soul spell known as Soul Splitting Hand. Soul Splitting Hand could condense a formless soul energy that could directly attack the target's soul. Soul Splitting Hand's description seemed quite ordinary, but it was one of the few soul spells that could directly attack the target's soul. One had to realize that the soul was located in the soul realm. If Soul Splitting Hand wanted to attack the target's soul, it would have to enter the soul realm, lock onto the target's soul, and inflict damage. This was just a soul spell, but it had so many functions. As such, one couldn't just look at the description of the spell. The simpler the description, the more complex the spell could be. The formless soul-splitting hand passed through the water shield without any resistance and directly entered number 03's body. Number 03's movements instantly froze. However, number 03 quickly returned to normal and continued to create ripple as if nothing had happened. Something is blocking the soul-splitting hand. Is there a barrier around your soul? Ness asked in shock. Number 03 ignored Ness's question, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, showing his complacent mood and secretly mocking Ness. I'll be leaving first. As for that mechanical head, if you have the guts, continue to destroy it. An unknown punishment will befall you sooner or later. As soon as number 03 finished speaking, the ripple had already taken shape. Half of his body had already disappeared into the water. Do you people from this damned base only know how to run? Philo said angrily. Hee, never fight a battle that I'm not prepared for. That's my motto. Along with the faint sound of water, 03's figure completely disappeared in the ripples of the water. In number 03's field of vision, Philo and Ness were both venting their anger on their surroundings. Philo was burning the wave mechanic's head, while Ness was summoning a large army of skeletons. These skeletons were destroying everything around them, as if they wanted to use this opportunity to drag number 03 out of his hiding place. Number 03 laughed coldly and shook his head. As long as I don't show myself, even number 01 and number 02 won't be able to break through the ripple. You think you can? Humph. After saying this, number 03 turned around and prepared to enter the ripple. However, as soon as she turned around, number 03 felt her vision blur for a moment. She closed her eyes and rubbed them. Have I been too tired lately? When she reopened her eyes, the blur had already disappeared. She was surrounded by familiar decorations, a golden pool, a column of water bubbling high up into the air, and a statue of a young woman praying in the middle of the pool. This golden pool was the core of the ripple. It was an alchemy item that the organization had given her as a reward. The water gushing out of the pool was pure water energy. When the wave mechanic had been injured, he had soaked himself in the pool and used the water energy to heal himself. Around the pool, there was also a living area covered in crystals. There was a sofa, a table, a chair, a mirror, a wardrobe, and a few other trinkets. Number 03 called this place the crystal area. Normally, number 03 would rest in this area whenever she entered the ripple. She breathed out a mouthful of turbid air as she stumbled over to the sofa in the crystal area. Perhaps it was because she had been using spells through the ripple, but she felt a little dizzy. She rested on the sofa for a while before finally feeling a little better. She raised her head and instinctively glanced at the golden pool. For some reason, she felt that the golden pool was a little bland today. The water vapor didn't seem to be very dense. She stood up, wanting to go to the edge of the pool to take a look. However, as soon as she stood up, her head felt a little dizzy, and her vision blurred. She could only sit back down. After resting for a while, she felt a little more refreshed. She raised her head and looked at the golden pool again. The water vapor had returned to normal. Had she been mistaken? Number 03 pinched her forehead. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but after thinking about it for a while, she realized that everything was right. This situation was a little strange. Number 03 decided to meditate and examine herself. Just as number 03 was about to meditate, she heard a heart-wrenching scream from outside. She hesitated for a moment before waving her hand in front of her. A water mirror appeared in front of her, displaying the scene outside. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the scream from before was actually Ness and Philo yelling in anger because they couldn't find number 03. Clowns. Number 03's mocking voice transmitted through the ripple. Ness were even more enraged when they heard this. Number 03 felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as she gazed at the enraged expressions of the two sorcerers outside. She even felt a strange sense of superiority as she walked over to her closet and pulled out a few bathrobes for bathing. She stood in front of the square mirror and compared them one by one, as if she was trying to decide which one suited her best. When number 01 and number 02 come back, I'll change into the radiant dress I was given and go out. Those two bastards will definitely be even more pissed off if they see me like this. Her expression in the mirror was filled with sinister glee. The more pissed off they are, the happier I am. While they're out there wreaking havoc, I'm leisurely bathing in the ripple. Anyone would be pissed off if they knew about this. Number 03 even began to hum a little tune as she thought of this. Then, she took off her blue-scaled dress, revealing her hollow, fair, slender, and well-proportioned body. Number 03 even narcissistically stroked her perfect body as she gazed at it in the mirror. The only thing that displeased number 03 was the number tattoo on her face. As long as this operation is successful, the higher-ups will definitely reward me. At that time, I'll be able to request for the tattoo on my face to be erased just like those people. After mumbling to herself for a while, number 03 once again indulged in her perfect self in the mirror. She performed a few seductive movements with her naked body. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Gulp. TSK, this sound sounded like someone was swallowing their saliva. More importantly, this sound was right in front of her. Number 03 was stunned. Why was she hearing this sound? Was there someone else here? How was that possible? This was the ripple, but if there was no one here, where did the swallowing sound come from? She looked around in confusion. She looked at the beautiful golden pool in the distance, at the sofa, table, and chairs, and then at the mirror in front of her. Everything was so familiar, yet so strange at the same time. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Number 03 rubbed her temples as if she was thinking about something. Yes, I remember now. Number 03 suddenly rushed to the edge of the pool and reached her hand into the bottom of the pool as if she had gone crazy. She was looking at rippling water, but she didn't feel wet at all. Or rather, she felt wet, but this feeling was only simulated. It wasn't real at all. As a water wizard, she knew very well what water felt like. The water in the pool was fake. If even the water was fake, then this space couldn't be. To bluff, you old pervert, it's all your fault. Why are you swallowing your saliva? You can't even control yourself. How can you blame me for that? She took off her clothes without any warning. I was scared too. You're the one who scared me. The next time someone fights with you, just throw a few beauties and you'll surrender right away, right? One was complaining, while the other was trying his best to pretend to be innocent. These two voices sounded extremely familiar to number 03. Wasn't that Pharaoh and Ness voices? Could they be here? Weren't they incompetent and furious outside? Number 03 couldn't help but glance at the mirror she had summoned earlier. Within the mirror, Philo was still furiously burning away at the wave mechanic's head. Meanwhile, Nessie had summoned countless undead flames to vent his anger through the will-o'-the-wisps. At first glance, it looked normal. But soon, number 03 realized that something was wrong. When she tried to put away the mirror, she realized that she couldn't control it at all. It was as if she hadn't summoned it at all. Number 03's face was filled with horror, and he couldn't help but take a step back. At the same time, a ripple appeared on the surface of the mirror. Philo and Ness, who had been angrily smashing everything around them, suddenly froze in place. Then, like puppets on strings, they slowly turned their heads and stared at 03 through the mirror. The two people in the mirror simultaneously revealed a strange smile. Number 03's face instantly turned pale at this moment. Like a startled beast, she jumped up and smashed everything around her, whether it was the golden pool or the tables, chairs, and sofas in the Crystal District. However, after she smashed them, these things only turned into smoke and quickly reformed, as if they were new. Illusion. She spat out the word through gritted teeth with a sinister expression. At this moment, how could number 03 not understand that the abnormality and uneasiness she felt came from an illusion? Not only was the golden pool fake, but everything around him was fake as well. Even this watermark space was fake. Everything around him was an illusion. There were only a handful of people in the southern region who could pull off such a realistic and delicate illusion that could deceive her. In any case, it definitely wasn't Ness or Philo. In other words, someone was hiding behind the two of them. Number 03's expression hardened as he thought of Ness and Philo's background. He blurted out, "Phantom Master?" Sunders and Sumesh were the only two illusionists in Brute Cavern who could trick her senses. She already knew that Ness and Sunders were good friends, so she immediately thought of Sunders. As for Angor, the base already knew that Angor had become a wizard, but number 03 didn't think that someone who just became a wizard could use illusions to trick her. She didn't know that Angor was an illusionist either. As far as she knew, Angor was an incredibly talented alchemist. Number 03 was almost certain that Sunders was the one who showed up. A peak rank 2 Truthfinder wizard had personally come, so how could 03 not be angry? However, number 03 was still too shocked to notice some details she overlooked. For example, if Sunders really came, there was no need for him to hide or put on such an act. Now that she had made her decision based on her self-knowledge, her preconceived notion had already blinded her subconscious. I didn't think a wizard from another world would know my name. Should I say, it's my honor? A deep, hoarse voice came from inside the watermark. So it's you. I didn't think Mr. Phantom would come just to attack our base, number 03 said through gritted teeth. Haha. A chuckle came from the depths of his throat and echoed in her ears. The longer the chuckle lasted, the angrier number 03 became. According to her first impression, since Sunders recognized Sunders' identity, he must be Sunders. There was nothing else to worry about. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this, lady? Of course I don't mind. But it's going to benefit my old friend. Number 03 lowered his head to take a look. His already ashen face turned even uglier. If not for Sunders' reminder, she would have forgotten that she was still naked. Number 03 waved a hand, and the blue-scaled skirt on the ground was draped over her body again. When she was done, the space in front of her suddenly flickered, and 3 figures appeared in front of her at the same time. One was Philo, who looked calm as if he was thinking about something. The other was Ness, who was wiping his drool with a regretful look. As for the last one sitting on the sofa, it was a man wearing a black gentleman's suit, a felt hat, and a short cane in his hand. He looked like a traditional noble. Number 03 had seen Sunders' portrait before, so she immediately recognized him as the famous invincible god of war in the southern wizarding region. However, compared to Ness and Philo, Sunders' figure looked more illusory, as if he was just an illusion. Mr. Phantom, you're here in person, but you don't want to show your true self? Number 03 knew she could not escape now, so she acted even calmer than before. I'm already here. You just can't see me, Sunders spoke in a plain tone. Number 03's expression darkened even further. She knew what Sunders meant. Not just now, but when she was fighting Ness and Philo, Sunders was also watching her from the side. She just didn't notice. Sunders was using this as an excuse to point out that there was an insurmountable gap between them. This was the difference in status, and also the difference in strength. Of course, this was just number 03's imagination. Angor, who suddenly decided to play the role of his teacher, did not think too much when he said those words. He was only trying to figure out how to act as a powerful man like his teacher. In order to not let number 03 see through his act, he finally chose a strategy, deliberately mystifying things. As for how to do that, it was to not be in the same situation as the other party. He had to keep his distance, look down on them, and be ambiguous. Angor's words worked to a certain extent. Number 03 also thought that Sunders did not show his true self because she was too weak, not because of Sunders. With this in mind, number 03 stopped asking about Sunders' illusions. "Mr. Phantom, I don't know why you must go against the base. But since you're not from Feilong or Dead Spring, I believe we can reconcile. We can sit down and talk." Number 03's attitude was much more sincere than when she talked to Ness and Philo. Sunders' strength was obvious. Even if number 01 and number 02 came back, they would not be able to do anything. This was why number 03 really wanted to talk to Sunders. At least they could fool the enemy for 2 days. Once they achieved their final goal, they could immediately leave the southern wizarding region. Ness and Philo also noticed number 03's attitude. They looked calm on the surface, but they were actually thinking about how to talk to number 03 in such a situation to maximize their information. Angor acted as Sunders on a whim. Could he really control number 03? Ness and Philo did not say anything. Sunders was here. If they interfered now, number 03 might notice something wrong. Talk? Sunders snickered and tapped his cane with his index finger. Every sound he made seemed to be knocking on number 03's heart, which made her feel even more pressured. Angor used Sunders' voice to speak again. "Instead of talking to you, I'd rather let the Supreme Cult talk to you. After all, I'm not interested in what you're doing, but they should be." Angor was trying to bluff them, but he was not lying. If Sunders was here in person, he would probably say the same thing. When they talked about the altars in the underground cavern, Sunders' attitude was exactly the same as Angor's. He didn't care and wasn't interested at all. Sunders even suggested that Angor hand over the information to the Supreme Cult so that they could fight each other. Angor was only interested in the altar in the underground cavern, but he did not think too much about it. If Nausicaa didn't get involved, he wouldn't have come here. Because of this, he did not feel guilty at all when he said those words. Philo had mentioned the Supreme Cult in front of 03 before, and she had immediately turned hostile. She knew that if the Supreme Cult was involved in the matters of the base, those madmen wouldn't try to reason with them. As such, she had to keep Philo here so that he wouldn't be able to report back. Now that Sunders mentioned the Supreme Cult, number 03 did not dare to turn hostile. The base might be able to stop Philo, but not Sunders. The Supreme Cult in the southern wizarding region often oppresses major organizations. "I'm sure Mr. Phantom knows that contacting the Supreme Cult is not the best way," number 03 said calmly. "It's fine if it's not the best way. Isn't it fun to let the two of you fight each other?" Sunders raised an eyebrow. Number 03 did not like being called a dog, but she did feel a little relieved when she saw Sunders' nonchalant attitude. Since Sunders didn't seem to care, it meant he didn't hold any grudge against them. She did not know why Sunders was targeting the base, but as long as there was no grudge between them, there was still room for negotiation. No matter how fun it is, it's just entertainment. "You won't gain anything from it," number 03 said. "We can resolve the misunderstanding between us. If there's a better way, why do you have to choose the worst choice?" Sunders gave number 03 a thoughtful look. "Profit is always there, but fun is not." "The greater profit may be worth your pleasure, sir," number 03 quickly replied. He understood what Sunders was implying. With a snap of his fingers, a chair appeared beside number 03. Number 03 hesitated for a moment but still sat down. "You can't make the final decision on your own," Sunders said after number 03 sat down. "I'm sure number 01 and number 02 will make the same choice." Sunders did not comment on number 03's words. "Let's talk about something else first. For example, about you two." Number 03 remained silent. Sunders narrowed his eyes. I don't think we can reach a consensus. Well, I guess you must have something big after sneaking into the southern wizarding region for so many years. Number 03's heart skipped a beat. Sunders did not mention anything about the Supreme Cult. Now, he was talking about illegal immigration and conspiracies. He was clearly threatening them. The thought of offending the Supreme Cult sent a chill down Number 03's spine. She remained silent for a while and finally spoke. I can't say anything because of my oath. If I do, my soul will be destroyed immediately. Mr. Phantom and all of you will be sensed by them. They? I can't answer that. At this point, 03 glanced at Ness. Mr. Undead's redemption, you should know that his sub-soul went to the land of my soul and encountered a barrier. It can be said to be a kind of soul barrier, but it can also be said to be a soul prison. As long as they are willing, the souls locked in the prison can be slaughtered at will. They created it? Number 03 nodded. Number 03 didn't show any resistance even when Ness used a word of truth spell on her. It seemed she was telling the truth, at least on the surface. Do you have a grudge against the people you mentioned? It was Philo who asked. Since Number 03 used a word of truth spell on Number 03, she must have accepted Sunders' identity. Number 03 should not be able to tell anything from Philo's words. Number 03 nodded. Yes. Philo, then what are Frozen Jade and Dead Springs? Number 03 looked at Philo with a mocking expression. I'll say it again. Those who know will know, but those who don't will never know. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Number 03 still looked at Philo with contempt. No need. You won't know even if I tell you. Philo couldn't hold back his anger any longer. However, he couldn't do anything about it right now, so he turned to look at Sunders. Sunders was the leader of the organization. Sunders remained silent for a moment. Is it related to Stephen? Number 03 looked up at Sunders in disbelief. As expected of Mr. Phantom. You even know something like this. Yes, Fearn and Dead Spring are related to Stephen. Since you know, I'm sure you can understand me, Mr. Phantom. Their information is restricted by the rules, so I can only use their language. I can't speak their language. Number 03's words were vague, and Philo did not understand them at all. Ness, on the other hand, understood. Stephen was referring to the Stephen Soul Zone, located in Khazadar World. Iron Granny revealed this information to Angor. According to the information on the stone slab, the Stephen Soul Zone was located there. If Fei Lung and Death Spring were major powers in the Sturvan Soul Safety Zone, with Ness's understanding of the Khazadar world, it was possible for them to set up a soul shackle. To understand them, one had to use the Khazadar world's language. If one spoke it in the real world, they would probably forget it in the next second. Therefore, what Number 03 said earlier was right. Those who knew would definitely know, and those who didn't wouldn't know even if he told them. End of chapter. Yes, the language of Khazadar world is hard to remember and express. But from the looks of it, you seem to know them like the back of your hand. How did you bypass the rules? Ness asked. Number 03 said calmly, I've said it before. My soul has an imprint that they left behind. It's a barrier, a cage, and a kind of oath. Using the mark, I can bypass the rules and memorize all information. But I know, and only I know. I can't tell anyone. In other words, 03 was like a secret keeper. She could know the secrets of the soul safety zone, but she could not tell anyone. She paused and continued, just like this base. Its real name isn't Snooker Base. It's. Number 03 paused for a moment and gathered some water energy on her finger. She then made a few gestures in the air. The light blue water formed a strange symbol. Both Angor and Ness were familiar with the symbol. Just like the tablet Ness was studying, there was a twisted tadpole-shaped symbol in the middle. This is the real name of the base. Tower Master Apprentice Lab 4. Tower Master Apprentice Lab 4? Philo repeated Number 03's words. Number 03 nodded and waved her hand. The water symbol in the air disappeared. Following the disappearance of the symbol, the Tower Master Apprentice Lab 4 that was still echoing in Philo's mind was erased as if it was erased by an eraser. The only thing he remembered was Lab 4. Number 03's lips curled up slightly when he saw Philo's frustrated expression. Now you should understand that I wasn't lying, right? I can't tell you anything about them. You won't remember it even if I do. Philo grimaced, but he seemed to have understood something. Ness frowned and said softly, since you can carve this symbol, you can carve their information on the stone slab. Even if we forget it in the blink of an eye, we can use the stone slab as a reminder to remember it again. Number 03 sneered. As I said, I don't know their language, and I don't know how to write it either. This symbol is one of the few symbols that I can display because it is engraved on the gate of the base. It is a symbol that is classified outside the base. Number 03 didn't understand the language of this divine faction at all, so Ness's suggestion couldn't be carried out. Number 03 looked at Sunders, who had remained silent the whole time. Mr. Phantom, you've seen it. There's not much I can tell you about them. Due to the oath, what I've said is the limit. Sunders nodded. He did not comment on the they mentioned by number 03. He thought for a moment and said, since this is Lab 4, there should be Lab 3, Lab 2, number 03 nodded. Yes, there are indeed laboratories with other serial numbers. However, those laboratories aren't in the southern region. They're in the other 3 sorcerer worlds. I don't know much about them. I only know that the southern region's laboratory is the weakest of all the laboratories in the base. It's also the weakest in terms of overall strength. Number 03 was not only explaining, but also hinting that the organization behind her was a superorganization that spanned across the various wizarding worlds. If Sunders really wanted to attack the base, the organization would definitely hold a grudge against him. Even if they couldn't do it in the southern region, they would still seek revenge if Sunders went to the other 3 sorcerer worlds. Angor knew what number 03 was hinting at, but he didn't care. It was more of a begging than a threat, which was not effective at all. Even if Sunders really had to do it, he could still accept his professor's suggestion and let the supreme cult take the blame. Only in the 4 realms of wizardry? Not in the origin world? Number 03 hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Since you're so fond of numbers, I suppose the labs in the source world are also named after numbers, right? What's the serial number then? Number 0? Number 03. Yes. Angor kept an eye on number 03's eyes. When number 0 was mentioned, number 03's pupils visibly shrank. The serial number 0 was able to make 03's emotions fluctuate so much. It seemed that this serial number was a secret in the base's laboratory, or a high-level position. In that case, Reynolds mentioned that there was a number 00 in the laboratory. It was very likely that it was true. Angor exchanged a glance with Ness. The latter nodded and used his mouth to send a voice transmission to number 03 when the latter wasn't paying attention. Be careful. Hurry up, Ness said. Angor knew what Ness meant. The lower the serial number, the stronger the power. If number 00 really existed, he must be stronger than all of them. Since number 00 hadn't shown up yet, it was very likely that he left with number 01 and number 02. Angor had to hurry up and scare number 03 to get more information. He had to get everything done before the people from the base came back. Angor didn't reply to Ness. Instead, he looked at number 03. Since you can't tell me about them, tell me about yourself. I can't say much about the internal affairs of the organization, number 03 said. Ness pursed his lips. You can't tell me this, and you can't tell me that. Tell me your name then. Which sorcerer world are you from? Why are you working for the organization from Khazadar world? Number 03 looked at Sunders and saw that Sunders didn't question Ness' question. My name is number 03. You can call me that too. What kind of name is that? Don't you have an official one? All the names I can tell you are fake. Number 03 is my official name. But I can tell you a pseudonym I used for a long time, Aqua Garcia. That's the name I used when I was in the Northern Territory. According to the feedback from Word of Truth, number 03 was telling the truth. She did use number 03 as her official name, while the others were fake names. However, from number 03's emotional feedback, compared to using a number as a name, she preferred to be called Aqua Mysteries Garcia. Garcia, is it? I'll remember it. Please continue. Angor chose a pseudonym instead of using number 03. Number 03 continued, the organization behind us isn't from the four sorcerer worlds. It's from the origin world. It's called the Remnant Society. We're not working for the organization from Khazadar world. We're just working together. But our cooperation involves too many secrets, so we need to sign an oath. Number 03 did not lie. Merely, when she said that the organization behind her was the Rose Legacy Society, she used the external name. This meant that the Rose Legacy Society was not their real name. Do you think Sei can do that? I don't think I've heard of it. I didn't know Mr. Phantom knew about the organizations in the origin world. Number 03 smiled while quickly going through the information she gathered in her mind. According to the information collected by the base, Sunders never went to the origin world. I know a few wizards from the Order faction. Number 03 was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, who is it? After asking the question, number 03 suddenly realized the difference in status between them. This kind of question was not only abrupt but also impolite. If Sunders could use this opportunity to kill her, he might even kill her. With this in mind, number 03 quickly added, Remnant Society and the Order faction are working together. There's no grudge between us. Besides, Remnant Society has people who joined the Order faction. If you happen to know someone from Remnant Society, Mr. Phantom, we might be able to resolve the misunderstanding. Number 03 looked up and stole a glance at Sunders, who was standing opposite him. Sunders' expression was obviously more serious than before. His eyes were still calm, but this calmness made her feel even more afraid. Sunders humped coldly. Only this time. If there's a next time, you don't have to say anything. Number 03 lowered her head. I understand. After a moment of silence, Sunders spoke again in a mocking tone, you said Remnant Society and the Order faction are working together. So Remnant Society must be quite powerful to be able to stand on the same level as the Order faction. Angor knew that the Order faction was a superclass union that enjoyed a high status in the origin world. Even if Sei Legacy Society was a secret organization, it definitely couldn't be compared to the Order Guild. However, from the feedback from the truth word technique, number 03 didn't lie, but he definitely exaggerated. Number 03 looked a little embarrassed. We're just working together on the outside. We have communication channels in all four worlds, so we can send information about the nearby worlds to the Order faction. Have you heard of him, Quolo? Angor didn't comment further on the topic. Number 03 was taken aback. Mr. Phantom, are you talking about Quolo Delacour? Angor nodded. He's one of the directors of the Order faction. I've heard of him before, but I've never met him. Number 03 really wanted to ask if the wizard from the Order faction was Quolo. However, after what happened just now, she did not dare to ask such a question. But judging from the context of the conversation, number 03 believed that the wizard Sunders knew was probably Director Drackle. Sunders knew a director of the Order faction. Remnant Society's members were all outer members of the Order faction, but Sunders was directly related to a director. This was big news, however, number 03 was still doubtful. Why would Director Delacour care about someone as weak as Sunders, or maybe Sunders was not close to Delacour at all, number 03 could not tell. She wanted to ask, but she did not dare to do so. Remnant Society only wants an information channel? Angor did not dare to ask too much and changed the topic. After all, Angor did not know Quolo personally. He was just using Quolo as an excuse. It was enough to intimidate Quolo. Selling information and consulting is just something Remnant Society does on the side. We're more of a research organization. But I can't tell you the core of our research. It's a secret that we can't reveal. Then are the labs you set up in the Southern Wizarding region part of your core research? Every lab with a serial number has a part of their core research. Which means there are some that are not core research. Why don't you tell us what you're doing in the Southern Wizarding region? Number 03 hesitated. Core research and non-core research are intertwined. I can only tell you that it involves organ transplants and soul fusion. The name of the research immediately reminded Philo of Night Butterfly's hand, which was soaked in the nutrient solution. His already suppressed emotions surged again. I know it's not something good. It's filled with evil and blood. I wonder how many people you've killed and how many organs you've taken. As soon as Philo finished speaking, Ness almost wanted to facepalm. Even though number 03's research topic didn't involve any evil or bloodshed, they knew that there was definitely something sinister behind the scenes. But he shouldn't have said it out loud. Philo's words revealed far too much information. This guy was really stupid. He went to such lengths for a witch, and he even had the guts to mock me. Ness shook his head. Number 03 understood what Philo was trying to say. She was not an idiot. She immediately understood why Philo suddenly came here. He must have found an altar somewhere. Furthermore, from the intensity of Philo's emotions, it was likely that some of the organs on the altar had come from people he was very familiar with. This was going to be tricky. Everyone who had their organs taken out was dead. It was not going to be easy to solve a problem involving dead people. Number 03 was not in a hurry though. At least she now knew why Brute Cavern was here. There should be a way to solve the problem. Number 03 thought for a moment and said, evil and bloodshed are not the subject of our research. Besides, compared to the research topics announced by the Southern Wizarding region, we're not going too far. But I admit that some of our research topics do involve some sensitive topics. If Wizard Philo or Brute Cavern is affected, we're willing to compensate you. After NR03 finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes to Philo. Philo didn't know what to say. It wasn't because he was enchanted by number 03's words. He just realized that he was too impulsive and accidentally exposed some of their secrets. Philo looked at Angor and Ness in embarrassment. Ness waved a hand and didn't say anything. Angor didn't say anything either. It was a bit of a loss for Philo, but it wasn't a bad thing. Anyone would be confused if Sunders suddenly showed up at their doorstep. It wasn't necessary to explain to number 03 why they were here. However, this way, number 03 would have a better idea of what was going on. With a fixed number, there should be more room for communication. You think we're here just to ask for an apology? Angor asked. Number 03 frowned at the question. She didn't understand what Sunders meant at first. But when she looked at the three people standing in front of her, she realized something. If Sunders came here in person, they might have found more than she thought. It wasn't just about the altar or Philo. Otherwise, Sunders and Ness wouldn't have come here together. What else did they find? Why did Sunders, one of the most powerful wizards in the Southern Wizarding region, come here in person? She recalled Philo mentioning that all the fighters in the base went to the nest. Did they find the ultimate goal of the base? Let's talk about that later. Let's talk about the organ transplant and soul research you mentioned, as well as the reason why you built this lab in the Southern Wizarding region. Number 03 looked at Sunders and felt that Sunders was hinting at something. Maybe they really did find the ultimate goal. What do you want to know, Mr. Phantom? Everything. Angor paused. Including the sacrifices you made in the Southern Wizarding region, the people you harmed, your research, the things hidden in souls, and the nest. Angor purposely sounded like you wanted to hear more. Number 03 didn't show it on her face, but she was sighing in her mind. From what Sunders told her, she was sure that Sunders did have a lot of information about the base. It was no wonder that Sunders was here. This was because if the things he was talking about were to be exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the southern region. And judging from Sanders' tone, they might have even more. After a moment of silence, number 03 finally said, I can only reveal the content that is not restricted by the oath. Sure. Angor gave him a mocking look that said, you can do it now. Number 03 choked, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He lowered his head and calmed himself down before saying, what Mr. Phantom wants to know is mostly derived from our research. Therefore, I will start with the research. Organ transplantation and soul fusion is not a project of the K's Legacy Society, but a collaboration between us and the Khazadar world. Following number 03's explanation, a corner of the secret of the base was also revealed. The research on organ transplant and soul fusion was actually a collaboration project that CI Kai obtained from a certain Khazadar world soul organization. Seiji would provide the researchers, the laboratory base, and various research materials, while the Soul faction would provide the core liquid of this research project to the base's laboratory through the feedback of a living sacrifice. Number 03 couldn't tell Angor the specific name of the solution because it involved Soul language. For the sake of convenience, Angor decided to call it Soul Equipment Solution for now. In order to obtain Soul Equipment Solution, one had to go through a special ritual of live sacrifice. If such a ritual was discovered in the origin world, the entire K's legacy society would be dragged into it. Therefore, the research project was sent to the laboratories of the Four Realms. In order to obtain Soul Equipment Solution and continue our research, we have to carry out live sacrifices. Number 03 accepted the name Soul Equipment calmly. He even felt that it was quite appropriate. Live sacrifices are too simple to require wizards to participate, so we always let other people do it. However, we don't want to disturb the southern region, so we don't use live sacrifices on civilians. We only buy some slaves through trade. Ness sneered. Slaves aren't human lives in your eyes? At least we don't break the rules. Any live sacrifice is a violation of the rules. Number 03 shrugged. If that's what you think, I can't do anything about it. Let's talk later. Go on, Garcia. Angor interrupted Ness. Don't worry, Garcia. That's all I know about the live sacrifices. How many rituals were held in total? Where are the locations? Number 03 shook his head. I don't know much about it. But the Soul Equipment Solution we get from each sacrifice is enough for us to study for 1 or 2 years. We've been researching this topic for more than 40 years. In other words, there were at least 20 sacrifices. More than 100 people were sacrificed each time. Even if they were all slaves, that still meant more than 2,000 people died. Spread out over 40 years, it may not seem like a large number, especially in this era of cannibalism. But in any case, it was a vicious event. Angor took a deep breath and hid the disgust in his eyes. Continue. Now that we have the solution, we need to inject it into the appropriate organs to study its compatibility. Before 03 could finish, Ness couldn't help but interrupt. The soul is in the soul realm. It doesn't have much to do with the physical body. How can the organs of living beings be connected to the soul? That's a secret part of the oath, so I can't tell you. But I can give you an example. You can think of an organ as a container that contains the Soul Equipment Solution. When the organ is transplanted and connected to the bloodline, the soul equipment will naturally resonate with the spirit space. However, this is only the surface effect. Forgive me for not being able to tell you more about the deeper research. Number 03 didn't explain too much, but his conclusion was enough to change everyone's mind. Ness was the one who was most shocked by this. However, this kind of research that overturned past ideas also gave Ness a lot of inspiration. He was grateful that he followed Dodoro's advice and came here. Normal organs won't be able to hold soul gear concentrate, right? What's the source of the organ? As soon as he finished speaking, Philo immediately turned to look at number 03. This sudden reaction confirmed number 03's suspicions that the source of this transcendent organ was connected to Philo. You can only use supernatural organs. Most of them are supernatural creatures killed by combatants outside. Some of them are purchased through trade channels. Philo, you're saying that the supernatural creatures that have been hunted down also include wizards? Number 03, who does Wizard Philo want to know? Philo didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Angor. Did you kill Night Butterfly? Philo asked in a serious tone. Night Butterfly which? Number 03 was confused. Who's that? Crimson Night Butterfly, Jenny Watson. Number 03 didn't react. Are you sure she's a wizard from the southern wizarding region? I didn't find such a name in the information I gathered. Philo activated Word of Truth, and number 03 didn't try to resist. The spell confirmed that number 03 wasn't lying. She really didn't know the Night Butterfly witch. At this moment, a knocking sound rang out in the silent space, attracting everyone's attention. It was the sound of someone tapping on a table with a cane. As the knocking sound fell, number 03 saw an additional image appear in front of her. It was a pitch-black underground cavern. At the center of the cavern was an altar, which was surrounded by many rectangular stone platforms. There were many containers on the platforms, as well as various organs inside. The most eye-catching organ was a woman's arm, which was placed inside a long liquid container. 3 people wearing cloaks and tattoos on their faces were standing next to the organ. One of them, who had the number 0 tattooed on his face, reached out his hand and touched the wall of the container. A faint light came from the contact point. At the same time, a glowing rune appeared on the back of the cloaked man's hand. The image was clear and complete. Number 03's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the image. She had never been to the altar before, but this was a perfect representation of it. The glowing rune was the language of the soul organization from Khazadar world. She even recognized 3 of them. Number 03 was shocked because she could tell that this wasn't a recent ritual. Judging from the details, this was the ritual that took place 13 years ago. How did Sunders recreate the scene from 13 years ago? How did he do it? Did he use Truth Eye? Truth Eye was an advanced version of Eye of Truth. By consuming expensive casting materials, the caster could see information left behind in time and space. Leaving aside the fact that it was a level 3 spell, even if Sunders could see some information left behind in time and space, it would still be blurry and difficult to analyze. But Sunders' image was so clear that it looked like he saw it at the scene. How did he do it? While number 03 was shocked, he also understood why this group of people would suddenly come looking for him. Perhaps they had some kind of power that allowed them to see some things in the past. If this was true, then her previous assumption about Sunders knowing a lot of information was highly likely to be true. This is a scene from 13 years ago. May I ask where you saw it, Mr. Phantom? Number 03 couldn't believe it. She couldn't help but ask after some hesitation. After a moment of silence, Sunders' hoarse voice echoed in number 03's ears. Why don't you take a guess? Guess where did I see it from? Guess what else did I see besides this? I don't know. Sunders' unique guttural chuckle echoed in the air. Sunders didn't explain anything. Since you know this is a scene from 13 years ago, you should know the arm in the image as well. Yes. Tell me about it. Number 03 knew that it would be difficult to find out where the image came from. However, judging from Sunders' words, Angor knew more than just a few secrets. This arm was not hunted by us. Strictly speaking, it was not hunted by our people in laboratory number 4, number 03 said. Where did you get it? Philo asked in a hurry. Number 03 looked at Philo's anxious expression and guessed that the arm belonged to the night butterfly which he mentioned. We traded it from number 2 lab, which is located in the Western Continent's Wizarding World. Western Continent's Wizarding World? Everyone was surprised by the answer. The Western Continent's Wizarding World is quite far from the Southern Wizarding region. Why did you trade the arm across such a long distance? Number 03 replied, in a previous living sacrifice, we obtained a batch of special soul equipment prime fluid. None of the supernatural organs we had in reserve could contain this prime fluid. After some research, we found that it's because of the compatibility. We had no choice but to seek help from the Ruins Association's headquarters through a special channel. Through the sharing of information, as well as our own data research, we finally traded for this arm from laboratory number 2. This arm is extremely compatible with the soul equipment stock solution. It's also the first finished product of that batch of special stock solution. However, we only obtained the arm through a special channel. As for how number 2 lab got the arm, we didn't ask about it, and we don't know who its owner is. You're lying. Philo gritted his teeth and said, as long as you're not blind, you can tell that which night butterfly's arm came from an official adept. Why didn't you try to find out where it came from? Aren't you worried that she has a powerful organization backing her and you'll go after her for no reason? In the Southern Wizarding region, transplanting organs from other wizards was not strictly forbidden. However, considering the potential consequences, such as being hunted down by the enemy's organization or family, as well as the curse of one's bloodline, there were not many cases of transplanting organs from other wizards. Even if a wizard's organ was sold on the market, the seller would always indicate where it came from and let the buyer decide for themselves. Therefore, Philo's first reaction after hearing number 03's words was that she was lying. To Philo, it was unthinkable to acquire a powerful wizard's organ without trying to find out where it came from. I understand how you feel, Wizard Philo. But please don't underestimate the power of Sei-Hui. If you can think of it, so can Sei-Hui. The people from Lab Number 2 must have taken care of everything when they sold us the arm. We believe that Lab Number 2 can handle everything, so we didn't try to find out where the arm came from. Number 03 calmly explained, but Philo still subconsciously shook his head. If you don't believe me, Wizard Philo, at least believe in the power of word of truth, Number 03 said after a moment of silence. Philo was someone involved in this, so it was normal for him to doubt Number 03's words. Angor and Ness didn't have the same problem. After listening to Number 03's explanation, they were more or less inclined to believe her. Besides, Number 03 didn't try to avoid using word of truth. Of course, word of truth wasn't necessarily authoritative. There were ways to avoid it. They didn't know whether Number 03 was lying or not based on the results of the spell. Judging from the details, as well as Number 03's emotional fluctuations, they were pretty sure that she was telling the truth. There was no reason for Number 03 to lie to them. Also, Night Butterfly left about 100 years ago, while Number 03 and the others only came here about 40 years ago. It was reasonable that Number 03 didn't know about Night Butterfly. What do you mean by special liquid? How did you make the deal with Lab Number 2? Number 03 didn't hide anything and explained the situation to him. The so-called special origin fluid meant that the corresponding soul equipment had a certain degree of growth. As the user's strength increased, this soul equipment could evolve and strengthen in the future through the injection of origin fluid. In other words, this soul equipment could be considered as a tool that could evolve, but the prerequisite was to obtain more of the original liquid. After explaining the solution, Number 03 answered the second question Sunders asked, how to trade. Number 03 knew that Sunders wasn't asking about the trade, but how to make the trade across time and space. The Western continent's adept world and the Southern continent's adept world were separated by an immeasurable amount of time and space. Without any special means, it would take at least a few decades for the two sides to come into contact. Although the teleportation arrays connecting the southern region to the other three adept worlds have been damaged, it doesn't mean that there's no way to connect them quickly. Perhaps Number 03 was stalling for time, or perhaps she simply wanted to prove her worth by popularizing science, so she listed out in detail a few methods that she knew of to quickly cross an immeasurable distance in space and time. The first method was to use a special space passage as a transit point. The most typical one was the abyssal phase gate, which could be used to quickly travel to the corresponding abyssal phase planes of the four adept worlds, then transfer to the other adept worlds. This method was mainstream. However, such special space passages were usually occupied by powerful beings, so it wasn't easy to use them. For example, each phase gate was under the control of a demon god. Even if the wizards in the southern wizarding world knew that they could use a phase gate to go to another adept world, they still didn't have the ability to face the demon god directly. The second method was to use the interrealm teleportation arrays set up in certain worlds or planes. This was also the first method, but it was more troublesome because it required continuous transit. Sometimes, it was normal to have to transit dozens of times. It would take less time than flying directly. However, it was also normal to be stuck in a certain world for several years due to some unlucky accidents. This method was also mainstream, but it required a lot of luck and a detailed teleportation plan. After all, not every world could be teleported. More importantly, it required a lot of resources. The third method was to use a concept world to transfer and arrive. This kind of conceptual world wasn't a literal world, but a kind of special world that you didn't even know the edge of. It could encompass the void, large and small planes, or even an even larger combination of space. For example, the dream realm. As long as there was a need for life to dream, it would exist. It was called a world, but it actually contained countless homelands with dreams. There was also the soul plane, which was the so-called Khazadar world. As long as there was a spirit, it could spread without a source. These two concept worlds were explained by Number 03. Angor added another world in his mind, the nightmare realm. The nightmare realm was similar. According to Number 03's explanation, because this kind of conceptual world theoretically covered countless worlds, as long as you found a way to locate the spacetime in the conceptual world, you could transfer and descend. For example, in the origin world, there is a type of person called Spirit Realm Walker. They can use the Khazadar world to quickly travel to other worlds. As soon as number 03 finished speaking, he looked at Ness, whose eyes were already shining with a dazzling light. Considering Ness's identity, number 03 knew what he was thinking. Do you know how to become a Spirit Realm Walker? Number 03 furrowed his brows. Spirit Realm Traveler sounds beautiful. However, I've received some information from the inner circle of the Kasai Legacy Association. Their boundless journeys are greatly restricted. But I don't know what the specific restrictions are. That's normal. Nothing is perfect. You have to pay for what you get, said Ness. The one who spoke was Ness. In his opinion, no matter what restrictions there were for Spirit Realm Walkers, they were all in line with his thoughts. I don't know how to become a Spirit Realm Walker. But I do know that the Khazadar world must have the answer. Ness nodded and thanked 03 solemnly. Disregarding everything else, this information was quite useful to him. Angor waited until the conversation was over before he asked, "So, what method did you use to make the deal?" Number 03 shook his head. "I don't know. We didn't do it directly. Instead, we did it through a group of merchants in the void." Void merchants? This was the first time he heard of such a name. Number 03 nodded. As long as there is a need for profit, there will be such groups. This rule doesn't only apply to worlds. It applies to the void as well. There are many merchant groups in the void, many of which belong to non-human races. They have many secret portals. Some of them even know how to teleport, which is unknown to humans. Angor suddenly thought of the void travelers. That kind of extra-dimensional travel was a unique method of teleportation. That being said, void caravans that could traverse immeasurable distances of space and time would only be able to communicate with those of the higher levels. When we need them, we'll contact the Relics Association. The headquarters of the Rose Legacy Association will contact these void caravans according to our needs. That witch's arm was brought here by the caravan entrusted by Lab Number 2. As for what method the void caravan used, I don't know. Everyone nodded after listening to number 03's explanation. Number 03's description of the night butterfly's arm was very detailed, and he also revealed a lot of information that the natives of the southern wizarding region did not know. Number 03 also noticed that Angor's mood had calmed down, so she took the opportunity to offer her apology and compensation. Instead of apologizing, number 03 listed 3 types of compensation. According to her, number 01 and number 02 would agree to these 3 types of compensation when they returned. First, they would compensate the supernatural organs that contained the soul gear. For them, the soul gear itself was not important. What mattered was the research data. Though the value of many of these supernatural organs was unimaginable, as a massive organization that spanned across the 4 adept worlds, they had the means to continuously produce more soul equipment as long as they continued their research. Number 03 also mentioned that the night butterfly's arm could also be used as compensation. Second, number 03 was willing to reveal information about an illusionary treasure. This was obviously for Sunders. After all, Sunders was the only one who could threaten her. Third, the people from the lab would leave in a short time and would not return to the southern wizarding region unless necessary. Rather than calling it compensation, it was more of a show of goodwill and a show of attitude. But Angor believed that number 03 did not leave because she was afraid of Sunders or Brute Cavern. Most likely, their research was almost finished. Otherwise, number 03 would not have left so quickly. Angor did not make a decision right away. He was using Sunders' name to scare number 03. If number 03 saw through his bluff, the so-called compensation would be gone. Angor was quite interested in the compensation, but he still needed to get more information as soon as possible. With that in mind, Angor controlled Sunders' illusion again and pretended to be unmoved. We'll talk about that later. Let's continue our previous topic. Ness quickly added, "That's right. It's all talk now. To show our sincerity, let's talk more about your lab. I'm very interested in your lab and your experiments." Philo spoke up as well. "There's a strong seal on the door. I tried to check it out, but I can't break it in a short time." Angor did not say anything. Instead, he controlled Sunder's illusion and looked at number 03 quietly. Number 03 lowered his head. If you want to see the lab, I can take you there. Ness and Philo both grew wary upon hearing number 03's sudden words. You set up traps in the lab? Philo asked while using his word of truth spell to cover the area. Number 03 didn't seem to notice the spell at all. There are some isolation mechanisms, but they can't trap wizards. Word of truth told them that number 03 was telling the truth. However, everyone still felt that something was wrong. Are you hiding something? Number 03 spoke in a flat tone. Yes, but I can't tell you because it involves the oath. I'm not hiding anything outside the oath. Again, he was telling the truth. However, they still didn't trust the lab. Even Philo didn't mention it again. No one knew what the secret was. If this secret could cause harm to an official magus, then it would not be worth it. Angor also noticed the change in Ness and Philo's attitude. Number 03's simple words already made them wary of the lab. It didn't matter if number 03 was hiding something from them or not. It was clear that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. We can talk about that later, Angor said. Let's talk about the other people in your lab first. What do you want to know? Number 01, 02, and 00. I can tell you about number 01 and 02. But number 00 is restricted by the oath. I can't tell you. Next, number 03 briefly explained the situation of number 01 and number 02 that she knew. According to her, she didn't know much about them. They were both members of the order, but they weren't close. They only gathered in Lab 4 because they received a mission from the order. They didn't even talk to each other before this. In the past few decades after coming to the southern region, due to the strategy of keeping a low profile, number 01 and number 02 didn't have too many battles. The only battles they had were against some sea monsters. It was basically impossible to understand their strength through these battles. Therefore, what number 03 knew was only the surface. According to number 03, number 02 was a shadow wizard. She was proficient in the shadow element and rarely showed her true form in the laboratory. She was always a shadow hidden in the darkness. His specialty was hiding and ambushing. In terms of sneak attacks, number 03 admitted that he couldn't win against number 02. As for number 01, he was a bloodline wizard. Giant's bloodline? Number 03 nodded. Number 01's body has enlarged more than once. That's why I guessed that he might have the blood of giants in him a long time ago. However, I never had the chance to confirm it until something happened 2 years ago. Back then, there was a huge incident in the southern wizarding region called the Silver Palm Incident. At this point, Philo and Nis were both taken aback. They had heard of the Silver Palm Island before. Apparently, it was related to a mysterious object. As for Angor, he was one of the main characters of the incident, and he was the only one whose identity was not exposed yet. It was said that the people from Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were still looking for the mastermind who was hiding in the small space. Of course, Angor would never admit that he was the culprit. After all, he didn't take the so-called mystery item. From what you're saying, number 01 is also involved in the matter of Silver Palm Island. Could it be that the mysterious item that had been missing all this time has actually fallen into your hands? Ness's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Number 03 shook his head. We never planned to join the southern wizarding region. The Silver Palm incident happened not too far away from us, but we never got involved. However, not long after the Silver Palm incident, our people happened to find traces of the Leviathan during an operation. The Leviathan was the giant sea monster that once occupied Silver Palm Island. After the incident, the Leviathan disappeared from the public sight. People believed that the missing mystery item might have fallen into the hands of the Leviathan. Everyone, including Angor, had the same thought. However, no one managed to find the Leviathan, so the rumor was put on hold. Angor didn't expect to hear about the Leviathan again from a foreign wizard named number 03. At that time, the Leviathan was severely injured, and the rumors were spreading like wildfire. Everyone was guessing that the Leviathan still had the mythical item with him. Therefore, number 01 decided to attack it. All 3 wizards from the base joined the battle, including me. But in the end, all of them failed. Number 03 smiled bitterly. Even if the Leviathan is injured, it's not something we can defeat. My and number 02's attacks couldn't even break through its defense. 01 had to use his bloodline to barely leave a scratch on the Leviathan's scales, but he still couldn't defeat it. The 3 of us together couldn't defeat the Leviathan, so we had no choice but to retreat. Although the final result was regrettable, number 03 also witnessed number 01's strength in that encirclement battle. At the same time, he confirmed that number 01 indeed had the bloodline of giants. What we can confirm is that number 01 has part of the Crow Giants' bloodline. The Crow Giants were of the ocean bloodline. After activating his bloodline, 01's ability to control water wasn't much weaker than mine. And number 01 definitely has more than just the blood of the Crow Giant. With the combination of the transplanted organs, he's very powerful. After number 03 described number 01's general combat power, Ness asked, "Is there any other information?" Number 03 thought for a moment and said, "Apart from that, there's something else I know about number 01. He's different from the others in the base. We were sent to the southern region by the headquarters, but number 01 was the one who requested to come here. As for the layout of the base in the southern region, it was number 01 who made the decision. Including the construction of the base, the construction of the laboratory, the timing of the sacrificial ceremony. Number 01 was the one who made all the decisions. Even when we leave the southern region, it was number 01 who made the decision. Ness, I remember that when you were apologizing and compensating me, you said that you would soon leave the southern region. So that's number 01's intention as well?" Number 03 nodded. "Yes. I don't know why, but number 01 has been very anxious lately. According to the original plan, we were supposed to stay in the southern region for a while longer, but number 01 said he couldn't wait any longer. Since number 01 is so eager to leave, does that mean he's going to accomplish your ultimate goal in the southern region?" Number 03 didn't say anything about Ness's speculation. But it was also a tacit admission. "Let's not talk about your ultimate goal for now," Angor said. "Didn't number 00 participate in the Leviathan incident you mentioned?" Sunders nodded. "Yes, Sunders. As far as he knew, number 00 must be stronger than the others. If number 00 showed up, the injured Leviathan might not be able to handle it." Number 03 looked at Angor with a strange expression. She opened her mouth several times to say something, but each time, she kept her mouth shut. In the end, number 03 said, "I can't talk about number 00's business because of his oath. But I can tell you that no. 00 didn't join the attack on the Leviathan." Angor nodded. He looked calm on the surface, but in his mind, he was analyzing number 03's words. According to Frost and Quolo's diary, even a legendary wizard would find it difficult to stay calm when facing an ownerless mystery item. Besides, the observer of Starliege Temple clearly described it as a strategic mystery item. There was no way number 00 wouldn't want such a mystery item. But looking at the details, number 03 wasn't lying either. Number 00 really didn't participate in the siege of the Leviathan. Why was that? Was it because number 00 knew that the mystery item wasn't with the Leviathan, or was there some kind of restriction on number 00? Or was it preventing him from taking action? Angor couldn't be too careful when it came to the mysterious number 00. But number 03 couldn't tell him anything right now, so Angor had no choice but to hold back his thoughts for now. Instead, he changed the topic. "Let's talk about the nest." Angor didn't know what nest was. But when he mentioned it during the fight between Philo and number 03 immediately showed a suspicious expression, which quickly turned into a murderous look. It was obvious that this nest was related to important information. And it was true. When number 03 answered Angor's questions and revealed the information about number 01, she didn't seem worried at all. But when the nest was mentioned, number 03's expression suddenly changed. Her face turned pale and hesitant. It was obvious that the nest was the key to everything. Seeing number 03's long silence, Angor pretended to ask, "The nest, is your final goal?" Number 03's throat twitched as if she was trying to swallow. After a long period of silence, number 03 finally found his voice and said softly, "It is indeed one of our final targets." The nest is, just as everyone pricked up their ears to listen to what number 03 had to say, a rumbling sound that sounded like a sudden clap of thunder came from afar. Even the people in the illusion could hear the roar right away. Ness looked up and asked, "That's where it came from. What's going on?" Philo also turned to look in the direction of the voice. However, he couldn't see anything because of the illusions. However, after confirming the direction, Philo seemed to have thought of something. He turned to number 03 and asked, "Did something happen to the nest?" Number 03 was also in a daze. She only regained her senses when Philo asked her. She didn't answer Philo's question. Instead, she lowered her head and made a "it has nothing to do with me" expression. But in the darkness, number 03's eyes were flickering as if she was trying to make a decision. Another thunderous rumble was heard. At the same time, along with the rumbling sound, there was also an extremely violent wave of air. The shock wave didn't look like energy, nor was it destructive. However, it was similar to the pressure of a law. It ignored all defenses and directly broke through Angwar's illusion. At this moment, the illusory realm created by number 03's watermark space suddenly turned into bubbles. The golden pool was gone, the crystal area was gone, and the sofas and chairs were all turned into shadows. The illusion was gone, and everyone found themselves in the mist. Due to the sudden disappearance of the illusion, as well as the pressure of the law still lingering in the air, no one was able to react in time. Even Angor, the creator of the illusion, was still in a daze. About 3 seconds later, the shockwave began to weaken, allowing everyone to regain their senses. The first thing he did was to look at the place where number 03 was. Number 03 also regained her senses. Without the illusion, her eyes glowed brightly as water ripples began to appear around her. She was going to enter the real watery space this time. Before this, no. 03 didn't dare to act recklessly due to Sunder's suppression. But now, due to an accident that caused the illusion to dissipate, number 03 naturally chose to leave. She believed that she would only be safe once she entered the watery space. Don't even think about running. Ness and Philo also saw what 03 was doing. They didn't hesitate to attack him at the same time. Ness summoned a giant skeletal hand from the ground and swatted it at number 03. Philo crushed 3 fireballs, which turned into 3 burning arrows and shot them at number 03. Even Angor, who was hiding in the dark, was manipulating the illusion nodes in his space so that he could use the illusion to control number 03 again. However, at this moment, the rumbling sound once again carried with it a wave of energy that carried the pressure of the laws, and it rushed into the fog. In the face of such an unreasonable pressure, all the attacks stopped at this moment. The skeletal hand froze in the air, the blazing arrows missed their targets, and Angwar's illusion failed halfway through. Their attacks didn't work, but the shockwave didn't differentiate between friend and foe. The water ripples around number 03 were also destroyed by the shockwave. Because the airwave was still spreading in the surroundings, everyone froze for a short period of time. But number 03 could sense that everyone was paying attention to her. Once the shockwave was removed, she would become a target for everyone. To protect herself, number 03 knew that she had to run away before anyone attacked her. "My compensation is still valid," number 03 suddenly spoke up. Number 03 suddenly said, "My water ripple space has a movement restriction. After I enter the water ripple space, I can only move within 100 meters. Even if you let me in, I can't leave this place. When number 01 and number 02 come back, I'll give them the compensation." "You think we'll believe you?" Ness sneered. "Without word of truth, who knows if you're telling the truth?" Philo chimed in. Even if they could use word of truth, they had to wait until the shockwave was removed. Then, they might as well use other methods to restrict number 03's movement. "I can swear on my truth-telling barrier that I'm telling the truth," number 03 tried to show her sincerity. However, empty words couldn't move people. "If you stay still and don't try to struggle, we'll believe you. But if you move, don't blame us for what happens next." Due to the shockwave, the two parties who were able to maintain a relatively stable state were disrupted. Now that number 03 had freedom, she didn't want to be trapped again. No one spoke again. The air became strangely quiet. While hiding in the mist, Angor used Sunder's voice to threaten 003 again. You think you can just hide in the ripples and you'll be safe? Number 03 pursed her lips when she heard Sunder's voice. Even if you think I can't break the ripples, do you think these shockwaves can tolerate your presence? Number 03 suddenly realized something. That's right. That strange airwave destroyed Sunder's illusions just like that. Could her water ripples really break through the shockwaves? She didn't know what the shockwaves were, but the overwhelming pressure of the law inside made her feel like she was facing the world's consciousness. How could such a magnificent power that repelled everything allow the water ripples to exist peacefully? With this in mind, Number 03's expression turned gloomy. The explosions were still going on, and no one knew what was going on. If she couldn't deal with the shockwaves, she had no choice but to surrender. The other option was to return to the lab. However, the lab was invaded not long ago, and Number 01 was planning to leave soon. The security of the lab was at its highest. Even if Number 03 wanted to enter the laboratory, he had to go through the door that was filled with magic arrays. Opening the door and going through multiple checks would take at least 5 seconds. Even Ness and Philo could easily kill her in such a short time, let alone Sunders. She couldn't go back to the lab either. As Number 03's heart sank, the shockwaves around her finally began to dissipate. As soon as the shockwaves disappeared, Number 03 sensed the mana ripples coming from not far away. She gritted her teeth and stopped using her water ripples. Instead, she turned into a stream of white water and dashed toward the burning area not far away. This area was created by Philo not long ago. A fire spell. What's she trying to do? Nessie also noticed where Number 03 was heading and asked with a confused expression. A water-type sorcerer had suddenly charged into an area covered by a network of fire. Was she trying to get herself killed, or was she just faking it? Was she going to turn halfway? While everyone was still confused, Number 03 showed no signs of turning. Instead, she plunged headfirst into the fire domain. As soon as she entered the fire domain, Number 03 immediately sensed how terrifying the flames around her were. The flames were so intense that they seemed to be able to scorch the very air and repel all forms of energy. Number 03 couldn't even gather the power of water in this fire domain. It was also because of this that her sparkling and translucent dress directly turned into ashes without being able to condense the power of water to protect herself. The flames burned her dress and invaded her fair and flawless skin. Under the protection of her bloodline, Number 03 could barely maintain her appearance. However, her skin was already showing signs of turning pink. If she stayed in the fire domain for any longer, she would definitely be damaged. It could be said that the fire domain was a natural cage made of fire. It was the bane of all ocean-type sorcerers. However, it wasn't absolute. If ocean-type sorcerers could also control the power of Network of Power, then the result might be different. However, Network of Power was extremely rare, and Number 03 had never learned it. Faced with such terrifying flames, she had no way of resisting unless she left the fire domain. However, Number 03 didn't show any signs of running. Her target was very clear. The robot head. Nessie yelled. She's running towards it. As soon as he finished speaking, Number 03 had already rushed to the vicinity of the robot head against the fire on the shop's surface. The robot head was currently under the control of the fire domain. Its outer shell had completely melted, and all of its internal components were exposed. Some of the large gears and special chains were also mostly burned away. They had melted into a lump, making it impossible to see the shape of a head. Philo's nickname for it was more appropriate now, Metal Lump. Number 03 wasn't too disappointed when she saw the almost deformed wave mechanic's head. In fact, there was even a hint of relief in her eyes. Because in her sight, the inside of this metal lump that was flickering with silver liquid radiance was releasing a familiar wave of water vapor. As expected, the mechanic core has not been burned yet. Number 03 let out a long sigh. The reason she had rushed into the danger zone was because she was betting that the mechanic core would not be destroyed so easily. As it turned out, she had won the bet. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die, Philo said. If you want to live, you'd best come out now. Don't expect me to retract my inferno spell. This is actually quite good. Ness swallowed. I haven't seen enough of her white body. Now that she's a little pink, why do I feel even more excited? Number 03's clothes had all been burned to ashes. If it wasn't for the cover of the flames, it would have been completely exposed. Number 03 snorted coldly and didn't reply. Instead, he reached out and touched the iron lump. Sizzle, this was the sound of flesh bursting open, with a hint of burnt smell. Even in such a dangerous situation, 03 completely ignored it. He even stretched out his other hand. His two hands slowly melted into the lump of metal. Later, his entire body also embraced it, until his entire body was submerged into it. Philo, she, fused with the iron lump. What do you mean? Because of the flames, Ness had no idea what was going on inside. Philo carefully sensed the situation inside the inferno spell before saying, she ran into the iron lump of her own accord. I can't sense her presence anymore. She ran into the inferno spell just to fuse with the mechanical head? What kind of weird fetish is that? Ness muttered to himself. He then said to Philo, since she's inside the mechanical head, keep burning. As long as the mechanical head was completely melted, number 03 would naturally be exposed. Philo thought for a moment and followed Ness's instructions. He began to burn the metal lump with greater intensity. Even though he felt that it was a bit strange for number 03 to run into the iron lump, he had no other choice but to burn it for now. At first, everything was fine. The mechanical parts on the outside of the iron lump burned easily. However, once he reached the inside, he discovered that there was a surge of water energy resisting the flames. This caught Philo off guard. It had to be known that a fire-type domain would reject any energy that wasn't fire-type, but there was still water energy inside that could resist the fire-type domain. This meant that the water energy inside was definitely quite powerful. Philo continued to burn, but the water energy inside remained intact. It was as if there was a soft yet resilient energy protecting the core. Wizard Philo, even though the energy has been obscured, I know that you are outside. Suddenly, number 03's cold voice sounded from within the iron lump. If no one is controlling the mechanical core, it is indeed easy to burn. However, I have taken control of it. As long as I don't run out of mana, it will continue to exist. Even if you increase the intensity of the Inferno spell grounds, you won't be able to break through its defenses in a short period of time. Philo narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to provoke me? Number 03, I'm not provoking you. I'm just stating a fact. I only entered the mechanical core to protect myself. My previous promise will not change. When number 01 and number 02 return, I will explain everything to them and compensate them. But for now, I will not leave the mechanical core. Number 03's attitude was very clear. She would rather hide inside the mechanical core than be controlled by someone else. This was because the two of them didn't trust each other. Even if there was a possibility of communication, it would be pointless if they didn't trust each other and were on guard against each other. Philo continued to burn as he tried to sound out number 03 with his words. However, it was all to no avail. The Inferno spell grounds were being continuously resisted by the water energy, and number 03 remained completely silent. Under these circumstances, Philo was at his wit's end. He turned to look at Ness and transmitted his voice. What should we do now? Ness fell silent for a moment. He didn't answer Philo's question directly. Instead, he asked, do you think she's telling the truth? Are you referring to her promise? Ness shook his head. I don't believe in promises made by women. If you don't see the benefits, then everything is just empty talk. I'm referring to the mechanical core that she mentioned earlier. Even though the exact nature of the mechanical core was still unknown. However, from number 03's tone, it was possible to guess that the mechanical core was the power source of that metal lump. She said that the mechanical core is very easy to destroy if no one is controlling it. Now that she has control of it, as long as she doesn't run out of mana, she can maintain it forever. Do you think that's true? Philo said, if it's true, then she's basically exposed the weakness of the mechanical core. Even though Philo didn't say it directly, it was clear that he didn't believe number 03's words. Ness nodded. regardless of whether it's true or not. I'm sure she's hiding something. Number 03 had charged toward the mechanical head without any regard for the consequences. She definitely had her own plans. According to her, she was only looking for a place to hide. Ness felt that this was very likely a lie. The power of water in the core of a mechanic could even resist the power of fire. Yet, she described such a powerful force as a useless shelter. No matter how he thought about it, it did not make sense. There's probably something else going on with the mechanical core. However, he still couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Only by breaking through the metal lump's water barrier would he be able to find out the truth. But how to break through the barrier was another problem. If even the fire energy couldn't break through the water barrier, they couldn't think of any other way. If she can't come out for now, let's wait and see, Ness said. If that shockwave appears again, we'll see if she'll expose herself. Philo nodded as well. The fire magic zone was like a cage, and he had been keeping an eye on what was going on inside. Instead of guarding the fire magic zone, they returned to the depths of the mist. When they saw Angor again, he was talking to Nausicaa and Reynolds about what happened to 03. Are you sure there's nothing inside the lab? Angor asked Reynolds. Earlier, number 03 tried to encourage them to enter the lab, which made Angor wary of the place. Reynolds considered for a moment and was about to answer when he was interrupted by a loud explosion in the distance. After the explosion, the shockwave also appeared. Once again, the group was frozen in place by the unstoppable shockwave. Several seconds later, the shockwave dissipated. Ness quickly looked at Philo. How's the fire magic zone? Philo shook his head. That woman didn't come out. That strange shockwave didn't force her out. That's something else. Ness was still a little hesitant before, but now he was very sure that 03 was hiding something. She definitely did not just treat the mechanic core as a shelter. She's not out yet, so don't worry about her for now. I already told Elle to hide near the fire magic zone. As soon as she shows up, Elle will deal with her. Angor looked at Reynolds. Do you know what that shockwave is? Reynolds shook his head with lingering fear. I've never encountered such a situation when I was in the laboratory before. Since Reynolds didn't know anything about the shockwave, Angor had no choice but to keep asking questions. Is there anything hidden in the lab? I'm not sure, but I've been to each of the 5 underground floors. Reynolds paused and briefly explained the layout of the lab. The first 4 floors contain the research center, material storage, and so on. Oh right, there's also the display room for us test subjects, as well as the dormitories for number 04 and beyond. As for the 5th floor, I've only been there once. There are 3 rooms for number 01, number 02, and number 03. I've been living in the lab for several decades, and I basically figured out the layout of the place. There are a lot of isolation mechanisms, which are dangerous to some extent. But as for the secret, I haven't found anything yet. Besides, Nausicaa and I have been there before, and we didn't run into any danger from the lab itself. Reynolds had lived in the lab for several decades without encountering any major threats, which was why he had a rough idea of what was going on. However, Angor and the others had never been inside a lab before. Facing the unknown, they couldn't help but feel cautious and curious. Are you sure there are only 5 floors? Reynolds nodded. I'm sure. The lab often moves around the bottom of the sea. I've seen the overall structure of the lab, so there are only 5 floors. That's strange. If the top 3 have their own rooms, where's no 00? Ness wondered. Reynolds was also surprised. That's right. If number 00 really existed, as an existence above the sequence, he would definitely have his own residence. Where would he be? Maybe you already know the structure of the lab, but there's a hidden secret somewhere. But I'm guessing that there should be a hidden place in this laboratory. That so-called number 00 is probably there. Regardless of whether Ness' guess was correct or not, number 00 definitely existed. He must have occupied a certain spot in the lab. But now, he seemed to have gone into hiding. Maybe that was why number 03 encouraged them to enter the lab. Of course, this was still a guess. They had to find out the truth first. Can you feel your body now? Reynolds shook his head. No. Maybe it's because the lab blocked my senses. I need to open the door. Angor was about to say something to comfort Reynolds when another blast of air came at them. Instead of talking to Reynolds, he turned to Philo and asked for his opinion. Philo was looking at the source of the explosion with a puzzled look. If Angor wasn't mistaken, that was where the blast came from. He heard the conversation between Philo and Ness. The nest. It's over there. That group of people is also heading in this direction. Ness looked at Philo in confusion. I've been meaning to ask. What's this nest you're talking about? Philo shook his head. Actually, I don't know what a nest is. Someone else told me about it. Someone? Angor frowned. Is there someone else here apart from the lab? Ness asked curiously, who is that person you're talking about? Philo, didn't I say before that I ran into someone nearby? Both Angor and Ness nodded. Philo was telling them that he found someone nearby, but before he could finish, the robot head interrupted him with an attack. He didn't have time to ask anything else. That person was strange. I'm sure. There was nothing around me, but he suddenly appeared in front of me. He stopped me and told me that if I didn't want to die, I shouldn't get involved. I asked him what was ahead of us, and he just said the word nest and disappeared. And Ness noticed that Philo's expression was filled with confusion when he mentioned the person he had met. Every so often, he would think for a few seconds, as if he were an old man whose mind was beginning to slow down. What did this man you speak of look like? Asked Nessie. Philo fell silent for about 10 seconds before replying, he should have a very ordinary appearance, right? In my memory, there doesn't seem to be any outstanding physical characteristics. Philo's description was filled with many unnecessary details. Both Angor and Ness couldn't help but frown. Stop for a second, Ness stopped Philo from talking. Under Philo's confused gaze, Ness lifted a finger and released a ray of light. I think something's wrong with you. You need to clear your head first. With that, Ness sent the ray of light into Philo's forehead. It was a level 2 cantrip, Soul Echo. It could cleanse and purify the negative effects of impurities and impurities. At the same time, it could calm the restless mind and clear the mind to a certain extent. The effect of Soul Echo cast by a soul specialist was remarkable. Philo's eyes, which had been filled with hesitation, began to clear up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only then did Ness retract his soul force. How do you feel now? Philo exhaled deeply and rubbed his temples. Better, I think. What's wrong with you? Ness asked. You're stuttering, and you keep saying things that don't make sense. Philo's expression was a bit strange. His eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of fear. I don't know either. Whenever I think about him, I feel like I can't think straight. In my memory, he's like. When he saw that Philo was beginning to show signs of slowing down, Ness hurriedly used soul voice again. Philo waved a hand. Not now. I'm fine. I was just thinking about what to say. Philo paused for a moment before continuing, in my memory, he's like a fake picture. A fake picture. It was his own memory, but he used fake to describe it. Ness and Angor couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous. Why do you say that? Because it looks real, but when you think about it carefully, it's not. Philo explained his feelings in detail. At first, everything seemed normal, and the images in his mind were clear and bright. But when he started talking about what happened after he met that person, he naturally focused all his attention on that person in his memory. At this time, something was wrong. It was clearly a normal memory, but the more he probed, the more blurry it became. The more he thought about that person and recalled that person's appearance, the more his thoughts became sluggish. It was as if there was some kind of power that was preventing him from thinking deeply about that person. When Ness asked about that person's face, Philo tried to describe it according to his memory. But the more he tried, the more he felt like something was blocking him. It's like my memory is preventing me from seeing that person's face. Philo couldn't help but ask himself. But this is my own memory. It was precisely because of these strange signs that Philo had used the term fake photos to describe them. By fake, he meant the images in his mind. But now, the images in his memory were fake. Philo began to doubt himself. Now, he had some doubts. What was real in his memories? Did he really meet that person? Or was it just a figment of his imagination? Ness listened to Philo's description and thought for a moment. Don't you think this is similar to the characteristics of soul script? Yes, it does. But the effect is a little different, said Angor. Soul script would cause people's memories to become blurred when they looked away, making it difficult to recall. In Philo's memory, everything was normal as long as he didn't touch it. But if he tried to recall that person, even his own memory would become blurry and affect him. It was as if someone had planted a silent virus in Philo's memory. But this virus only targeted Philo's memories of that person. Soul script is an encrypted language. It can't be remembered because of the Khazadar world. It's an established law of Khazadar world. It has a transcendent status, which is why it has such an effect. If Philo wasn't attacked, then is it possible that the person Philo met had a supernatural power that could blur or even distort the laws of Khazadar world to a certain extent? The others didn't agree with Ness's words. His speculation was too far-fetched. Ness himself knew that his speculation was too groundless. I just thought of it earlier. Sort of, inspiration? Personally, I'm inclined to believe in this kind of intuition because it saved my life once. Before Angor and Philo could say anything, Ness turned to Reynolds. Hey kid, do you think my intuition is real or fake? Reynolds, who had been sitting quietly on the side and listening with great interest, was startled when Ness suddenly called out his name. I'm asking you a question. I don't know. But I also trust my intuition when I'm in danger. I think I can trust it, right? Ness looked at Angor again. Even the lucky mascot agreed with me. My speculation is probably true. Reynolds said weakly, I have a name. I'm not lucky. Before Reynolds could finish his words, the rumbling sound was accompanied by a wave of air. Everyone entered the state of wooden dummies again. When the shockwave weakened, he frowned and looked at the nest. What's going on over there? Don't you think it's similar to the power of Allah? Angor nodded. Someone who can use the power of Allah must have a very high status, right? Could it be the same person Philo met? Angor didn't comment on Ness's speculation. Ness's previous speculation might have been somewhat logical and could have been considered as a deduction, but this time, it was really just an empty speculation. Ness shrugged. I'm just making a reasonable guess based on my intuition. But speculation is just speculation. We still need evidence to see what's going on. How about this? Let me examine Philo first to see if he's been cursed. There was something wrong with Philo's memory. Angor wasn't sure if the problem was caused by the person's status, or if Philo was affected by some unknown negative effect. Therefore, Ness decided to check Philo's body first. Angor could do the same, but as a soul manipulator, Ness had a better understanding of the human body and soul than Angor. Where's the entrance to the lab? Take me there, Angor said to Reynolds while Ness examined Philo. Under Reynolds' lead, they walked into the depths of the fog. Soon, Angor saw a small semicircular fortress that rose up from the ground. The fortress wasn't too big. It was about the size of a herdsman's tent, which was made from animal skins. From the outside, the fortress looked like a single piece of metal. There was no sign of a joint. Of course, there was also the possibility that the joint was inside. We entered the lab from here, Reynolds said as he circled around the place. As Reynolds spoke, he walked around the fortress. There used to be a door of light here, but now it is gone. It should have been closed. As Reynolds spoke, Angor walked to the edge of the fortress and reached a hand toward it. Don't! Reynolds quickly yelled. You'll trigger something. Before Reynolds could finish, Angor already placed his hand on the metal shell of the fortress. However, what Reynolds did not expect was that the mechanism he expected did not appear. It was as if the fortress was just a piece of scrap metal. What's going on? Reynolds was confused. Did the lab not activate the mechanism? Seeing Reynolds' eagerness, Angor explained, there's a layer of hidden runes on the surface of the fortress. The mechanism you mentioned is also triggered by the runes. As long as you find the non-triggering point of the runes, you won't trigger the mechanism. Angor's explanation was simple, but only those who had studied runes before would understand how difficult it was to do. The triggering point of a rune was usually not a single point. It was an interconnected surface that would constantly move according to the flow of energy. Powerful rune sorcerers could make the entire structure of a rune linked to the trigger point. Angor didn't dare to do something like this. The rune in front of him looked complicated and had a large interconnected surface. However, Angor could tell that it was flawed. With Angor's knowledge, he could easily find the non-triggering point of the rune. However, no one, not even a master alchemist from the research department, could do it as easily as Angor. After explaining the key of the rune to Reynolds, Angor began to observe the rune using the flow of energy. The silvery white fortress looked smooth on the outside, but in Angor's eyes, it was filled with shining runes. There were some flaws in the runes, but the design of the runes gave off a sense of otherworldliness. Angor was greatly inspired by this, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in the study. Time ticked away. When Angor regained his senses, he saw Ness and the others already approaching him. "When did you guys get here?" "A long time ago. But we didn't want to disturb you since you were so serious." "Did you find anything?" Angor nodded. "Wizard Philo is right. There's a complicated magic array at the entrance. But I can only see part of it. Most of the runes are hidden underground, or maybe even inside the building. I can't tell what's going on here right now." "You mean we can't open it?" "We can't open it using normal methods. But there's still a way to get inside." "What is it?" Ness was curious. "We just need to decipher some of the runes and find a crack." Angor didn't explain how to decipher the runes. Instead, he changed the topic. "What about you guys? Philo, did you find anything strange?" Ness shook his head. "No curse or other negative effects." "Philo, I did a quick check myself. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Either the negative effects are too strong for us to handle. Or, as Ness said, it's not a curse. It's a problem with that person." If Nessie's intuition was correct, then the reason why Philo couldn't find out more about this person was because this person had an extremely high status. That was a very frightening possibility. Even the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region, such as Rain and Monchi, didn't do something like this. They couldn't look back, and they couldn't find out more. This kind of passive influence was similar to that of a demon from the abyss. A demon from the abyss was still a creature above the legendary level. When he thought of this, Philo couldn't help but gulp, and a look of fear appeared on his face. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. "I didn't feel anything at first, but the more I think about it, the more scared I feel," Philo said in a trembling voice. "Is he really above the legendary level?" "But how can there be someone above the legendary level in the southern wizarding region?" Ness spoke in a low voice. "Don't forget where this lab came from. The lab came from the Harvest Society, which was a secret organization in the Origin world. If the lab really had something to do with the Origin world, it was very likely that someone above the legendary level would appear. Number 03 must be hiding something from us," Ness said. But he didn't think Number 03 would tell them anything even if he asked. They remained silent for a while. After a while, Angor spoke again. "We don't know anything yet. Wizard Philo, even if the person you met is above the legendary level, he doesn't seem to be hostile toward you. If this person really was a legendary and harbored ill will toward Philo, Philo would have died long ago. An official wizard was like an ant in front of a truthfinder wizard, let alone a legendary wizard who was of a higher level. Since the person didn't do that and even warned Angor not to get involved with the nest, maybe the person had good intentions? We can't keep guessing. Let's find a safe place and ask around in the dream wasteland. For now, let's assume that the person is above the legendary level. Be respectful and don't talk about it." Ness was implying that they shouldn't talk about that person. Both Angor and Philo nodded. Angor had seen legendary wizards before and knew that they could sense something. The more they talked about it, the more likely they would find out. As for Philo, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The feeling of his mind being frozen in place was extremely uncomfortable, so it was best not to think about it or think about it. "We don't have to mention that person," Ness said. "But I think we still have to treat the matter of the nest seriously. If the other party was really a legendary wizard, something that even such an existence would pay attention to was definitely not a small matter. Philo, we should take this seriously. But we don't know anything about the nest, and 03 has already shown that he won't communicate with us. What should we do now? Or should we go and take a look? Just as Philo spoke, a new wave of explosions began to descend. The shockwave lingered in the air for half a minute before it began to subside. Ness snapped at Philo when he sensed the terrifying aura around him. You don't even have the right to move around in this kind of aura, and you want to take a look at the nest? Are you tired of living? Philo shut his mouth at this moment. He had only mentioned it in passing. If he really had to face the shockwave head-on, he definitely wouldn't have done it. Ness looked at Reynolds, who was still in a trance. You've been in the lab for so long. Do you really not know what's in that direction? Haven't you heard of nests? Reynolds shook his head. The lab moves around a lot, and the mist belt is a complicated place. I don't know much about this place. However, what we call nests are generally the nests of sea beasts. Reynolds' words made Angor's heart skip a beat. If this was really the nest of a sea beast, then there was one nearby that was worth mentioning. It was the purple beast they encountered earlier, the one they suspected to be a descendant of Skiz. Angor couldn't tell what the other sea beasts were like. But if the purple beast they encountered was related to Skiz, then it was very likely that it would attract the attention of a legendary wizard. With that in mind, he looked at Ness. Ness looked at him as well, and from the way they looked at each other, Angor was sure that Ness had the same idea. If that's it, then a lot of things make sense, Ness whispered. Maybe it's the ultimate goal of the lab. Angor spoke in a low voice. Ness nodded. He didn't forget that 03 told him that the lab would leave the southern wizarding region soon. If they wanted to leave, it meant that their plan was about to be completed. Since 01 and 02 had gone to the nest, perhaps their ultimate goal was really the descendants of Skiz. What are you talking about? What's it? Philo asked with a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Ness put a hand on Philo's shoulder. All you need to know is that we can't get involved in this. Ness chuckled when he saw Philo's confused look. Angor and I only have a little idea. We don't know if it's real or not. If you really want to know, go to the fire zone and ask 03. See if she's willing to tell you. Philo thought about it for a moment. In the end, he really did run out of the fire-type spell formation to ask number 03 for confirmation. But he didn't know if he would get an answer in the end. Ness looked at Angor. Let's put the matter of the nest and that person aside for now. They were curious, but overconfident curiosity would kill the cat. If they wanted to live longer, they had to keep their curiosity in check. The repeated airwaves aren't a good omen either. Angor agreed. The airwaves had not shown any obvious damage yet, but they were already hard to control. It was not wise to keep exposing oneself to the uncontrollable environment. To get out of the area covered by the airwaves, it was best to leave as soon as possible. But before that, they still wanted to accomplish their goal. Each of them had a different goal when they came here this time. Philo wanted to know more about the night butterfly witch. Based on how things were going, he had pretty much gotten what he wanted. Reynolds wanted to find the body of the night butterfly. There was no news about it yet, but it seemed to be in the lab. Nausicaa's goal was to get Night Butterfly's arm, which wasn't something she had to do in the current situation. Angor's goal was to find Nausicaa. If possible, he wanted to help Nausicaa find the Night Butterfly's arm and bring the information back to Iron Granny. Since he didn't have to get the Night Butterfly's arm, his goal was basically accomplished. As for Ness, he didn't know much. He came here because of Dodoro. Like Angor, he was also curious about the lab and the organization in Khazadar World. On the surface, it seemed that Reynolds was the most urgent one since his life was at stake. But in fact, Ness, who seemed to have the least clear goal and was driven by pure curiosity, was the most urgent one at the moment. Ever since he came here, he had a faint premonition that the true path he had been searching for might be found here. Ness knew that he couldn't guarantee his safety in the airwaves, but he still didn't leave. He wanted to find what he wanted. And if he wasn't mistaken, the thing he was looking for was inside the lab. You said you know how to open the lab, Angor? Ness glanced at the steel fortress not far from them and asked, "You said you can open it?" "Yes. But are you sure you want to go in?" Angor didn't forget how number 03 encouraged them to enter the lab. He didn't know if there was a trap inside. "I do want to check it out. Besides, Reynolds' body might be inside. The longer his soul is away from his body, the more damage it'll do to his body. Of course, it'll be nice if he's dead. He can become a mascot in my Valley of Souls." Ness didn't mention it to Reynolds, but Angor could tell that Ness really wanted to take a look inside the lab. "We don't know what's inside yet. We need to be careful." "You think I'm going to rush in without knowing what's going on like Reynolds and Nausicaa?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to risk my life." Angor was surprised. Then, Ness took out a monocle from his pocket and waved it in front of Angor. "Flora asked Sumesh to help her research on the blood melt virus. I'm not going to do that. I've saved up a lot of money over the years, so I'm going to ask for help. I'll find a safe place and go to the Dream Wasteland. I'll see if Mr. Tree Spirit or Iron Granny is here. I'll ask Philo about that person he met." Nessie sighed. "I have to say, this Dream Wasteland that you came up with is pretty good. In the past, there were far fewer options to choose from." Angor considered and agreed with Ness' suggestion. Since there was a better choice, there was no need to take such a risk. Without wasting any time, Ness turned around and prepared to leave. When he left, he took Nausicaa with him. He didn't know that Nausicaa would be involved in a high-level battle, so he didn't mind taking her with him. But now, Nausicaa didn't need to stay here. Nausicaa knew that she was too weak to change anything. She hid her complicated emotions and left with Ness. With one less person in the team, Angor followed his heart and prepared all the necessary materials for the plane passageway. If anything unexpected happened, he would be ready to leave at a moment's notice. With that done, he continued to study the runes on the fortress. Philo returned to the fortress a while later. "What's going on? Where's Ness?" Philo looked around in confusion. "And where's Nausicaa?" Angor pulled himself back from studying the runes, stretched his back, and told Philo where Ness went. "How's it going? Did number 03 say anything?" Angor asked. Philo shook his head. "She didn't answer me at all when I asked her about the nest. The only thing she said was that when 01 and 02 come back, she'll compensate us according to her previous proposal. I don't know what she's doing in that metal lump, but I think she's telling the truth. Just as Ness said, everything she said so far is just empty talk. Also, 03 won't give Ness what he wants." Ness' goal was vague, but what he wanted was clear: research materials from the lab. Especially those related to soul gear. Number 03 could give him soul equipment, but he definitely wouldn't give him this information. That was why Ness wanted to go to the lab himself. While they were talking, another shockwave came. The shockwave was the same as before, but the rumbling sound accompanying it seemed to be weaker. Furthermore, there seemed to be some low and deep cries of beasts mixed in with the rumbling sounds. When Angor tried to find the source of the noise faded away again. When he asked Philo about the noise, Philo shook his head to indicate that he didn't notice it. Perhaps the mention of the nest of the sea beasts gave him some psychological hints. Angor decided not to think about it. No matter what happened, he wasn't going to get involved. A while later, Angor's soul aura came from the mist above. "Ness is back. And, how's Nausicaa?" Nisfu heard Angor's question as soon as he landed on the ground. He frowned and spoke in a resentful tone. "Are you sure there's nothing going on between the two of you? Why don't you care about me? You're already in front of me. I brought Nausicaa to Cindy's place. It's safer there." Philo suddenly remembered something when he heard Cindy's name. "You went to Reef Island? How's Cindy?" Ness glared at him. "Now you're asking about them? You're the leader of the team, and you just left them there without saying anything. You still have the nerve to ask." Philo chuckled awkwardly. "I left the login device with Cindy, didn't I? And you're here now, aren't you?" Ness humped and ignored Philo. Angor felt a little relieved after hearing about Nausicaa's safety. "Didn't you say you asked for help?" While speaking, he looked behind Ness, but there was no one there. Ness came back alone. On the other hand, Ness frowned like a budding daisy when he heard Angor mentioning outside help. His expression was filled with displeasure. Brood Cavern usually has a lot of people, but I didn't see anyone today. Ness complained in a frustrated tone. Damn it. Brood Cavern is always crowded with people. I've really suffered a huge loss this time. Why did he say he didn't see anyone? Angor looked at Ness and waited for an explanation. Ness sighed and told Angor everything about how he asked for help in the Dream Wasteland. The first thing he did when he logged in was to contact people he knew through the Mother Tree, and the first one he contacted was Sunders. Or rather, his target was Sunders from the very beginning. Sunders was his friend, and Angor was also here. If Sunders asked for help, he could use Angor's situation as an excuse to convince Sunders to help him. Maybe he could even get some money from Sunders. Unfortunately, Sunders wasn't online. The only Truthfinder wizards he knew were Greya, Sumesh, and Iron Granny. Greya was not fully recovered yet. She might not even be able to defeat Angor. Sumesh was injured badly and had yet to fully recover. Iron Granny, on the other hand, became the main force guarding the Astral Pond ruins after Rain left. She couldn't leave at all. Thus, in the end, Ness didn't find any of the reinforcements he wanted. Ness had no choice but to seek help from Tree Spirit. Of course, he wasn't asking Tree Spirit for help. Instead, he wanted to know more about the Truthfinder wizards in Brood Cavern. According to Mr. Tree Spirit, there are still 3 Truthfinder wizards in Brood Cavern. But they're all in seclusion training. Some of them have been training for years. I can't disturb them. Ness shook his head. But even if they're not in seclusion, they're too young and weak to be of much help. They can't even defeat Elmi. There are only a few Truthfinder wizards in Brood Cavern who can help. Apart from your professor, Horus and Ivanasha are the only ones in the southern wizarding region who can help. But they're not in Brood Cavern right now. I don't think they even know about the Dream Wasteland. Angor met Horus before. This Truthfinder wizard was known as the Winter Regent, who was just as famous as Sunders. Since Angor became a member of the research department, Rain sent Horus to Floating Mech City in order to establish a connection between Brood Cavern and Floating Mech City as soon as possible. Horus didn't know anything about the Dream Wasteland. As for Ivanasha, Angor had heard of her name before. She was called Lingering Voice, and she was a sound wave wizard. As for other information, Angor didn't know much about her. Ivanasha is an experienced wizard. She's said to be of the same generation as Mr. Rain. One of them is in charge of control, while the other is in charge of offense. They're called the Twin Stars back then. Ivanasha was already a Truthfinder wizard when I came to Brood Cavern. However, she rarely stays in Brood Cavern. She's always stationed in the City of Truth as a representative. I think the last time she came here was about 20 or 30 years ago. Then who's the last person you asked for help? Angor was curious. Since Ness said that he lost big this time, it meant that he managed to get help from someone else. Apart from the list of known Truthfinders, who else could it be? Ness sighed. Mr. Tree Spirit recommended him. That guy. Well, he's here now. You'll find out soon enough. And I'm sure you're familiar with him. As soon as he finished, they heard a tearing noise coming from above them. Following the noise, the mist around them began to churn wildly. At the same time, the mist began to disperse at a speed visible to the naked eye. More mist was coming in to fill the gap, but it was disappearing faster than it was being replenished. Because of this, the sky above them suddenly became clear again. They could even see the dark clouds in the sky. This was a rare sight in the mist zone. Thanks to the disappearance of the mist, they were able to see clearly what was going on above them. They saw a space fissure about 100 meters above them. It was pitch black inside the fissure, and a large amount of mist was rushing inside due to the sudden appearance of the fissure. This was why the mist above them was disappearing. When they saw the fissure, they immediately realized that it was a plain passageway. Angor and Philo looked at Ness and wondered if the plain passageway was someone Ness asked for. Ness nodded. I gave him the coordinates of this place, and Sir Tree Spirit gave him my blood, so I've become a beacon for him to track down. If he wants to find me, the plain passageway should be near me. And that was indeed the case. The dimensional rift formed by the planar passageway was right above Ness. Without a doubt, someone must be using Ness as a target. So this person must be the outside help Ness mentioned. But who could it be? While trying to figure out the identity of the intruder, Angor also observed the space fissure above him. The fissure looked like a pitch-black hole in a steel wall. It wasn't big, and it looked a little mottled. It didn't seem to have a fixed shape. For those who didn't know, they might think that this crooked space crack was very unstable. However, those present were not ignorant people. The shape of this space crack was indeed not very beautiful, but it did not affect the stability of the surrounding space at all. The spatial energy leaking out from the fissure was pitifully thin. Without careful observation, they couldn't even tell whether the space around them was broken or not. This meant that if one didn't observe with the naked eye, it would be very difficult to detect that someone was about to arrive. At least, number 03, who was in the fire zone, didn't know that someone was coming. Angor didn't know how to create a plane passageway that was so well hidden that it didn't affect the stability of the space around it. It also meant that the intruder must have a lot of experience in space manipulation. This also meant that the intruder wasn't weak. Is it a truth-finder wizard I know? Angor muttered in his mind as he quickly searched for possible reinforcements. As he pondered, a human silhouette appeared behind the space fissure. It looked like he was going to come out at any time. However, before he could step out of the fissure, he heard a familiar rumbling sound coming from afar. This time, he heard a beast's whine clearly. He wasn't hallucinating. But the whine was not important right now. What mattered was, shit. The shockwave is coming. Don't come out. Go back to the space. Go back. Ness yelled at the fissure in the sky with a terrified look. However, Ness's roar did not reach the other party's ears. Instead, a blue-patterned spellcaster boot with an upturned tip that resembled a clown's boot stepped out of the void before Ness did. Next, an old man wearing a robe embroidered with flowers and stars and moons stuck half of his body out of the fissure. However, as soon as half of his body came out of the fissure, the rumbling sound from the nest was accompanied by a visible shockwave that swept toward them. Angor and the others didn't dare to move. They could only watch as the shockwave swept across the fissure. They could only pray that the shockwave wouldn't affect the plane passageway. However, praying didn't work. The plane passageway shrank and changed shape rapidly under the shockwave. The perfect control of space began to crumble under the unreasonable pressure of the shockwave. Currently, the only thing that could withstand the shockwaves was the power of the law of fire Dharma grounds. None of the other abilities were affected, including the plane passageway. The outsider just happened to stick half of his body out of the fissure. Not only was he unable to move, but his plane passageway was also about to break. Under such circumstances, the destructive force of the fissure was enough to tear the outsider in half. No one wanted to see that happen. Reynolds even closed his eyes. At this moment, the foreign aide in the air seemed to have realized that something was wrong. His face suddenly turned pale. "Damn you, Ness. You tricked me." The outsider had no choice but to face the danger. Time waits for no man. The fissure was about to break. The outsider gritted his teeth and made a decision. He gritted his teeth, and a strange shadow floated out of his body. This figure just stood outside the crack in the sky. Then, the shadow's body became solid, while the outsider inside the fissure became thin and shriveled as if water had been sucked out of it. In the end, the shadow formed a real body, while the outsider turned into a thin piece of paper. As the fissure broke, the paper that crossed between the void and the real world was also torn into pieces of paper. They were blown all over the sky by the shockwave. The outsider in the sky had a new body. He had successfully escaped the fate of the fissure. He let out a long sigh of relief. However, he forgot that he was still in the middle of the fissure. He had no support in the sky, and he couldn't use any other energy. He screamed and fell, creating a huge crater on the ground. As the dust settled, the fissure started to dissipate. When the dust settled, a voice rang out, falling from a height of 100 meters without any protection. I reckon that with my bloodline that doesn't focus on defense, I'll at least suffer some superficial injuries. I didn't expect that I would be fine. But my back is a little sore. You. Of course, you're not hurt. A muffled sound came from the bottom of the crater. There was also an angry roar. Because I'm the one who fell for you. I'm the one who got hurt. The angry roar came from Nessie. Since he was the guide, he happened to be right below the outsider. When the outsider fell, he happened to hit him. Nessie didn't mind being hit by the outsider. He didn't even mind that the outsider who hit him was a stinky old man. Why did the outsider complain that he was a meat cushion? The outsider who was sitting on the meat cushion finally noticed that there was another person at the bottom of the crater. Oh, ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I didn't notice that I hit you. An apologetic voice came from the outsider. However, when he realized that the person he hit was Nessie, he suddenly changed his tone. It's you. Well done then. You're lucky that I didn't hit you to death. When did I do that? Nessie complained. You didn't tell me that there would be such a fissure when you asked me to come here. If I knew, I wouldn't have agreed to come here so easily. Besides, I used you as my guide. I came out of the plain passageway to where you were, and the fissure brought me here. You must be the one behind this. I used up my paper figurine. It's one of the most precious treasures of Lilith's clan. We don't have many left, and I was planning to save one for Keely. You have to pay for my loss. It's not my fault, Nessie tried to explain, but the outsider wouldn't listen. When Angor spoke up, they stopped arguing for a moment. Mr. Cantor, if you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. Angor's voice reached the crater below. The sight of two old men sitting on each other's shoulders was too beautiful, so Angor decided to remind them about it. Cantor finally realized that their current posture was a bit unsightly. He considered for a moment and stomped on Nessie's body. Cantor was sent flying out of the crater while Nessie screamed in pain. With Cantor's strength, there were many ways for him to escape, but he had chosen this method. Clearly, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Ness. After Cantor came out, he tidied up his clothes, especially his crooked wizard hat. After straightening his hat, Cantor looked at Angor and said, "You're Angor? TSK, I wouldn't have recognized you if I didn't hear your voice. Nice shape-shifting spell." Angor didn't think he could fool Cantor anyway, so he accepted the compliment with a smile. I was wondering who Wizard Nessie asked for help. I didn't expect it to be you, Mr. Cantor. Angor now understood why Nessie said he knew the visitor. Evernight Cantor, the current leader of Lilith's clan and an ally of Phantom Island. Of course, Angor knew who Cantor was. But how did Nessie manage to invite Cantor here, As the actual controller of the Dream Wasteland, Angor could use his gatekeeper power to know who had entered the Dream Wasteland. Angor was certain that Cantor had never been to the Dream Wasteland before. So how did Ness get in touch with Cantor? Thinking back to what Ness had said before, Tree Spirit was the one who introduced the foreign aid, the answer was obvious. Tree Spirit couldn't leave Brute Cavern, and Cantor never entered the Dream Wasteland. Cantor was currently in Brute Cavern, and Tree Spirit told him that Cantor accepted Ness' invitation. With that out of the question, he began to think about other things. Why would Cantor accept Ness' invitation? As the leader of Lilith's clan, Cantor was a powerful figure. It wouldn't be easy for Ness to invite someone like that. Could it be that Ness had paid an irresistible price? Also, why did Cantor come to Brute Cavern? Did something happen that made him want to ask for help? Cantor chuckled. So you're saying Ness didn't tell you that I'm the one he asked for help? He likes to keep people guessing. I didn't think Ness would be able to get Mr. Cantor to help him. Cantor glanced at the crater behind him. He paid a lot of money this time. No wonder Ness said he was going to lose big this time. He must have paid a great price to get Cantor to help him. I'm here because Ness paid a good price, and your ancestor soul spoke for him, so I'm willing to come. But I didn't expect this bastard to trick me. I lost one of my trump cards as soon as I came out of the plain passageway. Humph. He has to pay for it. Cantor complained. I told you, it's not my fault. God knows where that energy wave came from. And what do you mean by Mr. Tree Spirit? You agreed to come here as soon as you heard Angor was here. You must have something to ask Angor for. I gave you my body as a waymark for free. Not only did you not thank me, but you also took away all my treasures and blamed me for some uncontrollable factors. You even stepped on me on purpose. I'm so sorry. Nessie also left the hole, but he wasn't as carefree as Cantor. Instead, he crawled out with a black face. His wizard robe was full of holes and dust, and there were 2 footprints on his chest. He didn't look like he was in a bad shape. However, none of the people present were fools. They could tell from Nessie's furtive gaze that he was putting on a pitiful front to garner sympathy for himself. A wizard needed to climb out of a crater that was less than 3 meters deep? Did he need to be covered in dust? No way. Cantor sneered as he saw through Ness's trick. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Ness. I haven't signed a contract with you yet. If you don't compensate me, I won't sign a contract with you. If you don't sign a contract, I won't reimburse you for the materials you used. Ness was the one who invited Cantor here, so he would pay for all the materials Cantor used to open the plane passageway. And the cost of using a plane passageway was not cheap. In his opinion, it was a threat. However, Nessie had forgotten that the person in front of him was no poor adept. As the current head of the Lilith family, a family that had been passed down for countless generations, with each generation producing a true knower, it was impossible for them to lack money. Cantor snickered. It's just some materials. What I have on me right now is enough for me to open a plane passageway 10 times. You think you can threaten me with that? Ness didn't know how to respond to Cantor's words. Philo's face also turned pale. These 2 were typical poor wizards. Even Angor, who didn't lack money, was shocked by Cantor's words. Angor also had enough materials to open a plane passageway, but he only had 2 sets at most. Someone like Cantor, who could prepare 10 sets of materials at a time, was something he couldn't compete with. Cantor wasn't done yet. You're right about one thing. I need to talk to Angor about something private. So, even if I used up all my materials, it's not a big deal. At least I got to see him. So, what else do you want to say? Cantor's attitude showed that he had already made up his mind to peel off another layer of skin from Ness's pockets. But you don't need magic crystals. Ness mumbled. I don't need magic crystals, but I don't mind having more. Also, do you think my substitute paper figurine can be bought with magical crystals? Then what do you want? Cantor narrowed his eyes. I heard from Sunders that you built a secret room to hide your treasures. Yes. Ness didn't deny it. He only mumbled in confusion, why did Sunders tell you about my secret chamber? Of course, it was because there was something there that I needed that Sanders had talked about. Cantor didn't show it on his face. Let me go to your secret chamber and pick something, and I'll agree to it. What is it? I haven't been there yet. Who knows what treasures you have there? I'll pick something after I get there. Ness had a suspicious look on his face. This suggestion didn't seem right. Don't worry. I'm not a soul manipulator, and I won't pick anything related to soul manipulators. I only heard from Sunders that you went to many ruins and found something you didn't know how to use. That's what I want. Ness wasn't an idiot. I don't think it's that simple. You must have a plan. Cantor said, I do have some thoughts. I don't mind telling you. I heard from Sunders a long time ago that you went to an ancient ruin in Snow Domain. Ness frowned. That's true. Cantor said, the previous leader of the Lilith family went to explore a relic in the Snowy Realm and disappeared. I don't know if that ruin is related to the previous leader, so I want to see what you found there. Cantor's performance was very dignified. He told Ness the general situation, but Ness felt that Cantor was still hiding something. Cantor saw that Ness was still hesitating and said, I've already told you. I won't sign the contract if you don't give me enough compensation. I'll just treat it as if I'm here for Angor. I won't lose anything. Cantor's stubborn expression left Ness with no choice but to concede. Fine. You can go to my secret room and pick something, but it can't be anything related to the soul element. Also, if you pick something that I don't recognize, you must tell me what it is for. If it's useful to me, you can't stop me from using it when I need it. From Nessie's words, it could be seen that he was also very unwilling. If Cantor really did pick something he didn't like, Ness would have to find a way to get the right to use it. Cantor gave Ness a meaningful look. Fine. Then let's sign the contract now. The so-called contract was something like an employment agreement. Such contracts, or rather, oaths, had been carefully drafted in the wizarding world, and it was difficult to find any loopholes. Besides, it was very binding, which was why Ness had to sign the contract with Cantor. The process of signing the contract was very fast. After the signing, Ness looked hopeless. If I had known, I would have asked Lord Tree Spirit to give him a login device. We should have signed the contract in the Dream Wasteland, and this wouldn't have happened. What's the Dream Wasteland? Cantor asked. He had heard about it before when he came to Brute Cavern, but he never paid much attention to it. But now that Nessie had mentioned the Dream Wilderness, Cantor was curious. Ness humphed. That's Brute Cavern's secret. You're not one of us. Why should I tell you? I can't do anything about it if you don't want to. After a few seconds of silence, he said, however, I have to remind you of one thing. Although we have common friends, our relationship is not good enough for you to call me by my name. Nessie's expression froze. After a while, he obediently called out, Your Excellency Eventide. Cantor nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Cantor, is there something you need from me? Angor asked after the contract was signed. Cantor nodded. Yes. I came to Brute Cavern to talk to you about something. I didn't know you were gone until I arrived. I was going to wait for you in Brute Cavern, but this happened a few days later. Cantor did want to check Ness' secret room, but he wasn't in a hurry. If Ness didn't tell him that Angor was also here, he would never agree to escort Ness. What's the matter? Cantor sighed. It has something to do with Keeley. Before Cantor could finish, he heard a loud explosion coming from afar, accompanied by the cries of beasts. A new wave of energy was coming their way. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Cantor frowned and looked toward the source of the energy wave. When the energy wave dissipated, Cantor spoke to Angor again. It's not that urgent. We can talk about it later. I'm sure your business is more urgent than mine. After a pause, Cantor asked doubtfully, why are there so many law waves around here? Law energy waves? Angor asked, Mr. Cantor, you mean the energy wave we saw earlier? Can you tell us more about it? Law energy waves, also known as law ripples, are the energy of laws released from a certain area. When unrestrained, they can create continuous ripples around the area. The energy is strongest at the core of the energy wave, but it will fade away as it spreads further. It wasn't Cantor who spoke. It was Ness who had just finished casting a cleanse spell. Cantor nodded. That's right. Nessie's explanation is correct. Cantor paused a little. So I wasn't wrong about you. You knew about the law energy waves, yet you still chose to open the exit here. Ness replied, I just learned about it from Tree Spirit not long ago. Cantor tilted his head. Well, I'm curious too. As far as I know, your ancestor souls never leave Brute Cavern. How did you manage to contact the ancestor souls to sign a contract with me at Devil's Water? You said that you just learned about the law of air from Sir Tree Spirit not long ago. How did you contact him? Cantor looked at Ness with a curious look. They were very far away from Brute Cavern. How did Ness communicate with Tree Spirit? It's a secret of Brute Cavern. I'm not qualified to tell outsiders. The only person who was qualified to tell outsiders was Angor. However, Ness wouldn't say it out loud. After Cantor heard this, he didn't continue to ask. There were ways to communicate across long distances. There were even ways to communicate across worlds. Otherwise, why would there be so many expeditions in the Abyss Plane? It was just that the materials required were expensive. Cantor assumed that Ness also spent a lot of money to communicate with Tree Spirit. It made sense. When Ness signed the contract with Cantor, he mentioned that this expedition was very important to him, so it was only natural that he was willing to spend so much. We'll talk about it later. I don't understand what Wizard Ness said about the law energy waves. What do you mean by law energy waves? How can law energy be dissipated? This time, Ness didn't say anything. Cantor explained on his behalf, generally speaking, the power of law won't dissipate. A law was a law that was compatible with a certain law. Wizards above the legendary level could basically master a certain amount of the power of law, and their control of the power of law would definitely be perfect. Unless they took the initiative, the power of law would not dissipate. Apart from that, Sorcerer's Garden also contained law energy. However, law energy was a precious resource for a sorcerer's garden. No one would waste it like this. There were also some special items that contained some solidified power of law. If the power of law of such items was unstable or triggered, it might dissipate. To put it simply, although the power of law was omnipresent, it was more likely to come from some special items when it dissipated. Legendary wizards were the least likely to dissipate law energy. For this reason, Cantor wasn't as scared as Angor, Ness, or Philo. He didn't think it was possible for a legendary wizard to show up here. If it was an item that emitted law energy, Cantor might be able to find a way to steal it. Angor also sighed in relief after hearing Cantor's explanation. They didn't know what was going on before, so they kept thinking about the unknown. Now that they knew what was going on, they relaxed a little. However, Angor didn't let his guard down completely. He was still worried. Was the aura of the law really emitted by a special item that had solidified the power of the law? Then who was that person Philo met earlier? Angor looked up and saw that Ness didn't seem relieved at all. Instead, he was still frowning. Ness sensed Angor's gaze and nodded at him. He then turned to Cantor. Under what circumstances would a legendary wizard release his or her law energy? Nothing like that, Cantor replied. Because there's no reason for them to do so. Why would someone who could control a law so well do that? The power of law that leaked out would form waves of law ripples. As these ripples didn't have a specific target, they basically didn't have any destructive power aside from the center. Those who were affected by the ripples would at most have some control effect, making them unable to move. However, this kind of control was a law suppression, so it wasn't impossible to move. With the status of a legendary adept, large-scale attacks and large-scale crowd control were completely at their fingertips. There was no need to rely on the power of laws to disperse. Therefore, it was impossible for a legendary wizard to release a law energy wave like this. Ness was still frowning after hearing Cantor's explanation. So you're still suspecting that the man you met is a legendary wizard? Angor asked. Ness nodded and sighed. I'm not the only one. When I went to the Dream Wasteland, I told Mr. Tree Spirit and Iron Granny about that person. They had the same idea as me. Granny, if you do it on your own, you can obscure someone's memory or even lock onto their memory. However, if you want to play it down like that person, to make it difficult to trace back, to recall, and to probe into it, it is impossible for you to have this kind of non-active influence. Iron Granny's power level had always been a mystery. However, Rain didn't mind letting her guard the astral pool ruin alone, which meant that Granny was one of the top wizards in the southern wizarding region. In other words, Iron Granny was most likely a level 3 Truthfinder wizard. Even Granny couldn't do it. If that person could do it, he either had some special ability or he was at a higher level. Plus, someone who did it on their own will leave traces behind. Wizard Philo didn't leave any traces on him, which means Wizard Philo was affected by that person's aura. A Truthfinder wizard can't do such a thing, let alone imitate it. It was exactly because he couldn't let go of that person and thought that the guy was probably above legendary, that Ness was very suspicious about the airwaves and thought that it was caused by him. Even Iron Granny couldn't do it. Who could? Who is this person you keep talking about? Cantor looked at Ness in confusion. Are you hiding something from me? Are you trying to set me up again? Ness smiled sheepishly and said somewhat weakly, No. That person has nothing to do with my target. It was Wizard Philo who encountered him. That being said, Ness's behavior made Cantor even more suspicious. Then tell me the situation clearly. Who is that person? Under Cantor's intimidating gaze, Ness hesitated, not knowing where to begin. Angor considered for a moment and asked Ness to shut up so that he could explain. Then, he briefly explained the situation to Cantor. After Cantor finished listening, he didn't have much interest in the living sacrifice, laboratory, Khazadar world's hidden powers, organ smuggling, spirit gear etc. After all, he wasn't a soul type and was only slightly interested in spirit gear, but not in the research of spirit gear. However, Cantor had the same feeling as Iron Granny when it came to that person Philo encountered. Seeing Cantor's long silence, Philo couldn't help but ask, "Sir Cantor, could that person be a legendary?" Cantor fell silent for a moment. He didn't answer Philo's question directly. Instead, he changed the subject. The Lilith clan once had a leader who was very similar to Finewerter. He was a wizard who loved to travel the world and write down his travels. However, her travel notes had always been kept inside Lilith's house and had never been made public. Or rather, there were very few people like Finewerter who liked to publish their travels. In her travels, she has written about situations similar to what Wizard Philo described. In fact, she has written about it more than once. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Cantor continued, "The most similar incident to what happened to Philo was when she was traveling to the Loft continent. Because she was very interested in the local evil gods, she asked a local evil god researcher about the distribution of evil gods, as well as their common names. The non-believer was generous enough to share his research. He didn't seem to mind when talking about other evil gods. But when he mentioned that not long ago, for the sake of research, he happened to peek at a sacrifice where the projection of the evil god descended, and recalled the situation at that time, his story began to become hesitant and uncertain. The more he thought about it, the slower his thinking became." Philo was stunned. "That's exactly the same as my situation." Cantor glanced at Philo. "Well, not exactly. At least, the ending was different." Cantor's casual glance put a lot of pressure on Philo. He couldn't help but gulp. "What was his ending?" "Cantor, when the ancestor discovered the non-believer's strange behavior, he did a full body checkup on him. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The non-believer was a ruthless person. He didn't believe in heresy and continued to think about what happened. He even tried to describe the evil god's projection. In the end, he became an evil creature. His body has expanded several times, and his insides are filled with the sound of surging waves. Countless black slits have grown out of his skin, and the slits are filled with sharp teeth. There are also tentacles that are spitting green, stinky liquid." Just by listening to Cantor's description, everyone present had a strange and horrifying feeling. Philo was the most affected. When he thought about his own situation, he couldn't help but shiver. In the end, the ancestor killed him and recorded his death in his travels. He didn't go into detail about the name of the evil god or the content of the ritual. He only left a short summary: "When traveling in Loft World, you must obey one rule: do not spy on the gods." Sugar follower Brofen, an alchemist from Moonfrost Union, tried to resurrect the ancient evil god from Loft World. However, he accidentally leaked some of his aura and sent it all the way to Skyward Island, which resulted in the deaths of countless people. The evil god's power in the Loft World was the strangest and most difficult to guard against among the supernatural energies discovered in the general plane. But this rule isn't unbreakable. If you're strong enough, you can face the evil god of Loft World head-on. You can even slay a god. Slaying a god sounded easy, but it was an impossible task for them to achieve. Because of the strangeness of this story, the air was silent for a while. Several minutes later, Philo finally broke the silence. "Mr. Cantor, are you saying that person has something to do with the evil god?" "No." Cantor shook his head. "In addition to the experience in the Loft World, our ancestors also encountered similar situations in other worlds. For example, the beast-shaped outer god of the Drauna world, the top-tier wild god of the barbarian world, Wanghua of the Qinqi world, all of them have similar undetectable properties. Of course, they are not as good as Loft's evil god, but they are similar to a certain extent. Half of these outer gods, wild gods, and Wanghua sound like gods, but god is just a synonym. In essence, they are powerful extraordinary beings. So, I just want to say that someone who can do this is definitely not a normal superhuman. Their power level is beyond our imagination." In other words, Cantor was hinting at the possibility that the person Philo had encountered might actually be a legendary cultivator. Only someone of such a level could do something like this. So far, Nessa's inspiration, Iron Granny and Tree Spirit's speculation, as well as Cantor's ancestors' travels, had all determined that the person Philo met was above the legendary level. But they were all wizards who stood at the top of the southern wizarding region. Their speculations had to be reasonable. All in all, the person might really be a legendary. Philo felt terrible. After all, he was the one who encountered the person. If I had continued to think about that person's situation, would I have ended up like that non-believer from Loft Continent? Philo muttered to himself. The evil gods of Loft World are different from the legendary human beings. Don't scare yourself, Angor comforted him. Since that person is trying to warn you, I don't think he's going to do anything bad. You have a point, Cantor said. But try not to think about it. Philo nodded seriously, but his face was still pale. Hearing Cantor's words, everyone shut their mouths. When they were guessing that the other party might be a legendary wizard, they didn't talk much about it. Now that they knew who the person was, they didn't want to talk about it too much. Cantor looked at Ness. I wouldn't have come if I knew someone like that would show up. So, you have to, I've already signed the contract. I won't pay more. Cantor opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, he shook his head. Forget it. I just hope that person doesn't show up while you're exploring. With that, Cantor told Ness to get ready so that they could leave as soon as possible. They didn't want that person to get killed for no reason. Ness understood the urgency of the situation, so he quickly began his preparations. As a soul element wizard, his main method was to manipulate the bones and souls of the dead. Although he had a lot of bones in reserve, there were quite a few sea beast bones nearby, and they were of decent quality. It was better to collect them and manipulate them in advance than to use up his reserves. While Ness prepared, Cantor explained the runes in the lab to Angor. At the same time, Cantor sent his spirit feelers into the ground to get a better understanding of the lab. It's not that big. It's only a few dozen meters underground. Also, there are many small parts that look like mechanical limbs. That's even smaller, Cantor explained. Mechanical limbs? Angor was too busy studying the runes to get a general idea of the lab. He followed Cantor's instruction and used his spirit feelers to check the lab. Sure enough, the overall shape of the laboratory was like a huge circular fortress. The fortress was surrounded by mechanical belts that looked like limbs. Angor thought of Iron Granny's iron fortress. Cantor said, it looks like a limb. Maybe it's a corridor that connects to different places? Reynolds, who had been keeping a low profile, spoke up in a weak voice. You're right, Mr. Cantor. The lab will move around a lot, and when it does, those limbs will act as the lab itself. When they're not moving, they'll form tunnels that lead to different levels of the lab. That's an interesting design. Cantor looked at Angor in awe. I noticed that the outside of the fortress is covered with runes. Can you open it? Sure. Angor nodded. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we have someone who knows how to use runes, Cantor mumbled. Cantor muttered. He could have used his own strength to blast open the door of the laboratory, but that would have caused some unforeseen consequences. Cantor said, since everything is fine here, let's go and meet 03. Since they were going to explore the lab, they had to be fully prepared. Only someone who knew the lab better would know about it, so Cantor decided to meet number 03 first. At the same time, he also wanted to ask number 03 if the person Philo met had anything to do with the lab. When they were about to meet number 03, they heard another rumbling sound. As the wave of law came, everyone stood silently in place, waiting for it to weaken. Finally, the airwaves began to subside. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Mr. Cantor, you said we can move around inside the airwaves, right? Angor looked at Cantor and asked, you said we can move around inside the airwaves, right? Cantor nodded. Yes. It's because of the suppression of the law. You can think of it as the deterrence of a higher level against a lower one. Or you can call it the deterrence of a higher level. To avoid this, we need to set up a barrier around us that is similar to the power of the law, and we won't be affected by it. A barrier that is similar to the power of the law? Angor wasn't sure if they could control something that was similar to the power of the law. Let's take wizards as an example. As long as you reach the legendary level, your mana and spirit will be able to resist the deterrence of the law. There are also powerful bloodlines that can resist the power of the law to a certain extent. Of course, in terms of status, these powers are far from being comparable to the power of laws. But they're still far away from us. Tell me about something that's closer. Cantor looked at Angor and said, "Actually, there's a power inside you that can protect you from the residual energy of the law. That's why you're still able to move freely." "Something inside me?" Angor was confused. Cantor nodded. "Gravity sequence, N. All the power of a sequence belonged to the power of laws. In terms of completeness, it definitely couldn't compare to the power of laws. However, they were passed down from the same source, so they were essentially superior and inferior. In terms of energy levels, they weren't too far apart. In this case, the power of laws could be used to defend against the power of laws. When the power of laws appears, cover your body with the sequence of gravity and you'll be able to move freely." Angor looked around and saw that the energy waves were still lingering in the air. He decided to follow Cantor's advice. He already had the sequence of gravity, but it was located deep in his soul. It would take him a while to unleash it. So, he decided to ask Toby to do it. Soon, a gray mist that represented the sequence of gravity was released from Toby's body and surrounded everyone. Since Toby didn't intend to harm them, they didn't feel threatened by the power of gravity. On the other hand, due to the gravitational power, the remaining shockwaves were isolated from the outside world. This meant that Cantor's idea was correct. So that's why the fire spell isn't affected by the energy waves. Wait, so my sequence of fire can also defend against the power of laws? Philo's eyes lit up when he sensed the change in the air. Cantor nodded. Yes. All the sequences of laws can resist the power of laws. With that, Cantor pointed a finger at Angor, which released some starlight. Angor couldn't tell what the starlight was, but he could sense the power of laws flowing inside it. "Mr. Cantor, if you have a sequence of laws, why did you?" Angor looked at Cantor's eyes. Cantor sighed. "We were in a hurry. It would take time to use the sequence of laws." Cantor had half of his body outside the plane while the other half was in the air. If something happened, his body would be torn in half. No one knew when the plane passageway would be destroyed. He didn't have the time to use the power of laws. He had to save his own life first. Once they left the plane passageway, Cantor didn't need to use the sequence of laws to protect himself. As they spoke, they were getting closer to the fire spell. Before reaching the fire area, Cantor quickly changed his appearance and turned into Sunders. This was also Angor's suggestion. Since Sunders already showed his face, it was not a problem to keep using his face. When they arrived at the fire magic land, Cantor immediately established a spirit bond between them to prevent 03 from eavesdropping on their conversation. Next, he checked the metal object before speaking to Angor and Philo through the spirit bond. "Is this the robot head you were talking about?" Angor nodded. "Yes. According to number 03, it's called Mechanic or something. Machine Master, the name sounds like it belongs to the Machine Alchemy faction." Cantor mumbled and continued, "This mechanic is wrapped in a layer of water membrane. I just sensed the fluctuation of the water membrane, and the water membrane itself is not very powerful. According to what you said before, 03 used his own mana to support the membrane, so it should be true. Although it's not that powerful, the level of the water membrane is surprisingly high. Not only can it withstand the shockwave, but it can also withstand the power of fire. I have a feeling that Flunz's power of water is not as strong as this one. If I'm not mistaken, this mechanic's core was created by someone above the legendary level." Upon hearing Cantor's explanation, Philo immediately thought back to when he had used his fire spells to burn the machine. Number 03 had threatened that if the machine was destroyed, Philo would have to bear the consequences. It was vaguely revealed that the mechanic had an incredible background. Now that Philo thought about it, he had an answer. Could it be that he had offended another legendary magus? Philo's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment before telling Angor his opinion. Both Angor and Cantor remained silent for a while after hearing Philo's explanation. In the end, Cantor said softly, "It doesn't matter. There are too many debts to worry about. Besides, the mechanic's core isn't destroyed yet, right? Even if it is, legendary wizards can't easily enter the wizarding world." Angor suddenly thought of the legendary wizard Philo encountered earlier, right? Philo felt like crying. Was that supposed to be a consolation? No matter how helpless Philo felt right now, Cantor did not try to destroy the mechanic's core since he already knew that the mechanic had a powerful background. Besides, he didn't think he could destroy the mechanic's core in a short time. He gave up on trying to sense the mechanic's core and asked, "Can we talk, Castle?" Number 03, who was inside the mechanic's core, heard the voice from outside and immediately recognized it as Sunders. Number 03's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the terrifying pressure coming from the mechanic's core. However, Number 03 sensed something different in Sunders' tone this time. It sounded colder and more frightening. Unbeknownst to Number 03, it was Cantor who was talking outside the door, not Angor who was trying to bluff him. Cantor and Sunders were old friends, so he was able to imitate Sunders' voice and style better than Angor's. It didn't mean that Angor wasn't good at imitating Sunders. Angor was mostly imitating Sunders' attitude when talking to him. Sunders was still cold, but he didn't feel distant at all. Sometimes, Sunders would even show some warmth between a teacher and a student. This wasn't Sunders' real image. Angor only saw the friendly side of Sunders in private. Cantor, on the other hand, knew everything about Sunders, so he was able to imitate Sunders perfectly with just a few words. Number 03's heart skipped a beat when he saw how Sunders looked more realistic and cold. Number 03 was going to ignore Sunders like he did when talking to Philo, but Sunders was standing outside. Even the slightest sound of his breathing was enough to intimidate Number 03 like never before. In the end, Number 03 still opened his mouth under this kind of psychological pressure. "What do you want to talk about, Mr.?" 15 minutes later, Cantor prepared to leave with Angor. Philo was left behind near the fire area. Before leaving, Cantor took out an item from his pocket and handed it to Philo, who was still in a daze. "If 03 does anything strange, crush it immediately," Cantor said to Philo. Philo looked down and saw the item Cantor gave him. It was a black crystal that was cut in the shape of a rhombus. Through the surface of the crystal, Angor could see that the black substance inside the crystal seemed to be flowing freely. There were also some tiny spots of light in the darkness, as if the crystal contained an entire night sky. Philo didn't know what the crystal was, but he knew Cantor wouldn't harm it. He nodded. After giving the crystal to Philo, Angor and Cantor headed toward the lab. "Do you think Number 03 will do something, Mr.?" Angor asked Cantor on their way. Cantor nodded. "I don't know what Number 03 is doing, but when she sensed that we were trying to enter the lab, her aura became a little chaotic. Through the chaos, I noticed that her aura didn't weaken. In fact, it's getting stronger." Regardless of whether Number 03 was going to do anything, Angor still needed to be on guard. Cantor gave the crystal to Philo in order to prevent Number 03 from doing anything. At the same time, the crystal could help them locate Number 03's location. If something went wrong in the lab, they could escape immediately. But even if Number 03 really wants to do something, she can easily suppress it. "What I'm worried about the most is that person." Unlike Angor, Cantor didn't have to worry about acting as Sunders all the time, so he didn't ask many questions. Cantor was a powerful fighter himself, so he didn't hesitate to ask questions. Therefore, Cantor managed to get a lot of secret information from Number 03. Cantor had asked Number 03 a few times about the person Philo suspected to be a legendary level being. In the end, Cantor was certain that no. 03 did not know about the existence of that person. No one said it out loud, but they all assumed that that person came from the Lost Legacy Association of Origin World and had something to do with the lab. But now, they realized that that person had nothing to do with the lab. At least, that was what Number 03 thought. Who could it be? What was his stance? Nothing was certain. "Let's hope everything goes well this time," Cantor sighed. Cantor couldn't help but mutter, "If I knew this was going to be so troublesome, I wouldn't have come." Ness, that old man. When Angor and Cantor returned to the base, Ness was almost done with his preparations. Ness looked almost the same as before. The only difference was that he now had a skeletal knight with a bone sword by his side. His hat and robe were now grayish-white. The knight was covered by a heavy skeletal armor, but they could see that the armor was hollow inside. However, there was a green flame burning between the knight's eyes. There was still a person inside the armor. It was just that the person had become a soul. The skeletal knight simply stood beside Ness, but it was enough to intimidate them. Angor and Cantor didn't feel anything, but Reynolds did. He didn't even dare to get close to the skeletal knight. He had no choice but to hide behind Angor to avoid the terrible aura. Cantor didn't pay much attention to the skeletal knight. Instead, he looked at Ness' new robe and hat. "Are you ready?" Ness nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. "No problem. Let's go then. There's no way to break the magic array inside the lab. If we want to enter, we have to weaken it and find a way in," Angor said as he walked toward the fortress. While speaking, he walked to the front of the fortress. In his vision, he saw dense energy flowing around the smooth surface of the fortress. Among them, there was a faint, cyan energy covering the entire structure, which prevented anyone from peeking into the fortress. The energy came from a rune horn found everywhere in the magic array, called partition. If the partition magic pattern horn was further interpreted, the underlying energy that could be interpreted was actually spatial energy. In other words, the reason why the inside and outside of the fortress was isolated was because it was covered in a spatial barrier. Under the cover of the spatial energy, no energy could directly penetrate into the fortress, not even spiritual power could extend into it to investigate. To enter, they had to find the node that controlled the partition rune horn, shut off part of the space energy, and open the door. But judging from Angor's current research, the node that controlled the partition rune horn should be inside the lab. This meant they couldn't enter the place by normal means. Without a wizard who was proficient in runes, the only way to enter the lab was to destroy it. Cantor recalled the conversation he had with number 03 not long ago. Number 03 has shown a high degree of concern for us wanting to enter the laboratory. As you all saw, she tried her best to stay calm, but I can tell that she wants us to enter the lab, Cantor said. Cantor said, however, 03 didn't tell us the correct way to enter. She seems to want us to use brute force to break down the door. What number 03 wanted was definitely something that was beneficial to him and not beneficial to them. She wanted them to use brute force, which would probably result in severe side effects. There might be a backlash, an explosion, or something worse. Number 03 is still encouraging us to do something even though Sunders is here. I think the side effects will be terrible, Cantor said. After a short pause, Cantor continued, so, if you can enter without causing any damage, it's best not to. Everyone agreed with him. Ness looked at Angor. Do we need to destroy the key to enter the lab? Angor shook his head. No, I won't. I'll just guide it once, and quickly. Guide it? Everyone was confused. He didn't explain. Instead, he reached out a hand and placed it on the smooth metal surface of the fortress. He seemed to casually touch it, but in truth, the place he touched was the largest spatial energy node on the surface of the fortress. He took out a crystal rune board, which was engraved with an isolation rune that would work well with the magic array of the fortress. When he pressed the magic pattern board against the node of the fortress, the power of the magic array on both sides merged smoothly. It was as if a plastic flower had been inserted into a flower basket full of flowers and sprayed with dew. In terms of appearance, there was no difference at all. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the spatial energy on the fortress was beginning to surge rapidly into the magewef board. This method of drawing spatial energy into the magic pattern board was called induction. Of course, this induction wouldn't last long. Because the magic pattern board and the fortress node were now connected, it would take at most 5 or 6 seconds for the spatial energy inside to return to the fortress magic array. However, being able to suppress the spatial energy for 5 to 6 seconds was already enough. When the magic pattern board was fully filled with spatial energy, Angor pointed at the air with his other hand. An ancient-looking spatial door opened out of thin air. Through the spatial gate, one could clearly see that behind the gate was a long corridor filled with mechanical structures. This spatial gate was none other than the Gate of Illusion. When the fortress was filled with spatial energy, Angor couldn't open the phantom door. However, when the spatial energy was induced, and the isolation effect was at its lowest, the illusory gate could be opened smoothly. This was how Angor was going to enter the fortress. 5 seconds later, the spatial energy on the magic pattern board returned to the fortress magic array, and the phantom door closed. At the same time, Angor, Ness, Cantor, and Reynolds had all entered the laboratory. Ness looked at the smooth surface of the fortress and clicked his tongue in wonder. I can feel that the magic array isn't damaged at all. Everything's fine. But we still got in. Cantor couldn't help but look at Angor. You really did it. Ness grinned wickedly. Number 03 is the one who didn't expect this. She thought we were going to break the magic array. But she didn't know that Angor is one of us. Even if we didn't break the magic array, we still got in. Angor didn't show much emotion at the moment. He was still observing the surroundings. Number 03 wanted them to enter the laboratory, which meant there must be something dangerous inside. However, Angor didn't see anything yet. They were in a spacious corridor filled with mechanical pipes. Some of them were transparent, and Angor could see liquid energy flowing inside them. The liquid energy was being supplied to different parts of the fortress. The corridor wasn't long. It was only about 10 meters long. However, it still ended in two different directions. Angor didn't explore the corridor right away. Instead, he looked at Reynolds. Can you feel your body? As soon as Reynolds entered the lab, he closed his eyes and used the connection between his soul and his body to sense the location of his body. After a long while, Reynolds opened his eyes with a solemn expression. I seem to have vaguely heard a call from the depths of my soul, but it's very vague. I don't even know if it's real or an illusion. That's your body calling you, said Ness. Reynolds, but, how about this? Try sensing it again. Ness didn't explain. He clenched his fist and sent a wisp of soul energy into Reynolds' forehead. This soul power did not move. It gathered between his eyebrows. It seemed to have become a signal amplifier, aiding Reynolds' senses. Under such circumstances, Reynolds closed his eyes again. After a while, Reynolds opened his eyes. Although it's still very blurry, I can feel that the call is coming from below. Still vague? Ness was confused. How is that possible? I'm just lending my soul to you. How can it be vague? Ness didn't understand. As a soul manipulator, he was one of the best wizards in the world when it came to the connection between soul and body. But even if he used his perception, Reynolds was still unable to sense anything? It was unbelievable. Maybe it's inside some kind of device that blocks your senses. Cantor chimed in. We already know where it is. Let's go down and check it out. Ness was still confused, but he didn't really care about Reynolds. Besides, the lab was a complicated place filled with runes. It was only natural that Reynolds' senses were suppressed. At least they were sure that Reynolds' body was inside the lab. They only needed to look around carefully to find it. Reynolds knows the lab better. He'll lead the way. We'll check it out first, said Ness. He didn't know where the research materials were, so the best solution was to ask someone who was familiar with the place to lead the way. Reynolds naturally wouldn't refuse. He also had his own requests under the goal of finding a physical body. He wanted to get rid of the soul mark on his face. The method to remove the mark was stored in the lab's database. Therefore, his goal overlapped with Nessie's. Cantor didn't say anything. He was only here to protect Ness, so it was up to Ness to explore the lab. Are you coming with us, Angor? Angor wasn't really interested in the lab. He only came here for Nausicaa. Now that Nausicaa was gone, he wasn't that curious anymore. However, although he wasn't too curious about the research in the laboratory, he was still quite concerned about the laboratory itself. The entire lab was a giant alchemy product. When he entered the lab, he saw magic arrays everywhere, as well as mechanical pipes. The strong smell of alchemy told him that this was a complicated alchemy product. It was made up of mechanical alchemy and enchantment alchemy, which created a unified structure that didn't conflict with each other. It was rare to see such a unique alchemy product in the southern wizarding region. Compared to the soul equipment research, Angor was more interested in the lab itself. I'm not going. I'm interested in the magic arrays here. They look different from the ones in the southern wizarding region, said Angor. You're going to study the arrays? Angor nodded. Sort of. The mageweths in the laboratory are much more complicated than those in the outside world. Perhaps I can find the reason why number 03 instigated us to enter the laboratory. Angor planned to stay near the door and study the magic arrays first. Cantor and Ness didn't object. They also agreed with Angwar's idea. Number 03 didn't know that there was an enchantment master among them. Since she didn't want to tell them the secrets of the lab, Angwar might be able to find out something from the arrays. As for safety, they didn't need to worry about it. Angwar wasn't going to enter the lab, so there shouldn't be too many traps around. As an alchemist, Angwar should be able to solve them better than anyone else. More importantly, Angwar wasn't weak either. Plus, he had Elmi with him. In the end, they split up into two groups. Reynolds, Cantor, and Ness went to explore the lab, while Angwar stayed behind to study the magic arrays. Although they had separated, the spirit bond between them had not been severed. Even without reaching the end of the tunnel, Angwar could still hear Ness' voice through their spirit bond. There's a fork at the end of the tunnel. Both sides seem to work. The one on the left leads to the end, and the one on the right. I think I saw something glowing. Both sides lead to the lab center of this level, Reynolds said. Then why did you set up two paths? Reynolds said, the researchers here are walking on the left because their sequence dormitories are in the corridor, as well as part of the material warehouse and storage room. The right path is for the combatants, including us. There are no other rooms on that path except for rooms for food and lodging. Ness said, are you sure? So should we go left or right? I think the combatants are all gone. The right path should be safer. Before Reynolds could finish, Ness said, then let's go left. Since Ness was the leader, Reynolds didn't say anything. Sir, the glowing thing is an energy pipe. It's used to maintain most of the machines in the lab. What happens if we destroy it? Then we can't go to the lower level. The conversation between Reynolds and Ness was transmitted through the spirit bond. At first, Angwar found it interesting. But as he began to focus on his research, the voices turned into endless noises. He considered for a moment and blocked the spirit bond. As for whether he would miss something important, it didn't matter. Toby and Dankros were not affected by the spirit bond either. They were also targets of the spirit bond, but neither of them said anything. One of them was too embarrassed to talk, while the other couldn't speak human language. If Ness had something important to tell Angwar, they could inform Angwar on his behalf. With everything prepared, Angwar looked at the smooth metal surface. The runes on the surface were only a small part. Most of the runes were on the inside. In his vision, he was no longer in a normal tunnel. Instead, he saw a world of runes filled with strange runes and energy flows. After making sure there was no danger, Angwar immersed himself in the world of runes. About 5 minutes later, Angwar regained his senses. It wasn't because he found something. It was because he sensed something familiar. The ripple of law, or to be more precise, the wave of law. Even the magic array, which was full of barriers, couldn't completely stop the wave of law from entering. Angwar could clearly feel it. However, Toby had been covering Angwar with the sequence of gravity, so the wave didn't affect him much. Not even the spirit bond was affected. It was likely that Cantor had covered his body with the power of his meridians to prevent the spirit bond from collapsing. The rumbling sounds had been isolated outside. I didn't think that this wave of air could still enter. Angwar opened the spirit bond and heard Ness' voice. I'm not used to having no warning of the explosion, Ness mumbled. Cantor said, speaking of the roar, I remember that the last time there was a roar, it was mixed with the cries of animals. I noticed that too. I think they're exploring a sea monster's nest. I wonder if we're right. Are they really Skiz's descendants? Hey, mascot, didn't you say there were workers? Where are they? Maybe we can get an answer if we ask one of them. There are always workers around. I don't know why. Maybe they went to the lower level? Reynolds' voice came from the spirit bond. He didn't mind the nickname mascot at all. Since he couldn't resist it, he had to accept it. Let's go to the lower level then. But you said there's a display room for soul gear on the first level too? Since we're already here, let's go check it out. Angwar could tell from Ness' excited tone that he didn't just want to check it out. After listening to the conversation for a while, Angwar blocked it again. It was mostly Ness' monologue and self-talk. He would rather study runes than waste time listening to Ness' ramblings. When the airwaves disappeared, he began to study runes again. Meanwhile, Reynolds followed Ness' insistence and went to the display room on the first level. They passed by the lab center, the storage room, and the material storage room along the way. Ness went into each room to check. His goal wasn't just to look. It would be better if he could take everything away. But in the end, he only looked. This was because there was nothing on the first floor that caught his eye. According to Reynolds, there were only two valuable items on the first level: the workers and the display room. The workers were the core of the lab. Even the workers on the first level would be involved in a lot of research related to the lab's core. They were undoubtedly valuable. There were display rooms on every level, and the value increased with each level. However, it didn't mean that the display rooms on the first level were worthless. Reynolds' Soul Gear, for example, was originally a display room on the first level. The value of a soul gear didn't lie in itself. It depended on the user. Reynolds led the way while Ness observed the surroundings as they walked. Previously, he had heard from Reynolds that there was no danger in the laboratory. There were traps, but as long as one was careful, they could avoid them. This gave Nessie the illusion that the laboratory was not that dangerous. But when he really walked into the laboratory, Ness realized that Reynolds' words were purely his personal misunderstanding. Reynolds had been living in the laboratory all year round and was already used to everything here. Many of the mechanisms were also identified by authority. Reynolds had basically never triggered any of the mechanisms here, so his knowledge was limited. Now that they were following Reynolds in the laboratory, they didn't seem to have triggered any traps, but that was only because Reynolds was leading the way. If he had barged in without a guide, Ness believed that he wouldn't be in a good spot either. As an experienced adept, Ness had already seen several dangerous traps along the way. The danger was one thing, but the most important thing was that the interior of the laboratory was not as spacious as imagined. Although it extended in all directions and had many spacious rooms, such as the laboratory center and the storage room, most of the places were narrow and cramped corridors. Along the way, they spent 80% of their time in the narrow passageway. These passageways were all mechanically constructed, filled with magic patterns and embedded with energy pipes. Nessie's knowledge of magic patterns wasn't that great, but he could still see that if they were to trigger the magic patterns in these passageways, they would be met with a backlash from the magic array. Thus, walking in the narrow passageway, they couldn't attack the surrounding walls. This made their safe passage area even narrower. Moreover, in such a narrow and complicated passageway, if they were to accidentally take the wrong path, they would end up in a dead end and encounter mechanisms that could destroy everything. If this wasn't dangerous, then Ness didn't know what was. It could only be said that their luck was not bad. With the traitorous Reynolds, they were able to pass through the laboratory safely without any obstructions. After walking for about 10 minutes in the passageway filled with green and red lights, mechanical valves, and energy pipes, they finally arrived at the showroom. The door of the showroom was tightly shut. Two huge steel doors blocked the way in. The showroom's nameplate was right above the door, and it was lit with a normal white light. It was worth mentioning that the nameplate wasn't just engraved with the common language, there were also tadpole-like characters from Khazadar world. If they were in a sealed room somewhere else, Nessie's first choice would be to sneak in with his soul. But this place was different. The entire laboratory was filled with magic patterns. These magic patterns were integrated together and were used to guard against energy entities. The two steel doors had similar magic patterns flashing on them. In other words, they were connected to all the magic patterns in the laboratory. Unless they destroyed all the magic patterns in the laboratory, it was basically impossible to sneak in with one's soul. Nessie looked at Reynolds. "Is there a way to get in?" Reynolds hesitated. "When I came here with Nausicaa last time, I was able to. But now, I don't know if I can get in without a body. I don't know if my authority has been sealed. Let me try first." Reynolds stepped forward and took a deep breath. He looked very cautious. However, Nessie easily saw through the serious atmosphere. He spoke to Reynolds through their spirit bond. "Lucky charm, don't forget that you're just a soul now. I'm sure you can't breathe. You're going to breathe in loneliness." Reynolds almost couldn't hold it in. The soul energy in his soul fluctuated for a while before he forced himself to calm down. He ignored Nessie's sarcasm and reached for the steel door with his translucent hand. The moment Reynolds' soul hand touched the door, the magewef on the door immediately reacted. Energy flowed toward the nameplate on the door. The signboard with the words showroom written on it also changed from white to yellow at this time. At the same time, a mechanical eye crawled out from the nameplate. The mechanical eye looked similar to the rune I found in Floating Mech City. Instead of a pair of wings, it had several silver tentacles that looked like spider legs. These tentacles allowed the mechanical eye to attach itself to a name tag. After the mechanical eye appeared, the single eye did not look at anyone else. Instead, it stared straight at Reynolds. Reynolds tensed up and felt his heart racing. Of course, he forgot that he did not have a heartbeat yet. About 3 seconds later, the mechanical eye returned to the nameplate. At the same time, the yellow light on the nameplate turned into a green one. When he heard a click sound in his ear, he was stunned. All right, the door is unlocked. Reynolds let out a long sigh of relief. What was that? Nessie looked at the nameplate curiously. He did not feel anything when the mechanical eye came out. However, the eye released a very interesting ripple that covered Reynolds' body. The ripple contained soul energy, which made Nessie curious. The showroom's butler, or the eye of authority. Almost every showroom had such a mechanical eye butler. It had the authority to enter and exit the showroom. Everyone who entered and exited the showroom would be inspected by it. Yellow light meant it was being examined. Green light meant it passed. Red light meant it failed. Alert mode was activated. Nessie, you've become a spirit, how can it recognize you? Reynolds scratched his head, I'm not sure either. But I've heard a rumor that the Eye of Authority does not recognize people, but soul imprints. Now it seems that it might be true. If the Eye of Authority recognized the soul imprint, then even if Reynolds became a spirit, he would not be restricted. Because, the soul imprint was engraved on the soul. Even now, Reynolds' face still had 2 imprints, X and 1. Recognizing the soul imprint, then the one who created this thing is probably the Khazadar world's power. Nessie thought. But he knew nothing about that power, so he could only guess. He did not think too much about it. The most important thing was that the door was opened. The magic patterns on the steel door had been unlocked. With a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened. Unlike the other rooms they had been to before, when the door opened, a white mist with biting cold air rolled out from the crack of the door. When the 2 doors were completely opened, the scene inside was seen by everyone. The showroom was bigger than the lab. It was as spacious as a small square. There were metal platforms of various sizes inside, each of which had a special transparent container on it. Due to the extremely low temperature inside, the air was filled with white mist, making it difficult to see what was inside. However, the overall layout of the showroom reminded Nessie of the underground cavern Angor found in the Central Empire. The altar in the underground cavern was surrounded by stone platforms, on which there were similar containers. This place was very similar to the underground cavern. The only difference was that the stone platforms were replaced by metal ones, which made them look more delicate. If it was really the same as the situation in the catacombs, then what was stored in the transparent container might be those organs. As Nessie thought about this, the mist on the small platform closest to the door slowly disappeared due to the flow of air outside. The frost on the transparent container also began to dissipate, revealing the true appearance of the container. It was a head. To be more precise, half of a head was soaked in a yellow liquid. From the round nose, the dark, rough skin, and the large, fan-like ears, one could tell that half of its head was probably that of a pig. Or was it a pig-like humanoid? Such beast-like humanoids were almost non-existent in the southern wizardry region. However, there were quite a lot of them in the Drauna Plain. After all, the outer god of this plane was a beast. It really is an organ for transplant. Nessie approached the platform and carefully observed the pig's head. He discovered that while its skin looked rough from afar, it wasn't as simple as it looked up close. Its skin was covered in tiny black holes, each of which was absorbing the energy fluid from the outside. Pigmen, or pigmen for now. The ears of the pigmen were engraved with some primitive totems, which pointed to some unknown existence. Nessie's heart skipped a beat. This is a believer of an outer god from the Drauna Plain. It's been baptized many times. With the right transplant method, it'll gain great power. The one who spoke was Cantor. As a knowledgeable scholar, he recognized the origin of the orc at a glance. That's true. But who would choose to transplant a pig's head? Nessie complained in his heart as he reached out to take the container. Regardless of whether the pig's head was good or not, its value was definitely not low. After all, anything that could be placed in the showroom had already been successfully integrated into Soul equipment. However, just as Nessie reached out, Reynolds said through the spirit bond, "Sir, the showroom has its own protection system. It's fine if the number of items in the showroom fluctuates occasionally. However, if there are too many missing items, the showroom may go into alert mode." "You mean I can't take more?" Nessie was dissatisfied. Reynolds explained, "I don't know the exact situation either. This is what I heard from the people who researched the sequence." Reynolds had entered the showroom before and often saw items going in and out. At the time, he thought that the items in the showroom could be taken away at will. Later, one of the researchers told him that there was a daily limit to the items in the showroom. This was to make it easier for the researchers. Once the limit was exceeded, the showroom would go into alert mode. When that time came, the top 3 researchers would have to make the decision to take the items in the showroom. This was actually a kind of protection system in the lab. It made it easier for the researchers to work and prevented the losses from increasing infinitely if there were any loopholes. Nessie was puzzled. There's such a limit? On the other side, Cantor motioned for Nessie to look at the metal platform. Nessie had been focused on the pig's head in the container and neglected other things. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that there was a mageweth connection between the metal platform and the container. In other words, once the container was touched, the magic array might really counterattack. Nessie couldn't help but complain through the spirit bond, "This is too unfriendly." The others were silent. "Then what do we do now?" "We can't take the pig's head anymore?" Reynolds said, "As long as it doesn't exceed the limit, you can take it. Once the limit is reached, the Eye of Authority will flash a yellow light to remind you. At that time, don't continue to take it. However, it's best not to let the Eye of Authority remind you, because it might alert the people in the lab." Although the combatants might have left, the workers were still there. Their authority wasn't low either. If they were alerted in advance, some of the treasures in the showroom below might be hidden by them. Furthermore, if they directly ordered the Eye of Authority to close the access to the showroom, there might be nothing left. Then when will the Eye of Authority appear? Generally speaking, more than 3 items may trigger the Eye of Authority. Although he was helpless, this was the reality. In order to make things easier, Nessie could only suppress his desire to take all the items. As for the pig's head, Nessie decided not to take it for now. It was better to check the other items before making a decision. Number 03 silently stared at the steam coming closer and closer to her. Right now, she was still in the core of the wave mechanic. Right now, the core was divided into 2 areas. The outer area was the battlefield of water and fire, and it was filled with high-temperature steam. The inner area was very similar to her watermark space. The inner area was blue, and the power of water was very dense. She even vaguely sensed the existence and destruction of water veins in it. Now, it had been an hour since the battle with the fire spell ground began. During this hour, the head of the wave mechanic showed no signs of melting. A large amount of water power was resisting the corrosion of the fire spell ground. This made Philo, who was outside, think that number 03's situation was really as stable as she said. However, only number 03, who was inside the core, knew that she was not safe. This was because the outer area of steam was constantly expanding, and the inner area of water was becoming smaller and smaller. There was nothing that could be done about this. The fire spell land was under the control of Philo, and Philo's main body had been standing guard outside this entire time. Even though the wave mechanics core contained some of the method power of water, this method power came from its creator. One was the fire power that the creator could control, while the other was the water power that the creator could control. It was easy to tell which was stronger. Even though number 03 still had plenty of water power, her power was still a bit lacking compared to the power of the wave mechanics core. She could only barely make up for the depletion of the water power. She was more useful as a controller. She could make up for the depletion, but she could not make up for the depletion. If the wave mechanics core continued to be used, even the most sophisticated machine would be overloaded. Based on the current situation, the outer area of steam could probably last for 2 to 3 hours at most. Then, the wave mechanics core would be destroyed. Can they make it back before then? Number 03 sighed. She turned around and walked to the center of the inner area. There, a glowing blue crystal floated. This was the core of the wave mechanic. Number 03 reached out her hand and tried to touch it. A burning sensation spread from his palm to number 03's body. This was a sign that the wave mechanics core was operating at full capacity. As time passed, the temperature would continue to increase. Now, she could feel the burning sensation. In another hour, the temperature would probably burn a scar on her palm. She did not care about the high temperature. Instead, she paused her hand for a moment, and a water mirror emerged from the mechanic core. In the completely sealed core space, the only way to observe the outside world was through the water mirror. The water mirror could project images of the outside world. It was one of the many functions of a mechanic's core. Normally, the water mirror would be able to reflect everything in the outside world down to the tiniest detail. Even the smallest pores could be magnified. But now, the water mirror's field of vision was blocked by the raging flames outside. Everything that was projected had a layer of fog filter. Moreover, there were flames on the surface of the fog, making it impossible to see what was going on in the outside world. They could only vaguely see some figures. At this moment, an extremely blurry figure could be seen in the mirror. She knew that this figure belonged to Philo. The reason why she was so certain was because the water mirror could still transmit sound from the outside world. The sound from the outside world was not affected by the flames, so she could clearly hear Philo's constant muttering. From time to time, he would say a few words calmly, from time to time, he would threaten him furiously, and from time to time, he would act as if he was confiding in him. There was no way number 03 wouldn't recognize Philo's voice when he was muttering under his breath. I don't think you need to be so stubborn. We don't have too much of a grudge between us, especially me. I have no grudge against you, so I won't harm you. All you need to do now is give me the night butterfly witch's hand and tell me where laboratory number 2 is, and who is in there. Before Philo could finish, number 03 coldly interjected, even if you know where laboratory number 2 is, do you think you can get there? The southern region is at the edge of the wizarding world. With your abilities, how can you possibly reach the western continent? The western continent and the southern region are separated by an endless amount of time and space. If you want to go there, are you prepared to fly for decades or even centuries? Also, the 4 laboratories of the Sega Legacy Association each have their own specialties. Our laboratory is about to finish its research. Do you think laboratory number 2 will continue its research for decades? In fact, they might have already finished their research and returned to the origin world. Or perhaps you want to go to the origin world? Immediately after, a cold chuckle sounded. It was both a form of mockery and a form of attitude. Philo didn't mind number 03's mockery at all. As long as she was willing to talk, she might reveal some information. Number 03 said as he stopped listening to Philo's voice. Instead, he began to observe the surface of the fog reflected in the mirror. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, when 15 minutes passed, number 03 narrowed her eyes and spoke in a soft voice, "Is Mr. Phantom nearby?" She couldn't see too far through the fog, but she could still see the silhouettes of people. Did number 03 observe for so long just to see if anyone else would show up, but after 15 minutes, no one showed up except for Philo. This reminded number 03 of her conversation with Sunders earlier. She could tell that Sunders wanted to explore the laboratory. Did they enter the laboratory? Philo smiled. No, they're not. They left. Do you believe me? Number 03 couldn't tell whether Philo was telling the truth or not through the water mirror. It was possible that Philo was trying to lure her away, but it was also possible that Philo was telling the truth. Number 03 personally believed that Philo was being sarcastic and was using this as an excuse to lure her away. Sunders and the others might be hiding outside the fog. After all, it wasn't easy to enter the laboratory. The magic array was too powerful. Unless a high-level runemaster intervened, it would be difficult to break through in a short time. As for forcing their way in, number 03 hoped that they would do so. She even guessed that they were already thinking of a way to do so. However, she was certain that they hadn't done so yet because Philo was still here. Philo had already seen the commotion created by forcing their way in. There was no way he was going to stay here and chat with her. After all, forcing their way in would definitely activate that entity. Number 03 didn't bother to play a game of words with Philo. She prepared to turn off the water mirror. She couldn't be bothered to listen to Philo anymore. However, before she turned off the mirror, number 03 thought for a moment and put down her hand. The machine core was already starting to wear out. Turning off the mirror would also put a certain burden on the core. Even though the cost was small, number 03's experience told her that when a machine was overloaded, it usually came from the most insignificant amount of energy. Therefore, between overloading the machine and enduring Philo's nagging, she chose the latter. While enduring Philo's nonsense, number 03 turned her gaze to the intersection between the inner and outer areas. She watched as the outer area continued to expand. Number 03's heart sank. Once the inner and outer areas merged, she would have no choice but to leave the machine core. If Sunders went to break into the laboratory, that would be fine. But if he didn't, she would definitely encounter an unprecedented danger after leaving. Number 03 watched as the outer area expanded faster and faster. After a long moment of silence, she carefully took out a bottle from her storage space. The transparent bottle contained a green seed. It looked like the core of a fruit. If she really had to face Sunders directly, I have no choice but to use it on him. Number 03 looked at the bottle with a hint of intoxication in her eyes. The fruit core had a strange charm that constantly attracted her, as if urging her to swallow it. While she was immersed in the beauty of the fruit core, a loud explosion came from the water mirror. Number 03 woke up with a start. She turned around and walked to the edge of the water mirror to listen carefully to the loud explosion. She could hear the cries of wild beasts in the roar, which made her eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. She was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. Is this the 9th time? Or the 10th? I heard its cries, but it shouldn't have happened so many times, right? And this time, it's even louder. It's like it's right beside my ear. Did they return? But if they did, why would they use it again? Number 03 couldn't figure it out. She thought for a moment and grabbed the bottle with the fruit core in it. Number 01, did you make the right choice? I hope everything will go smoothly. You won't disappoint. Say. On the other side, in a showroom on the first floor of the laboratory. I can only take 3. This rule is disgusting, Ness cursed angrily as he walked between the metal platforms. Sunders told me that you used Kruger's lion head to guard your treasure room. Apart from you, everyone can only enter the room a limited number of times. If you're not careful, the lion's head will pull you into the void and destroy you, Cantor explained. Ness turned to Cantor. What do you mean by that? I'm just reminding you. Compared to you, their actions are already very magnanimous. Angor's voice suddenly came from their spirit bond. So that lion head statue is Kruger's lion head. What? You've been to that old bastard's secret room? Yes. My professor took me there for the Insurcote manuscripts that Wizard Ness collected. It's all thanks to those manuscripts that I was able to cultivate amoeba worms. You're lucky you were with Sunders. If you went there alone, that stingy bastard would have asked Kruger's lion head to turn you into dust. Ness roared angrily in the spirit bond, I'm not that kind of petty person. When Angor came to Soul Valley for the first time, he was still a beginner apprentice, and I already gave him a bottle of bloodline. You're saying I'm stingy? Huh? Cantor was surprised. Really? Of course, Ness said proudly. Angor's voice came again after several seconds of silence. It's true. But that bottle of bloodline is succubus bloodline. Angor's answer caused Ness' expression to change. Cantor was also giving him a strange look. But succubus bloodline is still a bloodline. It's one of those rare abyss demon bloodlines. Cantor chuckled, while Angor remained silent, which made Ness even more embarrassed. It's all in the past. Oh, Angor, we're in the showroom now. According to Reynolds, we can take 3 items from here. Anything you want? Ness wasn't pretending to be generous. He already planned to share his loot with Angor since he still remembered what Angor did for the stone slab. He was a stingy person, but he was never stingy when it came to his friends. Angor was already a friend in his eyes. Cantor was only joking when he said that. What are they? All soul equipment. Half of an orc's head, sharp claws of a spotted viper, an old, shriveled human leg full of death aura, and the mouth of a demonic horn lizard. TSK. That mouth looks like a flower. Did someone really transplant it? Ness introduced the items as they walked. He only talked about the appearance and basic properties of the items. He had no idea what kind of soul equipment they contained. As for Reynolds, he didn't know much about them either. Only the top 3 wizards in the lab knew about the appearance and properties of soul equipment. 2 minutes later, Angor stopped listening. He was quite curious about soul equipment. If Ness could figure it out in the future, or if he could find a way to do so, he would try to do it himself. But he didn't think about transplanting organs yet. After all, he didn't even know what his projected bloodline was yet. No need for introductions. If you see a night butterfly's hand or something similar, just tell me. You don't have to tell me anything else. Ness understood that Angor was doing all this for Nausicaa's sake, so he didn't say anything else. There must be something going on between you and Nausicaa. Angor didn't hear what Ness said. He had already closed the spirit bond and returned to his magic array research. Even if he did, he would just laugh it off. Ness really didn't know Nausicaa well enough. Ness spoke a lot more in the spirit bond. When Angor didn't respond, he realized that Ness had gone into hibernation again. He's working so hard. I wonder what he's going to find. Ness shook his head and continued walking around the room. Finally, after a difficult decision, Ness carefully selected 3 items for display. They were a mermaid's left breast that was as soft and fluffy as a white bun, and a fair and tender foot that looked as perfect as cream. Since the transcendent organs on the first floor weren't too expensive, their prices were about the same, and since he didn't know what kind of soul equipment he had, he would definitely choose the one he liked. As for the last one, Ness chose a claw from a giant crab he couldn't identify. A crab claw was also a hand. Maybe Nausicaa would want to transplant it. As Ness was imagining Angor's reaction when he picked up the 3rd crab claw, an emergency alarm came from the ceiling of the showroom. At the same time, the mechanical eye hidden inside the badge showed up and began to glow in red. Ness was shocked. What's going on? Didn't you say 3 won't alert anyone? Ness looked suspiciously at Reynolds, who was floating in midair. Reynolds was also very surprised. He looked at the flashing red eye of authority with suspicion in his eyes. Ness asked, "Is this a warning for taking too many items? Did someone else enter the showroom to take items today?" According to Reynolds, the Eye of Authority would issue a warning if the number of items taken from the showroom exceeded the limit. However, Ness had followed the rules of the showroom and only took 3 items. Logically speaking, the warning shouldn't have been triggered. Ness could only think of one possibility, which was that he wasn't the only one who entered the showroom today. Other people, such as the researchers here, had also entered the showroom to take items. So, if he took 3 more items, he would be close to the limit. However, Reynolds shook his head at this moment. No. No? Then what is it? Ness looked at Reynolds. If it were close to the limit, it would be flashing yellow. But right now, the Eye of Authority is flashing red. Reynolds stared at the Eye of Authority and said. Ness remembered that Reynolds had said that red was a more urgent condition than yellow. So, now that the Eye of Authority was flashing red, did it mean that the magic array had been triggered? Ness' heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, "What does this mean? Has the magic array been activated? Are we leaving this place?" "No, I don't think it's the magic array that's triggered. It should have triggered another mechanism." Reynolds looked thoughtful. "It's very familiar, but I can't remember." After pondering for a few seconds, Reynolds suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly glittered. "I remember, my lord, I remember." Ness didn't turn his head to look at Reynolds. Instead, he looked at the door solemnly. On both sides of the door, two white steel cabins with all kinds of energy tubes inserted into them suddenly rose. After a loud boom, the door of the cabin opened automatically. Two silver-white mechanical golems appeared in front of Ness's eyes. The two mechanical puppets were both naked. They didn't wear any clothes, and their machinery, gears, and tubes were directly exposed. Under the illumination of the halo above their heads, all the parts on their bodies were emitting a strange silver light. Although they weren't wearing clothes, it was worth mentioning that, unlike Reynolds, they also had words engraved on their mechanical cheeks. On the left, there were two X's superimposed on each other, which looked a bit like the Yao line. On the right were numbers, one was 19, the other was 18. While Ness was observing them, the two mechanical puppets opened their eyes at the same time. The energy pipes on their bodies instantly separated, and steam and violent energy rose from their bodies. Click, click. Two metallic footsteps could be heard. The two mechanical puppets stepped out of the cabin at the same time. The 3-meter-tall body stood still and slowly lowered its head. Its hollow eyes locked onto Cantor and Ness. Then, without any warning, its eyes turned red. Target locked. Begin the hunt. A mechanical voice came from the mouths of the two puppets. As soon as he finished speaking, Puppet 19 suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had melted into the water, blending into the surrounding space. The other puppet with the number 18 engraved on its right face gently leaped into the air. It held its right wrist with its left hand and pointed its index finger with its right hand, using it as a spear. Bang! Colorless energy shot out of the holes on its fingertips, aiming straight at Ness. At the same time, Reynolds also recovered from his thoughts and saw the two mechanical puppets. Horror flashed across his face, and he shouted to Ness, "Not good, they are the hunting sequence of the base. Number 18 of the hunting sequence attacks with a spirit wave. If you are hit, your head will explode." As soon as Reynolds finished his reminder, the spirit wave had already approached Ness. But Ness didn't move at all because there was already an additional person in front of him, or rather, there was an additional knight soul wearing bone armor. The bone armor knight waved his hand directly, and the bone armor on his arm turned into a huge square shield. There was a whale-shaped relief on the huge shield, which meant that this set of bone armor was obtained from a whale-shaped sea beast. The shield is useless. The hunting sequence that can move in the showroom will not directly attack the material world. All material objects will be ignored, including shields. Before Reynolds's voice fell, he saw the spirit wave sent out by number 18 was blocked by the bone armor knight's shield and was directly blocked. Reynolds's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a stunned expression. Bone shield, isn't it from the material world? How can it guard against spirit waves? Reynolds was a little puzzled, but in fact, as long as he observed carefully, he would find that there was a layer of faint blue energy attached to the bone armor knight's shield, which was the sole power of the bone armor knight. It is true that it is difficult for spirit waves to cause damage to the material world, but when it collides with soul power, which is also an energy, it will naturally produce an interaction reaction. After the bone armor knight blocked a spirit wave, he leaped up and slashed at number 18 with his bone knight sword. While the bone armor knight was fighting with number 18, Reynolds heard the sound of wind in his ear. He subconsciously looked back and saw ripples in the space not far away, and a humanoid silhouette was faintly discernible, appearing beside Cantor. "Your Excellency Ru Yi, be careful. Hunting sequence number 19 is proficient in space assassination." Before he finished speaking, Reynolds saw Cantor casually stretch out his hand and directly reach into the space ripples beside him. With a bang, the mechanical puppet behind the space ripples turned into dust. Dust drifted in the air between the cracks of space. Cantor stretched out his hand and casually wiped it on the orchid flower starry moon robe on his body, and then looked at Reynolds. "What did you just say?" "No, nothing." Reynolds silently closed his mouth. Too savage. Reynolds only had this one evaluation of Cantor in his heart at this time. While Reynolds's mind was fluctuating, on the other side, with a click, hunting sequence number 18 was directly cut in half by the bone armor knight's sword. The mechanical structure and gear chain fell to the ground. A spark of electric light flashed in number 18's eyes, and then the red light in her eyes dissipated. Like number 19, she was completely destroyed. However, number 18 was a little better than number 19. At least she still had her wreckage. The bone armor knight rummaged through the wreckage of number 18, and soon came back with a huge oval crystal and handed it to Ness. Ness glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. This is a very rare magic material that can carry spirit power. It seems that this is its mechanical core. Unfortunately, the magic pattern has been engraved on it, and the magic pattern is also damaged, so it is basically useless. With that, Ness casually tossed the crystal aside. Then, Ness turned to look at Reynolds. What did you just say you remembered? Remembered what? Reynolds was still in a daze. In his eyes, the extremely powerful hunting sequence number 18 and 19 were destroyed so easily, which made him unable to recover for a while. Didn't you say you remembered it before these two stupid iron puppets showed up? Ness said in annoyance. Reynolds was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Oh, yes. I remembered. At that time, I wanted to say that the red light in the eyes of authority wasn't because we triggered the magic array, but because we stayed too long. Ness looked puzzled. What? We stayed too long? Reynolds nodded. My memory is a bit blurry. I didn't have this impression at all until just now when I saw the eyes of authority appear. Then I remembered another rule of the showroom: every time the showroom is opened, you can only stay for a maximum of 10 minutes. Once you exceed this limit, you will be regarded as an enemy, and the hunting sequence will hunt you down. Because this is an internal rule and a restriction on the behavior of the laboratory staff, it won't trigger the magic array. But if you break it, you will be hunted down and killed by the hunting sequence. After saying this, Reynolds looked guilty. He had only thought of this later. If he had thought of it earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Time limit? There's a time limit? Ness finally understood. A showroom with a time limit? What's wrong with that? Cantor said quietly, didn't you also have a time limit to visit your treasure room? Ness immediately interrupted him. That's different. Mine is a secret room, a secret room. It's normal for there to be strict restrictions. This is a showroom. What does display mean? It's like an exhibition hall and a gallery. It's for people to see. There's definitely something wrong with a time limit in a place like this. Clearly, Ness was quibbling. However, Cantor didn't care and didn't continue to expose him. After all, it was good enough to let him sulk from time to time. Ness calmed down for a while before he accepted this result. After all, they were in someone else's laboratory, and the rules were set by someone else. No matter how much he complained, he could only hold it in. Since that eye of authority. That eye is gone? Forget it doesn't matter if it's there or not. What I want to ask is, does the red light of the eye of authority mean that we've been discovered? Ness didn't care about anything else. What he cared about the most was that they would be discovered by the internal staff, which would cause their journey to be difficult. Reynolds shook his head. I don't think so. Every showroom has different internal rules. If you violate the internal rules, only the hunting sequence will deal with it. It won't attract the attention of others. After all, the laboratory staff were mostly researchers. They were usually in the middle of their research, and what they feared most was being interrupted midway. Therefore, unless it was something extremely important, they wouldn't be overly alarmed. After that, Reynolds added, maybe the top 3 sequences will discover us, but they're not in the laboratory right now, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Ness breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that no one else would discover them. However, Ness noticed the other side that Reynolds mentioned. Every showroom has a different internal standard? Reynolds nodded. Yes. In fact, the overall rules are the same, but some details are different. For example, you can stay on this floor for 10 minutes, but you can only stay on the next floor for 8 minutes. Ness shook his head, lost for words about the rules here. Weird. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get out of here. After leaving the showroom, Reynolds floated forward again. Their next destination was the second basement floor. On the way, Ness was still thinking about the weird rules. If you take more than the limit, you'll trigger a magic array, which may be discovered by other people in the laboratory. But if you stay too long, you'll be hunted down by the hunters, but nobody else will notice. The rules here are really weird. The former is basically impossible. Once it happens, it means that there's a possibility of theft. Whether it's an internal theft or an outsider's theft, it's a big deal for the entire laboratory. A lot of people will be involved, so it's definitely more serious. Reynolds said, as for exceeding the time limit, it's possible that you didn't pay attention to it. It's personal misconduct. It's not too serious. Reynolds' explanation was reasonable, but Ness, who already had his own prejudice, still felt that something was not right. Therefore, in the process of discussing violations and sentencing, their figures walked deeper and deeper until they disappeared into the darkness, disappearing from the quiet first level. After an unknown amount of time, Angor finally looked up from a corner of the first basement. He was still surrounded by narrow corridors and forked paths. He had been studying the runes and following the flow of the runes. He had no idea where they were now. How far are we from the entrance? Angor asked Toby. Toby stood on Angor's shoulder and yawned. It seemed to be saying, go forward, turn left, and we'll be there. Angor was relieved to see that Toby could remember the way. Even so, he wasn't too worried. He just needed to follow the flow of the runes and return to where he came from. Angor woke up from his study not because he lost his way, but because he found something special about the magic array. He wanted to tell others about it. With that in mind, he entered the spirit bond. The spirit bond was unusually quiet. Angor muttered to himself, "Nice didn't say anything?" "Where are you now?" Angor asked through spirit bond. There was a moment of silence and no one answered. Half a minute later, Angor asked again, "What's going on?" "Wizard Ness, Mr. Cantor, Reynolds?" Again, no one answered. Someone spoke this time. Tweet 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 tweet. "Mr. Toby, your voice is still so pleasant even in the spirit bond." Angor didn't know what to say. Angor didn't even need to guess. It was Toby and Dankros. Angor ignored their conversation and asked Dankros, "I told you to pay attention to their conversation. Did they say anything? Why are they so quiet now? Why didn't you tell me something happened?" The eye on Dankros' palm blinked innocently. Nothing happened. Then why are they so quiet? Dankros shrugged. I don't know. I didn't hear anything strange before they stopped talking. Then what were they talking about before the spirit bond went quiet? Dankros considered. I think they were talking about rules of conduct and punishment. Yes, that's it. Huh? What? Dankros repeated, and Toby also called out at the right time to show that it was true. Rules of conduct? Punishment? Angor was puzzled. Why were they talking about such a weird topic? Angor asked for more details and found out the reason. He didn't expect Ness to be so knowledgeable while he was studying the magic array. Hunting sequence, mechanical puppets. It sounded pretty good, didn't it? Unfortunately, the array was destroyed and he couldn't study it further. Angor looked at Dankros. Since when did the spirit bond go silent? Did they say anything about what they were going to do or where they were going? They stopped talking about an hour ago, Dankros replied. Before that, I think the soul called Reynolds was taking them to. Dankros was lost in his memories. He couldn't really understand what was being said in the spirit bond, so he was distracted. At this moment, Toby suddenly let out a cry. The second floor? Angor looked at Toby. Toby nodded. On the other side, Dankros suddenly remembered, yes. The second floor. I still remember that the gray-haired old man was still muttering before he went silent, saying that the path to the second floor was very strange or something. What do you mean? Angor asked. Dankros paused. He couldn't remember it either. Angor sighed. He thought Dankros would be more reliable since he could talk. Now, it seemed he had to rely on Toby. Angor looked at Toby, who lifted his head proudly and gave Dankros a sideways glance. Toby then began chirping in a rhythmic tone. Dankros didn't know what to say, but Angor, who was a master of bird language, nodded quickly. I see. Toby told Angor what Ness said before entering the second floor. This path is strange. We have to go back and forth twice. It's like a maze. Not long after that, Nessie and the others were cut off. Do I have to walk this strange path twice? Angor narrowed his eyes and had an idea. Did something happen to them? That gray-haired old man isn't dead, is he? Dankros asked. Nope, Angor replied without thinking. Angor wasn't too worried about Ness' condition. The spirit bond didn't cut off their conversation, which meant Cantor was fine. If Cantor was fine, Nessie would be fine too. As for what Ness had said before he went silent, it sounded strange, but perhaps it was some kind of mechanism in the lab. Reynolds knew this place very well, but he did not say anything, which meant that they were on the right path. Based on this situation, they were probably already on the second floor. Once they went to the second level, the spirit bond couldn't hear their voices. This might be the crux of the problem. Perhaps there were magic arrays on the first and second floors that could block the transmission of the spirit bond. It was only a guess, but it was not without reason. It would be absurd if it was so easy to communicate across levels in such a large, secretive, and hierarchical laboratory. Once there was a betrayal among the insiders, they would not even need to risk the lives of the entire lower level. They would only need to use the spirit bond to know everything that was going on below. This kind of situation was obviously expected, so it was normal to make a separation of information between the layers. As for whether this conjecture was correct or not, they would know once they took a look. He stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and walked deeper into the corridor. Where are we going now? Are we going to the second floor to find them? Dangaros reached out half of his hand from behind Angor's back. Angor shook his head. No, Reynolds isn't here. I don't know how to get there. Let's find the sub-control nodes of the magic arrays. Angor seemed to be walking around randomly, but he was actually following the energy flow of the runes. In his vision, the metal walls, gears, and energy tubes were just external structures. What he saw were the runes deeper inside, which were flickering in and out of existence. They were complicated yet elegant, and they were guiding Angor's way using a unique flow of information. Angor also passed by a large experiment center on his way. He glanced at it and left. The research in the center was not suitable for him. Besides, there was nothing too complicated on the first floor. Therefore, compared to staying in a meaningless experimental center, it was better to find a branch control node. If he could find the sub-control nodes, he might be able to solve the problem of the spirit bond. After walking around the first floor for about 10 minutes, Angor arrived at an ordinary-looking narrow corridor. It looked just like the other corridors. Apart from the wooden floor under his feet, the other 3 walls were either silver-white or green-colored metal. Ventilation pipes, valves, energy tubes. Everything looked normal. However, this was only the surface. In Angor's vision, the metal walls of the corridor were covered with runes. If each rune represented a torrent of energy, then the walls and the floor were all surrounded by energy torrents. There were so many runes here, which meant there must be a control node of a magic array at the end of the corridor. The control node of the magic array was the central core of the first floor of the laboratory. Anyone would know that there was a danger here. And it was true. Anyone who stepped into the corridor could trigger the magic array's repulsion. This kind of repulsion was much more terrifying than the repulsion caused by 3 or more objects in the showroom. The magic array would lock onto the intruder as an enemy, which would then overpower the array and destroy the intruder. Normal people would not dare to enter such a dangerous corridor. Even the insiders, including Reynolds, did not enter this place. However, he didn't mind it too much. He stepped inside without hesitation. One wrong step in this corridor could lead to destruction. However, with Angor's current understanding of runes, it was not difficult to find the correct landing point. To put it bluntly, this was a competition of calculation and knowledge. The landing point was constantly changing. As long as one had a solid understanding of runes and good calculation skills, he or she could predict the landing point in advance. The corridor was only a few dozen meters long, and Angor seemed to be walking normally. But in fact, every step was carefully calculated. In the end, he reached the end without getting hurt. When he reached the end of the corridor, he saw a door. The door was not locked, and he could clearly see the rune node behind it. However, he did not go in immediately. There was a very difficult rune trigger point near the door. Normally, this trigger point would be triggered as soon as someone stepped through the door. Angor did not know what was behind the trigger point, and what would happen if it was triggered. But he knew it would not be anything good. Angor decided to suppress the trigger point first so that he would not screw up. The method was simple. Just like when he first entered the laboratory, he simply connected a rune platform to the outside and transferred the energy from the trigger point to the platform for a short time. 2 minutes later, Angor successfully installed the rune platform on the side of the gate. As long as he did not touch it, the trigger point would not be triggered. With that done, he stepped into the door. The first thing that caught his attention was not the dazzling runes on the walls, but the small cabin behind the door, which was covered in frost. It looked like a coffin, standing there quietly. He walked to the door and wiped away the frost on the wall, revealing a transparent glass wall. Through the glass, he saw a mechanical puppet with its eyes closed. On the left side of its face were 2 overlapping X's, while on the right side was a single 5. Hunting list, number 5, Angor spoke the puppet's name in a soft voice. At this moment, this hunting sequence mechanical puppet was in a deep sleep. Angor looked at it from the other side of the wall, but the puppet did not show any signs of waking up. Angor searched around the wall and found a rune passage that connected to the outside of the door. He quickly realized that the trigger at the door was probably connected to the puppet. At that time, if he had directly stepped through the door, he definitely wouldn't have faced such a sleeping puppet. Angor studied the puppet for a while with great interest. But soon, he withdrew his attention and walked to the side. He was very interested in the workmanship of the puppet, but it would take him a long time to figure it out. So he decided to put it aside for now and focus on the branch control nodes. Angor was more familiar with the branch control nodes of the magic array. The room was filled with complicated runes that would cause headaches to anyone who was not a runemaster. However, Angor could easily deconstruct even the most complicated runes. He had already divided the runes into different blocks, each of which was responsible for different functions. Several of the core blocks contained the rules and punishments discussed by Ness and the others. In other words, there were 10,000 ways to trigger the magic array's rebound. The way to trigger the rebound in the corridor outside was also recorded in this block. These core blocks were the most important parts of the lab, and the runes were also more complicated. But Angor did not think that was all there was to it. If he had enough time, he could modify the core blocks and let him decide the punishments for the magic array. But if he really wanted to do it, it would take a lot of time. With the level of the magic array, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Angor did not have time to waste. Besides, even if he modified the core blocks, he would only be able to affect the core blocks of the first floor. Therefore, Angor ignored the core blocks and began to look for the blocks where information could be transmitted between different floors. He quickly scanned through the information and found his target. Second underground floor of the lab. Ness was looking at the disappearing shadow on the ground in a semi-enclosed room with a sad expression. He suddenly turned around and glared at Cantor. "You did that on purpose. You knew how valuable that shadow fiend was, and you didn't capture it. You blew its head off." Ness' voice was filled with anger. "Shadow fiend? My shadow blending technique." Cantor leaned against the wall and spoke in a casual tone, "You know why? The power of the shadow fiend has already invaded Reynolds' soul. The only way to get rid of it quickly is to kill the shadow fiend. Or, can you deal with the shadow fiend's power in a short time?" Ness remained silent for 5 or 6 seconds before he spoke again. "The contract clearly stated that all the loot belongs to me. Again, can you deal with the shadow fiend's power? I can use a demon's source energy to do it. I'm talking about getting rid of Shadow Demon's power in a short time." "No, I can't." "If you can't, are you going to give up on Reynolds?" Cantor asked. Ness didn't say anything this time. If they were in the outside world, Reynolds wouldn't be able to defeat a rare shadow fiend. But in this lab, Reynolds was very useful. He couldn't just give up on him. Ness understood this, but he still felt reluctant to give up on the shadow fiend. Shadow fiends were famous in the book Where Are the Amazing Monsters? They were almost extinct in the southern wizardry region, and no one had seen them for at least 100 years. They were the only shortcut to learning Shadow Walk. Ness never thought about learning shadow walk before, but he would be happy to do so if he could. But now, his hope was gone. Ness couldn't help but sigh. When Ness was sighing, a familiar voice came from the spirit bond. "Is Reynolds okay?" Ness was stunned. He exchanged a glance with Cantor, and both of them had the same thought. Did I hear that right? I don't think so. You're not hallucinating? You're Angor? Ness asked through the spirit bond. And both Cantor and Ness remained silent after listening to Angor's brief explanation. We can't send messages through the spirit bond because the magic array blocks the information between different levels. I found the sub-control nodes of the magic array and turned it off for now. This was Angor's explanation. It sounded as if he could find a random person and press a switch, and the current situation would be displayed. However, neither Cantor nor Ness were stupid. Their rich experience allowed them to understand the complexity of this magic array. Angor's ability to find the sub-control nodes and control them in such a short time was due to his profound understanding of runes. No one, not even a rune master, could do this. The magic array in the lab was not only about runes, but also about mechanical alchemy. Only a master alchemist with a deep understanding of runes could do something like this. Angor is growing faster than I thought. Cantor sighed in amazement. Yeah. Why did we let Sunders get such a great talent? Ness was envious. Neither of them used their spirit bond to talk, so Angor could not hear what they were talking about. But he wouldn't mind even if he did. Gray had talked about it every day. Angor was currently talking to Reynolds about their current situation. Reynolds was a little touched by Angor's concern. The two wizards around him were not very reliable, after all. Therefore, Reynolds did not hide anything from Angor. He told Angor everything that happened after they went down to the second level. The situation on the second floor was similar to the first floor. They did not see anyone on their way, and the lab was empty as well. Ness decided to follow the plan and check out the showroom first. On the way to the showroom, they were attacked. It was a shadow fiend. The shadow fiend lunged at Reynolds as soon as it showed up. Reynolds' soul was quickly invaded by the shadow fiend's power. In order to save Reynolds as soon as possible, Cantor blasted the shadow fiend's head open. That was why they talked through the spirit bond earlier. We didn't see anyone along the way. The only people we saw were the attackers. Did they notice you? Angor asked. That was actually what Ness was thinking. I think it's weird too. Reynolds himself said that we didn't trigger any traps. However, the shadow fiend still appeared, and from the looks of it, it was a sneak attack. In other words, it's ambushing us. Don't tell me we've been discovered already? Is it because I triggered the hunting sequence on the first floor? After Ness finished speaking, everyone's expression turned solemn. No one spoke, and the spirit bond fell into a short silence. After more than 10 seconds, Cantor was the first to break the silence. It's just a guess, but I have an idea. Cantor paused for a moment. Since you're already at the sub-control node, can you check if we've triggered any magic arrays? Nessie's eyes lit up. Cantor's suggestion was indeed a method. Sure. One moment, please. Actually, Angor had a similar idea when he contacted them. They might be restricted in the magic array, and Angor could use his knowledge to help them avoid danger. A moment later, Angor spoke again through the spirit bond. No. You didn't trigger any magic arrays on the first floor. As for the second floor, I don't know. Oh, by the way, I found an interesting area when I was checking the sub-control nodes. Nice asked, what interesting block? You'll find out soon enough. Angor's voice disappeared from the spirit bond. No matter how Nessie called him, Angor didn't respond. Clearly, Angor had blocked all information from the outside world again. Nessie gave up and turned to Cantor. What do you think, Mr. Eventide? Cantor said, after entering the lab, the only place that can trigger the magic array is the hunting sequence on the first floor. Since Angor confirmed that we didn't trigger any magic arrays on the first floor, it's unlikely that we were discovered. Also, Angor's confirmation eliminated one possibility, the fact that no one on the first or second floor had anything to do with us sneaking into the lab. Nessie nodded and agreed with Cantor's point. But how should we explain the shadow hunter? As for why we were ambushed by the shadow hunter here, Cantor said. Personally, I think the shadow hunter set up a trap here a long time ago. It wasn't here to ambush us, but to. Cantor turned to look at Reynolds. Nessie narrowed his eyes. As I recall, the shadow hunter went straight for Reynolds without paying attention to anyone else, right? When the shadow hunter showed up, the skeleton knight was at the front, Reynolds was second, and Cantor were at the back. Normally, the shadow hunter would go for the skeleton knight, but it went around the knight and went straight for Reynolds instead. If the shadow hunter was here to kill the energy object, then the skeleton knight had a soul inside as well. It shouldn't have gone too far. As for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, that was not right either. The weakest presences were Ness and Cantor, and they had not released their presences since the beginning. With the shadow demon's low intelligence and weak senses, it should have picked Ness and Cantor, not Reynolds, if it wanted to bully the weak and fear the strong. Now, the shadow hunter's goal was clear. It wasn't here to ambush anyone. It was here to deal with Reynolds. Do you remember the shadow hunter's ability? Nessie nodded. A shadow hunter could hide in the shadow of a living being, absorb the shadow's energy to survive, and slowly invade the living being until it took over its body. However, if the shadow hunter invaded an energy object, such as a soul, it wouldn't need to wait too long to gain control of the soul. In other words, once the shadow demon invaded Reynolds' soul, it would be able to control Reynolds. Its original intention was to control Reynolds' soul. Perhaps it would eventually return to his physical body and completely replace Reynolds. Cantor nodded and agreed with Nessie. Also, this is the public path on the second floor. Whether it's going to the showroom or the third floor, one would have to pass through here. In other words, if Reynolds went back to the lab, he would have to pass through this corridor. It makes sense that the shadow hunter would be here to ambush him. All in all, the shadow hunter wasn't here for them. It was here to ambush Reynolds. Of course, this was just a guess. In order to make this guess reasonable, there must be something special about Reynolds that caught the attention of the shadow hunter. Otherwise, the opponent wouldn't have sent such a precious shadow hunter to ambush Reynolds. As for whether Reynolds had anything special about him? Yes. Cantor hadn't known Reynolds for long, but Nessie had experienced it a few times. Reynolds had the template of John's counterattack. Luck was a mysterious concept. Most adepts, apart from divination adepts, would scoff at it. It was too difficult to understand, and there was no way to give a clear and explainable definition of it. But for Reynolds, luck was like a constant talent that would appear from time to time. If the person who controlled the shadow hunter knew that Reynolds had the talent of luck. No, not if. They must have known. After all, Reynolds had lived in the lab for decades. Then, it would make sense for him to deal with Reynolds. No one would let go of such a lucky guy. Even if they couldn't use him, it would be good to keep him at home as a mascot. Even Nessie hoped that he could lure Reynolds back to the Valley of Souls. On the other hand, after listening to Cantor and Nessie's analysis, Reynolds felt that he might be the target. After all, according to his experience, it was impossible for a shadow hunter to appear here. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. If they really wanted to ambush me, they could have ambushed me on the first floor. Nessie asked, "Why do you want to go back to the lab?" "For my body." "Where is your body?" "It's deeper." "Nessie, then that's it. Maybe they couldn't be sure if you would come back, but if you did, they would definitely go deeper to find your body. So it's normal for them to ambush you there. As for why they didn't ambush you on the first floor, maybe they wanted you to let your guard down." "Cantor, there's another possibility. They were planning to capture you on the first floor, and the shadow hunter on the second floor was just a precaution. As for who would want to capture you on the first floor, isn't the answer obvious?" Reynolds froze for a moment. The image of a beautiful witch appeared in his mind. On one side of her face, there was a 0, and on the other side was a 3. Number 03. Perhaps the person who wanted to capture Reynolds was number 03, but Philo and the others had appeared and delayed number 03. Regardless of whether this guess is true or not, you've definitely been targeted. Cantor patted Reynolds on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pity. "Nessie, it's good that I'm being targeted. I hope that they can ambush me with a few more shadow hunters. Alright, let's not waste time here, Let's go to the showroom on the second floor first. This time, Reynolds was placed between Nessie and Cantor. As they walked, Reynolds' expression was still a bit dazed. The people in the laboratory know that I know the route inside. If they really want to ambush me, will they? You're not important enough for them to know the route inside the laboratory. Don't worry, at most they'll send a few people or monsters to track you down, Nessie said. He was quite excited about the possibility of an ambush later. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any more ambushers on the way to the showroom on the second floor. The shadow hunters that Nessie was looking for didn't appear either. As Reynolds touched the door of the showroom, an eye of authority slowly appeared. When the eye of authority locked onto Reynolds, he became abnormally nervous. He wasn't worried when he was on the first floor, but after being ambushed on the second floor, Reynolds became a little anxious. He was afraid that his authority would be modified by a sequence beyonder. Fortunately, after 2 or 3 seconds of appraisal, the eye of authority smoothly turned from yellow to green. The door opened. Reynolds' authority hadn't been revoked. At least he could still enter the showroom on the second floor. While Reynolds heaved a sigh of relief, Ness also let out a long breath. He was actually more worried than Reynolds that he couldn't enter the showroom. After all, the showroom was full of prophets. Now it seemed that his luck wasn't bad. The showroom on the second floor was exactly the same as the showroom on the first floor. Only the items on display were different. Ness learned his lesson from the first floor and didn't waste even a second. After entering the door, he walked among the items on display and quickly filtered them. However, after only a minute, Ness knew that it would be difficult to filter them quickly. The number of items on display here was obviously much more than the first floor, and there were many oddly shaped limbs. It wouldn't be easy to find the source in a short time. Just like the container on the metal table to Ness left, there was a slender fleshy tentacle inside. Other than being gray, there was nothing obvious about it. When he first saw it, Ness thought it was a kind of bait for a deep-sea fish, such as the small lantern on top of Tao Wu's head. If it was bait, it wouldn't be very valuable, so Ness walked past it. However, after a few steps, he turned back because he suddenly remembered that a type of gray-skinned demon in the abyss, also known as a phantom demon, had similar fleshy tentacles on top of their heads. Therefore, it was definitely a demon's fleshy tentacle. If it was a demon's fleshy tentacle, then its value would instantly skyrocket. Excluding the soul equipment inside, its value on the surface was at least higher than the 3 items on display on the first floor. Ness stood beside the container and began to think. Then, he realized that the more he thought, the more inspiration he had. It wasn't just bait or demon's fleshy tentacles. He also thought of several creatures with similar fleshy tentacles. Among them, the most valuable was the void fisher, and the least valuable was the heart tentacle of a certain ghoul. Now he was in a dilemma. What exactly was this fleshy tentacle? Similar situations did not only occur with the fleshy tentacles. There were many similar displays on the second floor. Only a portion of the organs were displayed, and there were no obvious characteristics. It was quite difficult to determine the value of these organs. In the end, Ness could only ask Cantor for help. However, Cantor could not recognize all of them. At most, he was better than Nessie. Cantor also noticed that there were more organs on the second floor of the second floor. For example, there was a 2-meter-long arm covered in white fur. Cantor recognized that it was the arm of a snow monster from the Northern Territory. Cantor was lucky to be able to recognize many organs that were not native to the southern region. The combined efficiency of the two of them was not that fast. Forget it, I'll just stay here as long as I can. At worst, I'll just kill another hunting sequence. In the end, Ness gave up. It didn't matter if he exceeded the time limit. After turning on the selection mode, Ness did not forget to ask Reynolds, "Is the limit of 3 items on the second floor also?" Reynolds thought for a moment and nodded. "It should be 3. Ness sighed. "I'm not going to follow the rules if I'm not worried about the magic array." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from the spirit bond. "Not 3. You can only take 2 here." "Angor? It's me. I heard your conversation. You can only take 2 items from the second floor." "How did you know?" "I saw it, of course." "Saw it?" Ness immediately thought that Angor must have found it through the magic array. But he soon realized something was wrong. Angor mentioned that the branch control node he was in only allowed him to control the runes on the first floor. But how did he find out the information about the second level of the magic array? By the way, there's a container on the metal table behind you. You've been standing there for about a minute. Angor's voice came again. Ness looked at Angor and saw the fleshy tentacle Angor was pointing at. That's the tentacle of a phantom demon. They can sense malicious intentions from the outside world by swaying their tentacles. It's an organ that can make up for a lack of scouting ability. It should be quite valuable. Ness looked at the soft fleshy tentacles in the container as a thought and a doubt arose in his mind. So it really is a phantom demon's tentacle. But how did you know I've been standing there for a minute? Like I said, I saw it. Turn your head 45 degrees to the left, and look up. Cantor and Reynolds also looked at Angor's direction. They saw Angor pointing at the door of the showroom. At this moment, an eye of authority was hanging above the door of the showroom, winking at Ness. When did this eye of authority appear? Reynolds exclaimed. Ness glanced at Reynolds. You shouldn't be surprised about when it showed up. Is it under Angor's control? It's me. Angor nodded while controlling the eye of authority. He also released a green light. I'm using it to see what's going on here. Ness approached the eye of authority and asked curiously, how did you do it? Are you sure you want to hear it now? You have 3 minutes left. After that, 4 rune nodes will be triggered. 3 of them should be the hunting sequences you encountered before, and the last one seems to be some kind of switch for long-distance communication. In other words, if they exceeded the time limit, not only would they have to face the hunting sequences, but they might also be discovered by other people. It would be easy for Ness if he only encountered the hunting sequences. But if he was discovered by other people, he might not be able to get anything from the lower floors, especially the information he wanted the most. Ness thought that he could buy some time, but he knew he couldn't do that now. He quickly returned to the showroom table and continued his selection. Angor briefly explained his situation to Ness while Ness was carefully sifting through the candidates. Earlier, Ness asked Angor to check if they triggered any magic arrays on the first floor. Angor found something interesting during the process. The showroom on the first floor and the showroom on the second floor were opposite each other. In other words, the ceiling of the showroom on the second floor was the floor of the showroom on the first floor. More interestingly, there was a hidden mechanism called the Eye of Authority between the 2 showrooms. There were 2 Eyes of Authority, one for the showroom on the first floor, and the other for the showroom on the second floor. Since the Eyes of Authority were located in the same mechanism, Angor found an opportunity to use them. When the door to the showroom on the second floor was opened, the Eye of Access was activated, which gave him the chance to take control of it. That was how this happened. Angor was at the sub-control node on the first floor, but he was able to see what was happening on the second floor with the Eye of Authority. Is this a loophole in the design? Ness asked through the spirit bond as he sifted through the items on display. Cantor said, perhaps this was a design all along. But Angor's appearance turned it into a loophole. It's possible. After all, not everyone can break a magic array like this. Ness suddenly thought of something. Since you can control the Eye of Authority, can you stop it from glowing? That way, we can stay in the showroom longer. I can stop it from glowing, but that doesn't mean it won't trigger the rules of the showroom. They're 2 completely different systems. Angor's meaning was clear. He could control the Eye of Authority, but he couldn't control the rules of the magic arrays on the second floor. Then how did you find out that we can only take 2 items? I already told you. I saw it with my Eye of Clearance. It took Ness a while before he realized what Angor meant. He didn't use the sub-control nodes on the first floor. Instead, he used the Eye of Permission to observe the runes on the second floor of the showroom. Ness was impressed by Angor's ability. As time passed, the 3-minute countdown began. Since Ness didn't recognize most of the items, he chose the tentacle of a phantom demon and the arm of a snow monster from Northern Territory. The snow monster arm was meant for Angor, and it was up to Nausicaa whether she wanted it or not. Angor didn't like the crab pincers Ness used on the first floor, but it was more human-like. Maybe Nausicaa would accept such a powerful arm? Sunders also used the scythe-like arm of a phantom mantis, so his hands were usually just mimicry. From an aesthetic point of view, it was acceptable. After choosing their items, they prepared to leave the showroom. Angor's voice came from their spirit bond. Remember to take this Eye of Authority with you when you leave. Ness didn't ask why. He controlled one of his soul arms and took the Eye of Authority out of the showroom before the time limit was up. Standing outside the closed door of the showroom, Ness asked, "Are you planning to use this Eye of Authority to expand your vision?" "Yes. I can only control this Eye of Authority. However, rather than using it as my eyes, I actually have a small idea." "Another idea? What is it?" About 10 minutes later, Ness and the others found themselves standing in front of a narrow corridor. Although they had yet to step into this corridor, the sense of danger in their souls had already begun to frantically warn them. They couldn't go in. They couldn't. Ness didn't know what the danger was, but he was sure that this ordinary-looking corridor was the source of the danger. Even Cantor had a serious look on his face. Reynolds, on the other hand, hid a few meters away and said in horror, "This is the forbidden corridor. You must not enter." "Forbidden corridor?" Ness looked at him in confusion. Reynolds explained, "Everyone in the lab knows that this is the forbidden corridor, which contains the most dangerous traps. It's a forbidden area left behind by the creator of the lab. Even the top 3 sequences are not allowed to enter." Hearing Reynolds' words, Ness' face turned gloomy. He said word by word in the spirit bond, "Is this the small idea you mentioned?" Even through the spirit bond, Angor could tell that Ness was gnashing his teeth in anger. "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this is the sub-control node for the 2nd floor of the magic array. You're letting us in?" "Not all of you. Just pick one of you. Remember to take the Eye of Access." "You want us to take the Eye of Access because you want to see the sub-control node?" "That's right. Don't worry. This corridor is dangerous, but I'm here. Nothing will go wrong." He was smart enough not to give a yes or no answer. Instead, he asked, "Which one of you is going? Wizard Ness or Mr. Cantor?" "Why not Reynolds?" Ness seemed to be enjoying this conversation. "He can go. Give him the Eye of Access, and I'll tell him where to go." Ness really wanted to give the Eye of Access to Reynolds, but Reynolds had more important things to do. If Reynolds went in the wrong direction, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself. As Ness hesitated, Cantor reached out and took the Eye of Authority from Ness's hand. With a light tap of his finger, the Eye of Authority flew up and circled around Cantor. "I'll go." Cantor paused. "I know a little about runes." "Well, at least better than Wizard Ness." Ness frowned. "Don't drag me in. I'll go first. I want to see what's so special about this magic array." With that, Cantor slowly walked down the corridor. After entering the corridor, Cantor could confirm that it was indeed very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause the power of the entire magic energy array to reflect on him. With Cantor's ability, he could barely protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed. However, with Angor's guidance, Cantor was able to move forward without a hitch. In Ness's eyes, Cantor looked like he was just taking a stroll. He easily walked to the end of the corridor. There was a door at the end of the corridor. Angor asked Cantor to stop for a moment while he carefully inspected the runes around the door. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with the runes. However, when he thought about the hidden trigger point on the 1st floor, he decided to check it again and again. Finally, he found a trigger point on the inside of the door handle. He told Cantor where the trigger point was, and Cantor would find a way to avoid it. A few seconds later, Cantor successfully entered the door and finally saw the bright, complicated mageweb projection that resembled the Milky Way. The world of runes was like a trap full of temptations. The more one looked at it, the easier it would be to fall into it. Especially for someone like Cantor, who only knew a little about runes. If he kept studying them, he would lose himself in the colorful lights. He would think he knew everything, but in reality, he would gain nothing. He might even lose his mind. With Cantor's experience, he naturally understood that this was a consequence of having insufficient aptitude and foundation. Hence, he quickly retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the mageweb projection. "What do we do next?" Cantor asked. Nothing for now. Let me take a closer look at the runes, Angor quickly replied. Cantor nodded. He let the Eye of Authority float in the air and gave it some mana so that it could look around freely. Cantor did not dare to look at the rune projection for fear of losing his mind. Instead, he looked around and saw a transparent box that looked like a coffin. Inside the box was a tall mechanical puppet. Cantor immediately recognized the puppet from the runes on its face. Hunter number 4. I didn't know the first level of the Hunter number 1 was inside a magic array node. Not long ago, when they encountered Hunter number 18 and Hunter number 19 on the first level, Reynolds told them about the Hunter number 19's position in the lab. According to Reynolds and some other low-level personnel, Hunter number 1 was known as the Merciless Enforcers. Anyone who violated the lab's rules would be eliminated by them. Whenever Hunter number 1 went out, he or she would definitely cause death, which was why they were called merciless. However, Reynolds also mentioned that Enforcers was just their title. The high-level personnel in the lab called Hunter number 1 scavengers. As for why, Reynolds did not know. Another thing was related to the Hunter number 1, which was that there were 20 Hunter number 1 in total. The higher the Hunter number 1 was, the stronger they were. However, there were only 6 to 20 active hunting sequences in the laboratory. The top 5 hunting sequences had never appeared since the establishment of the laboratory. Reynolds even guessed that the Hunter number 5 might not exist, or that the Hunter number 5 was not in the southern wizarding region at all. He did not expect that the top 5 hunters were actually hidden in the sub-control nodes of the magic array. The mechanisms on their bodies were connected to the trigger points of the magic array. They were the guardians of all the sub-control nodes. Once someone intruded, they would definitely be attacked mercilessly. Unfortunately, they ran into Angor, who was an expert in runes. Not only did they avoid the trigger point, but they were also criticized by the outsider. Hunting sequence number 4 was a creation of mechanical alchemy. There were also some magewefts on its body, but compared to the ones on the wall, the ones on its body were much friendlier. Even Cantor could understand a thing or two. While Angor studied the control nodes on the wall, Cantor began to study the hunting sequence. About 15 minutes later, Cantor came back to his senses. Judging from the runes on the mechanical puppet's shell, Cantor could roughly tell that it was a wizard-level puppet. Previously, they had thought that there were only 3 official wizards in the laboratory, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Killing Sequence 4 was already at the wizard level. It was estimated that the higher-ranked ones had sorcerer-level combat power. In other words, there were at least 7 adept-level combatants in the laboratory. It seemed that this laboratory had a lot of resources. As expected of a place from the origin world. As for the other parts of the mechanical marionette, such as its abilities, Cantor couldn't figure it out. A wizard-level mechanical puppet was already very valuable. It was too bad that it was connected to the magic array. Otherwise, Cantor would really want to take it away. Cantor had finished studying the puppet and looked back at Angor. He noticed that Angor, who represented the Eye of Authority, was still immersed in the runes. Angor would approach the runes from time to time. Normally speaking, the runes would repel all intruders, but the Eye of Authority did not react at all. This meant that Angor had completely grasped the timing of the energy flow inside the runes. He could move within the runes without triggering them. To Cantor, this was inconceivable. Cantor did not even have the ability to observe the runes for a long time. Yet Angor was able to do this with the Eye of Authority. Cantor could only say that the younger generation would surpass the older generation. A master alchemist recognized by the R&D department was not someone to be trifled with. I don't think number 03 has realized who just entered her lab. Cantor silently prayed for number 03. Number 03 didn't know that Angor was here. If she did, she wouldn't have stayed inside the wave mechanics head so calmly. Finally, Angor heard something from Cantor's side. It's just as I thought. Angor spoke through their spirit bond. Before Cantor could ask, Ness, who had been waiting outside, spoke first. What's going on inside? What's going on? I can't control the sub-control nodes on the 2nd floor right now. But I found something important. What is it? Something that leads to the main control node. Angor wanted to use the Eye of Authority to check the sub-control nodes on the second floor because he wanted to verify an idea he had. He wanted to see if he could find the main control node. There could be multiple sub-control nodes in a magic array, but there had to be a main control node that could control the overall situation. Normally, the sub-control nodes and the main control nodes would interact with each other in some way. However, Angor could only see the sub-control nodes on the first floor. He could not tell which runes led to the main control node. He needed more evidence to support his theory. And he could use the other sub-control nodes to support his theory. Now, Angor got what he wanted from the sub-control nodes on the second floor. He did see the runes that were connected to the main control nodes on the first floor. He was sure that the runes were all connected to the main control node. I'm sure it's possible to find the main control node from the sub-control nodes. Now that you've seen the sub-control nodes on the second floor, can you find the main control node? It's not easy to find the main control node with only 2 sets of data. It'll take a lot of work. But if I can see the sub-control nodes on the third floor, I'll be more confident. Angor's meaning was clear. If they wanted to find the main control node, they had to use the Eye of Authority to check the sub-control nodes on the third floor. Should they do it? Both Cantor and Ness did not hesitate at all. Yes. As long as they could find the main control node, they would be able to see all the secrets hidden in the lab. Their safety would also be greatly guaranteed. Angor might even be able to control the magic array. Alright. Let's go to the sub-control nodes on the third floor. Will the Eye of Authority block our vision when we go to the third floor? Ness asked. No. Angor shook his head. Then let's go now. Sure. But before that, I need Mr. Cantor to do something for me. What is it? Cantor was surprised. Suppress the information barrier between the second and third floor. Without doing so, Angor would not be able to talk to Cantor even if he could see the third floor with the Eye of Authority. Cantor looked at the dazzling runes on the wall and gulped. After a while, Cantor hesitated. Let me try. In the end, Cantor successfully suppressed the information barrier and walked out of the corridor. His face was pale, and his wrinkled forehead was covered in sweat. Cantor didn't say anything, but from these details, Ness could tell that Cantor must have gone through a great deal of torture to suppress the information. Ness was glad that he was not the one who entered the sub-control node. If a top-tier truth-finder wizard like Cantor was so pale, Ness would at least feel weak in the knees. If his legs really went soft and he couldn't walk, then it would be very embarrassing. They walked in silence for the rest of the journey. Angor was trying to figure out the location of the main control node with 2 pieces of evidence. Ness did not want to talk to Cantor. Cantor looked too pale right now. They walked until they reached a narrow path that was even narrower than the one in the sub-control node. The path was crooked, and there was a corner not far ahead. Ness used his spirit feelers to check and found that they would run into a wall about 10 meters away. In other words, this path was a dead end. Are you sure this is the right way to go to the third floor? Ness asked Reynolds. Reynolds nodded. I'm sure. Ness opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought about the situation between the first and second floors, he decided not to say anything. In any case, Reynolds was the local tyrant. They just had to follow him. The path was not long. Soon, they reached the end of the path. Wait here for 10 seconds, Reynolds said. 10 seconds later, Reynolds led everyone back and stopped at the entrance of the small path, waiting for another 10 seconds. When they took another turn, they saw that the end of the path was no longer a wall. Instead, there was a long flight of stairs that led downwards. It's the same as the first 2 floors. Ness said. So we have to go back. Is this some kind of trap? Reynolds scratched his head. I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyway, we have to walk like this to get to the next floor. It's the same for the third and fourth floors. Angor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Actually, there are no stairs connecting each floor of the lab. Huh? What do you mean? The first floor to the second floor, and the second floor to the third, are all independent. There's no direct path connecting them. Then what's with the path we're on now? I call this path tentacle. It's the tentacle of the giant laboratory. Or, you can call it the external corridor. Cantor and Ness thought of the same thing at the same time. Before entering the lab, they used their spirit feelers to scan the place and got a general idea of how it looked like. Back then, they found that the lab was surrounded by square tentacles. Now it seemed that the path they were on was actually one of the tentacles. They had to wait for 20 seconds before the entrance to the third floor appeared. It was because the tentacles were moving from the second floor to the entrance leading to the third floor. So that's how it is. Then if someone discovers that we're in the tentacles, wouldn't they just cut off the tentacles and bury us underground? Ness said. Can you not jinx it? Cantor asked. Angor put on a serious look. What Wizard Ness said is very likely to happen. I think the lab did this just to be safe. If something goes wrong, they can just cut off the tentacles and separate the floors from each other. Because of this, they were not safe. If someone noticed their intrusion, they could easily cut off the tentacles connecting the floors. If they wanted to leave, they would have to go through the entire magic array. Thinking of this, Ness had a bad premonition. Whoever built this lab must have some kind of persecutory paranoia. Why are they so strict? Ness couldn't help but curse. He had to find the main control node as soon as possible so that he wouldn't get caught. Once he found the node, he would gain a certain level of authority over the magic array. With that in mind, Ness quickly stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor. The others quickly followed. When they reached the third floor, Angor used his eye of clearance to observe the runes around them and guided them to the sub-control node. As for the showroom, there was no need to worry about it. Personal gains could wait. They moved quickly on the third floor and ignored all the rooms they came across along the way. They were only looking for the sub-control node. However, there was still a little accident on the way. They ran into someone who stopped them. For the first time since they entered the lab, they ran into people. And it wasn't just one person. There were 3 of them. And Reynolds knew all 3 of them. Fong, Ling, and Sickle. Reynolds looked at them blankly and spoke their names in a soft voice. However, it was clear that they didn't agree with the names. They looked at them with cold eyes and didn't react at all. Judging from their appearances, the 3 of them were all men. They were wearing silver-white base uniforms. They stood tall and had a rather imposing aura. There were also numbers on their faces. However, their number tattoos were different from those on 03 or the hunting list. Instead, they looked more like Reynolds. On the left was an X, and on the right was a number. From left to right, their numbers were X5, X9, and X2. When they saw this X, everyone understood that what appeared in front of them was the same experimental subject as Reynolds. Previously, Reynolds had said that there were 9 experimental subjects like him who had survived. Over the years, in the process of carrying out missions, collecting intelligence, and assassinating, another 4 had died. Excluding Reynolds, there were only 4 left. And they ran into 3 of them. Number 1, you've broken the rules by bringing people into the laboratory twice in a row. You must come with us to see the Lord, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The one speaking was X9. His eyes were white, and as he spoke, a faint chill escaped from his mouth. Although X5 and X2 did not speak, from their cold and disgusted expressions, it was obvious that they were on X9's side. Clearly, although they were experimental subjects like Reynolds, they did not have the freedom of thought that Reynolds did. They had been completely brainwashed. Under the gazes of the 3, Reynolds lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, he said, Ling, I've told you before that I'm not number 1. I'm Reynolds. X9, the man Reynolds called Ling, heard Reynolds' words. His gaze wavered slightly, but in the end, he regained his indifference. Looks like you're still stubborn. Don't blame us for what happens next. After saying this, X9 did not speak any further with Reynolds, and immediately got into an attacking stance with X5 and X2. However, just as Reynolds thought that they would attack him, he found that they had turned around and fled. The aura they had built up earlier vanished in an instant. Reynolds was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what was going on. Reynolds believed that the 3 of them were similar to the shadow fiend on the second floor. They were also here to ambush him. However, the three of them were different from the shadow fiend. They had good eyesight and independent judgment. As experimental subjects who had survived, the most important thing they did was to gather information. With their knowledge, how could they not recognize Cantor and Ness? One was a famous soul magus, while the other was the leader of a hidden family. Even if they were to face one of them, they would not be able to win, let alone face both of them. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to ambush Reynolds. Thus, the best way was to escape and ask for help. However, the possibility of escaping in front of an official magus was quite low. Cantor and Ness did not even move. Instead, they had the skeletal knight step forward and block the three of them on its own. Perhaps it was because they were only facing the skeletal knight, but they did not completely lose hope. They all brought out their greatest battle strength, hoping to defeat the skeletal knight and escape. Unfortunately, the one controlling the skeletal knights was Ness. With his absolute strength, it only took him less than 2 minutes to pin the three of them to the ground. However, this did not mean that they were not strong. If they were placed in the Rising Star competition, they would have the qualifications to compete for the title of Supernova. Furthermore, there were some shining points in their battles, such as soul equipment. Their soul equipment were all different. Reynolds called the X9 Ling because he could use the soul equipment to control a large amount of cold air and act as a controller in battle. X5 was also known as Fong. His soul equipment materialized into a green dagger that could cut through the soul and inflict soul poison on others. It could weaken the opponent in battle. As for X2, who Reynolds called Sickle, he was the strongest of the three. He pulled out a pitch-black, long-handled sickle from his soul land, and clashed head-on with the skeletal knight with wide-open movements. In the beginning, he even managed to cut off the skeletal knight's head, which showed just how violent its attacks were. However, the skeletal knight's soul was inside, so when its head was cut off, it was actually its helmet that was cut off. It did not affect it much. The three of them had weakening, control, and strong attacks. This was already a perfect team. They had the strength to fight any powerful apprentice. Even the champions of the Rising Star competition, Onassis and Trom, would have a certain chance of being defeated by this team. If the three of them worked together, it would be easy for them to capture Reynolds. However, when Reynolds returned this time, there were two super powerhouses by his side. After capturing the three of them, Ness immediately sealed their souls, making them unable to move from the inside out. According to Reynolds, they had hidden a suicide switch on their bodies. If they failed the mission, they would immediately commit suicide. He did this just in case. After sealing their souls, Ness began to interrogate them through their souls, trying to get more information. However, the information they gave was not more than Reynolds. This was normal. Reynolds' rank was higher than theirs, so he definitely knew more than them. The only information they got was that they were indeed here to ambush Reynolds. Moreover, they had been stationed here since 3 days ago. The moment Reynolds appeared, they would be the first to be captured. It was worth mentioning that the one who sent them here was number 03, and they did not know about the shadow demons on the second floor. Of course, this did not mean that the shadow demons on the second floor were not here to ambush Reynolds. According to various signs, it could be inferred that the one behind the shadow demons was number 02, the shadow wizard who was good at hiding and ambushing. Number 03's people did not know about the ambush set up by number 02. This could be because number 03 did not inform them, but it could also be that number 03 did not know about the ambush set up by number 02. If it was the latter, then it would be interesting. Number 03 wanted to capture Reynolds, and number 02 also wanted to capture Reynolds, but they were both doing their own things in secret. If this was the case, it meant that Reynolds had something they coveted. For example, talent of luck. Of course, this was just a guess. It was hard to say if it was true. However, if it was true, number 01 might also be after Reynolds. Perhaps he had also set up an ambush somewhere. This was all the information that the three of them knew. They had been hiding nearby for the past few days and did not ask about anything else. They did not even know that all the combatants had left. Ness also asked them about the whereabouts of the researchers on these floors, but they didn't know anything about it either. In order not to waste time, Ness did not ask any more questions. However, Reynolds thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know where Song is?" The three of them were silent for a moment. In the end, X9 said, "We don't know. You should know better than us that she rarely appears in the lab. Maybe she's doing a mission outside." Reynolds nodded and did not say anything else. After the questioning, it was time to think about how to deal with the three of them. Reynolds took the initiative to plead with Ness. Even if their personalities were incompatible, he could not bear to see his former companions die in front of him. After thinking for 2 seconds, Ness decided not to kill them. Instead, he placed them in his exile space and locked them up. It wasn't that Reynolds' pleading had worked. It was just that Ness was very interested in soul equipment. These 3 people were the last successful test subjects that the lab had carefully selected. They might be of help to his future research on soul equipment, so he spared their lives. They did not run into any other danger. They continued to follow Angor's guidance and looked for the sub-control nodes of the 3rd level. On their way, Ness asked Reynolds out of curiosity, "Who's this song you mentioned when you asked them?" "She's X3. Reynolds' voice was slightly low, and his mood was inexplicably low. "Is that the one you mentioned that can control sea beasts?" Ness remembered that Reynolds had specifically mentioned X3 when introducing his fellow experimental subjects. He had said that her soul equipment could control large sea beasts to a certain extent, making her the most unique existence among all the experimental subjects. "Yes." Reynolds continued, "Her ability is very dangerous. She can control sea monsters, so her job is to patrol nearby areas. Half of the ships that wander into the fog zone will be devoured by the sea, while the other half will be sunk by the sea monsters under her control. You need to be careful if you run into her." Ness raised an eyebrow. Controlling sea monsters to drive away outsiders in the fog zone was indeed a powerful ability. Even if she could not control wizard-level sea monsters, in the harsh environment of Devil's Water, a common sea monster could easily capsize a freighter guarded by a supernatural. X3's ability is to control sea monsters. When we came here, there were very few sea monsters around. Maybe X3 went to the nest with the other combatants and lured the sea monsters away. This was only Ness' guess. But considering the current situation, it might be true. "Hey, Reynolds, it sounds like you care about her a lot." Reynolds considered for a moment and nodded. "Yes. She used to be my best friend, and we share the same ideals. But she was brainwashed by the lab." In short, Reynolds and X3 used to be soulmates. However, X3 abandoned her old ideals and embraced the blind loyalty of Sei. This was a huge blow to Reynolds. Sometimes, one would not mind losing something if it did not exist in the first place. But if it existed in the first place, it would be hard to accept losing it. No one commented on Reynolds and X3's past. They only talked about it briefly. Next, they did not talk about X3. Instead, they continued to walk through the corridors of the 3rd floor, looking for their final destination. Soon, they arrived at a spacious corridor. This was not the sub-control node, but there was a door that Ness was curious about. The showroom. The showroom on the 3rd floor was right in this corridor. They were looking for the sub-control node, but they passed by this place. "Are you going in?" Angor noticed the sign on the door and turned around to look at Ness. Ness shook his head without hesitation. "Not now. We can wait until we find the sub-control node." Ness was eager to see the showroom, but he also understood the current situation. They were not completely safe. Once they found the sub-control node and helped Angor determine the location of the main control node, Ness could finally think of something better. Even though they saw the door of the showroom, they still skipped it. Ness forced himself not to look at the showroom, while Cantor stared at the door as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, Cantor picked up the Eye of Authority and asked Angor, "Speaking of which, have you ever thought about getting a soul equipment?" "No need," Angor replied without hesitation. Angor was interested in soul equipment. However, he needed an organ transplant in order to get one. This was why he refused. He was not against organ transplants. It was just that Sunders once mentioned that it was better not to do any organ transplants until the projected bloodline was completely cleared. Transplanting organs from other creatures would result in rejection. If not handled properly, it could even contaminate one's bloodline. whether a projected bloodline could be contaminated was not known yet. Normally speaking, a mixed bloodline could lead to the collapse of the body. Of course, there were ways to eliminate the drawbacks of mixed bloodlines. Bloodline users could use spells, while non-bloodline users could use runes or potions. However, Angor's projected bloodline was the first in the southern wizarding region, so it was better to be careful. With this in mind, Angor would not choose to transplant a soul equipment even if he was interested in it. Cantor said, "I've heard something about you from Saunders." He didn't say it explicitly, but you don't want an organ transplant because you don't want to contaminate your bloodline, right? Angor nodded. You've fallen into a trap. If you're afraid of contaminating your bloodline, why don't you choose an organ that won't contaminate your bloodline? Angor was surprised. There's such an organ? This time, it wasn't Cantor who spoke, but Ness. It seems that the time you spent in the ruins wasn't enough. I'm training my illusionary abilities. Organs that can contaminate your bloodline usually overlap with a human body's organs. In other words, the organs must enter the body's circulation if you want to use them. For example, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, limbs. These are all natural organs of the human body. If you transplant an external organ, it must enter the body's circulation in order to use it, which may contaminate your bloodline. But some organs that don't exist in the human body, or those that only rely on energy circulation, will not enter the body's circulation. You can transplant these organs. In fact, it's not a transplant. It's a special item that's embedded in your body, and you can replace it at any time. For example, the phantom whiskers of the white knight butterfly don't exist in the material world. They're a product of energy, and they can't contaminate your bloodline. Also, the exoskeleton of the snake widow. It's an external skeleton used for defense, and it doesn't enter the body circulation. Angor was surprised by Ness' explanation. This was the first time he heard about this kind of organ transplant. If he could replace it at any time without contaminating his bloodline, it would be perfect for him. Of course. Organs that don't enter the body's circulation usually don't work well. For most wizards, these organs are worse than their own alchemy items. They don't look good on you at all. That's what I thought too. However, although this type of organ doesn't have a good reputation, I think it suits you very well. You don't need them, but you can try soul gear. Souls without soul manipulators are weak, and it'll be great if you can have a soul gear to protect you. So you think my soul is weak, Wizard Ness? The Eye of Authority slowly turned around and stared at Ness. Ness couldn't see Angor's expression, so he couldn't tell whether Angor was being sarcastic or not. Ness thought for a moment, then said, "Your soul has a very special property. It's even immune to most soul attacks. But, can you really control this special ability?" Angor remained silent. The answer was clear. Ness briefly explained Angor's special soul and did not say anything else. After all, it involved Angor and Phantom Island's secrets. Your soul has a lot of potential, and it may become one of your trump cards against your enemies in the future. But before that, what you need to do is to study it, protect it, and prevent it from being destroyed by people who are proficient in the soul when it is weak, Ness said, and soul equipment may be able to protect your soul for a period of time. Angor didn't say anything, but he already had an idea in mind. So, when we go to the showroom on the 3rd floor, don't just focus on studying magic arrays. Pick one first, Cantor suggested. Angor considered. Soul equipment. I need more research. Angor didn't say yes directly, but his answer had already expressed his opinion. He didn't seem to care about soul equipment before, but now that he wanted to study it, it meant he was interested in it as well. Of course. I need to find out if there are any drawbacks. Otherwise, I won't transplant it so easily. It's related to your soul. They could see that Angor's request for soul equipment was changing. On their way, Ness and Cantor explained to Angor about some relatively simple transplantable organs that wouldn't enter Angor's internal circulation. Along the way, they followed the direction of the Mageweth and arrived in front of a pair of double doors. Are we going to make the control points clear this time? We don't need to go through the death corridor anymore? Ness asked as he looked at the gate. Angor shook his head. The runes are pointing this way, but I don't think it's the end of the branch control. Angor meant that the branch control might be somewhere else, but they didn't need to go through the corridor. Instead, they needed to use this room as a transfer point. Ness nodded. He didn't push the door open right away. Instead, he looked at Reynolds. Do you know what's inside? Reynolds seemed to recall something, and his expression was a little ugly. After a long time, he said, inside is a medical center. Are there any traps? No. Just open the door and go in, Reynolds said. There are no traps, and it's a medical center. What's wrong? Ness didn't understand. He shook his head and pulled the door open. After the door was pulled open, it gave off the same feeling as the showroom. A large amount of white frost filled the air. The cold air entered their noses and made them feel a bit uncomfortable. After a long while, the frost mist gradually dissipated. Everyone looked inside and were all stunned. There were many people inside. However, none of them were alive. They were dead people soaked in a pure cold liquid in nearly 100 transparent glass cylinders. These dead people floated in the cold liquid, all of them in the state they were in before they died. Some of them died as human beings, but most of them had their body parts mutated and turned into horrible monsters. Some were covered in green slime, some had tentacles all over their bodies, some had swollen stomachs and blood vessels, and so on. Their strange appearances alone would scare a normal person to death. They all had one thing in common. They all had an X tattoo on the left side of their face, while the number on the right side was random. Some had hundreds, some had 10, and some had only one digit. Reynolds was standing beside a corpse with a single digit on the right side of his face. Her serial number was X7. She was in human form and looked mature and beautiful. At least, she fit Ness's taste. However, her lower body was completely cut off and disappeared. She's G. She and I were on a mission to clean up defectors. She died together with the defectors, and I survived. She was brainwashed by the lab as well. But before she died, she seemed to have realized something. She told me that she envied me for having a name, and that many people agreed with my name. She also wished to have a name that people would agree with, even if it was only for a second. So, at the moment before she died, I gave her the name She. The name means a flower that will wither before it blooms. Reynolds lowered his head, as if he was narrating or muttering. It's also because of this that I'm very keen on naming my companions. For example, the sickle, ling, and the gu I mentioned earlier were all given to them by me based on their characteristics. Reynolds paused for a moment. Perhaps he wanted to say, but they don't seem to agree. There were very few subjects who awakened like Chi. Maybe the others would awaken before they died, but what good would that do? Everyone listened to Reynolds's narration. Although the story he told was not full of ups and downs, it was not as tragic as they had imagined. It was as plain as the story of a supporting character in a novel that could be brushed over with a single stroke. But it did help them understand something. Why did Reynolds insist on removing the sequence mark of a soul? He was even willing to work with Nausicaa to steal the information from the lab. It was because he wanted to find himself. Himself wasn't just a name. It was an idealistic me. Only when he found himself could he truly let go of his past and embark on the path to the future. He would seek the freedom he longed for. To him, this was more important than anything else. It was even more important than his life. Everyone had their own stories in this world. Even the minor characters in the Great Era had their own pasts. This was Reynolds' story. They might not be able to empathize with Reynolds, but at least they began to understand his beliefs. Reynolds' story made everyone fall into silence. It wasn't until a cracking sound was heard that everyone came back to their senses. When Reynolds raised his head, he noticed that Nessie, Cantor, and even the skeleton knight were nowhere to be seen. He looked closer and saw Ness moving quickly around a group of glass pillars. Cantor was standing in the distance, doing something unknown. Several seconds later, Ness stood in front of a glass pillar. Reynolds thought for a moment and walked over. "Sir, what happened?" Reynolds asked politely. Ness pointed at the person floating in the glass pillar and asked, "Who is he?" Reynolds looked up and saw a man with half of his body charred. At first glance, he looked similar to the other glass pillars around him, but upon closer inspection, He realized that the number sequence on this man's face was different from the others. Everyone else had an X on their left face and a number on their right. But this man had a 2 on his left face and a 3 on his right. Serial number 23. How can it be him? Reynolds exclaimed. Why is he here? Isn't he a doctor in the lab? Why did he die here? Dead? Ness sneered. He's not dead yet. As soon as Ness finished speaking, the man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Ness with his murky brown eyes. This pillar blocked out the aura. We didn't notice it earlier because we thought everyone here was dead. But this guy made some noise earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have noticed him. Nessie's words made Reynolds realize that the click sound just now was caused by number 23. Wah, 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 wah. Number 23 opened his mouth. He seemed to want to laugh wildly to express his arrogance, but under the cold liquid in the glass tube, not only did his laughter turn into a gurgling sound, he even choked on it. It took him a while to catch his breath. He had learned his lesson this time. He stopped laughing, but his gloomy expression didn't disappear. Number 1, I didn't expect you to be a traitor too. You should have been left here like the other goods. This is where you belong. Reynolds snorted. You're the one in the cage now. This is where you belong, not me. Number 23 stared at Reynolds with his gloomy eyes. It won't be long. You'll come in too. Reynolds suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard number 23's words. What do you mean? Number 23 smiled wickedly. What do I mean? You'll know soon enough. Keek keek keek. Reynolds looked at Ness worriedly, but Ness didn't say anything. He seemed to be waiting for something. A few seconds later, Cantor walked over from afar. Cantor didn't use the spirit bond to talk. Instead, he said directly, he must have activated a switch to send a message to someone else. The clicking sound was the sound of a switch being pressed. Since he had been seen through, number 23 did not try to hide it anymore. He covered his throat that was hurting from coughing and said, It doesn't matter even if you know. Soon, the enforcers and the hunters will be here. By then, you'll be finished. Hoo, is that so? Ness sneered. Unfortunately, your dream will soon be shattered. The enforcers should be your combatants. They've all gone to the nest. Looks like you don't know yet. That includes the 3 official wizards in your lab. Oh right, 03 didn't go, but he's already locked in the flame cage. As for the hunters, those mechanical puppets can't even scratch our itches. What can they do to us? Of course, if you have enough authority, you might know where the first 5 hunters are. Unfortunately, they're in the sub-control nodes of the magic array. They won't show up unless they're triggered. Nessie's words stunned number 23. He didn't know if Nessie was telling the truth, but since Nessie was able to point out the hunting list of the top 5, the possibility of it being true was quite high. Number 23 glared at Ness with his cold eyes. He was a doctor and a researcher in the medical center. He didn't know much about the southern wizarding world, so he didn't know who Ness was. However, judging from Ness's calm demeanor and disrespectful words to 03, number 23 knew that Ness wasn't weak. Maybe he was as strong as 03. In other words, Ness might be an official wizard. Number 23's face turned even uglier. It didn't matter if Ness was telling the truth or not. An official wizard breaking into the lab was no small matter. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. But even if they're not here, you can't escape. The honorable, great, invincible being is still asleep. Once he knows you're a threat, he'll wake up and punish you with the power of God. Number 23 spoke normally at first, but now, he sounded like a lunatic, as if he was a fanatic of an evil god. However, Cantor's words stopped him abruptly. The button is under your feet, isn't it? Cantor asked. It's connected to a block of runes. It will bypass all the glass columns and pass through the white metal door to the sub-control node. Then, through the feedback of the magic array, it will alert the others, right? Number 23 was stunned. How do you know? Cantor smiled. Of course. I know magic arrays. Oh, right. Your transmission has been cut off. Number 23 shook his head. That's impossible. Cantor shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing is impossible in this world. If you don't believe me, you can try stepping on the button under your feet. Number 23 hesitated for a second, but still pressed the button under his feet. Just as Cantor said, there was no response at all. Now you understand your situation. Alright, next, I'll ask and you'll answer. Number 23 wanted to refuse, but a sun and moon pattern appeared in Cantor's eyes. Number 23 stared at the pattern, his vision gradually became blurry, and he was about to be hypnotized. However, just as number 23's mind gradually froze, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. As the blood on the tip of his tongue spread out in the cold liquid, it seemed to have activated some kind of switch. Suddenly, a tadpole-shaped pattern appeared between his eyebrows. After emitting a burst of red light, number 23 screamed and lowered his head. Everyone, Reynolds, he seems to be dead. Ness, not seems to be, he's definitely dead. That symbol just now is the language of the Khazadar world. Forcefully breaking the hypnosis, but the price is death. Cantor looked at the dead number 23 and did not say anything. He only turned his head and looked at Reynolds. The brainwashing of your laboratory is quite deep. Number 23 was obviously very loyal to the laboratory. He was even willing to commit suicide, and was not willing to reveal any information. This caused Cantor to have some doubts. Since the brainwashing of the laboratory was so successful, could Reynolds really maintain his true self? Of course, Cantor did not suspect Reynolds. At least from the current situation, Reynolds did not have too many suspicious points, and there were no signs of brainwashing. Cantor was thinking about something else. Why didn't the laboratory brainwash Reynolds? This was back to the previous problem. The 2 consecutive ambushes were targeted at Reynolds. Reynolds, in the eyes of the laboratory's higher-ups, had a special status. Ness also thought of this point, but he did not say it out loud. But in his heart, he had a thought. When he was negotiating with 03, Reynolds did not show his face from start to finish. If Reynolds appeared, perhaps number 03 would use other methods to deal with him instead of passively hiding in the mechanics core. However, whether it was good or bad for Reynolds to show his face, this was still unknown. But the current situation was at least under control. While Ness was thinking, Cantor hurriedly walked out. We need to quickly find the sub-control node of the 3rd floor, or else we won't be able to control it. Cantor said quickly. Huh? Ness did not know what to say. It's not that easy to stop the transmission of information. I did as Angwar said and suppressed the speed of the transmission. But with my understanding of runes, the suppression will soon lose its effect. If we want to solve this problem, we need to find the sub-control node and go there to control the transmission. Ness's heart skipped a beat. He knew what Cantor meant. Once the information reached the ears of others, the consequences would be severe. Maybe the items in his showroom would be blocked, and then his profits would be gone. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The people in the laboratory might cut off the outer corridor in order to catch the intruder. If that happened, the 3rd floor would become an isolated island with no exit, and they would not be able to leave at all. Unless they could destroy the magic array, but it was not that easy to destroy such a large magic array. There was only one way to find the sub-control node and stop the transmission of information. A moment later, they found themselves standing in front of a corridor filled with water. This corridor was completely different from the ones they had been through before. The walls were made of a mercury-like substance, which looked like mirrors. In such a mirror-like corridor, there was a layer of water that flowed like veins. Due to the reflections on the walls, the corridor looked like an infinitely large pool of water. But in fact, it was about the same size as the other corridors. Are you sure the sub-control node is in there? Ness asked. The source of all runes is the deeper part of this corridor, Angwar explained. If there's no other way, the sub-control node is inside. Ness looked at Reynolds. Have you been here before? Reynolds shook his head. I didn't know there was such a corridor on the 3rd floor of the lab. Ness sighed and grumbled, I can't believe you've lived here for a few decades. Reynolds looked a little embarrassed. He did live here for decades, but that didn't mean he had been to every corner of the lab. Besides, they had to go through a bathroom belonging to a high-ranking sequence wizard to find this place. No one expected that there was a secret passageway behind the high-sequence Beyonder's bathroom. It could be said that this area was unknown to most of the laboratory staff. It belonged to the hidden snow region. Since he couldn't get any help from Reynolds, Ness ignored him and asked through the spirit bond, "What do we do next? Go inside?" Angor nodded. "We don't have much time left. We need to get inside and control the flow of information. Do you have any suggestions, Wizard Ness?" Ness said somewhat awkwardly, "I just feel that there's something wrong with the water in this corridor. Should I send the skeleton knights in first? There are runes in the water too." "Don't do that." Then, before Ness could say anything, Cantor took a step forward. "I'll go with Angor. I know a little about runes, and you don't know much about them." Ness immediately nodded. He had said so much because he did not want to move forward. Angor didn't want Ness to come with him anyway. They could just stay outside. "Are we going in now? Or should we wait for a while?" "Hold on a second." Using the eye of authority, he carefully scanned the corridor ahead. However, judging from Ness's evasive look and Cantor's serious expression, Lucien could tell that the corridor was giving them a lot of pressure. This was also a wizard's way of warning. Because of this, Angor stopped underestimating them and began to observe carefully. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. Cantor's expression turned grim. He was the one who had set up the Mageweth to slow down the transmission of information in the medical center. He could clearly feel that the effect was starting to wear off. In no more than 5 minutes, the Mageweth there would lose its effectiveness, and the message sent by number 23 would reach all the floors in an instant. When that time came, the magic array would be fully activated, which would be quite disadvantageous for them. Cantor was anxious, but he didn't dare to urge Angor. Angor was a rune master after all. Refraction, reflection, diffraction, scattering, and illusionary runes made of light, shadow, and mirror surfaces. The one who set up this corridor is very careful. Ness was stunned. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, Mr. Cantor. Let's go in. Just follow my lead. Don't use your mind to make decisions." Cantor didn't understand Angor's words at first. After following Angor's guidance for a few steps, he slowly understood what Angor meant. For example, there was a landing point that should be where the Mageweths gathered. Based on his past experience, even Cantor himself could determine the corresponding location. However, Angor pointed at a very crooked spot, which didn't seem to be where the runes were converging. Cantor hesitated for a while and finally chose to follow Angor's words. Everything was fine, which meant they were on the right path. This made Cantor a little confused. Why did his judgment fail? Angor didn't tell him the answer directly. Instead, he signaled Cantor to look at the wall. The mercury walls were all mirrors, and the true convergence point of the Mageweth was projected onto the walls through the mirrors. Cantor seemed to be standing at a crooked spot, but the hymn projected on the wall was actually at the correct spot. To put it bluntly, the runes here were the applications of light and mirror surfaces. If someone wasn't familiar with them, he or she would easily ignore the mirror surfaces and light, which would lead to a series of mistakes. Angor had been studying the mirror dimension for a long time, so he had a better understanding of light and mirror surfaces. Besides, he didn't forget what John taught him about physics. Even if some of the physical constants in this world were different from those on Earth, the properties of light were similar. Thanks to this knowledge, he was able to see through all the traps in the hallway in such a short time. With Angor's explanation, Cantor finally understood what was going on. Instead of relying on his own experience, he followed Angor's lead and moved forward step by step. While Angor and Cantor were heading to the sub-control node, Ness was still thinking about the conversation he had with number 23. Number 23 killed himself in the end, but that didn't mean they didn't get any useful information. What caught Ness' attention the most was a sentence mentioned by number 23, that noble, great, and invincible being is still sleeping. Once he realizes that you are a threat, he will wake up and punish you with his divine power. Judging from number 23's expression, he didn't make up those words on the spur of the moment. In other words, what number 23 said was very likely true. Once number 23's message was sent out, it might really attract the attention of a sleeping powerful being. Who was this hidden powerhouse that was given the prefixes of honorable, great, and invincible? By number 23, Nessie looked at Reynolds, who was floating in the air, and asked the question. I don't know who number 23 is talking about. Is there really someone like that in the lab? Reynolds looked confused. Why do I feel like you don't know anything? How did you manage to break in with Nausicaa and escape with your poor knowledge of the lab? Reynolds scratched his head and didn't know how to answer. He was quite familiar with the lab schedule, which was why he was able to get in so easily last time. However, this didn't mean Reynolds was familiar with all the secrets of the lab. Reynolds hesitated. Apart from the hidden areas and some forbidden areas, I'm quite familiar with the first 4 levels. But I never heard of any hidden powerful being. Maybe the one number 23 mentioned is hiding in the 5th level? Reynolds had only been to the 5th level once. It was reserved for the top 3 sequences. It was precisely because he rarely went there that Reynolds had a bigger imagination about that place. Reynolds, oh, right. Number 23 has an assistant, sequence number 91. I heard she's his wife. I don't know if it's true or not. But I'm sure they spend a lot of time together. Maybe she knows something. Then where do you think this number 91 is? Ness remained expressionless. I don't know. Then what's the difference between what you're saying and what you're saying? Ness rolled his eyes at Reynolds and ignored him. Instead, he fell into deep thought. As for the hidden being, Ness had a guess in his mind. Could number 23 be number 00? When he talked to number 03 outside, number 03 had never denied number 0's existence. However, because of Reynolds' influence, they assumed that even if number 00 existed, he wasn't in the lab. After all, there had been situations in the lab for decades, and it was always the top 3 sequences who came out to solve the problems. Number 00 had never appeared. He had always been a legend and had never shown up. Now that he thought about it, number 03 didn't say that number 00 had left. She just kept silent and didn't want to talk about it. Maybe number 00 was actually in the lab. After all, number 03 had obviously been egging them on when she learned that they wanted to go inside the lab. Maybe she felt that their entry would trigger number 00. If number 00 was really sleeping somewhere in the laboratory, then their actions had to be faster, and they had to be more cautious and secretive. They had to find the information and leave the lab as soon as possible to avoid being trapped like a turtle. 3 minutes after Cantor entered the mirror corridor, Ness received a message from Cantor through the spirit bond. The transmission block has been controlled. Number 23's message has been processed. About 10 minutes later, Cantor walked out of the mirror corridor with the eye of authority. What's going on inside? Ness quickly asked. Nothing. It's just like the sub-control nodes from before. Pure runes, Cantor replied. Did Angor find anything? Ness asked Cantor because the eye of authority was still closed. Angor was also silent through the spirit bond. Clearly, Angor had blocked all information from the outside world again. No details, Cantor replied. But Angor said he can try to find the location of the main control node. I think he's working on it now. Let's go to the showroom on this floor first. According to Angor, we can take 2 items from here. If we take more, we'll trigger the alarm. Ness nodded. It would be good for him to collect more items while searching for more information. Even if he couldn't find anything, he could still use these items to study soul gear. On their way back, Ness asked, is there anything else in the sub-control nodes apart from the runes? Is there a hunting sequence? Cantor nodded. Yes, the number 3 on the hunting list is sleeping inside. Ness said, in that case, there's a high-sequence mechanical marionette in every sub-control node. Yes, that's right. The first floor was the hunting sequence number 5, the second floor was the hunting sequence number 4, and the third floor was the hunting sequence number 3. According to this pattern, it was not difficult to deduce that the 4th floor was the hunting sequence number 2, and the 5th floor was the hunting sequence number 1. However, if they were to proceed according to this pattern, there would be a problem. There's a hunting sequence in each sub-control node. The higher the floor, the higher the sequence number, and the stronger it gets. What about the main control node? There were 5 sub-control nodes on the 5th floor. The top 5 hunters each guarded one. The main control node was obviously more important than the sub-control nodes. Was there a guardian in the main control node as well? Could it be the legendary hunter number 00? Ness felt a little uneasy. Cantor told Ness not to think too much about it. Even if there was a hunter number 00, he wouldn't be too much stronger than the other hunters. Cantor believed he could handle it. Even if hunter number 00 was a level 3 truth finder, Cantor believed he could still escape. Instead of worrying about hunter number 00, Cantor was more worried about the person who blurred Philo's memories. That existence might be the real hidden boss. A few minutes later, they returned to the medical center. Because they were in a hurry to find the sub-control nodes, they didn't spend too much time in the medical center. Now that they had time, they couldn't just skip it. A medical center like this would definitely have some experimental records. Finding these records might be of great help to Ness' research on soul equipment in the future. Reynolds was born in the medical center, so he was very familiar with the place. Under his guidance, Ness quickly found a stack of records. Most of them were medical records, while the rest were experimental records. They were all related to Hunter No. X, as well as his research on the compatibility of soul equipment. Although it was a little different from what Ness had envisioned, in theory, these records were related to soul equipment, so Ness still managed to learn something. Moreover, from the medical records, they also learned something. Hunter number 23 had voluntarily entered the cold liquid to recover a day ago, which was before the hunters went to the nest. The reason he needed to recover was because he had been attacked by a magical creature. However, the medical records didn't record what kind of magical creature it was. Ness guessed that it was a magical creature that specialized in using fire based on the burns on Hunter number 23. However, when Ness asked Reynolds if there were any similar magical creatures in the laboratory, Reynolds shook his head. Shaking his head didn't mean he didn't know. As far as Reynolds knew, most of the magical creatures in the laboratory were water-type creatures. There weren't any that specialized in using fire. However, since the laboratory required magical organs, it was normal to occasionally encounter fire-type magical creatures in the laboratory. The only downside was that they would be quickly dismembered. Since he couldn't be sure of the exact situation, and since it wasn't that important, Ness didn't pursue the matter any further. After collecting the relevant records, they left the medical center and headed towards the display room. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and they arrived at the display room without a hitch. Reynolds' access to the third floor was not restricted, and he was able to access the third floor's showroom. After entering the showroom, Ness quickly moved between the displays like before, searching for a target that caught his eye. "Is Toby there?" Cantor asked through their spirit bond. After a few seconds of silence, an emotionless snort came from the spirit bond. "Wake Angor up now. Tell him we're in the showroom now." "I'm here." Angor's voice was heard again. Cantor followed Angor's order and looked around. "You should take a look too. Maybe there's something suitable for you." Angor would have rejected Cantor's offer earlier. But after learning about the organs that didn't participate in the internal circulation, Angor began to think more about them. This was why Angor didn't refuse when Cantor told him to go to the showroom later. Cantor walked quickly. There weren't many organs in the showroom that didn't participate in the internal circulation. What about this? The exoskeleton from the back of an 8-legged spider. Cantor stopped in front of a metal platform on which a pure white bone was placed. The bone was covered with black cave-like holes, which proved its identity. Angor also saw the bone through his eye of clearance. He remembered reading about the 8-legged spider in Where to Find Strange Monsters, which was also known as the Bone Whip Spider Queen. "Is this its bone whip?" Angor asked. Cantor was surprised. "Oh, so you know about it? I thought you didn't know about it. It's rare in the southern wizarding region. Not many people know about it. I don't know what kind of properties it will give you, but from what I know, it's tough, malleable, and malleable. It can be long or short. Long ones can be used for whipping, short ones for binding. In a way, you can use it as your third hand, and it's more flexible than a real hand." Cantor was obviously very familiar with the 8-legged bony female spider, and his explanation was very professional. However, Angor was not interested in the exoskeleton of the 8-legged female spider. It wasn't that he didn't like whips. It was just that he had an ability similar to the bone whip, phantom limbs. Through phantom limbs, Angor could achieve the same effect as the exoskeleton, or even better. As long as Angor had enough energy, he could control the number and length of his phantom limbs. Of course, Angor didn't care about the exoskeleton since there were better alternatives. Of course, the exoskeleton of the 8-legged female spider also had advantages over the phantom limbs. For example, the exoskeleton contained a piece of soul equipment. Angor didn't know what soul equipment it was. Besides, if Angor really wanted to transplant an organ just for his soul equipment, it would be a bit of a waste of time. He still hoped that this organ could help him even if he didn't have any soul equipment. Angor told Cantor his idea. Cantor did not say anything and continued to search for the next non-circulatory organ. At this moment, Ness said, "I have 5 phobia fingernails here. Do you want to try them?" Phobia fingernails were a type of abyss demon. They were relatively weak, but they were the most feared demons in abyss dwellers. Phobia fingernails looked too similar to humans, and their horns were small. They could easily hide their horns with a hat or hair and blend into a group of abyss dwellers. Besides, phobia fingernails loved to eat the flesh of abyss dwellers. If a phobia fingernail managed to sneak into a abyss dweller's town, it wouldn't take long for the town to be devoured. Angor didn't see any phobia fingernails when he visited abyss dwellers. However, he heard that phobia fingernails were good at camouflage and learning. They were also born with the ability to manipulate people's minds. If someone wanted to transplant an organ from a phobia fingernail, it would be better to use skin or internal organs. In order to cast something similar to fear, the organ had to be involved in the internal circulation, or even the brain circulation. As for phobia fingernails, Angor didn't know what they could do. Was he ignorant and inexperienced? Angor glanced at Cantor to see if the knowledgeable Cantor had anything to say. Cantor remained silent for a few seconds and shook his head. "It's pointless. Maybe it can make your fingernails sharper?" Sharper fingernails weren't a bad thing, but they would only be useful in melee combat. Bloodline wizards were more suitable for such things. But if bloodline wizards really wanted to transplant organs, they wouldn't choose a fingernail. They would just go for an arm. All in all, the fingernail was worthless. If the soul gear inside the fingernail was powerful enough, it could earn him some points. But he couldn't tell what kind of soul gear it was. So, Angor gave up. He didn't want to gamble. Ness didn't say anything. If he were in Angor's position, he would give up on the fingernails as well. Instead of talking about the fingernails, he changed the topic. "Hey, Angor, how's your research going? Do you have any information about the main control node?" Cantor paused for a few seconds after hearing Ness's question. Reynolds stood still and listened attentively. He also wanted to know where the control node of the laboratory was. "I'm still searching for it. But I'm sure the node isn't on the 2nd or 3rd levels. So the node is on the 4th or 5th level?" "That's possible. But there are other possibilities as well. For example, there's another mezzanine in the lab. Or, the main control node is on the 1st level. Mezzanine or 1st level? Is that really possible?" Ness still didn't believe it. It's not easy to find the node right away. But it's easy to find which level it's on. Give me a few more minutes, and I'll be done. It only took them a few minutes to check everything on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Therefore, it wouldn't take too much time to lock onto which floor the main control node was on. "Then I'll wait for your good news. It's best if we can find the node before we run into other people. That way, we won't be hindered." They continued to wander around the room. 2 minutes later, Angor still didn't find anything he wanted. Organs that didn't enter the internal circulation system were relatively weak, and there weren't many of them. The exoskeleton of an 8-legged spider was the strongest one they saw so far. "We don't have much time. 1 minute at most, and the restriction will be lifted," Angor said. Before the time limit was up, Ness let out a sigh and randomly picked 2 items before leaving in a hurry. As for Angor, he had already given up on the 3rd level. Perhaps he could find the organs he needed in the lab further down. When everyone left the room, Angor bade them farewell and began to study the magic array. He tried to find the main control node through the 3 mezzanine nodes. Ness and Cantor went deeper into the lab. Following Reynolds' lead, they soon found the entrance to the fourth level. It was still a narrow corridor, but it was also an external corridor. They had to enter the corridor first before the spiral arm would move them to the entrance. Ness didn't enter the corridor right away because they hadn't met any researchers yet. According to Reynolds' explanation, the fifth level was reserved for the top 3 wizards, which meant no researchers could go there. There were no researchers in the first 3 levels, which meant they were most likely on the fourth level. In order not to alert Angor, Ness decided to wait and see if Angor found anything useful before making a decision. 10 minutes later, Angor's voice finally came from their spirit bond. I just checked the 4th and 5th levels, and I didn't find any runes on the core of the magic array extending downward. Only runes that aren't core runes, such as information transfer blocks, showed signs of going to the 4th and 5th levels. What does that mean? Cantor answered for Angor, it means the main control node isn't on the 4th or 5th level. So it's really on the 1st level? Very likely. By comparing the sub-control nodes on the 2nd and 3rd levels, I found a lot of main runes on the 1st level. He paused a little and continued, if it's really on the 1st level, it'll save us a lot of time to find the main control node. Since Angor was already on the 1st level, he knew the runes better than anyone else, so he could locate the main runes in the shortest time possible. If he was on the other levels, he would have to go down there himself or use the Eye of Access to check the runes. I'll check the main runes on the 1st level and see if I can find the main control node. Angor was a man of action, so he quickly blocked the spirit bond and began his search. Wait, Ness stopped him. Are you sure you didn't tell anyone about us? Ness was worried that their information had already been sent to the researchers here through the magic array. If that was the case, they would be locked down as soon as they stepped into the corridor. If that happened, the corridor would be cut off and they would be buried under the ground. Being buried under the ground was a better outcome. The worst outcome would be if the magic array backfired on them. So far, the magic array doesn't seem to be sending your message. But we've been in the lab for quite some time already. Maybe number 03 already knows where we're going. It wouldn't be a big deal if he guessed where it went. The only thing he was worried about was whether number 03 had any channels to contact the internal personnel. If she had already contacted him, then the situation that Nessie was worried about was very likely to occur. Wizard Philo hasn't activated the item I left for him, which means no. 03 hasn't come out of the fire zone yet. Even if she has a way to send a message, she hasn't done so yet. But Angor's right. Number 03 is probably suspicious now. It won't be long before she leaves the mechanics core. We have to leave the lab as soon as possible. Number 03 encouraged them to enter the lab, which meant she must have set up something inside. Even if she didn't, the magic array's backfire would still be terrible. They didn't have much time left. Keep looking for the main control node, Angor. Once you find it, we'll have a much easier time. If you can't find it, we'll have to find a way to leave this place when number 03 comes out. Got it. I'll try my best. With that, Angor went back to his research. Ness and Cantor stepped into the narrow corridor and headed to the entrance of the 4th floor. While they were working in separate directions inside the lab, number 03 was in a dilemma outside. It had been almost an hour. Through the mirror, she only saw Philo talking nonsense outside. Sunders and the others were nowhere to be seen. She didn't think they would show up after such a long time. She didn't even hear a single sound. She didn't think Sunders and the others would try to break into the lab since there was a magic array there. Unless they had the help of a rune master, they wouldn't be able to sneak in unnoticed. But now, she was a little uncertain. After not seeing them for so long, could they have really entered the laboratory? Maybe either Ness or Sunders knew something about runes? Or maybe they had other ways to get in without triggering the magic array, like using a mystery item. If that was the case, she had to leave the core as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do anything. This was especially true for the biggest mechanism in the laboratory. She had to leave the mechanic core and contact the people inside the laboratory. Only by working together could she activate it. Even if it was Sunders, she could still kill him. Well, she still couldn't kill him, but she would at least be able to fight back. Besides, once she activated the mechanism and waited for the others to come back, she would have a good chance of capturing Sunders. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that they had entered the laboratory, and she had to leave now. Of course, she could leave right now. But what if she was overthinking it? Sunders and the others didn't enter the lab. Instead, they were waiting for her in the mist. Should she leave the core, or should she wait? Wait for the others to come back so they could fight together. Number 03 tried to talk to Philo through the mirror to get information about Sunders and the others. However, Philo was a smart man. Occasionally, he would reveal information that she couldn't tell if was true or false. It looked more like he was trying to lure her away. If he was trying to lure her away from the core, it meant Sunders and the others were lying in ambush nearby. Number 03 felt like she was standing at a fork in the road. This fork would decide her fate and whether she could carry out Say's will. As she struggled, she looked at the bottle in her hand. The fruit core inside the bottle was still emitting a magical energy that made her want to swallow it. Maybe, she should try going out? If Sunders was really hiding outside, she could just swallow it. But if she did, she wouldn't be able to deal with Sunders. She didn't know what would happen to her. Number 03 looked at the fruit core and swallowed. She felt even more conflicted. Cantor and Ness sensed something different as soon as they set foot on the 4th floor. The first 3 floors were cold and desolate. They didn't sense any aura of death, but there were no living beings either. It was as if they were walking in a deserted wasteland. However, it was different on the 4th floor. Even though they had not seen a single person with their own eyes, the brighter lights, the different smells in the air, and the occasional rustling sound in the distance all indicated that there were people here, and there were. Many of them. Under Reynolds' lead, they walked forward for a short while before they saw traces of living people. At the end of the long and narrow corridor in front of him, several swaying figures appeared at the corner. Ness narrowed his eyes and looked at Cantor. Should we go directly or hide? Before Angor finds the control node, it's best if we can hide as much as possible. But how do you plan to do that? An evil smile appeared on Ness's face as he pointed at the silent skeletal knight. His meaning was self-evident. Hide? Naturally, he would use physical means to conceal himself. They could simply knock out the 2 people in front of them and sneak past them. Cantor felt the corners of his eyes twitching slightly after he understood Ness's plan. As expected, with Ness's behavior pattern, he would definitely choose such a hardcore and a reckless approach in disguise. Cantor sighed and reached out a finger. A mass of darkness began to gather at his fingertip. Not long after, the darkness covered Cantor's body and quickly spread, covering Nessie, Reynolds, and the enormous skeletal knight. When the darkness covered them, the 4 of them looked like human silhouettes with their own mosaics under the light. They looked even more conspicuous than before. Ness looked at Cantor and tried to send a message with his eyes. It's not night time yet. Let's just fight. However, they were all pitch black at the moment, and it was difficult to communicate with their eyes alone. However, Cantor had his reasons for using this ability. Even if Ness hadn't asked, he would have explained, don't stand in the middle of the corridor. There's light above. Walk along the wall. The light in the corridor came from above. If they walked in the middle of the corridor, they would be nothing more than a mosaic without any protection. However, Ness and Reynolds didn't see any point in walking to the side. The corridor wasn't spacious, and the light was enough to cover the entire corridor. If they walked to the side, the light would at most dim. They would still be discovered. While everyone was wondering, Cantor took the lead and walked to the wall. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. When Cantor reached the wall, his whole body melted into the environment, and not a trace of him could be seen. What's going on? Reynolds asked in confusion. As a soul, he could see with his naked eye, energy eye, and soul eye. Even so, he couldn't see Cantor at all. It's a small cantrip. Just a little bit of shadow can magnify the effect, Cantor explained. The corridor was also covered by light. However, due to the angle, there was always a faint shadow at the bottom of the corridor. Normally, these shadows wouldn't affect one's vision, but Cantor's cantrip used them to hide his body. With Cantor's demonstration, the others followed suit and leaned against the wall. Nice sensed the strange feeling of being covered by the shadow, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Is this the power of the shadow element? Cantor didn't answer directly. It's a gift from the night. With the shadow, their movements were much easier. Even if they saw someone in front of them, they didn't hesitate to walk over. Number 61 and 62. When they came to the corner, the first thing they saw was the backs of a few people who had just walked away and two people standing nearby. They were wearing silver-white uniforms with the numbers 61 and 62 on their faces. They're researchers. I don't know what they're researching. I don't usually interact with them, Reynolds said through the spirit bond. Researchers? Listen to what they're saying. Ness didn't hurry to leave. They had the cover of the shadows and their abilities were enough to hide the energy waves leaking out. Number 61 and 62 didn't stay put. Instead, they walked forward and talked. However, they did not know that there were a total of 4 figures hidden in the shadows beside them. Number 62 said, although number 47 said everything was under control and it's impossible for it to come to the 4th floor, I still feel uneasy. Number 61 said, don't worry. All the eyes of power on the 4th floor have been activated. It can't come in. Even if it does come in, it won't be a problem. Unlike the previous 3 floors, all the control panels on the 4th floor are under control. As long as it dares to come, even if we can't kill it in a short time, we can trap it and slowly grind it down with the magic array. When the high-sequence Beyonders come back, it'll be easy. As they spoke, they turned and walked into a room. Ness and the others didn't follow. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the magewiths in the room were shining brightly. Number 61 and 62 might have the authority to enter directly, but once they stepped in, they might be discovered by the magewiths. Ness looked at the shining magewiths in the room and sighed softly. The 4th floor may not be as easy as the previous floors. After a pause, Ness looked at Reynolds. Do you know what's going on with these magewiths? Reynolds was also looking at the activated magewith at this moment, and was stunned for a while before he said, this is a phenomenon of the mana array being fully activated. I remember that the last time this happened was when a combatant betrayed us. When the mana array is activated, there's almost nowhere to escape if you don't have the relevant authority. Ness frowned. In other words, as long as the magewiths are activated, we can't enter? Reynolds said, you have to have the authority to enter. Otherwise, you'll be locked by the magic array. The magic array identified energy, so as long as there was energy in the body, it would be locked immediately. Even a Truthfinder wizard couldn't escape. Only those who had mastered some special laws, or spatial wizards who were proficient in magewiths, could enter the activated area silently through the gaps between the magewiths. However, spatial wizards were rare, and those who were proficient in magewiths were even rarer. Moreover, the magic array here was set up by an enchantment warlock from the source world. In order to find the flaw in the magic array, one had to be at least as powerful as the person who set it up. The southern region was a place where enchantment warlocks were weak. It was basically impossible to find someone like that. Do you have the authority to enter? Reynolds shook his head. It's a temporary emergency. I don't have it. Reynolds sensed Ness' fighting spirit rising from him. He could guess what Ness was thinking, so he added, the authority can't be taken away. Even if we capture and control someone with the authority, they won't be of much use to us. The authority is engraved on the soul mark. Also, the authority is limited to one person. In other words, even if Reynolds controlled someone with the authority to enter the magic array, he would be the only one who could use that person. Reynolds couldn't bring everyone into the display room by himself. Reynolds' words put Ness in a bad mood. Based on the current situation, wouldn't they be unable to enter most of the rooms? What about the display room? His items were gone too. More importantly, the information he wanted couldn't be placed in the hallway. It had to be in one of the rooms. If he couldn't enter the room, the information would be gone. What should we do now? Cantor said, if we don't want to force our way in, we have to wait for Angor's results. Nessie thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only way. He planned to ask Toby to call Angor and tell him about the situation, but he decided against it. Angor must be studying the runes and looking for the main control node. Every time he was interrupted, he might lose his train of thought. It was better to wait until Angor finished his research. Next, the group carefully wandered around the fourth floor, while trying to locate the areas where the runes were activated. Along the way, they encountered many researchers in silver-white uniforms. They all had one thing in common: they all looked serious and hurried, as if something dangerous was following them and they would be devoured by the darkness if they moved too slowly. This level of cautiousness also made Ness interested in what had happened on the fourth floor. "I heard number 61 and number 62 talking about something breaking into the lab," Ness said. "I think that's why the first 3 floors are empty." "Is it some kind of monster?" Number 61 and number 62 didn't mention the name of the intruder. They only referred to it as it. It usually meant non-human in the common language of the continent. However, sometimes it could also be used to refer to humans. For example, extreme humanists would refer to other people as it with a sense of contempt. For example, many Caribits looked down on people. Even after the Human Amendment Act had been recognized for many years, they would still refer to humans as it. A monster broke into the lab? No way. It's usually hard for humans to break into a lab, Reynolds said. He was only able to sneak into the lab because he knew the place too well. He even knew the rules of the place like the back of his hand. That was why he was able to sneak in without being noticed. Without the guidance of someone inside, it was impossible to even enter the lab, let alone cause a storm inside. Because they didn't have the authority. Ness considered and agreed. If it wasn't for Angor, they wouldn't have been able to enter the lab. No matter how smart a monster was, it couldn't possibly know how to use runes. Could it be that the magical creatures in the laboratory are rioting? Didn't you say there are monsters in the lab? Last time, you and Nausicaa were chased by monsters and forced to escape, right? Ness hesitated. That's possible. But even if the monsters in the lab went on a rampage, we should be able to deal with them. Besides, if we keep monsters in captivity, we must have a way to control them. That's true, but how should we interpret this record? A medical record appeared in Ness's hand. It was recorded by number 23. Ness flipped to the record from 2 days ago. It clearly stated that number 23 was attacked by a monster and had to go into cold liquid to recover. Number 23 didn't specify what the monster was, so they couldn't be sure whether it was a monster kept in captivity or not. However, they knew that the monster must have gone on a rampage. Ness didn't pay much attention to it at the time. But now, it seemed that the record pointed to the source of the problem. Combined with what number 61 and number 62 said, it was very likely that everyone was holed up on the 4th floor because they were being harassed by demons. Reynolds didn't know what to say when he read the record. Maybe the combatants left and couldn't suppress the monsters? Reynolds guessed, but he didn't believe it himself. It was true that the researchers were good at research, but it was impossible to say that they couldn't fight. Wizards were all well-rounded people. Some of them were better at fighting, while others were better at research. There was no point in talking about it. Ness considered and said, "Let's keep looking for information. Then we'll find the way to the 5th level." There were so many people hiding in the 4th level. They didn't even care about the consumption of energy and activated all the magic arrays. It would be difficult to find anything on the 4th level. However, the 5th floor was different. According to Reynolds, the 5th floor was the private property of the top 3 sequences. Even if there was a monster attack in the laboratory, they would at most escape to the 4th floor. They would not dare to trespass on the 5th floor. Reynolds nodded. He had secretly learned a lot about the 5th level, and his goal was also on the 5th level. But Reynolds was still worried. On the way to the 5th level, they would have to pass through many halls, such as the lab center. Would the magic arrays in those places be activated as well? With an uneasy heart, Reynolds walked in the shadows. Footsteps echoed in the empty corridor on the 1st level of the lab. Because of the narrow space, the sound of footsteps reverberated with a distant and repeated ghostly sound. "Why do I feel like my heart is skipping a beat with every step you take?" "It's scary," Dankros said in a trembling voice. Angor glanced at Dankros. "Do you have a heart? And you used the wrong word." "It's not scary. It's scary." Angor had already left the 1st level sub-control node. He was sure that the main control node was on this level. However, he still needed to confirm the exact location. He could rely on the sub-control nodes on the second and third floors to calculate directly, but that would be a little slow. Hence, he planned to stroll around the first floor and use the mage-width distribution there to combine with the sub-control nodes on the second and third floors to finally lock onto the location of the main control node. That was why he was wandering in the corridor. About 10 minutes later, his eyes suddenly stopped at a corner. There was a strange energy fluctuation there. And it didn't come from the magic array. Such strange energy ripples. Looks like they were left here recently. Angor observed the energy source carefully and did not find anything unusual about the material world. However, the energy here was very strange. He was sure that this energy source was different from the energy of the magic array. The magic array was special, so the energy flowing inside it was extremely pure. However, the residual energy here was very complicated and strange. The energy source was not only complicated but also strange. Angor never sensed anything like this before. However, in the energy that was not the main body, he still found some familiar remnants of energy. Space energy. It was thin, but he was sure that it was the remnant energy of some kind of teleportation. More like the remnant energy left behind by teleportation. Could it be that someone had used some kind of teleportation technique to get here, but the entire level was protected by a magic array? How could someone teleport in from the outside world without suppressing the magic array's space, or perhaps, someone was teleporting from the inside? For example, someone teleported from the east side of the first level to the west side of the first level. But, was this really necessary? Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. There was no way he could figure it out now. Besides, the laboratory itself was strange. There was no need to think too much about it. Maybe it was just someone playing a prank. Angor circled around the energy source and continued his work. By observing the runes on the first level and calculating the directions of the control nodes, he confirmed the location of the main control node. The efficiency of this method was beyond his imagination. When he had explored most of the area on the first level, his search was progressing at an unprecedented speed. Another moment later, he stopped in front of a door that opened on both sides. This was the showroom on the first level. According to his calculations, the locations where all the mage-widths pointed, as well as the points where the energy converged the most, were all in the showroom. If everything went as he expected, he could find the location of the main control node in the showroom. Angor walked to the door of the showroom. Without Reynolds, it was impossible to scan his face to get in. However, Angor had a general understanding of the runes on the first level. Most of the spaces here could be controlled and guided by the runes. Maybe it was a backdoor left behind by the magic array's creator, or maybe it was the creator's confidence. He was confident that no one would be able to crack it. He reached out a hand and touched the door. As the runes appeared on the door, he quickly changed the direction of the runes and created a self-consistent energy flow that could suppress the runes for a short time without affecting the whole thing. This solved the problem of getting in. After entering the showroom, the Eye of Authority on the first floor immediately floated out and began to flicker with red light. It wasn't a warning to Angor. Instead, it was a warning to all visitors that they had spent too much time in the showroom today. The reason for this was because Ness and the others had been dawdling here. Generally speaking, when the time limit was exceeded, the hunting sequence would appear. However, the hunting sequence on the first floor had already been reduced to ashes, so the warning from the Eye of Authority was useless. However, if the red light kept flashing for too long, Angor would be alerted. As a precaution, he temporarily weakened the connection between the magic array and the Eye of Authority. The effect would not last for more than 15 minutes, which meant he could only stay in the showroom for 15 minutes at most. He walked between the metal platforms without paying any attention to the organs on them. He spent all his energy on looking for clues about the main control node. As he looked at the runes in the showroom, he became more confident about his theory. He used the Eye of Authority to check the showrooms on the second and third floors. The runes there were much less complicated than the ones on the first floor. The runes hidden inside the walls were almost as complicated as the mirror image corridor, but not as dangerous. Judging from the complexity of the runes, there must be something hidden in the showroom on the first floor. Several minutes later, Angor stood in a corner of the showroom and carefully observed a particular intersection of runes. As time passed, Angor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. When the eye of authority was about to reach its limit, Angor reached out a finger and pointed at the spot where the energy was concentrated. A wisp of smoke flickered in the air not far away. The smoke struggled for a moment before it dispersed like a ripple, leaving a dark hole in the ground. It looked unstable and would collapse at any time. Without hesitation, he strode into the room. As soon as he stepped inside, the hole behind him disappeared like a puff of smoke. Angor was now standing in a corridor he had never seen before. He did not move forward. Just by sensing the number of runes in the corridor and the direction of the energy in them, he was certain. He found the main control node. However, there was one last step. To reach the main control node, he had to go through this corridor. Excluding the perspective of energy, from the naked eye, this was a blood-red corridor. At first glance, it looked like the flesh and blood of some kind of beast. However, upon closer inspection, Angor noticed that the red was only a reflection of energy. The corridor was still made of metal, which had nothing to do with flesh. The corridor did not look dangerous. However, if he thought about the mirror image corridor, he would be affected by the backlash if he stepped on the wrong side of a branch control node. This place was so close to the main control node that the backlash would be even worse. However, for other people, this kind of corridor was a synonym for danger. For Angor, this was just a rune problem that relied on his quick calculation ability. He could change his foothold at any time, and he could not calculate it in advance. Therefore, Angor did not linger and stepped into the corridor. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he felt something different. Because he floated up. To be more precise, he was hanging upside down. The floor he saw outside the corridor turned into a ceiling. On the surface, it was only a slight reversal of space, but in reality, it increased the computational power of calculating the next landing point by several times. It was also a trap. Some rune warlocks who thought they had reached the threshold would try to move forward, only to find that the situation was completely different from what they saw. They could not pass because of the sudden increase in calculation power. They would only leave behind their last words. Or rather, they would not be able to leave behind any last words. Angor's calculation power was good enough for now. However, just in case, he might make a mistake if he tried to increase his calculation power in some strange places. Therefore, Angor did not hesitate to activate his supercomputer mode. In this mode, Angor's emotion module was greatly reduced. All the energy he used was only for supercomputer. Now, there was no difference between energy sources in Angor's vision. There were only data floating in front of his eyes. The data was quickly arranged and combined, clearly projecting the path behind. The second step, the third step, and up to the 15th step, he was hanging upside down from the ceiling. On the 16th step, his foothold returned to the ground. However, the upside-down force was not over yet. In order to reach the 16th step, he had to break through the force provided by the corridor. This was a test for the intruder's energy level. Angor did not know what level he needed to reach in order to pass the corridor. Anyway, he took a shortcut. As soon as Toby activated the sequence of gravity, Angor broke through the force and returned to the ground. After returning to the ground, he did not need to use much calculation power. However, this was only a balance. Something worse was coming. When Angor reached the 21st step, he noticed that the footholds in front of him were changing rapidly. In the first 21st step, each foothold allowed him to stay for at least half a minute. However, he could not even stay for a second in front of him. Some of the footholds disappeared before he could even blink. Angor thought for a moment and decided to give up on moving forward normally. He might be able to use his calculation power and reflexes, but he did not think he could do it alone. Even if Sunders was here, he would have a hard time using such a method. He had reached the end of his normal path, but it did not mean there was no other way. As someone who was very sensitive to runes, Angor quickly noticed that the spatial restriction would disappear after every few seconds. In other words, he only needed to find the right time to use his teleportation ability. It seemed like a simple solution, but it also eliminated 90% of wizards. There were two prerequisites: one had to have the ability to teleport, and the ability could be used instantly. Angor happened to have such an ability, the Gate of Illusion. Several seconds later, Angor stepped out of the gate of illusion. He was already out of the bloody corridor. When he saw the gate not far away, he relaxed a bit. His calculation power was basically useless here. Based on his experience in other sub-control nodes, this was a test of his eyesight. Each of the sub-control nodes from the first floor to the third floor had a trigger point near each gate, which would trigger the hunting sequence hidden inside. Normally speaking, there should be a trigger point here as well. But if the first 5 on the hunting sequence controlled all the sub-control nodes from the first to the 5th floor, then what would be inside the main control node? Was it Hunter 00? Or rather, he wasn't on the hunting list, but the legendary number 00, whatever the danger was, Angor needed to be prepared first. The rest could wait until he got inside. Angor stopped thinking about it and checked if there were any trigger points near the gate. However, after careful inspection, he was certain that there were none. Angor was not surprised that there were no trigger points. If someone who could find the main control node and successfully pass through the corridor could be stopped by a trigger point like the sub-control nodes, then they would be underestimating the intruder's ability. If Angor was the one who set up the magic array, he would not set up a trigger point here either. Since there was no trigger point, Angor simply pushed the gate open. Creak. The gate slowly parted to both sides. The inside of the gate was filled with rolling white mist, which prevented Angor from seeing what was inside. As the mist slowly dissipated, he could see more clearly inside. When he could see clearly again, he saw the silhouette of a human being. Someone inside? Was it the hunting sequence? As Angor tried to figure it out, the mist continued to dissipate until there was nothing left. By now, Angor had seen the shadow's true form. It was not the hunting sequence as he expected. It was a person inside a glass cylinder. The cylinder was exactly the same as the one in the medical center on the 3rd floor. It had the same shape, the same cold liquid, and the same person. However, the cylinders in the medical center only contained dead people. Angor did not know whether this person was still alive or not. Angor could not see the face of the person inside the cylinder. His long black hair covered his face. He could only vaguely see the traces of a serial number between the hair. Behind the pillar, there was an extremely dazzling magic pattern cloud. Without a doubt, that was the main control area of the magic array. When Angor stepped into the room, he heard his footsteps and Dankro's timid voice echoing in the air. That person looks scary. And it's so cold here. Maybe we should stay outside. We can see the patterns from outside. Dankro's trembling voice did not come from Angor's spirit bond. Instead, it echoed in Angor's ears. After leaving the branch control node, Angor could no longer suppress the transmission of messages, so the spirit bond did not work for now. Before Angor could say anything, they heard a gurgling sound coming from the glass cylinder. It quietly looked over and found that the person in the pillar seemed to have moved slightly because of the noise from the outside world. It did not matter if Dankro's voice affected the person soaked in the cold liquid, but Angor was sure that this person was not dead. Angor stood up and carefully observed the person inside the cylinder. It was a man. His upper body was naked, revealing his lean body. Below his waist, he was wearing a pair of gray trousers, which looked a little elegant in the cold liquid. As for his face, Angor could not see it clearly because of his hair. However, after the initial noise, the man's movement became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he had woken up from his slumber. When he opened his eyes, the cold liquid around him swayed even more, causing the hair covering his face to sway in the liquid. Angor finally saw the man's face. It was a face that could be considered handsome, but as he opened his eyes, a sinister feeling arose spontaneously. Also, the serial number on his face was not 00 as Angor thought. There was an X on the left side of his face, and a single number on the right side, 0. Serial number X0? Angor learned from Reynolds that a serial number X meant that Reynolds was an experiment subject. What surprised him was that there was another X0 above Reynolds' X1 number. Reynolds did not mention anything about it, so he probably did not know about the existence of this X0 either. Angor looked at the bright red 0. According to the unspoken rules of the lab, the higher the serial number, the stronger the subject was. So this X0 was not to be underestimated. As he thought about it, the glass cylinder was opened from the middle. Cold liquid poured out of the cylinder, filling the air with a large amount of frost. The frost mist that had dissipated when the door was opened gathered again. A figure slowly approached Angor through the thick mist. Every step the figure took was accompanied by a powerful aura. When the aura reached its maximum level, it turned into an oppressive aura. Angor knew who it was as soon as he sensed the aura. It was definitely at the level of a formal wizard. Only a formal wizard could have this kind of aura. It seemed that they had underestimated the adept-level combat power of the laboratory. On the surface, there were only 3 adept-level combatants, but there were at least 6 adept-level combatants hiding in the dark. "Wanna talk, X0? 0? Angor's voice echoed in the silent space. Not long after his voice fell, a mechanical voice came from Zero's mouth. Confirmed. Authority lower than 99. No soul imprint. The target is classified as an intruder. Threat level is tentatively level 3. Execution result, cleared." Listening to the other party's voice, as well as the sinister but emotionless eyes, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that it was impossible for him to communicate with X0. This X0 was an experiment subject, but it was obvious that its emotion module had been removed. Perhaps it had been modified into a cyborg. Or maybe it was just a guardian of this place. As Angor was thinking, a white light flashed and slashed at his neck. Angor quickly backed away. But as soon as he moved, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Unknowingly, a wall made of ice had appeared behind him. Phantom limbs flew out from his back and broke the ice wall. Angor leaped backward several times until he was several meters away. When he regained his balance, he noticed that the white light came from a pure white dagger that suddenly appeared in X0's hand. This dagger was emitting a biting cold air. It was completely transparent, as if it was made of unmeltable ice. As an alchemy expert, Angor could tell that the dagger was not made of ice. He could not tell what the dagger was made of, but he was sure that it gave him a familiar feeling. It reminded him of the chain Nausicaa released at Spectre Dock Island. It was soul equipment. X0 did not lose his patience after seeing Angor dodging his first attack. Instead, he turned into a shadow and continued attacking Angor with the dagger. Every time X0 waved his dagger, there would be waves of cold air. This caused the frost in the room not to dissipate, but to become thicker and thicker. However, no matter how fast X0 moved, Angor was able to dodge every time it swung its dagger. Angor also used his phantom limbs to counterattack. The phantom limbs' coverage and attack speed were much faster than X0's. Every time, they could interrupt X0's movements or even send him flying. However, this did not affect X0 at all. He created several ice flows in the air and stomped on the ground without slowing down at all. Even so, X0 still could not find any advantage against Angor, who was faster than him. X0 seemed to have noticed this as well. After several exchanges, X0 suddenly jumped up and kicked at Angor's chest. He was not aiming to kick Angor. Instead, he created countless icicles under his feet and aimed them at Angor. X0, on the other hand, retreated a few meters away. Target speed cannot be captured. Threat level increased to 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the fair skin on X0's body suddenly began to turn red, and there was a gurgling sound in the air, like the sound of boiling water. As X0's skin turned redder, steam began to rise from his body. When X0 attacked again, Angor clearly felt that X0 was faster than before. He almost turned into a blur. To X0's surprise, Angor's speed increased as well. He was not slower than X0 at all. If someone was here, they would only see the rolling frost and hear the sounds of fighting in the air. As for human figures, they would not be able to see them at all unless they had modified their eyes. Phantom limbs flew and ice blades clashed. Shattered ice and sand fell from the air. Target's threat level increased greatly. Level 1 is about to be reached, X0's voice came again during the battle. Angor saw a pure white dagger appearing in X0's left hand. Level 2 increases my speed, and level 1 increases my dagger? Angor mumbled to himself. So the dagger increases my attack power? Soon, Angor saw the effect of the extra dagger in battle. X0's attack power did increase, but not as much as Angor expected. After the daggers, Angor saw another ability, Frost Mist. Every time X0 swung her daggers, she could draw a white frost mist in the air. This white frost mist was very special. It was different from the frost mist that filled the air before. It carried a strange energy that could free souls. Yes, he was sure that the mist could directly affect one's soul. As X0 swung his daggers faster and faster, the frost mist that could freeze souls gradually replaced the normal frost mist and began to spread in the narrow room. The frost mist also reduced Angor's fighting space. Angor kept dodging, but he was still forced to touch the frost mist due to X0's pursuit and area of effect attacks. However, the frost mist did not affect Angor. X0 might have lost its emotion module, but it was still surprised by what it saw. Angor, who was studying the main control node, looked up. "Looks like we're about to be discovered." Toby chirped at the frost mist in the distance as if to say, "Idiot." Dankros had no idea what Toby was talking about, but he still agreed. "Mr. Toby is right." Angor ignored their strange conversation and looked at the frost mist in the distance. He could clearly see two figures inside the mist. One was X0, and the other was Angor himself. Or rather, it was Angor's illusion. Before X0 came out of the glass pillar, Angor had already set up a large number of illusion nodes around the area. The spread of the cold liquid caused frost mist to form, which provided an even more concealed location for the illusion nodes. Angor already created an illusion and approached the main control node as soon as X0 came out of the glass pillar. The fight with X0 was a complete illusion. This X0 said that he was quantifying the threat level, but his judgment is simply too bad. He didn't even think about it. At that speed, he didn't even manage to hit a single slash. There must be something fishy going on. Dangros clicked his tongue. Dankros suddenly felt something cold beside him. He turned around and saw Angor looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Dankros cleared his throat. "I'm not saying you're not fast, Mr. Pat. It's just that." Dankros did not know what to say, but he was right. Judging from X0's fighting style, attack power, and other details, it was obvious that X0 was a bloodline wizard who strengthened his speed. Angor could not outrun X0 before activating the sequence of gravity. A normal bloodline wizard would have grown suspicious after fighting for a while. The enemy was so fast, but he did not use his speed advantage to fight back. Instead, he was using an illusion to fight. Something was wrong. However, X0 was not a normal wizard. He had lost his emotion module, and from what Angor could see, he had lost his logic as well. Both his behavior and judgment were based on rigid quantification. This might make him calmer and easier to control, but it would not work against an illusionist like Angor. If it were not for the limitation of space, Angor could use his illusions to beat X0 even if he could spread his soul-freezing mist. Unfortunately, there was no if. The good thing about X0 was that without emotional interference, although his judgment had decreased, he was more decisive. Iceblade Unseal failed. Intruder's soul is not detected. Reviewing battle and performing energy screening. Results obtained. Over 60% chance of the intruder being affected by illusions. Intruder's threat level increased. Threat level increased to 0. As soon as he finished speaking, X0 stopped attacking. Instead, he stood where he was, took out 2 daggers and slit his neck. Blood gushed out. A large amount of blood dripped onto the ground. The blood slowly seeped into the ground as if it was attracted by something. Next, a red light flashed from the ground. Angor could clearly see the lines of runes in the red light. The red light kept flashing, and flashing, and flashing, but in the end, there was no change. X0 was stunned. He did not know what was going on. Why didn't the other guardian appear when he activated the runes with his blood? Yes, there was another guardian here. X0 was the guard on the surface while the other guard was the hidden power. When X0 was unable to defend against intruders and the threat level reached level 0, it would activate the Mageweth on the ground through fresh blood and summon the hidden guard. But now, X0 was confused. The runes were activated, the red light was flashing, and he was bleeding. Why didn't the other guardian appear? X0 was a cyborg with a fixed mindset. It was another matter whether he had self-doubt or not, but he definitely had a shutdown. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Should he keep fighting? He could not. Or wait for the other guardian to appear? But the red light flashed, and no one came. After a while, X0 spoke in a daze, program error. Level 0 threat cannot be activated. Intruder's threat level has been reset. X0 continued to attack the illusion. He wanted to attack Angor's real body as well, but he could not find it, so he could only attack the illusion. Is this the legendary self-deception? Dankros continued to be a commentator as he watched what happened in the illusion. What's that red light? What's he trying to activate? Dankros looked at Angor again and lost his interest. Angor shrugged. I don't know. Dankros did not believe him. But Angor was not lying. He really did not know what X0 was trying to activate. He did not notice the runes hidden under the floor at first because the floor was made of a special material that could silently block one's senses. However, as an enchantment master, Angor knew about runes very well. Besides, he did not fight X0. Instead, he created an illusion to play with X0, so X0 did not activate the magic array on the ground right away. This gave Angor time to study the main control node. Angor studied the node for a while and quickly found a strange pattern. The Mageweth seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and was directly connected to the mana array without connecting the front and the back. It was like a red dot on a piece of white paper. Angor noticed something wrong with it at first glance. After studying it for a while, he realized that the pattern was connected to the floor. The pattern appeared out of nowhere because the floor was made of a special material that blocked the pattern. Angor studied it further and found out that the pattern needed some kind of blood to activate. One look at the activation conditions and he knew that it wasn't anything good. He did not know what effect the pattern would have, but based on his judgment, he used the stone slab to temporarily suppress the pattern. That was why X0 was unable to activate the magic array. It could be considered a coincidence. If Angor did not study runes, and if he did not study the main control node first, he probably would not have noticed it. But there were no ifs in this world. All kinds of coincidences led to the inevitable outcome. Angor looked at the two figures fighting again in the mist. He rubbed his temples, which were a little sore from studying the magic array, and knocked on the ground with his knuckles. A head popped out from his shadow. Elmi, go take care of X0. If it were not for the soul-freezing mist, Angor would not mind walking X0 around. But now, the main control node had limited space. It would not be good if X0 drifted over. It was better to keep X0 under control. In less than a minute, Elmi came back. A cloud of dust rose into the air as X0 was tossed in front of Angor. Elmi looked at Angor and silently asked him what he should do with X0. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a closer look at X0. After a brief inspection, Angor found that X0's internal structure was indeed half mechanized. Also, it was different from the mechanical implants found in the southern wizardry region. Angor sensed that X0's brain had some wandering mechanical signals. He considered and spoke to Elmi. Let's take him with us. However, if he makes any strange movements, we'll deal with him. Angor was interested in both the mechanical and soul armament inside X0's body. He would like to study them if he had the chance. However, he had to find a way to control X0 first. If X0 couldn't be controlled, he could just kill him. Elmi nodded in confusion and turned into a shadow that wrapped around X0. With X0 in hand, Elmi slowly merged into Angor's shadow. With Elmi watching over X0, Angor no longer had to worry about anything. He began to study the magic array inside the main control node again. He was very curious about the underground Mageweth that X0 wanted to activate previously. He really wanted to know what X0's trump card was. After all, this was also related to his safety. But before that, he needed to suppress the area where the rune was transmitting information. Several minutes later, the spirit bond, which had been silent for a long time, regained its liveliness. It's much quieter than before. Did those guys move away because they saw us? Ness' voice was still the main voice in the spirit bond. Possible, Cantor said. Cantor said, but if they really did move, they should be able to find out where we are. Ugh. How did that fire scale familiar find us? Ness sighed. Looks like Mr. Eventide's knight can't hold out against fire. Cantor remained silent. Ness was getting bored. Angor wasn't here, and Cantor was lost in his thoughts. He turned to Ho-Ho Reynolds. You said that if the lab can keep monsters in captivity, they must have a way to control them. From the looks of it now, it still hasn't been controlled? Reynolds didn't know what went wrong, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Ness asked, by the way, Reynolds, was the fire scale familiar raised in your lab? Reynolds nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's the fire scale familiar from number 17's magical beast garden. The demonic beast garden was an area that 17 was in charge of, and it was filled with monsters caught from the outside world. These monsters were generally divided into two types. One type was reared as beasts for their own use, while the other type was used as organ donors. Generally speaking, it was the latter. However, I remember that the fire scale familiar in the magical beast garden was brought up by number 17, so it shouldn't be a traitor. Moreover, I've seen the strength of a fire scale familiar. It's very weak, Reynolds said hesitantly. That fire scale familiar isn't weak at all, and it's pretty smart too. It's very different from the fire scale familiar I've seen before. Could it be that this fire scale familiar's brain has mutated? What do you think, Mr. Eventide? Ness looked at Cantor. Before Cantor could answer, another voice came from their spirit bond. Fire scale familiar? Did something happen over there? As soon as he said that, the eye of authority in Reynolds's hand also moved. He glanced around and found that they were in the middle of a corridor. Where is this? Angor? It's me, Angor replied. Neith was pleasantly surprised. Hey, you can contact us now. Does that mean you've reached the main control node? After receiving an affirmative answer, Ness hurriedly asked, how's the main control node? Is everything okay? After several minutes of talking, both of them learned about each other's current situation. While Angor was having a good time studying the magic array, Ness was caught up in an unexpected incident, which led to some unexpected consequences. To be more specific, it was an accident. Since almost all the researchers were on the 4th floor, and the magic array on the 4th floor was fully activated, Ness decided not to go to the showroom. Instead, he went straight to the 5th floor. According to the rules of the lab, no one dared to go to the 5th level without the permission of the top 3 Beyonders. Since the top 3 Beyonders weren't on the 5th level, they could go to the 5th level to look for more information without being discovered. Their idea was good, but in the actual process, there was a slight mistake. If he wanted to get to the 5th floor, he couldn't just take a detour. He had to pass through the experimental center in the middle of the 4th floor. When they arrived at the center, they saw a lot of people gathered there. At first, they thought they were here to do research. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that they were attacking a monster that sneaked into the center of the lab. At first, they thought it was a good idea. As long as they didn't step into the center of the lab, they could take advantage of the chaos and go around the other side of the corridor. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The monster that was besieged, the fire scale familiar, began to flee when it realized that it was no match for them. At first, they thought the fire scale familiar was running away randomly. However, they soon realized that the fire scale familiar was in an orderly manner. Its final destination was where they were hiding. When the fire scale familiar pretended to pass by them, it suddenly set fire to the corner where they were hiding. The flames were completely unable to harm them, but the bright red flames had exposed their figures hidden in the darkness for an instant. It was this moment of exposure that attracted the attention of the researchers who were rushing over. Intruders! After a loud shout, the researchers quickly scattered. They had already sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. The strength of Ness and the others was on a completely different level compared to the fire scale familiar, so they didn't dare to face them head-on. Instead, they all ran away. Looking at the chaos in the laboratory, Ness finally realized that the fire scale familiar had charged at them to distract the others and give it time to escape. After realizing this, Ness wanted to capture the fire scale familiar as well, but it seemed to know the laboratory very well and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The researchers also ran away quickly. Since they were all inside the lab and were protected by the magic array, Ness and the others didn't dare to barge in directly. They could only watch as the researchers ran away from the lab through the corridor on the opposite side of the lab. What happened next was similar to the conversation they had with Spirit Bond. They planned to continue to the 5th level, but they didn't see anyone on their way. Ness sighed. I'm wondering if the people on the 4th level can detect our location through the magic array and tell us to evacuate in advance. Angor glanced at one of the glowing blocks in the main control node. The magic array on the 4th level is fully activated. Well, that includes the sensor you mentioned. You're right next to the main control node. Can you take over the 4th level? If Angor could take over the 4th level, they wouldn't have to worry about the magic array backfiring on them. Angor considered. I can try. But the magic array here is very complicated. It might take some time. In other words, Angor was going to go invisible again. To prevent Angor from going offline again, Ness quickly said, Wait. Are you sure you're okay? No hunting list? I'm fine. Nothing on the hunting list. Only X0. When talking about X, and X at that, everyone immediately thought of Reynolds. Because he was X1. You really don't know about X0, Reynolds? Angor described X0's appearance to Reynolds, who was still puzzled. I've never heard of him before. So all the zeros in the lab are kept secret, Ness said. Even X0, as an experiment subject, was never exposed. They chatted for a bit longer before ending the communication. While Angor asked Toby and Dankros to hack using the Spirit Bond, he began to study the magic array. He planned to study the runes on the ground first, but Ness' situation was obviously more urgent. If the magic array backfired on him, he would be in great danger. Therefore, Angor began to analyze the magic array on the 4th level as soon as possible. The advantage of having a main control node was that it could monitor the magic array on each level in real time. As long as Angor could study the magic array thoroughly, he might be able to take control of it. Time passed quickly while Angor was busy studying the array. On the other side, Ness and the others were also considering whether they should go to the 5th level. They were already exposed to certain people, and they would definitely be stopped if they tried to go further. The magic array was not to be underestimated. Ness and Cantor discussed for a while and decided to go ahead. They were already inside the magic array, and they were considered intruders. Even if they stayed where they were, the intruders could still control the magic array to attack them. Therefore, they might as well go to the 5th level first. Of course, it would be better if Angor could take control of the magic array in the process. With that in mind, Ness didn't stop and continued on his way to the 5th level. 15 minutes later, Ness looked at the endless corridor and turned to look at Reynolds with an expressionless face. Didn't you say that we could see the exit after we passed through that corridor? Where is it now? Are you sure you're leading us the right way? Reynolds always looked confident when leading the way on the other levels. But now, he seemed to be hesitating. It should be right. Reynolds' voice was a little weak. It was obvious that he had lost his confidence. Think so? Ness raised an eyebrow. You're not sure either? Reynolds hesitated. I'm quite familiar with the 4th level. But the last junction. I didn't see it before. Ness also recalled that Reynolds had paused for half a minute at a junction not long ago. This was clearly different from the smooth sailing he had shown earlier. You didn't see it before? You didn't see it before? You mean you've never been here before? Reynolds looked a little embarrassed. I think I've been there before. But my memory got stuck. Maybe the memory of that junction is on my body? In other words, you might have chosen the wrong junction? Reynolds said weakly, That's possible. Why don't we go back and start over? Ness sighed. He had no other choice but to turn around and leave. As they walked back, Angor heard Angor's voice from their spirit bond. I think I've learned about the 4th level of the magic array. What's the situation? Ness quickly asked. Angor considered. Good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? And I don't think you have anything good to say, Ness muttered. Let's hear the good news first. The good news is that the corridor leading to the 5th level is full of danger. All the magic arrays there have been activated. Wizard Ness won't be able to survive. Ness was confused. What kind of good news is that? Of course it is. You went the wrong way, so you didn't go into the corridor. Isn't that good news for you? They went the wrong way, so they missed the dangerous corridor and came to a safe one. Ness was surprised. It sounded like good news to him. But the good news was, they went the wrong way. Why did they go the wrong way? Because Reynolds suddenly had a memory jam at a certain junction, he led them the wrong way. Ness looked at Reynolds, who was still confused. Previously, he had thought that Reynolds had suddenly lost his mind. Now, it seemed that this might not be the case. Instead, Reynolds' talent had taken effect. The wrong choice of a lucky man became a lucky man who avoided danger. How should he put it? Reynolds was indeed a character who was given the existence of John's counterattack. Cantor was also looking at Reynolds. When he heard Ness say that Reynolds was born with good luck, he thought it was an unwarranted compliment. But now, it seemed that he misunderstood. Perhaps the bloodline of luck really did flow in Reynolds' body. Reynolds didn't know what Cantor and Ness were thinking. He sighed in relief. Good thing we didn't go that way. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Looks like we're lucky. Cantor and Ness were speechless. It's not that we're lucky. Ness didn't point out Reynolds' lack of self-awareness. Instead, he turned to Angor and asked, well, I guess that's good news. So, what's the bad news? Before I tell you the bad news, aren't you curious about why the magic array in the corridor leading to level 5 is activated to its maximum capacity? Isn't it obvious that they're trying to kill us? I'm sorry to tell you that they aren't. Under Ness' puzzled gaze, Angor briefly explained what he saw. Through the backtracking and manipulation of the main control node, he saw some of the situation on the 4th floor. The reason why all the magic arrays on the path to the 5th floor were activated was because a monster was running in that direction. Ness asked in astonishment, monsters? Are you talking about the fire scale familiar that escaped from the research center? Yes, that's it. Its goal seems to be the same as yours, to go to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is obviously a forbidden area for the people in the laboratory. In order to stop it, the person controlling the magic array on the 4th floor activated all the magic arrays in that corridor. By the way, the person controlling the 4 layers of the magic array is not using the sub-control nodes, but using something else. I'm guessing that it might be some kind of tool left behind by the person who constructed the magic array. The effect of his control cannot be compared to directly controlling the sub-control nodes, so it is relatively difficult for them to activate all 4 layers of the magic array. This is also the reason why they didn't deal with you guys first. Because that magical creature entered the 5th floor before you guys, its threat level is higher than yours. Furthermore, the mastermind behind it, Xianxia, couldn't be distracted by other things. Ness nodded. So that's why. Cantor had a bad feeling about this. You're talking so much to prepare for the bad news you're going to tell us, aren't you? Sort of. Angor paused and decided not to keep Cantor in suspense. That magical creature, the fire scale familiar, is very familiar with the layout of the 4th floor. It's also very fast. Before the mastermind could do anything to it, it successfully reached the 5th floor. If I'm not mistaken, it should have reached the 5th floor by now. And the person controlling the magic array on the 4th floor can't control the magic array on the 5th floor. So, the bad news is that it's going to try its best to get rid of us? You're right, Mr. Cantor. It's not really bad news. Because I can already use the main control node to partially suppress and restrict the 4th layer of the magic array. It will be very difficult for him to use the magic array to deal with you, unless he can enter the sub-control node and use the sub-control node to control the magic array. Even if it could enter the sub-control node, it would only be able to control the magic array for a short time. Considering Angor's knowledge of runes and the fact that the main control node was much more powerful than the sub-control node, Angor would be able to do it very soon. Besides, Angor didn't think that it was possible for them to enter the sub-control node. If they could, they would have done it long ago. Cantor and Ness sighed in relief. They didn't want to face such a powerful magic array backlash either. It was already good enough that Angor could suppress the magic array on the 4th floor. However, Angor did not tell them what the bad news was, which confused them. What do you mean by bad news? The bad news is that the paths leading to the lower floor and the upper floor, which are the tentacles outside the lab, have all been abandoned. Physically abandoned. In other words, the mastermind removed all the tentacles from the main body and sunk them into the ground, cutting off all paths to the outside world. In other words, although the fourth floor is still in the overall structure of the laboratory, without the access channel, it has essentially become an isolated island. People on the outside couldn't get in, and people on the inside couldn't get out. It was truly an isolated island. Ness said, but aren't all the researchers in the lab on the fourth floor? They're doing this to trap themselves here. That's true. But by cutting off the passage, they also trapped you here, as well as the monster on the fifth floor. Cantor also realized what was going on. The mastermind behind the magic array on the fourth floor is quite bold. They would rather cut off the passage than let anyone else leave. Bold, maybe. They don't know about Angor's existence, so they thought they could use the magic array to deal with us. Just as Ness thought, the mastermind was already controlling the magic array to attack Cantor and Ness. However, Angor had already set up a countermeasure at the main control node, so their methods were useless. Angor, the tentacles are gone forever? Can't we leave without going through the tentacles? Ness asked. If no one dug them out, it's considered permanent. But there's still a way for you to leave. What way? A plain passageway, Angor said. I can suppress the magic array's effect on spatial energy and make it almost non-existent for a short time. Then you can use the plain passageway to get out. If they didn't suppress the magic array and used the plain passageway, they would still have a chance to escape, but it would still be risky. Ness frowned when he heard the word plain passageway. The cost of using a plain passageway wasn't cheap. He used a plain passageway to get here. He invited Cantor to escort him, so he needed to pay for the plain passageway's usage. According to the contract he signed with Cantor, Ness would be responsible for all the usage of the plain passageway. In other words, if he used the plain passageway to leave, he would have to pay for the usage of the plain passageway 3 times a day. Even Ness, who had a decent amount of savings, couldn't help but tremble in fear. There's no other way? Can't we use short-distance teleportation? Ness trembled. Isn't there a backup tentacle? Well, I don't think so. Short-distance teleportation might be suppressed by the magic array, so a plain passageway is the best option. As for the spare external corridor, the fourth floor originally had spare ones, but even if they were spare ones, they were all taken away by the manipulator. It had to be said that the manipulator was quite decisive in doing things, leaving no way out. Damn it! Ness yelled in anger. I want the information. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. Ness yelled in anger. Can you tell me where they are? Yes. But it's pointless to kill them now. They're like ants on a hot pan. Angor already had a basic understanding of the magic array on the fourth floor, which allowed him to see the situation on the fourth floor with the help of the Eye of Authority. Those people were already panicking when they noticed the magic array going out of control. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Nessie was obviously still angry. In order not to alert the enemy, he had even kept quiet in front of the group of apprentices. In the end, the group of apprentices had slapped him in the face. How could he let this go? Angor didn't try to stop him. He simply told Ness where they were. Most of them are in the research center. Some of them are in different rooms. The one controlling the magic array is in the reference room. Reference room? There's a reference room on the fourth floor? Ness looked at Reynolds. Reynolds was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and said softly, yes. I don't think there are any reference rooms on the first 3 floors. Reynolds nodded again. Correct. Reference rooms are only on the 4th and 5th floors. Similar ones are the medical center, the 1st floor of the monster garden, and the 1st and 2nd floors of the magic plant nursery. Reynolds began to list the unique structures on each floor. Why didn't you tell me there's a reference room on the 4th floor? Ness wasn't interested in the medical center or the monster garden at all. However, the reference room was his top priority. He came here to study. Reynolds made a gulping motion. I forgot. Ness narrowed his eyes. As a soul manipulator, Reynolds knew all too well about the little movements of souls and how external emotions could influence internal energy. Reynolds didn't have any saliva to gulp. Obviously, he wasn't telling the truth. You mentioned that there are only 3 rooms on the 5th floor for the top 3 sequences. Are you sure there's a reference room there? Reynolds: yes, the rooms of the top 3 sequences are very big. Each sequence has a private data room. Which room is the one you're looking for? The one about the removal of soul imprints? Reynolds said subconsciously, it might be in the reference room of number 01. Ness stared at Reynolds deeply. He had already guessed what Reynolds was thinking. This was actually Reynolds' selfishness. He was worried that Ness would find research materials on the 4th floor, so he wouldn't go to the 5th floor. Therefore, he didn't mention the reference room directly. Instead, he told Ness that the information was in the hands of the top 3 sequences. In the end, Ness didn't say anything about Reynolds' little scheme. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Nessie could understand Reynolds' selfish motives from his point of view. However, understanding didn't mean agreeing with him. For Ness, the reference room was the most important thing. Reynolds ignored this, and Ness couldn't help but feel angry. But now, Reynolds was still useful, and Reynolds' talent was also very useful. Considering the 2 aspects, Ness held back his surging emotions for the time being. He didn't look at Reynolds. Instead, he looked at Angwar's authority eye. Can you restrict that guy in the reference room? What kind of restriction? I don't want him to destroy the important information in the reference room. He considered and said, you can restrict his movements. But even if you don't, he won't be able to destroy the data in the reference room. Just like the display room, the data in the reference room are all stored in magic arrays. There are rules when you use them. There's a rule for the reference room? There's a time limit, and you can only take away 3 items? Ness felt a headache coming on. There's no time limit. But according to the authority, you can only take 3 to 10 books and research materials at a time. Only after returning these books and materials can you continue to obtain new materials. In other words, even if someone wanted to destroy the data in the reference room, they could only do so at most. Without returning the borrowed materials, they couldn't get new ones. I see. Can you change the rules? Not now. I need to fully master the magic array. But that might take 10 days or half a month, or even longer. Nessie sighed in disappointment. Still, this was within his expectations. He could just spend more time in the reference room to check the books one by one. By the way, did anything happen in the display room? Nothing. No one's around the showroom right now. Ness' eyes glowed. Since there was nothing going on in the display room, he could go there and look for more organs. Even if he couldn't find any research materials, he could still find some information by studying soul gear. Ness didn't hesitate and strode towards the reference room. Since he couldn't leave for now, he decided to take all the treasures on the 4th floor first. First, he would go to the reference room, then the display room. Due to the disconnection of the outer corridor, the 4th floor was no longer safe. It looked like an isolated island, but that was only limited to the researchers who were trapped there. Nessie and Cantor were on the 4th floor, so they wouldn't encounter any danger. Angor did not worry when Ness went to the reference room. Instead, he immersed himself in studying the magic array again. He already had a general idea of the 4th floor's magic array. It would take some time for him to learn more about the core of the array. Therefore, he set his sights on other areas. What interested him the most right now was the floor rune that X0 wanted to activate, as well as the situation on the 5th floor. Angor's priority was to study the floor rune first since it might affect the safety of the main control node. Besides, he already locked onto the floor rune, which made it easier for him to study it. As time went by, Angor went deeper and deeper into the rune. Blood contract, authority, level restriction, activate. As Angor deciphered the strange rune horns one by one, the truth about the rune hidden under the floor slowly came to light. A magic array that can only be activated with the blood of a certain authority, Angor muttered. The location of the activation area is at the center. His perception began to spread out from his forehead until it reached the center of the rune. Next, after suppressing the horn that represented activation, Angor slowly extended his senses into the floor. Several seconds later, Angor withdrew his senses. I see. Angor's eyes widened. He already sensed something under the floor. It was a hunter with the number Yao on his left cheek and 0 on his right cheek. Earlier, Angor thought that the sub-control nodes on the first, second, and third floors all corresponded to hunter sequences number 5, number 4, and number 3 respectively. Following this pattern, Angor assumed that the fourth floor was hunter sequence number 2, and the fifth floor was hunter sequence number 1. But who would the main control node be? At first, Angor guessed that it might be hunter 00, who was still sleeping. That was why he was so eager to study the rune. But in the end, he guessed wrong. 00 was still not here. Under the Mageweth, the blood of X0 was still needed to activate the hunting sequence. Using his senses, Angor noticed that the number 0's aura had already surpassed the upper limit of other hunting sequences. Judging from his aura, he was stronger than him. Even if X0 activated this hunter, Angor was confident that he could handle it. Furthermore, there was still Elmi and Toby. If one of them couldn't do it, they could just gang up on them. No matter how strong they were, they would still have to kneel. However, since the monster was sleeping, he decided not to activate it. If there was a chance, he would try to bring the monster out of the hunting list without activating it. Such mechanical puppets were rare in the southern region, and Angor really wanted to study them. However, judging from the urgency of the current situation, the matter of obtaining the hunting list would have to be pushed back. Now that he had deciphered the runes under the floor, he decided to move on to another area he was interested in, the fifth floor. What would the fifth floor be like? Were there really only 3 rooms? Where is the legendary number 00 sleeping? Angor believed that he could find the answers in the magic array that covered the entire base. When Ness arrived at the reference room, he immediately saw a researcher who was trapped in a small area controlled by a circular light arc. The researcher, number 50, was looking at a miniature light screen floating in the air and pressing on it. The screen showed a cross-section of the entire 4th floor, which contained several glowing dots. However, no matter how hard he pressed, the screen did not respond at all. It was as if the screen was stuck. Ness quickly realized that when Angor mentioned that the person controlling the 4th floor was not in the sub-control node, he must be using some kind of external object. That external object must be the light screen floating in front of him. Ness looked at the jammed screen and felt lucky that he had Angor with him. Otherwise, number 50 would have been able to toy with them by now. While Ness was rejoicing, he was also angry at number 50. Because of this guy, they were trapped in the 4th floor. Still, Ness had to hold back his anger for now. The most important thing right now was to find more information. Besides, number 50 was trapped by Angor's circular light arc. They could deal with him later. Ness glared at number 50 and entered the reference room. As for number 50, when he heard the door of the reference room open and the red dots on the screen showing the intruders, he lowered his head and closed his eyes without hesitation. He did not look, he did not listen, he did not speak, and he did not ask. It was as if he was trying to say, I don't see your faces, I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you came to the reference room. I'm just an emotionless wooden puppet. This posture seemed calm, but the logic hidden deep within was actually a kind of hidden, begging for mercy. That was indeed the case. Number 50's heart was completely different from his outward appearance. The calmer he looked, the more his heart trembled. He even wanted to scream in fear, why does an apprentice like me have to face this group of adept-level thugs? He was just a pitiful and weak researcher. And, why did the screen suddenly stop working? Ness and the others did not care about number 50's inner turmoil. Still, number 50's attitude was smart. Ness and the others entered the reference room. The information section was very large, almost the size of a small exhibition hall in the Cloud Library. The interior furnishings were similar to the Cloud Library. They were neatly arranged steel bookshelves. According to their classification, the bookshelves were filled with research materials, reports, and related research books produced by different researchers in the laboratory. Since they needed permission to access the books, Reynolds would take the books while Ness and Cantor would quickly check the contents of the books. Reynolds took out 6 books each time. He gave 3 to Ness and 3 to Cantor, then put the books back on the shelves and took out 6 books again. Even so, their speed was still very fast. They only stayed on each bookshelf for 1 to 3 minutes before moving on to the next one. Time passed by quickly. When they were about 80% done, Angor's voice came from their spirit bond. "Wizard Ness, how's your search going? Do you have any information about Soul Gear?" Ness answered while still checking the books, "Yes, but they're all scattered. I think they were done by different researchers. I don't know how much information is involved yet, so I need to do some final analysis. But I don't think there's much core information. To put it bluntly, it was just some random research about Soul Gear. They would have to go to the 5th level to find the core information." However, even if it was just a small part of the research, Ness was more than happy to accept it. With the knowledge he obtained and the organs that contained Soul Gear, he was confident that he could figure it out on his own even if he did not find the core information. "What about you?" There was no sound just now. "Did you discover anything new? Is there really no way to go to other levels on the 4th level?" Ness asked. "I'm sure there's no way to go from the 4th floor to the other floors. But when I checked the magic array on the 5th floor, I noticed that there's only one way to go from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Now, the outer corridor of the 4th level is completely broken, which means the 5th level became an isolated island too." Ness cut him off. "You're right. The 5th level is an isolated island. But that's not what I'm talking about. The entrance to the 5th level is now empty." "What do you mean?" Ness was puzzled. "You still don't understand what he's trying to say?" The one who spoke was Cantor. Cantor was more than happy to mock Nessie when the latter's thoughts became sluggish due to the distraction. "That's what he means. Since the corridor between level 4 and level 5 is broken, the only passage on level 5 is now open. This means we can connect the new corridor to the passage on level 5. "You're right, Mr. Cantor. That's what I meant." Ness also came back to his senses at this time and immediately understood the key. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly said, "You can now connect the external corridors on all the floors except the 4th floor to the 5th floor?" "Yes, including the outer corridor on the 1st level. In other words, as long as the outer corridor was connected to the 5th level, they could go from the 1st level to the 5th. "That's great!" Ness exclaimed in delight. Ness cleared his throat and spoke in a more serious tone, "You can go from the 1st level to the 5th level now, right? How about we make a deal? You can go to the reference room on the 5th level and help me find it." Ness spoke carefully. He was already thinking about what he could do to persuade Angor. Angor didn't care about the benefits at all. Sure. Angor was interested in the 5th level as well. He also noticed several hidden spaces while observing the layout of the 5th level. Perhaps there were some secrets hidden there. Besides, he was also interested in the lab materials, such as Soul Gear, mechanical marionettes, and even the information about the Lost Society and the origin world mentioned by number 03. "You agreed just like that?" Ness was stunned for a moment before asking subconsciously. "Why wouldn't I?" Angor asked. Ness said dryly, "It's nothing, as long as you agree, as long as you agree." Then, to ease the awkwardness, Ness turned around and glanced at number 50, whose eyes were still closed. This guy thought he could break the corridor between the 5th and 4th floors, but he probably didn't expect it to backfire on him. Connecting the 1st floor directly to the 5th floor saved Angor a lot of time. If you really want to go to the 5th level, be careful. There might be traps there. Don't worry. I've done a quick scan of the 5th level. I'll disable all magic arrays in advance. As for traps that didn't involve magic arrays, Angor thought there were very few of them. After all, magic arrays were such a convenient shortcut. Angor decided to take a look at the 5th level, but he didn't leave right away. First, he checked all the magic arrays in the lab to make sure they weren't linked together. Then, he used the main control node to access the 5th level's Eye of Access. He used the Eye of Access to observe the 5th level. Of course, he could only observe the 3 rooms on the surface and the corridor. As for the hidden rooms, the Eye of Access couldn't see them. Angor had to go there himself if he wanted to. He was checking the 5th level to see if there was a fire scale familiar that just broke into the 5th level. He only briefly checked the layout of the 5th level and didn't pay much attention to the fire scale familiar. Now that he was going to the 5th level, he had to take everything into consideration. After analyzing all the details, Angor, Ness, and Cantor all felt that there was something strange about the fire scale familiar. If there were no mishaps, according to Reynolds, this fire scale familiar should have escaped from the magical beast garden. The monster garden was on the 1st level. The fire scale familiar was currently on the 5th level. The fire scale familiar didn't have a shortcut like Angor. If it wanted to go to the 5th level, it had to start from the 1st level and move down from level to level. Normal fire scale familiars were all low intelligence monsters. They couldn't find the way to the next level so accurately. Even a magical creature with high intelligence would not be able to find a way out in a short time in this labyrinthine laboratory that was filled with magical traps. It was unbelievable that the fire scale familiar was able to do this. Ness had previously speculated that someone might have colluded with the fire scale familiar. Otherwise, the fire scale familiar wouldn't be able to find the way without someone who knew the way. Angor didn't know the truth, but he believed that the fire scale familiar might have found the correct way from someone in the lab. However, they might not be working together. Maybe the fire scale familiar threatened someone with violence. Although the fire scale familiar was relatively weak, this fire scale familiar was different. How could someone who saw through Cantor's night shadow on the 4th level be weak? Also, if Angor wasn't mistaken, the fire scale familiar also burned number 23 in the 3rd level of the medical center. Number 23 was a medic, but his number was within 30, so he could be considered a combatant. If the fire scale familiar could kill number 23, it shouldn't have a problem threatening a normal researcher. It was precisely because of the above information that the fire scale familiar made everyone feel that it was strange. It seemed to be doing something with a goal in mind. And if Angor wasn't mistaken, it was on the 5th level. Angor wondered what the fire scale familiar would do. It didn't take long for him to find the fire scale familiar. It was standing in a corner of the hallway. Angor carefully observed the familiar's behavior. At first, he was curious, but then he frowned. This fire scale familiar's behavior was simply too strange. The familiar looked like a human. It was about 1 meter tall, had a head, a torso, and 4 limbs. However, its skin was bright red. It was very skinny with wrinkled skin. There was not much hair on its head, and its canine teeth were sharp and protruding. Overall, it looked ugly and evil. From afar, the little kid who was wearing a red wrinkled leather coat was dancing in front of a standing transistor in the hallway. It held a spear made of fire and danced around the transistor. The dance was primitive and ugly. At first glance, it looked rather cheerful. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the fire scale familiar was not really dancing. Instead, it was accumulating some sort of flame power through its cheerful movements, and finally, it was going against the transistor. Yes, it was going against the transistor. It was treating the standing transistor as an enemy. However, the transistor was very sturdy. The familiar kept dancing for a long time, but the transistor did not move at all. It was so tired that it leaned against the transistor and panted heavily. A few minutes later, the familiar stood up, cursed at the undamaged transistor, and walked to the next one. The fire scale familiar walked like an arrogant crab, full of anger. Angor thought the familiar would attack the next transistor, but it didn't. Although the fire scale familiar glared at the transistor next to it, it still went around it and chose a transistor further behind to perform its dance again. Angor did not understand why the familiar was so obsessed with the transistor, and why it skipped the second transistor and went for the third one. After some careful observation, he noticed that the second transistor had a rune channel inside it, which was part of a magic array. The first and third transistors, on the other hand, were just regular energy channels. If the familiar tried to attack the second transistor, it would be attacked by the magic array's backlash. From this, it could be seen that the fire scale familiar was quite familiar with the laboratory's magic array. This made him even more confused. If one were to trace the origin of the fire scale demonic spirits, they should have come from the abyss world. However, not all demons in the abyss were powerful. The fire scale familiars were one such example. They were like the bottom of the food chain on the surface of the abyss. They lived near volcanoes all year round, and their living conditions were even worse than the aboriginals of the abyss. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight for a better territory, but that they were too weak and stupid. They couldn't compete at all. For a fire-scale familiar with such low intelligence and weak intelligence, it would be a miracle if it could even figure out how many people there were in its clan, let alone recognize the magic array. This fire-scale familiar was obviously different from its kind. It seemed to be very smart, able to detect the hidden magic patterns and avoid the magic array. But when he saw how the familiar fought against the transistor, he began to wonder if he had overestimated the creature's intelligence. Who would want to compete with transistors? Previously, they had all kinds of guesses, saying that the fire-scale familiar's goal was very clear, which was to go to the 5th floor. Angor was already imagining that the fire-scale familiar was going to turn into an Avenger and come up with some crazy plan. However, he didn't expect the real situation to be so shocking. Was the fire-scale familiar stupid or smart? What was it trying to do? With these questions in mind, Angor continued to observe the fire-scale familiar for a while. Following the strange behavior of the fire-scale familiar, he was finally able to confirm some things. This fire-scale familiar indeed recognized the Mageweth, and its target of attack was not only the transistors. Its attack did not yield much benefit, but was more like destruction. Pure destruction. However, the fire-scale familiar was limited by the magic array, so its damage was limited. So far, it only managed to burn through some of the less important metal layers. When the fire-scale familiar realized that it wasn't doing much damage, it became anxious. It began to observe the surroundings and finally found another target. It was a large corridor. Compared to the cold and hard corridors on the other floors, the corridors on the 5th floor were designed with traces of life. For example, in a slightly larger space, there were sofas and short tables. There were also some fruits on the tables that could be easily taken. There was also a short shelf and a bar counter, on which there were some glasses and wine. The fire-scale familiar had its eyes on a bar counter in the corridor. Since the transistor couldn't be burned, these things could be burned, right? The fire-scale familiar's eyes revealed a similar message. Following its plan, the fire-scale familiar hopped to the bar counter and began to wreak havoc. A moment later, the bar was set ablaze. The fire-scale familiar was obviously happy to see the fire. It continued to look for other places to burn. Angor, who was standing at the main control node, was frowning. The fire-scale familiar was very close to a room without a door, which was only covered by a layer of shadow. It was room 02. Angor used the power of shadow to hide the entrance. However, if someone could see through the shadow, they could easily find the entrance. The fire-scale familiar already saw through Cantor's shadow of night when it was on the 4th floor. Therefore, the fire-scale familiar had a high chance of finding room 02 and entering it. Judging from the burning desire in the monster's eyes, Angor was sure that the monster would break into room 02 and destroy it as soon as it found its way there. Angor didn't care too much about the destruction itself. However, there were a lot of parchments and books inside room 02. They weren't placed in the reference room either. Instead, they were scattered all over the room. It seemed room 02 spent most of its time surrounded by books. Angor didn't know what the books were about, but they might be related to the research of soul armament. If he destroyed them, Ness would probably be furious. With that in mind, Angor decided to go to the 5th floor right away. At least, he had to make a copy of the books before the fire-scale familiar destroyed them. After connecting the corridor on the 1st floor to the 5th floor, Angor left the main control node. On his way to the corridor, Angor was thinking about the strange fire-scale familiar. Before leaving the main control node, Angor checked the 2nd to 4th floors and found that the fire-scale familiar didn't do anything to the transistors on these floors. It only seemed to be interested in the items on the 5th floor. Was there a deeper meaning to this? Angor had no idea. Maybe the fire-scale familiar really only wanted to take revenge on the first 3 wizards? But it didn't make sense either. As he pondered, he finally reached the outer corridor of the 1st floor. Since the corridor was already connected to the 5th floor, Angor didn't need to take specific steps to reach the entrance of the 5th floor. As soon as he reached the 5th level, Angor immediately smelled something burning. It was the smell of certain compounds being melted. He hurried forward and saw the burning fire not far away from him after turning around a corner. It was the bar counter in the corridor that he saw through the authority monitor. Angor didn't see the fire scale familiar anywhere near the counter. Worried that the familiar might have gone to room 02, Angor hurried forward. Angor didn't look at the fire when he passed by. However, Dankros, who was still hanging on the crimson shelter, looked at the fire with a puzzled look. The reason why Dankros was puzzled was not because there was something wrong with the flames, but because he seemed to have smelled a familiar scent. Where did I smell it before? Dankros couldn't help but think. Angor already had a good understanding of the 5th floor through the main control node, so he rushed to room 02 without stopping. When he reached the corridor leading to room 02, he saw the fire scale familiar looking at the door of room 02 after burning a potted plant. Angor sighed in relief. It seemed that the fire scale familiar had not entered room 02 yet. Hey, over here! Angor called out to the fire scale familiar, who was still focused on his task. The familiar was startled by the sudden voice. It jumped up from the ground and fell to the ground. Then it quickly got back up, assumed a battle stance, and jumped left and right blindly. Finally, it found Angor's direction. Grr, grr, grr. The fire scale familiar let out some strange cries when it saw Angor. Its ugly face first showed a hint of surprise, then confusion, before it quickly hid all its emotions. Angor was puzzled by the sudden change of expression. What the fire scale familiar did next confused him even more. The familiar turned its back to Angor, bent down, and deliberately exposed a certain part of its body while shaking its fleshy legs. Angor didn't know what the familiar was doing at first. But when the familiar stood up again and crooked a finger at him, Angor realized what was going on. He was being provoked. Angor did not feel much about being provoked. He only felt that the scene before him was ridiculous. But judging from the strange behavior of the familiar, Angor had a vague idea of what was going on. When facing the researchers of the 4th floor, the familiar tried to run away and divert the trouble away. But when it saw Angor, it showed a provocative look. Angor didn't try to hide his wizard aura. The familiar wasn't trying to bully Angor. Its real purpose was to provoke Angor. Angor didn't know the familiar before, so it was impossible for them to become enemies. Therefore, the best explanation right now was that the fire scale familiar had mistaken him for someone else. Perhaps it thought Angor was one of the top 3 wizards on the 5th floor. His guess was not without reason. He still remembered the 3 different expressions on the familiar's face when it saw him. First, it was joy. Why was it surprised? It was because it had found its target. It had wantonly destroyed everything on the 5th level, perhaps to lure out the adepts of the 5th level. Then it looked confused. The familiar was clearly looking at Angor's face. Maybe it was wondering why there was no number on Angor's face. Finally, it put away all its emotions. Angor's aura arrived at the same time. The familiar sensed the aura and realized that the visitor was a wizard. On the surface, the official wizards in the laboratory were only the first 3 sequences. Judging from the series of expressions, the fire scale familiar was sure that Angor was the one it was looking for. Whether this was correct or not, Angor didn't know, but the familiar must have an idea. So he might as well ask directly. You're destroying everything here because you're looking for me? He was speaking in the common tongue. Normally speaking, a fire scale familiar would not be able to understand him. However, this familiar did not seem to be able to use normal language. The familiar's expression told Angor that it understood. However, it didn't respond to Angor. Instead, it showed an ugly and creepy smile and made another provocative gesture. Then, it turned around and ran away as fast as it could. Perhaps to the fire scale familiar, running away after acting cool was a very thrilling thing to do. Because of this, its emotions became more and more exaggerated. It kept giggling in a strange way. However, this kind of stimulation began to gradually change when it discovered a strange phenomenon. The familiar realized that the more it ran, the closer it got to Angor. More importantly, Angor didn't chase after it. Angor only stood there and watched it quietly. That expressionless face made the fire scale familiar feel as if it had become a joke. It was no longer laughing. Instead, it began to feel nervous and moved even faster. It did not want to be caught by Angor. The speed of a fire scale familiar was completely different from an ordinary fire scale familiar. It was so fast that one couldn't even see its afterimage. Even wizards couldn't do this. However, this didn't stop the familiar from running away from Angor. Angor was still standing not far away. Angor didn't move at all, which could be seen from the decorations in the corridor. Something was wrong. When the fire scale familiar realized this, it stopped. Like a dog, it sniffed the air around it. Suddenly, it seemed to have smelled something. Angor raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the fire scale familiar was more than just smart. Not only could it identify runes, but it also found the illusion nodes hidden in the dark. Yes, illusion nodes. When Angor first saw the familiar and told it to look over here, he used melodious illusion to set up a large number of illusion nodes around it. The familiar couldn't escape no matter how hard it tried because the illusions were guiding it. At that moment, the fire scale familiar realized that something was amiss. The first thing it did after stopping was to sniff its surroundings. And in the end, it really did capture the illusion nodes. Angor was a little surprised. He didn't try to hide his illusion nodes, but he was still able to detect them from the energy around him. This was an incredible ability. This made him even more curious about the fire scale familiar's background. The familiar froze for a second or two after discovering the illusion nodes. Then, it began to yell "Wah!" and hopped around on the spot in anger. After sulking for a while, the fire scale familiar began to do some seemingly random actions to escape, such as burning down the nodes, or ramming into the surroundings in an attempt to break out of the illusion. But it was useless. In the end, the familiar gave Angor a vicious glare. Another round of "Wah!" Several seconds later, the familiar mustered up its courage and charged at Angor with its spear in hand. The reckless behavior was only the beginning. When it came to Angor, it changed completely. Cunning, when Angor wasn't paying attention, it stabbed the spear into the ground and created a cloud of sparks that obscured Angor's vision. Someone shouted from above. Angor looked up and saw a fire scale familiar leaping into the air and swinging its spear at his head. With a gentle sweep, the flaming spear was thrown away. However, as Angor raised his hand, another familiar figure rushed out from the cloud of sparks. The familiar was aiming at Angor's chest with its spear. A slash from the top and a stab from the middle. Angor had to pay attention to the top, but he had to ignore the middle. Just as the fire scale familiar was about to succeed, a tentacle-like illusory limb formed from white gas blocked the spear in the middle. Then, with a penetrating force, it pierced into the fire scale familiar's chest. However, the tentacle-like limb did not draw any blood. The familiar in front of Angor and above him simply turned into smoke and disappeared. As the smoke attracted Angor's attention, he sensed another threat coming from behind. The familiar showed up behind Angor without him noticing and aimed its spear at Angor's back with a creepy smile. However, Angor's back was the easiest place for a tentacle-like limb to grow. A new tentacle-like limb quickly formed and blocked the attack. The familiar shrieked and hid behind the sparks. In less than half a second, 3 familiar figures attacked Angor's head, back, and lower limbs at the same time. 2 of the fire scale familiar demons had dull eyes, but the fire scale familiar demons attacking the bottom lane had cunning and quick-witted eyes. Without hesitation, Angor created several more tentacle-like limbs. 2 of them were used to deal with the dull-looking ones, while the rest attacked the ones below. The 2 fire scale familiars in the middle and top of Angor's body turned into flames and disappeared. Meanwhile, the fire scale familiar on the bottom moved swiftly and dodged the phantom limb's attack. Then, it used the rebound force to stab Angor's back even faster. Out of instinct, he tilted his body and dodged the attack. But at this moment, a flaming spear pierced into his eyeball and directly broke open his head. Angor realized what was going on. The fire scale familiar that was attacking him from behind was still made of flames. The so-called intelligent eyes were also fake. The real fire scale familiar was hiding in front of him and silently assassinating him. With a successful strike, the fire scale familiar revealed a triumphant smile and landed not far away with a somersault. However, Angor's joy didn't last long. Angor slowly turned around to look at the familiar with the fire spear in his eye sockets. This time, he was wearing the same creepy smile as the familiar. The familiar finally realized that something was wrong. It only took half a second before it realized that it was an illusion. Without hesitation, it stomped on the ground and turned into a raging flame that exploded in the air. 10 familiar figures scattered and fled in different directions. The eyes of these fire-scale spirit demons were dull and lifeless. It was hard to tell where their real bodies were at first glance. However, he suddenly heard a young voice. "Run over here. The one on your left is the real one." The fire-scale familiar that was exposed was stunned. Before it could react to who was speaking and how it was exposed, several illusory limbs that looked like white silk rushed out from the darkness and tied it up tightly. The fire stopped, and the sparks fell. Finally, he slowly walked out and stood in front of the fire-scale familiar. The familiar tried to break free, but the tentacle-like tentacles tied it up tightly. Even its shriveled head was tied up, leaving only its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose exposed. "It's going to attack you again. I can feel the power of fire gathering in its eyes." The voice came from Angor's shoulder. The familiar looked over and saw a severed hand with facial features crawling onto Angor's shoulder. Anyone who saw such a strange severed hand would be surprised and try to guess what kind of creature it was. However, the familiar did not hesitate. As a fire attribute monster, it recognized the severed hand right away, a fire elemental spirit. When it saw the severed hand, the familiar finally understood why its real body was exposed. A fire elemental spirit could naturally sense the changes in fire. It was a piece of cake for the fire elemental spirit to tell whether it was a fire clone or the real body. "I'm Dangros. What's your name?" "There's no use glaring at me. He's the one who tied you up, and he's the one you need to deal with. But are you sure this person in front of you is real or fake?" As Dangros spoke, he kept staring at the fire-scale familiar. He felt that the fire-scale familiar had a strange aura, especially when the fire-scale familiar was in a daze and during the previous battle. The fire-scale familiar was stunned by Dangros' question. The human in front of it looked alive, and his aura was exactly the same as when it sensed him. However, the illusions it saw during the battle were exactly the same. Therefore, the familiar could not tell whether this was real or just an illusion. "Dara. Guh. Kill." A strange voice came out of the familiar's mouth. Angor couldn't understand what language it was speaking, but judging from its angry eyes, it was probably cursing at Angor, the disgusting illusionist. "You can understand Dangor's language, which means you know the common tongue," Angor said. "How about we talk?" The familiar humped and closed its eyes to show that it was not going to cooperate. "So you don't know what a captive should do?" Angor began to control the phantom limb to tighten it. The fire-scale familiar's face was deformed by the powerful pressure produced by the phantom limb. It also cried out in pain. Angor relaxed a little. He planned to ask more questions. If the familiar refused to cooperate, he would have to resort to other means, such as using nightmare illusions. Before Angor could say anything, Dangros, who was standing on Angor's shoulder, suddenly shouted, "I remember it now. It has the smell of the strange energy we encountered on the first floor." "Strange energy on the first level?" Angor knew what Dangros was talking about. When they were looking for the main control node, Angor sensed a strange energy point in a corridor. It was a remnant energy, which was very strange. Not only was the energy mixed together, but it also carried a strange smell that Angor had never sensed before. At the same time, there was also space energy. Angor often used the Gate of Illusion, so he was quite familiar with space energy. He was sure that there was some residual energy left by someone who traveled through space. Back then, Angor wondered if someone inside the lab used space travel and left some residual energy behind. But when he thought about how the magic array was always active, he realized that something was wrong. Since he was in a hurry to find the main control node, he did not investigate further and left the lab. Now that Dangros mentioned it again, Angor tried to recall it again. But he was still confused because he did not sense such energy coming from the fire-scale familiar. Dangros noticed Angor's confusion and explained, "Maybe the fire blocked your energy perception. Also, the energy on the familiar is very subtle. It was only during the battle and when I was in a daze that I felt some fluctuations." "Fighting and spacing out?" Yes, I feel that when it is thinking, it will have this kind of fluctuation. But not when it's not. Angor did not know if Dangros was telling the truth, but he was willing to trust the old man's judgment. He looked at the familiar. You didn't escape from the monster garden? Did you teleport in from outside? The familiar did not answer. Instead, it gave Angor a strange grin. Next, the familiar's body began to expand. However, the illusionary limbs were too tight around its body, so the force of the expansion was mostly directed to its head. Its face grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an inflated balloon, which expanded to 5 times its original size in the blink of an eye. However, the strange grin on the familiar's face did not disappear. Until... boom, the head of the fire scale familiar exploded. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments flew all over the place. The familiar's aura completely disappeared, which meant that it was dead. Following its death, Angor finally sensed the strange energy ripples coming from it. The strange energy came from a cloud of mist that came out of the familiar's head. Angor could not see what was inside the mist, but he could vaguely see a large number of sparkling star-like light spots inside. Hee hee, hee hee. Strange laughter came from the mist. Angor did not know what it meant, but he sensed provocation again. Without hesitation, he controlled the illusion nodes to surround the mist and shadow. However, the mist had no intention of dealing with Angor at all. It turned into a half-transparent state and scattered into countless specks of light before disappearing. What's going on? Where's the mist? Dankros sensed the presence of the mist through the sparks that were still lingering in the air. It's gone, Angor said in a small voice. As the one who set up the illusion, he could clearly sense that the strange energy was quickly moving away from him. Even the illusion did not stop it from leaving. It was as if the illusion did not exist at all. After leaving the illusion, the strange energy retracted all of its aura and disappeared. It ran away? Dankros had a look of disbelief on his face. Isn't the normal plot for it to reveal its true form and then reverse the situation? Why did it run away? Angor did not care about Dankros's ridiculous idea. He went straight to the corpse of the familiar. As for looking for the mist, Angor did not plan to do so. He could tell that the mist was not in a physical form. Otherwise, the illusion would have reacted to it. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time to capture a non-physical, semi-ethereal being. Moreover, before capturing the other party, they had to find the other party first. It was harder to find the half-transparent form than to deal with it. It was obviously impossible to find the shadow in the fog who was focused on escaping in such a short time. In that case, he might as well study the fire scale familiar that had been manipulated by that existence first. He crouched down and looked at the headless fire scale familiar. He tried to find the residual energy of the mist inside the monster's body so that he could try to locate it. However, the monster's body was completely clean. There was not a single trace of strange energy left inside. Angor was disappointed, but he could tell that the monster was a cunning one. Angor continued to study the monster's body and did not find anything else. Dankros, on the other hand, pointed out that the fire energy inside the body was very pure. If all fire scale familiars had such pure fire energy, they would not be at the bottom of the food chain. Angor was sure that this fire scale familiar was a special case. But was this special case congenital, or was it modified by the invasion of the dense fog and shadow? He could not be sure. Personally, he believed that the mist did this to the monster. If the mist traveled through space and came to Angor's lab, then this fire scale familiar should be the one from Monster Garden. As for the fire scale familiar in the Magical Beast Garden, Reynolds had a better understanding of it. That was definitely not a special case. That was why Angor assumed that the shadow was modified by the mist. If it was really modified, then judging from the effects of the modification, this fire scale familiar was pretty good. At least from the previous battle, this fire scale familiar should be comparable to the contestants of the first class in the Rising Star tournament, whether it was its energy level or its cunning during battle. The fire scale familiar should be as strong as Leon before he joined Angor's class. In other words, the mist transformed a low-leveled apprentice into a peak level one. That was unbelievable. Was this a unique ability of the mist? Or did it really know how to modify creatures and energy sources? He could not find an answer for now. Either way, he still had a question. Why did the mist attach itself to the fire scale familiar? There should be plenty of monsters in Monster Garden, including powerful sea beasts. Why did the mist attach itself to a low-leveled monster? Was it because there was a limit to how it could attach itself? If so, why would it attach itself to someone else? Or is it because it can't affect the material world when it's in a semi-intangible state? In the quiet corridor, he walked in a certain direction with firm steps. Are we going to look for that strange mist? Dankros returned to his bloody night shelter and asked Angor. No, we're going to room 02 first. Are we not going to deal with it? Dankros asked. Angor did not answer because they had already arrived at their destination. It was still a long corridor. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The only difference was that the nearest ceiling lamp was about 10 meters away, which caused the light here to be a little dim. Still, it was not so bad that Angor could not see the path clearly. The only problem was that the shadows on the walls were magnified. If he was not careful enough, he might miss this area. However, Angor's main control node told him that the door to room 02 was hidden in the shadows. Angor took a step toward the shadowy wall and disappeared from the corridor as if he had melted into the shadows. As soon as Angor disappeared, a small star suddenly rose from a corner of the shadowy area and quietly observed the place where Angor disappeared. Judging from the frequency of its flickering, it seemed that the star was unwilling to give up and wanted to follow Angor. But in the end, the star did not move forward. Instead, it floated to the other side of the corridor and joined the other stars. As soon as Angor stepped into the shadow, his surroundings changed. He found himself in a corridor that was even dimmer than the one he saw outside. This corridor also had a light source, but compared to the bright and beautiful ceiling lights outside, the light source here was the flame of the oil lamp in the black grid on the wall. There was an oil lamp every 10 meters or so, but the flames were too dim to illuminate the entire corridor. At most, they could only guide the way. Why is this place so dim? Dankros looked around and muttered. Maybe it's because the owner of this place is a shadow wizard, Angor replied as he walked forward. Dankros had been following Angor for a long time, so he had some general knowledge about the wizarding world. He also knew that shadow wizards were occult shadow wizards. This type of sorcerer was relatively rare and was also known as the shadow sorcerer. Shadow sorcerers like dark environments? Why don't you just turn off the lights and make it completely dark? Angor glanced at Dankros. Shadow isn't darkness. It's the dark side of light. If there is no light, where does the shadow exist? So there must be light for the shadow wizards to exist? Dankros asked. Of course not, Angor replied. One was conceptual, the other was practical. The concept is the goal, the reason to pursue it. On a practical level, the endless darkness is indeed more suitable for the shadow sorcerer to live in. Dankros could understand what Angor was talking about. But now, he could not quite understand it. Just as Dankros was about to inquire further, they came to the first oil lamp. Dankros did not pay attention to the oil lamp. Instead, his attention was attracted by the shadow on the ground that was illuminated by the flame of the oil lamp. This was because the flames in the grid were not stable. They would occasionally rise and fall as they burned. This caused his shadow to flicker, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes long, sometimes short. Unpredictability is also the nature of shadows. Angor also saw the shadow jumping on the ground. But compared to unpredictability, shadows are better known for their ability to hide. Angor kept moving forward while Dankros kept staring at the shadow on the ground. When they left the light source and the shadow was covered by darkness, Dankros finally looked up. He turned around and wanted to say something to Angor. But before he could say anything, Angor suddenly stopped. However, the footsteps did not stop. The other Angor was moving forward. Dankros saw the familiar scene and immediately understood what Angor was trying to do. Dankros had experienced this several times before, whether it was when he encountered X0 or the fire scale familiar. Angor's real body was watching from the side while his illusions fooled the enemy. Now that Angor created another illusion, it was clear enough. Dankros had been staring at the shadow on the ground. It was not because he was attracted by the movement, but because he had discovered some strange traces. Now, Angor also found the shadow hiding in it. Dankros silently watched the Angor walking away. Dankros had experienced this several times already, but each time, it would make him feel emotional. When he encountered X0, he created an illusion with a little sound. When he fought the fire scale familiar, he took a step forward and created a real body and an illusion body in the light of the fire. It was the same this time. As the light and shadow changed, the real body and the illusion seamlessly alternated. This kind of illusion was almost impossible to guard against. Even Dankros, who was standing on Angor's body, could not help but feel sorry for the enemy. Even if the Angor did everything he could to see through Angor's illusion, could he be sure that the Angor was real? While Dankros was lamenting, Angor had already reached the middle of the two light sources, which was the darkest part of the corridor. When the darkness reached its peak, the Angor hiding in the shadow finally showed his fangs. Silent retracted her evil grin and turned her shadow into a sharp blade, which silently aimed at Angor's back. If the Angor was not aiming at the Angor illusion, it could be considered a good assassination. Unfortunately, there was no if. There was no need for Dankros to watch what happened next. When the Angor hiding in the shadow met the Angor illusion who did not follow the rules, the Angor naturally won. However, it took longer than X0 and the fire scale familiar to win the fight. It was not because of the strength of the Angor opponent. It was because Angor did not want to kill the Angor. Instead of killing the Angor, he wanted to capture the Angor more. Of course, the Angor opponent was quite strong. Even if it was not as strong as X0, it was not far from it. They were slightly weaker than official magi, but much stronger than apprentice magi. About 5 minutes later, the Angor shadow was finally whipped out of its body by the phantom limbs. It shivered inside the fire circle created by Dankros and did not dare to move. Dankros finally saw the Angor shadow's true face under the bright light of the fire circle. It was a round shadow curled up in the center of the fire circle. It looked like there was a black tide moving inside, but the Angor shadow remained in a relatively stable shape. The Angor shadow was completely black, and it could expand, shrink, or curl up. It was impossible to tell what it looked like. The only external features that could be seen were the large watery eyes that occupied a large area, and the mouth that always maintained a strange smile. Dankros sized it up again and hesitated. This looks a little like the creature that Lucky Charm described in the Spirit Bond. It's the one they encountered on the second level, Shadow Fiend. Yes, that's it. Dankros remembered Ness crying for a long time because Cantor killed the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend can help you learn Shadow Walk. It's very valuable, Angor explained. This was why Angor tried so hard to capture the Shadow Fiend instead of killing it. Dankros nodded. Ness had indeed mentioned this in the Spirit Bond. Ness wanted to capture the Shadow Fiend as well. Unfortunately, the Shadow Fiend had already invaded Lucky's soul, so Cantor had no choice but to kill it. This is the Shadow Sorcerer's room. If that's the case, then the Shadow Demon on the second floor was really created by the Shadow Sorcerer? I think so. Dankros looked at the Shadow Fiend trembling in the fire circle. Should we interrogate it? Maybe it knows something about the Shadow Wizard? Angor shook his head. The Shadow Fiend was a low-intelligence creature. It could communicate with other creatures, but it did so through certain signals in the shadows. This was a secret that only the Shadow Wizard knew. No one could communicate with it. So, interrogation? No way. Angor took out a glowing crystal and melted it into a hollow sphere, which looked like a giant, incandescent light bulb. Next, he controlled the phantom limb to wrap the Shadow Fiend up and stuffed it into the glowing sphere. He closed the lid and finished the job. In order to capture these shadow-type creatures, he could simply create a ball of light to trap them. In a ball of light with no blind spots or shadows, they could only curl up in the center, not daring to move at all. Angor put the Shadow Fiend into his bracelet and continued forward. He really hoped that he could encounter a few more shadow demons. This kind of rare creature was almost extinct in the southern region, and no one had discovered it for hundreds of years. Naturally, the more the better. But he also knew that there was only one Shadow Fiend in sight. This was because when he was observing Room 02 from the main control node, he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a strange creature in Room 02. He couldn't tell what it was back then, but now it seemed that it was the Shadow Fiend. This was also why Angor chose to come to room 02 first. According to the main control node, apart from the fire scale familiar, the only living creature on the 5th floor that showed signs of life was the Shadow Fire Scale familiar in room 02. After the Fire Scale familiar died, the Shadow Fiend appeared. Based on his observation, Angor assumed that the Shadow Fiend was a semi-intangible form. In order to affect the material world, it probably had to possess a living being. In the entire 5th floor, the Shadow Fiend in room 02 was the only Shadow Fiend that could be possessed by the Shadow Fiend. This was why Angor chose to come to room 02 first. He was expecting to see another Shadow Fiend here, but it seemed that the Shadow Fiend didn't come to room 02. Maybe it didn't know that there was a Shadow Fiend here? Or maybe it wasn't strong enough to possess a Shadow Fiend yet. No matter what the answer was, at least Angor got rid of a potential threat. If the Shadow Fiend could really possess a Shadow Fiend, the Shadow Fiend's Shadow Fiend and its Shadow Fiend wouldn't be so easy to fight against. The Shadow Fiend wasn't in room 02, but it didn't matter. Angor wasn't in a hurry to find the Shadow Fiend. On the surface, the Shadow Fiend didn't belong to Angor's lab, so it didn't have much to do with what they were here for. But the real reason was that Angor didn't really want to deal with the Shadow Fiend. He had a feeling that the Shadow Fiend had a strange origin. When he expressed his intention to kill the Shadow Fiend earlier, he sensed something ominous in his mind. The omens weren't dangerous, but they were preventing Angor from killing the Shadow Fiend. Of course, this was only Angor's intuition. He couldn't be sure if it was real or not. But he was willing to follow his inner will. As long as the Shadow Fiend didn't bother him again, he wouldn't go looking for trouble. After passing through several more oil lamps, they finally reached the end of the corridor and arrived at the main hall of room 02. The style of this place was different from the dark corridor. There were many light sources in the hall. However, they weren't fully illuminated. Instead, they were blocked by certain room designs, which only allowed them to display 10 to 20% of their power. As a result, there were more light sources, more shadows, and more shadows. It could be said that the entire hall had a very unique lighting style. There were shadows everywhere, and some of them were even geometrically symmetrical. Angor couldn't help but gasp in amazement. However, Angor wasn't here for sightseeing. He was here to look for useful information. At this time, the main hall was filled with a large number of books and scattered papers. Angor was worried that the fire scale familiar would come to room 02 and burn these books. Now, he didn't have to worry about that. Angor picked up a random book from the middle island and read it for a while before putting it down. Nighttale of Firefly. It was a best-selling magazine from the Nighttale Forest, which was popular among witches. The books on the middle island were all about Nighttale of Firefly. Maybe number 02 bought this magazine to learn more about the wizarding world in the south? Or was it number 02's hobby? Angor walked around the hall and controlled 5 hands of spell to read a large number of books. Unfortunately, there was basically no information that he was looking for here. There were more travel notes and very obscure and very feminine gossip magazines. But if Angor remembered correctly, number 03 mentioned that number 02 was a man. Oath of the Blood Mist Moon. At first, the title of the article sounded like something out of a legend. He thought the core of the article was about blood, vengeance, and promises. But that was not the case. Blood Mist Moon was a fixed term that referred to a certain month. It was like the revival moon, sleeping moon, and blossoming moon in the south. The vows of the Blood Mist Moon, on the other hand, were the superficial friendship between a witch and another witch during this month. The article only took up 2 pages and lost poem. But if it was mentioned during a tea party, the witches would talk about it for 3 days straight. It was worth mentioning that Angor had never heard of the Blood Mist Moon or the 2 heroines, Witch Hume and Witch Greeley. But judging from the overall atmosphere, Angor was sure that the story was set in a major world with wizards. Therefore, Angor assumed that the lost poem belonged to one of the 3 wizarding worlds apart from the southern wizarding region. Of course, it could also be from an origin world. Regardless of where it came from, these non-southern magazines, even if they were mostly about women's gossip, were enough to give Angor a glimpse of the world outside. This was a great learning experience for Angor. Apart from lost poem, there were also magazines such as Port Gazette, Pink Rainbow, and Sand Shadow. Angor was sure that none of them were from the south. Next, he began to organize all the books that were not published in the southern region. He did not plan to take them away. As an illusionist, he could use illusions to copy the entire book. If he used nightmare illusions, he could keep the book as good as new for decades. Therefore, unless there were special circumstances, he could use his illusions to copy the books. Angor decided to read them later when he had the time. But even so, he still needed to flip through the books first. It only took him about 1 second to flip through a book. Angor also summoned 5 hands of spell, which made the process even faster. In less than a minute, he had copied all the books with his illusion technique. Angor did not read them directly during the process, but at least he had a general idea about them. Port Gazette was a periodical published by a magazine company in Warm Breeze Harbor. It was published once a year and told all kinds of interesting stories about Warm Breeze City. Judging from the details, Warm Breeze City should be a very large wizard city, probably on the same level as Floating Mech City. Pink Rainbow, the name already had a direction. Similar to Lost Poem, it was a gossip magazine for women and was a quarterly publication. As for Sand Shadow, it sounded the most serious, but it was actually the least serious of all the magazines. If Shadow on the Sand Shadow, it would be Pretty Shadow on the Beach, which was published once a month. Among the 3 magazines, Sand Shadow had the most copies. There were more than 100 of them. Most of the magazines on the floor were Sand Shadow magazines. Angor copied them all without missing a single one. He did not care about the content of the pictures. What he cared about was the people in the pictures. These were all supernaturals from other realms. If he encountered them in the future, it was important to have a basic understanding of them. After copying all the books, Angor looked deeper into the main hall, where there was a corridor of light and shadow about 20 meters long. The corridor was filled with geometric light and shadows. There was a kind of beauty to it, but this kind of beauty was fatal. When he observed room 02 from the main control node, he already noticed something strange about the corridor. There were many traps connected to magic arrays, and they were all highly dangerous. It was worth mentioning that these traps were built on magic arrays. However, they did not rely on the arrays for energy circulation, and the trigger point had nothing to do with the arrays. Instead, it was the light and shadow inside. Angor guessed that room 02 did this on purpose to guard against room 01 or 03. Suppressing the magic arrays alone was not enough to get through. He had to crack the light and shadow traps inside. With the help of the main control node, he learned how to calculate and decipher the mechanism. However, he was not a shadow manipulator, so it would take him a lot of time to get through the corridor. Still, he had to check out room 02's study, reference room, and laboratory at the end of the corridor. So, he decided to take another shortcut. Since he could not suppress the effect of the light and shadow traps inside the magic array, he would try to suppress the other effect of the array, space barrier. While he could not do anything about the space barrier of the entire level 5, it was still easy for him to suppress the space barrier in this corridor. Angor walked into the corridor and made sure that the space around him was stable. Then, he opened the phantom gate. On the other side of the gate was the end of the corridor. Without any trouble, Angor passed through the light and shadow traps carefully set up by room 02. There were 3 forks in front of him, each leading to a study/bedroom, a laboratory, and a reference room. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to room 02's private laboratory first. A moment later, Angor came out of the room. There was nothing interesting about room 02's laboratory. It was a special one created by room 02 to study shadow spells. There were some research reports about shadow calligraphy, but they were all locked in special devices and could not be taken out. There were also some consumables for shadow spells, but Angor did not touch them. These consumables required shadow spells to be used, and touching them might trigger a backlash. Next, Angor went to the study, where he found many books about shadow spells. However, most of them were not useful to him. He simply copied a few rare ones and left the room. His final destination was the reference room. Angor spent the longest time in the room, and he even experienced a wave of law energy. The reason why he stayed there for so long was that the room was full of information related to the laboratory. As for whether they were related to soul gear, Angor could not tell. He decided to copy them first. Apart from the information about soul gear, he also found a series of interesting publications. This publication was called Metal Dance. Angor did not know where it came from, but it was definitely not from the southern region. Metal Dance was an annual publication. Room 02 collected 36 of them, and it was one of Room 02's favorite entertainment publications. Unlike gossip magazines, however, this one combined alchemy with home entertainment. The main goal of the publisher was written on the title page of each publication, to make life more convenient. There were some simple alchemy instructions to make life more comfortable, such as how to remove radioactive metal and turn it into a toaster. There were also instructions on how to make metal pipes, and how to arrange the layout of your home to make it easier to drain water. There were also instructions on how to decorate your home to make your guests more attractive. Angor guessed that Room 02 was also inspired by Metal Dance when he decorated his living room with light and shadow. Overall, although this Metal Dance book didn't have any particularly valuable alchemy blueprints, there were some clever ideas that were very interesting. Also, Angor could learn more about the development of alchemy in other wizarding worlds from the book, which would give him a lot of inspiration. After copying Metal Dance, Angor left Room 02 using the same path he came from. Room 02 contained a lot of information and books about Shadow Fiend. It was not a lot, but it was a process of accumulating knowledge. After leaving Room 02, Angor found 2 more rooms in front of him, namely Room 01 and Room 03. Room 01 was a little special. There was a hidden room inside, and the main control node could not see what was inside. It only confirmed the entrance. As for Room 03, it also had a hidden room. However, it was different from Room 01 because it was a sub-control node on the 5th floor. Angor considered and decided to check Room 03 first. He would take control of the sub-control node first and see if he could find traces of the shadow. Even if he could not deal with it directly, it was better to know its path. To enter Room 03, he needed a certain level of clearance. This was not a problem for Angor. He already solved it when he was in the main control node. Using the Eye of Clearance, Angor pushed open the door of Room 03. Compared to Room 02, which was filled with shadows, Room 03 was much brighter. Angor could see jellyfish floating in the air while releasing a bright blue light. Walking in the room felt like walking underwater under direct sunlight. The hallway was more than 10 meters long, but there were no traps apart from the jellyfish used as decorations. Angor easily reached the main hall, which was quite spacious. It could hold hundreds of people and still not feel crowded. The main hall was also decorated in the style of the ocean. There were all kinds of watercolored gemstones, and with the help of the energy circulation of the magical array, they emitted a mesmerizing brilliance. Gorgeous blue furniture, unique sculptures, and water mist drifting in the air formed a short view of the main hall. The main hall did not seem to have any traps, but that was not the case. The water mist in the air and the drifting water lines could easily trigger Room 03, a water-type wizard. However, Room 03 was still trapped in the fire spell area. Even if she triggered the mist, she would not be able to sense it. Compared to the random books in Room 02, Room 03's main hall was much cleaner and tidier. There were many valuable items, but they were all part of the energy circulation of the magic array, so Angor did not need to take them. After walking around, Angor gave up on exploring the main hall. He went through the hallways and went to the other rooms. There was water mist in the hallways as well, but he just ignored it. There were more forks in the hallways of Room 03. Apart from the laboratory, study, and reference room, there were also bedrooms, changing rooms, washrooms, a small garden, and a swimming pool or pool. Angor checked the rooms one by one. He first checked the bedroom, the small garden, the washroom, and the changing room, but he did not find anything. There were some rare plants in the garden, but they all needed a special water environment to grow. Even if Angor took them, they would only wilt. The laboratory was similar to Room 02's. It was dedicated to studying water-type spells. Angor did not find anything useful. He found a lot of information about soul gear in the reference room, but he did not have time to study them. He would copy them first. Next, he went to the study. Angor did not expect to find anything useful in the study, but he was pleasantly surprised by what he found. There were a lot of water-related research topics, basic materials, and even books for apprentices. Angor believed that there were apprentices in number 03. The information was useful to Angor, and he could use it as a reference. However, none of them excited Angor as much as the stack of letters room 03 put on the table. There were 13 letters in total, all of which were placed on a metal frame. There was a small hole in the middle of each letter, but it did not affect his reading ability. These letters all came from a void caravan called Shining Spirits. Angor estimated that they had been doing this for more than 40 years. In other words, room 03 was already in close contact with the Shining Spirits when the laboratory was first built. According to number 03, the lab received information from Lucifer Society through the Void Caravan. Angor guessed that the Shining Spirits were one of the Void Caravans that room 03 sent to room 03. Angor speculated that there might be other Void Caravans that contacted room 01 and room 02 as well. The reason for this speculation was because the 13 letters here were not signed by the base laboratory or number 01 and number 02. Instead, it was clearly signed by Garcia. Garcia was room 03's pseudonym. Angor checked the earliest letter. It did not contain much information, but it confirmed one of Angor's suspicions. The Shining Spirit Merchant Group was indeed one of the Void Merchant Groups appointed by the Sei Association, but at the same time, they had also accepted number 03, who was also Garcia's personal appointment. She didn't know what price number 03 had paid, but the Shining Spirit Trading Company had continued to pass on information about the various major Adept worlds and Origin worlds to her over the past few decades. The information was not under room 03's jurisdiction. It was obtained through private transactions. After reading the first letter, Angor could not wait to read the second one. He really wanted to know how powerful this Shining Spirits caravan was, and what kind of information they were looking for. However, the contents of the second letter did not mention any information about the other Magus worlds. Instead, the Shining Spirit caravan described a void caravan called Night Sunflower that had accepted a mission from the Rose Legacy Society. They also mentioned the identity of the person from the Rose Legacy Society who had contacted them, as well as the general content of the mission. When Angor first read the letter, he thought room 03 was a traitor from room 03. Otherwise, why would he investigate room 03's request? Later, Angor realized that room 03's main purpose was to learn about the laboratory missions in other wizarding worlds, as well as their progress. Perhaps, when Lady Sei gave out missions to the 4 great Adept worlds, it was like some sort of competition. And Angor read several more letters in a row. For example, the Greenwald Spell Research Institute in the Origin world had developed a new high-level spell that covered the field of water magic. They had tested it many times in the Eternal World and flooded several cities. Another example was that a witch from the Prophet's Temple named Fate stepped into Reincarnation City on her own accord. Also, Lady of Moon and Mr. Sun from Crow Castle both became legendary, which caused the sky of the western continent to be illuminated by the sun and the moon for an entire hour. There were even rumors that the phenomenon attracted the attention of a great being from the Origin world. There were many other similar reports, such as a world-breaker god wreaking havoc in a nearby plane, or miraculous voices coming from the distant void. Most of the reports were scattered, and some of them sounded shocking. But for Angor, they were still too far away to be of much use for now. However, Angor noticed that number 03 paid a lot of attention to 2 things in the letters. The first one was about the Witch of Joy in the Northern Territory. Almost every letter he received from the Shining Spirits contained information about the Witch of Pleasure. Based on the vague descriptions, Angor guessed that there was something going on between number 03 and the Witch of Pleasure. The second one was about the Western Continent's Spectre clan. The Shining Spirits also mentioned Wizard Spectre clan in every letter. However, there were too many things about Spectre clan. There were quite a lot of Spectre clan wizards, and the information was scattered all over the place. Angor couldn't figure out number 03's goal from them. The next few letters were about snooker bases and other wizarding realms. Angor glanced through them and put them aside. In the end, there were only 2 letters left on his desk. The Shining Spirits wrote down the dates on each letter, and they also used the new calendar of the southern region as the standard. Angor could tell when the letters were delivered. One of them was from the year 7375 of the new calendar, which was 2 years ago. The other one was from the year 7378 of the new calendar, which was this year. Angor first opened the letter from 2 years ago. As usual, he ignored the information about Wizard Spectre clan and the Witch of Joy and kept reading. His eyes froze when he saw a message. Recently, the Order Guild released a piece of news. A mysterious item that might be related to illusions has appeared in the Hollow Nation. Currently, there are already mysterious hunters heading there. At the same time, the great illusionist Fibo also left his illusion tower. A mystery item related to illusions. This caught Angor's attention. Angor recalled that number 03 offered several conditions for the sake of Sunders. One of them was that she would provide information about an illusionary treasure. Number 03 was obviously talking to Sunders. Back then, Angor didn't really care. Number 03 was probably just trying to buy time. But now, it seemed that number 03 really had the confidence to raise this condition. This confidence came from the information provided by the Shining Spirit Caravan. This was also the first time Angor heard about a mystery item related to illusions. He kept reading out of curiosity. This mysterious item was found by 2 apprentices of the Order faction. When they participated in a mission to conquer the outer world, they came to a relatively primitive world. There were no signs of civilization here and there were no intelligent life forms either. It was more like an ancient era where giant beasts fought for supremacy. At that time, the 2 apprentices felt helpless and wanted to return to the origin world. But because of their mission, they decided to stay here and do some basic work. Then, they accidentally discovered a secret about this world. This world wasn't completely devoid of civilization. Under an unknown primitive forest, there was a civilization of insects. This insectoid civilization even formed a country called the Hollow Nation. The insects lived in an underground cave with a radius of less than a kilometer. They lived a peaceful life. Since the insect civilization was still underdeveloped, the 2 apprentices didn't approach them even though they discovered this. Until they sensed a mystery energy wave in the Hollow Nation. When it came to mystery items, even if they were from a weak insect civilization, the 2 apprentices should be extremely vigilant. Too many accidents happened because of underestimating mystery items. Even a legendary wizard like Feng had to hide in a country where only mortals lived for more than 10 years just to find out the effects and rules of a certain mystery item. Unfortunately, these 2 apprentices were still too young and arrogant. They didn't inform the Order Guild right away. Instead, they used a transformation spell to enter the Hollow Nation and find the mystery item. In the end, one of them died while the other escaped from the Hollow Nation in a panic. Only then did the Order Guild receive the news. According to the apprentice's description and the Order Guild's simple investigation, it was basically confirmed that the mystery item was half out of control. It was temporarily named Riesland's mini castle. In the castle, there was an insect who called herself Princess Riesland. The reason why she called herself that was because there was no such thing as Princess Riesland in the Hollow Kingdom. According to the investigation, Riesland was just a poor wandering insect without the bloodline of a royal insect. There was a certain threshold to enter the mini castle. Angor didn't know what the threshold was. The only thing they knew was that the visitor had to be elegant. Speaking of which, the Order Guild found out about this because of the apprentice who survived. He survived because of his rude behavior, which was why the mini castle didn't allow him to enter. Another noble apprentice with an elegant temperament was invited into the mini castle. However, he died in less than 10 seconds after entering the castle. Therefore, the Order Guild believed that the mini castle didn't only require the visitor to be elegant, but also had other requirements. It was worth mentioning that the dead apprentice also provided the Order Guild with another piece of information. During the 10 seconds after he entered the mini castle and died, a large number of illusion nodes naturally appeared around the mini castle, which proved that the mini castle might have something to do with illusions. That was all the information about Riesland's mini castle. Angor pondered for a moment after reading the information. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the mini castle. But even if he wanted to, he couldn't make it happen. The mystery hunter from the Order Guild already went there, as well as a great illusionist named Fibo. Even if Angor went there, he wouldn't be able to get anything. Even Sunders wouldn't be able to do anything. Besides, the entrance to the mini castle might not even be discovered yet. Angor would only get himself killed if he went there. So, Angor only kept the information in mind and didn't pay much attention to it. He put down the letter from 2 years ago and looked at the last one, which came recently. It was less than half a month ago. Angor was looking forward to reading the letter. If there was any information in it, it would be the most recent. With great curiosity, Angor opened the letter. A moment later, he put it down and spoke to Toby. "I'm going to take a nap. I'll be back soon." Toby nodded and chirped to indicate that Angor should leave the mini castle to him. Dankros narrowed his eyes and stared at Angor as if he was thinking about something. Angor entered the dream wasteland right next to Iron Granny, which was the result of his precise positioning. "You're here, Angor? Want to have a cup of tea with me?" Iron Granny wasn't offended by Angor's unexpected visit. Instead, she offered him a cup of steaming flower tea. Angor felt a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Granny. I have something to do in reality. I'm here to bring you a letter." Using his illusion, Angor created a letter and placed it on the table in front of Iron Granny. "Please take a look when you have time. It's about the Red Sox and the Germinal organization." With that, Angor prepared to leave. But before he left, he thought of something and asked, "Do you know anything about this creature, Granny?" He tapped the table and summoned the image of the shadow he encountered on level 5. The mist dissipated, and the shadow gathered together, revealing the starry sky inside. "Are you sure it's a creature?" Iron Granny looked at the shadow carefully. Angor nodded. "I'm sure. As far as I know, it can possess monsters and replace them." Iron Granny considered and shook her head. "Never heard of it." Angor didn't say anything else. He thanked Iron Granny and left the dream wasteland. When he returned to reality, he encountered a new wave of law energy, so he decided to take a rest in his study. While he was resting, his gaze drifted to the letter on the table. Just as Angor told Iron Granny, the letter contained information about the Red Sox and the Germinal organization. The 77th Red Sox was a wizard organization. This organization had once obtained a mysterious item called Hotep's Wrath. This mysterious item was also called the Loser's Arrow. Later, the Loser's Arrow fell into the hands of the Germinal organization. Angor assumed that 03 had her own information network in the southern wizarding region. When she learned that the Loser's Arrow was aimed at Mayor Lawson of Floating Mech City, she asked the Shining Spirits about it. The letter contained a lot of secret information about the Germinal organization, which was why Angor gave it to Iron Granny right away. With Iron Granny's foresight, she knew what to do with the letter. Angor also cared about the letter since it was related to the Germinal organization. However, compared to the letter, he was more concerned about the identity of the shadow in the fog. Iron Granny wasn't omniscient, but she knew a lot about living creatures. Even Tree Spirit would have to admit defeat in this aspect. But now, Iron Granny claimed that she never saw the shadow of mist. Angor was curious. What kind of creature was the shadow of the mist? After the wave of law energy dissipated, Angor left his study and headed to the last room. Soon, he found himself standing in front of a fountain. Earlier, he saw a space filled with water in room 03 from the main control node. He wondered if it was a swimming pool or a pool, but it turned out to be a large fountain. There were pipes everywhere, and the air was filled with mist. In the center of the fountain, there were 2 statues of the twin goddesses. The appearance of the statues of the twin goddesses was completely based on 03's own appearance. Angor guessed that 03 had a bit of a narcissist complex. In the middle of the 2 goddess statues was a deep well. Angor's goal was to find the way to the sub-control node on level 5. After passing through a long corridor that tested his knowledge of magic arrays, Angor successfully reached the sub-control node on level 5. Just like the other sub-control nodes, this one also had a hunting sequence that was waiting to be activated. It was number 1. After seeing number 0's hunting sequence, Angor didn't want to explore the other hunting sequences anymore. Instead of trying to activate it, Angor went to the magic array. He wanted to use the magic array to observe where the shadow in the fog had gone. With the help of the Eye of Clearance, he scanned the entire 5th floor. Rooms 01, 02, 03, and even the entire corridor, he looked through them all. Unfortunately, the Eye of Clearance didn't find any trace of the shadow of mist. There were only 3 possibilities. First, the shadow of mist was in a half-transparent state, so the Eye of Clearance couldn't see it. Second, the shadow of mist left level 5 through the outer corridor. Third, the shadow of mist went to a blind spot that the Eye of Clearance couldn't see. There was only one blind spot on level 5, which was the hidden space in room 01. Angor hoped that it was the third possibility. He wanted to try talking to the shadow of mist. Even if the shadow of mist didn't respond, he could at least get some information from it. Suddenly, he heard Toby's chirping. "Wizard Ness wants to see me?" Angor looked back at Toby. When Ness was in the reference room, Angor was also studying the main control node, so he didn't use the spirit bond and only asked Toby and Dankros to look at it. It was only now that he removed the spirit bond. "So this is the night butterfly's arm, huh? TSK TSK TSK. She only has one arm left, but it's still so perfect. Her skin is as smooth as jelly. No wonder Philo loved her so much." Oh right, Philo would probably cry if he saw this. Angor understood that Ness had already left the reference room and went to the display room, where he found the night butterfly's arm. Angor didn't speak right away. Instead, he contacted the Eye of Clearance he left with Cantor earlier. He used the Eye of Clearance to take a look. As expected, Ness, Cantor, and Reynolds were all standing around a container filled with liquid. Inside the container was a woman's arm with black and red patterns on it. "You're on the 5th level already, Angor?" It was Cantor who noticed Angor's presence when the Eye of Authority moved. "Angor's here?" Ness also recovered from his teasing. "Yes. I'm at the sub-control node on the 5th level." Angor looked at Ness through the Eye of Authority. "Do you need something from me, Wizard Ness?" "It's nothing important. Just put it aside for now. Did you find anything related to soul armament?" Ness quickly asked when he heard that Angor was already on level 5. "I found a lot, but I haven't read them yet. I'll bring them to you later." Nessie heaved a long sigh of relief. He found very little information on the 4th level. If he couldn't find anything on the 5th level, he would have to start studying soul gear from scratch. "Good. Thank you," Ness said. Ness didn't express his gratitude. Instead, he kept it in his heart. "You know why I'm here. I found the night butterfly witch's arm. I'll keep it for you. Also, Mr. Eventide and I have picked out a suitable organ for you. Do you want to take a look?" Ness didn't give Angor any time to respond. He brought the Eye of Authority to a metal platform nearby and pointed at a small container. "This is the demon horn that contains all of the dark gold gargoyle's power of petrification. Currently, I don't know what kind of soul equipment it contains, but its power of petrification can help you cultivate petrification vision, as well as many earth spells." After that, Ness moved to the other side. "As you can see, this is a tail. Mr. Eventide and I disagree on which monster it came from. I think it looks like the tail of a canner swamp ape, while Mr. Eventide said it's from a sand-tide monkey. I can't tell which one it is, but both monsters can interfere with water and earth elements within a certain range. This tail probably inherited the same ability." After that, Ness went on to introduce a bee stinger, an unknown wild cat's artificial ear, and a poisonous spider's 8 legs. Finally, Ness moved to a container of the same height. The container was filled with cold liquid, but Angor couldn't see anything inside. "You probably can't see anything in your field of vision, but in fact, there is a very precious organ inside. Putting aside the value of the soul equipment, just the rarity of the organ itself is enough to make it one of the top 3 in this room. This is a pair of stealth-winged butterfly scorpion's butterfly wings. Its butterfly wings are very hard to see with the naked eye. Its wingspan is about 3 meters wide, and its flying speed is beyond imagination. When it flies at full speed, it can even cause sound waves to vibrate. Most importantly, the quality of this pair of butterfly wings is extremely high and perfect. Its vitality is almost comparable to when it was alive. This is definitely the work of a biological alchemist." Then he looked at Angor. "Currently, these are the only ones that are suitable for you, and you don't need to enter the internal circulation after the transplant. Which one do you want? He considered for a moment. He didn't really like any of the organs. He didn't know what the soul equipment was either. If he really wanted to transplant an organ, he would probably need to learn some cross-discipline spells. He didn't think it was a good idea to use it just because it could help him learn new spells. After all, he hadn't even learned enough illusions yet. It was too early for him to explore a new battlefield. He thought for a moment and said to Ness, "Let's go with the stealth-winged butterfly scorpion's wings." "You want this one?" Ness was a little surprised, but he quickly put the wings away. "This one's not bad. You have a good eye." Angor smiled but didn't say anything. If he had to choose, he would probably reject the butterfly wings first. The wings were mainly used for movement and wind abilities. The former overlapped with the sequence of gravity. As for the latter, Angor didn't want to learn any cross-discipline yet. He only chose this one because it was more valuable. The others didn't have much to do with him anyway, so he chose the most expensive one. If he didn't need it, he could just give it to Ness. Angor didn't really care whether he liked it or not. He could tell that Ness really liked the wings, and he looked very excited when talking about them. Even if he didn't need them, he wouldn't waste them. There was also a limit on the fourth floor's display room. After putting away the night butterfly's arm and the wings, Ness and the others left the room. "By the way, did you run into that fire scale familiar on the 5th floor?" Ness asked while standing in the hallway outside the display room. Angor hesitated. "I did. But there was a small interlude." "Interlude?" Angor nodded. He then briefly explained how he ran into the fire scale familiar and how he turned the situation around. Next, he asked Cantor and Ness about the shadow in the mist. "A cloud of mist and shadow with starlight inside? Are you sure it's a living thing?" Cantor asked the same question as Iron Granny. "I'm sure." Angor knew that he wouldn't be able to get any useful information from them. "Is there really such a thing? Let me think." Cantor and Ness both sank into their thoughts. Angor saw that no one was talking through the spirit bond, so he turned it off and asked Toby and Dankros to take over. He checked all 5 levels of the magic array again and made sure that he couldn't find any trace of the shadow. Then he left the sub-control node. After leaving the sub-control node, Angor realized that he had forgotten something important. He left room 03 and headed to the last room on the 5th floor. It was room 01. Room 01 was the plainest of all the rooms on the 5th floor. There was neither light nor mist. It looked like the most normal room. There weren't many rooms in the room. There wasn't even a main hall. After passing through a hallway, Angor saw 3 different paths. These paths led to a reference room, a lab, and a training ground. There was no study, bedroom, or anything else. This reminded Angor of Nausicaa. He once went to Nausicaa's place in the apprentice town, and it was also clean and tidy. On the surface, there were only 3 rooms, but Angor knew that there was another hidden room in the training ground. Instead of going to the training ground, he went to the reference room first. Of course, he needed to summarize his knowledge first. The library was neat and tidy. There were only various reports about the labs in the base. He didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he copied all of them using illusions and decided to toss them into the dream wasteland later. The new library in the new city was already completed, and it was empty now. Now was a good time to put some useful information inside. Angor soon came out of the lab. There were many useful materials for bloodline wizards, as well as some dead sea creatures. The useful parts were all removed. The rest could only be used by bloodline wizards. Finally, Angor went to the training ground. It looked empty. But when he walked to the center of the training ground, he felt his blood boiling. The training ground was connected to a magic array that could simulate all kinds of environments. However, it wasn't activated yet. Angor could still feel his blood boiling because of the lingering aura here. Number 01 often trained here. Even though he wasn't here, his aura still lingered here. Mortals or low-leveled apprentices would probably die instantly if they came here. Moreover, this was the aura that number 01 had inadvertently left behind. From this, it could be seen that number 01 was a rather powerful bloodline adept. He sensed his uncontrollable blood aura and became a little wary of number 01. Number 01 was different. Number 01 was definitely an orthodox wizard who pursued the truth of bloodlines. If he ran into number 01 in the future, he would hide himself immediately and never let the wizard locate him. Angor walked through the seemingly peaceful training ground and arrived at the other side of the training ground. The walls here looked the same as the ones on the other side, but Angor could see the intersection of various runes. Stealth, shadow, space, extension, permanence. Angor read the runes one by one. In the end, he fixed his eyes on a wavy symbol. Activate. Using pure primal mana, Angor pressed the activate button. As the runes glowed brightly, the hidden door hidden by the magic array slowly appeared. Angor didn't go in right away. Instead, he contacted Elmi and prepared for danger. By danger, Angor was not only referring to the mist and shadows that might appear in the hidden room, but also the possible traps inside the room. Angor couldn't see the inside of the hidden room from the main control node, so he didn't know if there were any traps inside. He had to treat all possible dangers as if they were real so that he wouldn't panic when they happened. With everything prepared, Angor gently pushed the door open. As the door opened, a large amount of white, frosty mist drifted out from inside. A gust of chilly wind echoed in the training ground. Angor waited until the mist was almost gone before he stepped inside. To his surprise, there was nothing inside. The interior did not have the mechanism that he had envisioned, and the shadow of the fog was not here either. Other than the slight chill, everything was normal. Angor looked around. The hidden room was small and empty except for an experiment table in the center of the room. The center of the table was empty, but there were piles of letters on both sides of the table. It looked like someone purposely moved them to the sides. There were a lot of letters. There were at least 100 of them. Angor first looked at the empty table and thought of something. But when he thought about it carefully, it quickly disappeared. He didn't delve too deeply into it, because compared to these groundless thoughts, he was more curious about what these letters were about. What did they say? Angor went to the table and sorted out all the letters. After sorting through the letters, he found that they all came from 4 different sources. The first type of letters had different envelopes and colors, but the paper inside was made of paper pulp. Angor categorized them into one category, and there were quite a lot of them. The second type of letters all came from a void caravan named Turbulence. Among the hundreds of letters, at least half of them belonged to this caravan. It was the second most numerous letter. The third type of letters was more familiar to Angor. They also came from the Shining Spirits. The fourth type of letters didn't have a fixed source. Instead, they were replaced by a strange symbol in the shape of a beast. After sorting out all the letters, Angor picked a few from each category and read through them. The first one was from X, which contained information about the wizarding world in the southern wizarding region. The time span was long, and most of the content was about major events that happened in recent years. Angor even saw some information about himself, such as the shocking incident in Midnight Sovereign, the incident at the Dome of Evernight Kingdom, Dark Castle, and so on. Angor believed that there must be more letters like this. These letters were selected because they recorded some important events that happened in the south. Most of the letters were from Turbulence Trade Group. Angor read a few of them and got a general idea of who Turbulence Trade Group was. It should be the Void Caravan that the headquarters of the Rose Legacy Association had hired to convey the headquarters' opinion to number 01. The information contained in these letters were all internal affairs of the Rose Legacy Association. As for the letters from the Shining Spirits, they were similar to those from number 03, which were about number 01's inquiries. Angor guessed that the Shining Spirits might be an intelligence agency in the Ruins Association. Finally, there was a letter with a strange symbol in the shape of a beast. There was no name in it. It only recorded the recent situation of a man called City Lord. Angor only read one letter, so he didn't know who this City Lord was. After sorting the letters, Angor began to read them one by one. Angor only used an illusion spell to copy the letter from X. He didn't read it in detail. Most importantly, they recorded major events in the Southern Wizarding region, which could be put aside for now. As for the letters from Turbulence, Shining Spirits, and Unsigned, Angor considered for a second and decided to start with the letter from Turbulence. Angor opened the letters one by one. As he read quickly, Angor learned about the history of Snooker Base's laboratory. Soul Armament was a secret project created by the Ruins Association and a soul organization from Khazadar world. For some unknown reason, they couldn't carry out the project in the Origin world, so they were sent to the 4 Wizarding Realms. Angor guessed that there were 2 reasons for this unknown reason. First, there were different biological specimens in different Wizarding Realms, so they needed to test them. Second, it might have something to do with living sacrifice. The core of Soul Armament required the help of the Khazadar world. As a plane of souls, Khazadar world needed a connection to affect the material world. Living sacrifice was the least expensive connection. They only needed ordinary people as living sacrifices to connect with the soul organization and send down a special liquid for soul armament. However, such a connection required a large number of living people. Living sacrifice was a taboo even in the cruel wizarding world of the southern wizarding region. Wizards didn't care about 1 or 2 people. Once they created a connection, it would be like a tilting flood that would destroy all the dams they built. Khazadar world wasn't the only place that used living sacrifice. Demons, evil gods, foreign gods, all kinds of evil supernatural beings, and even some unknown beings could all use similar methods to send down their power. If they didn't take precautions at the source, all their efforts would go to waste. Therefore, living sacrifice was definitely forbidden, even in the Origin world. The Ruins Association didn't dare to do it in the Origin world, so they came to the 4 Wizarding Realms where the supervision force was weaker. But even in the 4 Wizarding Realms, they didn't dare to show their faces. I've read your mission reports. You did a good job. Be careful and don't rush things. Khazadar world praised your sacrifice. You're the only one who didn't get noticed. The other bases are too arrogant. You did a good job. Being careful is the only way to complete your mission. However, the southern region is the weakest region, but there are still watchers watching over it. And that? Never mind. I can't talk about him in my current situation. Remember, don't be too flamboyant. Another member of the Order Guild has been beaten up. It seems like they have already noticed your actions. Perhaps, they have long been paying attention to you. Don't worry. I've been with the Order faction for many years. I know their rules. They won't interfere. Besides, the Watchers have their own missions. Your actions haven't crossed their bottom line yet. As long as you maintain your current pace and don't go overboard, they'll turn a blind eye. However, don't let the mainstream of the southern region notice you, especially the Supreme Cult. Angor opened the letters one by one. He also noticed that this unnamed member of the Legacy Association who had been communicating with number 01 for a long time must be a member of the Order faction. As for the Watchers mentioned in the letters, Angor was familiar with them. He read about them in Quolo's diary. They were wizards sent to different worlds by the Order faction to keep an eye on things that had gone out of order. Because wizards radiated across too many large and small planes and worlds, the wardens were not necessarily above the legendary level. In some remote worlds, official wizards could also become wardens. However, the Watchers of high-energy worlds had to be at least legendary. The 4 major wizarding worlds, including the southern region, were all high-energy worlds. The man was a member of the Order faction, so he knew about the Watchers. However, he didn't dare to talk too much about it. He could only secretly remind number 01 not to go overboard and just do it step by step. Angor opened several more letters from the Turbulence caravan. The contents were similar. They were all about the progress of their missions, as well as number 01's report on the current situation. There were also some quests, but they were all related to Angor's blind spots, so he didn't really understand them. What he wanted to know the most was the Order of Relics and the Soul Organization in Khazadar world. Since there were too many letters, he decided to use reading spell to read them. Through the reading spell, he was able to quickly read the letter without asking for in-depth information. He only needed to extract the core points of each letter, which made it much easier. It only took him a few minutes to finish reading the rest of the letters. After reading the letter, he frowned. Something was wrong with number 01. At first, he didn't know much about number 01 and the Lost Society, so he didn't notice anything strange about the letter. But as he read on, he noticed that something was off. Sayako's reply was normal. She praised number 01's cautiousness and continued to tell him not to be too hasty. She wanted him to take it slow and keep a low profile. She didn't want the organization's experiment to be ruined, and she didn't want him to be targeted by the overseer. Number 01's reply seemed normal. He told Angor not to worry and that he would not do anything reckless. Moreover, number 01 also mentioned a mid-long-term plan. I received your reply last time. The 20-year plan you drew up is feasible. The higher-ups also approved of it. They've decided to give you 1/10 of the resources allocated to the Northern Continent's labs, including some monster organs that are considered rare even in the origin world. It was this 20-year plan that made Angor realize that something was wrong. Although the Turbulence trading team did not indicate when the letter was delivered, from the content of the letter and the details on the parchment, it could be inferred that the letter had arrived recently. The recent events were very strange. Not long ago, number 03 told him that their experiment was coming to an end and that they would leave the southern wizarding region soon. Number 01 appeared to be calm and collected in the letter, but in reality, he was so radical that he shortened the 20-year plan to just a few days. This meant that there was something fishy going on with number 01. Apart from the possibility that number 01 was a traitor of the Lost Society, he also found another piece of information in the letter he received from Turbulence traders. Didi Lode told me to remind you not to forget about perfecting number 00's core. Apart from maintaining the core during intervals, make sure to keep number 00 active. It's good for number 00 to stay active. Angor had been on high alert ever since he entered the lab because of the possibility of number 00's existence. As it turned out, number 00 really existed. From the letter, Angor could tell that number 00 had been hiding in the lab all this time. The only thing different was that number 00 didn't seem to be a living person. Was it some kind of mechanical creation? But he was still wondering where number 00 was. He checked the main control node and didn't find number 00. Could it be that number 00 was taken out by number 01? Or to the nest? Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. He put Turbulence's letter aside and picked up the one from the Shining Spirits. The letters from the Shining Spirit Merchant Group were basically intelligence. They were some information that number 01 had asked the Shining Spirit for. Angor noticed that number 01 and number 03 were different. Number 01 only started communicating with the Shining Spirits recently. To be more precise, it started at the beginning of this year. Since the Shining Spirits had a habit of marking the time of delivery on their envelopes, Angor could easily check the date of each letter. So why would number 01 ask so many questions from the Shining Spirits this year? Angor began to read the letters with questions in mind. Since there weren't many letters, Angor soon finished reading them. There was a lot of information in the letters, and they covered a wide range of topics. Most of them were about the same thing, Peach Heart Theater. Number 01 asked the Shining Spirits traveling group about the information they knew about the Peach Heart Theater, including the situation of the Peach Heart Theater in the past, the whole process of entering the Peach Heart Theater, the registered actors of the Peach Heart Theater, and so on. From number 01's questions, Angor could tell that the man was very interested in Peach Heart Theater. From the wording, it could be seen that this kind of interest had exceeded a certain limit. It seemed that number 01 also wanted to participate. Peach Heart Theater was said to be the embodiment of the will of a top-level supernatural being. Number 01 wanted to join the theater? It would be fine if he was just an audience. But number 01 wanted to become an actor. The end of actors in the Peach Heart Theater was basically death as a curtain call. Did number 01 want to die? Or did he think that he could give a perfect performance on the stage of Peach Heart Theater? Angor didn't know what number 01 was thinking, but the information about Peach Heart Theater might be useful in the future. Apart from the information about the Peach Heart Theater, number 01 also asked about the Nightmare Realm. According to Dodoro's prophecy on the Stargazing Day, the ticket booth of Peach Heart Theater would appear in the Evernight Kingdom. There were already many strange domes in the Evernight Kingdom, and they all had something to do with the Nightmare Realm. Angor was curious to know how much the Shining Spirits knew about the Nightmare Realm. However, he soon realized that the shining spirits didn't know much about the nightmare realm. Or rather, the shining spirits didn't want to tell number 01 about it because they were afraid of something. However, he kept reminding number 01 not to get involved in the nightmare realm because there was an unparalleled terror lurking there. In the end, the shining spirits also mentioned that the nightmare realm itself is a miracle. But even so, the miracle will wither away in the nightmare realm. Angor wasn't sure if the miracle mentioned by the shining spirits was the same as the one he imagined. However, he did know that the nightmare realm wasn't only feared by wizards in the southern wizardry region. It was also feared in the origin world. The nightmare realm was a secret world. A world that couldn't be explored easily. As for the dome in the Evernight Kingdom, the shining spirits did mention that the wizard world was a high-energy world. The world's consciousness was balanced, so there was no need to worry about the nightmare realm invading. Besides, there were sentinels watching over the dome. Therefore, even if the ticket booth appeared in the Evernight Kingdom, it should be safe as long as the booth didn't enter the dome. However, the Shining Spirits caravan did not mention another situation. What if a ticket booth appeared in the dome? What should they do? Of course, Angor didn't need to worry about that. Angor had already finished reading the letter sent by the Shining Spirits and number 01. He carefully made a copy of it. There was a lot of useful information in the letter, especially about the Peach Heart Theater. Mr. Rain was planning to set up a temporary market between the Evernight Kingdom and Parmagei Highlands when the theater arrived. Angor wasn't sure if Rain still wanted to do so, but it would be good for Brute Cavern if he could collect more information about the theater. After reading the letter, Angor looked at the last few unsigned letters. 10 minutes later, Angor placed the last letter on the table. He remained silent with a complicated look in his eyes. There wasn't much content in the letters. They were all secret information about the city lore that number 01 asked from an unknown person. After reading all the letters, he finally understood why number 01 would go against the Kasi Legacy Society's orders. And why number 01 suddenly became so radical. The sequence of events was actually not complicated. Everything started with a kind of bloodline. Number 01 was a bloodline wizard, a very traditional one who pursued the limits of his bloodline. What he hoped for was that each of his main bloodlines could do the best they could at the moment. To achieve this goal, number 01 never abused any of his bloodlines during his apprenticeship. He only wanted to find the most suitable bloodline for himself. In the end, he found the bloodline of the Crow Giant. When he merged with the Crow Giant's bloodline, he immediately felt how powerful he was, which gave him the confidence to pursue the limits of his bloodline. After becoming a wizard, he once again began to pursue new bloodlines. In order to reach the limits of his bloodline, he abandoned many unnecessary bloodlines. After 100 years, number 01 never found a suitable bloodline for himself. Until, when he went to explore a hidden ruin, he found a mysterious creature sleeping in a crystal coffin. As a bloodline adept, 01 could clearly feel that this sleeping mysterious creature had a fatal attraction to him. He felt his bloodline boiling, screaming, and yearning. He finally realized that he finally found the bloodline he had been looking for 100 years. Although number 01 had found the bloodline he had been longing for, there was another problem in front of him. He didn't know this magical creature. In other words, if he injected the bloodline of this creature into his body, he would face unknown risks. Bloodline wizards did have various secret methods to reduce the risk of fusion, but this was based on the premise that the bloodline was known. Even if he used the secret method with an unknown bloodline, it might not have any effect. Therefore, if number 01 really wanted to integrate the bloodline of this magical creature, he might die on the spot. Even so, number 01 didn't hesitate. That kind of bloodline desire gave birth to incomparable confidence in his heart. He felt that he would definitely be able to control this bloodline. In the end, as number 01 expected, he succeeded. However, he didn't know that this was also the beginning of his nightmare. The reason was very simple. The magical creature's identity was not simple. This magical creature was a third-class citizen of the Phantom City. The reason why it appeared in the coffin in the ruins was that it had used a secret method to recuperate and advance in the coffin. Unexpectedly, it was eaten by 01 while it was still in a daze. The full name of the Phantom City was Gruzd Awards Phantom City. From the name, it could be seen that the Phantom City was actually owned by Gruz de Ward. In this city, there were many magical creatures living. Most of them were collected by Gruz de Ward from various worlds, and some came to him for protection. Gruz de Ward divided these magical creatures into 3 levels of citizens. The top of the pyramid was the first-class citizen, which was the so-called upper-class citizen. However, although it was called a magical creature city, in the eyes of outsiders, it was more like Gruz de Ward's private confinement garden. Therefore, it didn't have a good reputation. Although it didn't have a good reputation, it had to be said that Gruz de Ward was very protective of the citizens in the city. If a citizen was persecuted, Gruz de Ward would do everything to get revenge. And number 01 swallowed the bloodline of a third-class citizen, which happened to step on Gruz de Ward's red line. For the next period of time, the nightmare had been hanging over number 01's head because Gruz de Ward used all kinds of methods to chase after him. Although 01 managed to escape every time, it was just a game of cat and mouse. He wouldn't kill you directly. He was torturing 01 bit by bit. Whenever 01 thought he had a chance to escape, he would be pressed into the ground by the invisible dark palm in the next second. In the midst of despair, 01 had thought of joining some large organizations to avoid being hunted down by Gruz Howard, but it was useless. Among the legendary wizards, Gruz de Ward was one of the best. He was very close to sounding the miracle sound. No organization was willing to go against such a powerful legendary wizard, not to mention that 01 was just an ordinary wizard who hadn't even stepped onto the path of truth. Later on, number 01 joined the Kasai Legacy Society by chance. Although ASE Legacy Society didn't have the ability to stop Gertrude, ASE Legacy Society had a wide network of connections. Furthermore, she knew some special voidwalkers. Through some means, number 01 was sent away from the origin world and arrived at the distant southern region. Although coming to the southern region didn't mean he was safe, at least for a short period of time, Gruz de Ward wouldn't find him. What 01 needed was this short period of time. In the origin world, he was chased and played by all kinds of people. There was no way for him to improve himself, and he couldn't find a way to deal with Gruz de Ward's pursuit. He wanted to use this period of time to improve himself or find a way to block the mark of pursuit. Dozens of years passed just like that. Number 01 thought he could make good use of the days when he wasn't hunted down, but he neglected an important point. He wasn't a talented wizard. In these decades, his strength had indeed improved, but the efficiency of his improvement was limited. Moreover, ASE Legacy Society tried every means to make 01 be cautious and not cause any trouble in the southern region, which would affect the progress of the experiment. This also limited 01's room for improvement. In the end, he achieved nothing. Not only was he stuck on the path of truth, but he also couldn't find an effective way to block the pursuit. If he still had time, he might have a chance in the future. However, the intelligence told him that he was running out of time. The person who kept communicating with 01 was an unknown existence. It was temporarily called Beast Mark because there was a beast-shaped symbol on the envelopes he sent. Beast Mark seemed to be very familiar with the Phantom City. He also investigated the whereabouts of Gruz de Ward, the city lord, very clearly. In the most recent letter, Beast Mark told 01 that Gruz de Ward mentioned the wanted criminal 01 again at the recent citizens' meeting, and that he had located 01's whereabouts. Although Gruz de Ward didn't say what he would do next, 01 understood that his peaceful days were over. He would return to the boundless desolate wasteland and live in the gap between the pursuit and escape. After enjoying a peaceful life for decades, 01 thought that he would have to face the dark past again. He went crazy. 01 knew that with his own strength, fighting against Gruz de Ward was simply a battle between a mayfly and a tree. There was no suspense. Even ASE Legacy Society couldn't compete with the huge Phantom City. After knowing that he had nowhere to run and no way to live, 01 made a decision. Since he was going to die in the end, he wanted to die in a meaningful way. He wanted to go crazy before he died and let that high and mighty, arrogant, and self-proclaimed Gruz taste the pain of death. And he had a way to do it. During his time in the southern region, although his strength was limited, it didn't mean that he didn't gain anything. He learned a secret news here, which was related to Gruz de Ward. The Devil Sea was called a forbidden area, not only because of the violent weather, but also because of some unexplainable supernatural disasters. In the process of investigating the Devil Sea, 01 found that the reason why the Devil Sea was classified as a forbidden area was because of a magical creature. This magical creature was called Xiz. It was the king of the sky, the overlord of the sea, and also the beast of disaster that brought disaster. When Xiz lived, it completely occupied the Devil Sea. Even the legendary wizards of the southern region didn't dare to easily step into the Devil Sea. However, one day, Xiz suddenly disappeared. Because of Skiz's disappearance, the Devil Sea changed from a closed state to a semi-forbidden area. There were many rumors about the reason for Skiz's disappearance in the southern region, but no one knew the inside story. But 01, who had some knowledge of the Phantom City, guessed the truth behind it. Although the Phantom City was divided into upper, middle, and lower class citizens, there were more detailed divisions in each class. Among the upper-class citizens, those who were most favored by Gruz de Ward would be awarded the title of Diamond Citizen. And 01 happened to know that there was a Diamond Citizen in the Phantom City called Xiz. It seemed that Xiz left the Devil Sea because he was captured by Gruz de Ward. After 01 learned that Xiz of the Phantom City had left the Devil Sea, he became interested in Skiz's lair. After all, Xiz was a powerful transcendent. At that time, 01 thought that he might be able to find a treasure in his lair that could improve himself. In the end, 01 didn't find any treasure, but he found a sea beast cub. According to various clues and inferences, this sea beast cub was most likely the bloodline left behind by Xiz. At this point, what 01 wanted to do was very clear. Since there was no way out, he would destroy the Diamond Citizen's bloodline. Gruz de Ward's attitude toward Diamond Citizens would definitely make him feel bad. As more letters from the Beast Mark arrived, 01 learned that the hunting team was approaching. So, he began to act. Using the organs of Skiz's cub as the final research project, 01 gathered all the combatants and attacked the lair. After reading the letter, Angor finally understood why number 01 suddenly became so radical and why he would go against Lady Kasai's orders. This was because external pressure had forced him to make such a choice. He couldn't care less about the consequences. He only wanted to go crazy and take a bite out of Gruz de Ward's flesh by killing Skiz's cub. But did it actually work? Was it all just 01's imagination, and Gruz de Ward wouldn't feel bad about it? Angor didn't know the answer, but he knew that 01 didn't care anymore. It didn't matter if it was just his imagination. Angor felt a little regretful about what happened to 01, but that was all. He put down the letters and activated his spirit bond to tell Ness and the others what happened here. After all, 01 was going to hunt Skiz cubs. If Gertrude was really angry about this matter, they had better leave this place as soon as possible. They absolutely could not get involved. Angor opened the spirit bond and heard someone talking inside. It wasn't the talkative Ness. It was Reynolds. It's the same feeling again. It's moving. It seems to be above us, Reynolds said. Above us? You mean the first, second, and third floors? Ness was surprised. I think so, Reynolds said. Why is it moving on its own? Did Angor take it away? Angor was on the 5th floor, Cantor said. Maybe. Let's ask Angor. Toby, are you there? If you are, call Angor, I'm here. What's going on? Angor spoke before she could even finish her sentence. You're here? Didn't you hear it? Ness was surprised. Let me explain, Cantor said. It's Reynolds. His perception of his body suddenly deepened. He sensed that his body seemed to be moving. At first, it was still on the 5th floor, but now it seems to have moved to the upper floors. Angor, did you take his body away? Many thoughts flashed across his mind, which he had neglected before. Now, they all exploded in his mind. That's right, Reynolds's body, he always felt like he missed something. Now that he thought about it, it was Reynolds' body, but why did he miss it? Angor frowned and decided to put it aside for now. What happened to Reynolds' body? Angor tried to organize his thoughts. Before coming to the 5th floor, he checked the main control node and didn't find Reynolds' body. Apart from the Shadow Fiend, there were no other living beings on the 5th floor. Wait, there was another one. that mist shadow. The mist shadow could possess a body, Reynolds added. His body was moving from the 5th layer to the 1st layer. Angor suddenly realized that Reynolds' body had been taken over by the shadow of mist. Ugh. Angor took a deep breath. He thought he had nothing to worry about after killing the shadow fiend. He didn't expect that he would forget about Reynolds. Reynolds's body was still alive, so he could be considered a living creature. The shadows of the fog could completely possess Reynolds's body. I made a mistake. Angor rubbed his temples and told Sunders what he thought was going on. You forgot about Reynolds' physical body? Angor wondered why he forgot about it all of a sudden. That's not important. Since the mist shadow already possessed Reynolds, we need to find it as soon as possible, Cantor said. The problem is, the mist shadow can explode its head at any time. Didn't it explode the fire scale monster's head when it possessed it? Even if we can find Reynolds, the monster's head will explode too. Even if Reynolds didn't escape, his body would be dead by now. Ness pointed out a key problem, which made Reynolds' face turn pale. Ness looked at Reynolds' expression and smiled. But it doesn't matter if the body dies. The soul is the real beginning. Come with me, and I'll show you the true meaning of the soul. Angor ignored Ness' mockery and said, I'll figure out how to solve the problem after I find it. I'll go back to the main control node and check it out. He paused a little and continued, oh right, there's something else I need to tell you. I found some letters in Hidden Room 01. Angor was about to tell them the contents of the letters when he returned to the 1st floor. However, when he said letters, he subconsciously looked at the letters. The letters were placed on the lab table, and his attention was immediately attracted by the table in front of him. There was a rectangular space in the middle of the table that was empty, and the letters were swept to the side. The empty space could fit one person. Angor suddenly remembered something else. When he entered the hidden room, he saw a large amount of white mist drifting out, which made the room extremely cold. According to Maya's prophecy about Reynolds' body, the place where Reynolds' body was located was extremely cold. Angor thought about how he didn't find Reynolds' body at all when he was monitoring the 5th floor from the main control node. The only place he couldn't monitor on the 5th floor was the hidden room. The answer was obvious. Reynolds' body was in the hidden room all along, and it was right here on the lab table. So the shadow did come to the hidden room, Angor muttered. No wonder he couldn't find the shadow of the fog when he was monitoring the branch nodes. But how did it get into the hidden room? Could it be that he could ignore the magic array on the wall when he was in his semi-intangible state? If that was the case, the shadow could leave the lab at any time. There was no need for it to possess Reynolds' body. Unless, its purpose was not to leave, but to do something in the laboratory. Also, it had to use Reynolds' body in the material world. So what was it after? He recalled the time when he first met the fire scale familiar. The creature was setting the corridor on fire. Did that have anything to do with its goal? Or, is it trying to cause trouble? Destroy the lab? Angor shook his head. He couldn't figure out what the shadow was after. Hey, Angor. Why are you so quiet? Ness' voice came from their spirit bond. It's nothing. I just noticed that Reynolds' body was hidden in Hidden Room 01. Hidden Room of 01, number 01 is basically the leader of the base. Why is he so interested in Reynolds' body? Ness mumbled. Could it be that he's also interested in Lucky Mascot's luck? Considering number 01's current situation, Angor believed that Ness' guess was probably correct. 01 might be acting crazy right now, but it didn't mean he had lost his mind. He was just going crazy because he couldn't see any hope. However, he wouldn't give up if there was even a sliver of hope left. Perhaps in number 01's eyes, Reynolds, who had the lucky aura, was a small hope. Even if it wasn't much, 01 was willing to give it a try. That was why he kept Reynolds' body in the most secret place in the lab. By the way, what did you say you found? Cantor asked when he saw Ness muttering to himself. What did you find? Letters from 01, the Relic Association, and some void merchants. About 100 of them. Letters? You only found letters in the hidden room? Nothing else? Ness didn't ask about the contents of the letters right away. Angor would tell him sooner or later. Nessie was more interested in the hidden room itself. The way he saw it, this was the only hidden room in the entire laboratory that could not be explored. There should be some secrets hidden inside. Angor was about to leave, but he stopped when he heard Ness' words. He turned to look at the narrow room. Other than the experiment table, there was nothing else in the room. On the experiment table, there were only letters. This was indeed a little inconsistent with the specifications of this place. Did number 01 create this hidden secret room just to hide these letters? He thought for a moment and approached the workbench again. It looked like a standard workbench. However, when he tried to use his spirit feelers to check the workbench, he was stopped by a familiar force. This was the power of Mageweths. Normal magi wouldn't pay much attention to the magic patterns on the experiment table. This was because the standardized experiment bench would come with its own Mageweths for maintaining temperature and cleansing. According to the needs of different magi, there would also be other Mageweths for force fields. Unlike other people, Angor knew a lot about Mageweths. He did sense the temperature controlling and cleansing runes on the experiment table, but he also noticed other runes. Concealment, energy barrier, and camouflage. Concealing the secret, blocking spirit feelers, and using the camouflage runes to provide energy feedback. This way, anyone who tried to look into the experiment table would unconsciously overlook the secret. This was one of the ways to use Mageweths. I almost fell for it, Angor muttered to himself. If Ness didn't remind him, he would have overlooked it as well. Angor was still at a disadvantage because of his lack of experience. He thought the experiment table was a standardized model, which meant that it was difficult to modify it. However, number 01 really did modify it. Now that he knew where the problem was, it was easy to solve it. The magic array on the experiment table was not connected to the laboratory. It was independent, so it wasn't hard to crack it. However, Angor wasn't going to break the magic array. Instead, he activated it. The magic array was a type of aura encryption, which only recognized number 01's aura. It wasn't hard to find number 01's aura. The training ground outside was filled with violent blood aura. Using a special method to collect some blood aura, Angor could directly activate the magic array. From this detail, it could be seen that the modification of the magic array on this experimental bench was definitely not done by number 01. If it was done by number 01, he would not have placed the hidden room in the training ground. If someone really broke in, the blood aura in the training ground would be the password to the enemy. It only took a few seconds for the magic array to be activated. In Angor's eyes, the experiment table slowly divided into two halves, and a new platform rose in the middle. At the center of the new platform was a small box that could be lifted with one hand. So this is number 01's secret? Since the box was not locked, he opened it out of curiosity. However, it was completely empty. There was nothing inside. The only thing he could see was that the box was divided into two parts. Judging from the shape of the velvet cloth at the bottom, there were two bottles inside. Angor carefully checked the box to make sure he didn't miss anything. Then he put it back on the platform. What do you think? What's inside? Ness' voice came from Angor's spirit bond. There's nothing inside. Angor had been transmitting the information to Ness when he activated the magic array, so Ness knew what was going on. Ness was a little disappointed. I see. It seems that number 01 has already taken it. Angor left the hidden room and prepared to return to the first level. While walking, Angor briefly explained the contents of the letter to Sunders. That's the basic situation. Angor already finished explaining the situation when he arrived at the outer passage between the 5th level and the 1st level. Cantor and Ness didn't say anything in the spirit bond. They needed to think about what they should do next since this was related to an important figure in the origin world. It was obvious that number 01 had already started his hunt, and it was too late to stop him now. If Glusday Ward really got angry, they might get hurt if they stayed nearby. While Cantor and the others were thinking about what to do next, Angor walked into the outer passage. Everything went smoothly until he saw a series of footprints on the ground when he reached the stairs leading to the 1st level. There was a faint chill around the footprints, which seemed to have appeared not long ago. Without a doubt, Reynolds, who was possessed by the shadow of mist, walked out of the passage. But Angor didn't see any footprints along the way. why did they suddenly appear here? Angor kept going up. When he was about to reach the entrance of the first level, he saw another footprint on the ground. This time, it wasn't a footprint, but a handprint. Angor looked at the two handprints and the elongated footprints behind them. Reynolds was walking on the stairs when he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Reynolds was walking on the stairs, and he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Although the chances of a normal human being falling were not high, the other party was Reynolds, who had been possessed by the shadow of the fog. It was possible that it did not know how a human being walked. Or rather, Reynolds had been frozen for too long, and its limbs were stiff. It might also fall. Angor didn't find the footprints strange. He glanced at them and walked toward the exit of the first level. As soon as he stepped out of the exit, Angor sensed something wrong. Everything was normal as far as his eyes could see. However, there was a bloody smell in the air. He didn't look for the smell right away. Instead, he looked at the ground first. The ground was smooth, but he could still see the outline of footprints in some places. There was also cold air around them. He was planning to go to the main control node and look for Reynolds' whereabouts, but now, it seemed that he wasn't planning to do so. But now it seemed that he didn't need to do that. He only needed to follow the footprints to find his target. After confirming the direction of the footprints, Angor began to sniff for the source of the smell. He realized that the smell of blood was coming from the direction where Reynolds was heading. Is Reynolds injured? Angor wondered. Otherwise, where did the smell of blood come from? But if that was the case, why didn't he smell anything when he was in the outer passage? Soon, Angor reached the source of the smell. He looked at the corridor not far away and frowned. This was a very ordinary-looking corridor. He had walked through it when he was heading down earlier. But now, the corridor was a bit messy. Wind energy still lingered in the air, and there were several drops of blood on the floor. Angor frowned because he knew what was going on. The mechanism of the corridor was activated. Once activated, the corridor would release a huge amount of violent wind energy for a short time. The wind energy would form into tornadoes or wind blades, which would attack everything in the corridor indiscriminately. It sounded dangerous, but it wasn't. The mechanism of the corridor was triggered. As long as one didn't touch the walls on either side and walked straight, nothing would happen. Angor was confused because the mechanism was easy to avoid. Normal people wouldn't randomly touch a place where they knew there were traps, let alone the shadow of the mist. Besides, the shadow of the mist controlled the fire scale familiar from the first level to the 5th level, and it didn't run into any traps. Why did it run into one this time? Angor walked into the corridor with doubts in his mind. He carefully observed his surroundings as he walked. His eyes were clearly clearer than usual. This was the effect of activating the Eye of Truth. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Angor quickly found where the mechanism was triggered. Next, he looked around again and saw a familiar mark. It was a footprint that was elongated in an instant. It was similar to the footprints he saw when someone fell down in the outer corridor. If that was the case, Angor began to understand why the mechanism was triggered. The shadow of the mist must have slipped and accidentally hit the walls on either side. Then, the mechanism was triggered. Wind blades sliced through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. It all seemed like a coincidence, but Angor still felt something was off. Because Reynolds was injured in this gale corridor, it was even easier to find traces of him. He could use the blood and the pheromones in the air to find him. But as he moved forward, he frowned more and more. He was about to reach the 10th corridor. Of the 9 corridors before him, only 2 had traps, and both of them were triggered. However, the 2 corridors with traps were both triggered. And those who triggered them all showed signs of being hit. For the time being, he assumed that it was all caused by unsteady footing that led to the fall. However, what was going on in this corridor? Why was the mechanism here triggered as well? There was a mechanism in this corridor that was also triggered. However, it was triggered by a well-hidden button. Normally, it was not triggered by an enemy. Instead, it would be triggered by someone who noticed danger and quietly pressed the button to eliminate the threat. Unless there was an outsider around, triggering a mechanism like this by yourself could only mean that your hands were too weak. There was still an electric field in the air. Even at the end of its effect, the electric field was still very threatening. This was the power of this mechanism, which was also the most powerful one among all the triggered mechanisms so far. Angor walked in and could still feel his skin tingling. It could be imagined that when Reynolds had triggered the mechanism, the damage he had suffered must have been terrifying. He walked to the button where the mechanism was located. He saw the charred marks around the button, the marks on the pipes, and the scratches on the ground. Angor could already picture the scene in his mind. Reynolds stumbled again. He did not fall down, but he sprained his ankle. So he held onto the pipe beside him for support. Little did he know that there was a hidden button next to the pipe. Was this another coincidence? In Angor's mind, it did seem like a coincidence that there was no outside interference. But he had seen too many coincidences like this before. All the coincidences only led to one result: the mechanism was triggered, and Reynolds got hurt. To sum it up, he was haunted by bad luck. Angor had a strong sense of déjà vu. Back in the Abyss Plane, Toby was tainted by the Pilgrim of Misfortune's aura, and bad things happened one after another. It was similar to what he was experiencing now. Of course, the misfortune that happened to the shadow didn't come from the Pilgrim of Misfortune. Then where did it come from? Was it simply bad luck? Angor didn't believe it. But if there was an outside force who could do that, apart from the Pilgrim of Misfortune and the Thief of Fate, there shouldn't be any supernatural beings that could do that. No, there was one. Reynolds himself could also affect one's luck to a certain extent. It wasn't for nothing that he was called John's counterattack. However, Reynolds always had good luck. But now, Reynolds was suffering from a series of misfortunes. Was it because the shadow possessed Reynolds and caused his body to be rejected? Rejection could be seen as a way to expel an outsider from one's will. It didn't just happen to individuals. Even the world itself had a similar rejection mechanism. For example, John's failure to cooperate with the will of the world led to a series of tragedies. That was also a typical example of rejection. Still, rejection wasn't something that couldn't be solved. As long as you were strong enough, you could easily crush the will of the world. Besides, the rejection mechanism was a passive defense mechanism, and most people couldn't find a way to fix it. Unless you had a way to counter it, or you had a cheat. Angor didn't know if Reynolds had such a method. However, if such a cheat really existed in Reynolds' talent, then the rejection mechanism might become the main method used by the will of the world to expel the outsider. Reynolds might not have a strong body, but he still had a natural property that prevented others from possessing him. Angor wasn't sure if this was true. But if it was, the shadow must be having a hard time right now. The opposite of good luck was extremely bad luck. The triggering of the mechanism in the corridor proved this. However, Angor was worried that if there was no limit to the power of the misfortune, Reynolds' body wouldn't be in good condition even if he managed to get through the shadow. It was a type of rejection mechanism that would harm both the enemy and the user. Let's hope Reynolds can still maintain his human form when we find his body, Angor muttered to himself as he looked at the scorched marks on the ground. He could even see his skin. Outside the base laboratory, a loud buzzing sound came from afar. Accompanied by the rolling of the surrounding fog, a new wave of law energy came. Even Philo, who had been shooting his mouth off outside of the fiery spell formation, fell silent. His brows furrowed as he stared in the direction of the wave of method power. Why do I feel like the pressure of this air wave is getting stronger and stronger? Also, the sound seems to be closer to here. Philo felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. He lowered his head and looked at the black crystal in his hand. Cantor had given it to him so that he could crush it when he was in danger. With it, Cantor would be able to sense and locate his location. Then, he would be able to cross the gap between planes and reach him. Philo considered whether or not he should crush it. At this moment, Philo was not the only one hesitating. 03, who was hiding in the mechanic core, was also hesitating. She also felt the loud roar, and at the same time, she also heard the sorrowful cries of the sea beasts hidden under the roar. She knew what kind of sea beast it was, and she also knew that it had some strange characteristics. It would definitely be the best test subject for the final experiment. However, she did not understand one thing. The sea beast was strong, but 01 had brought so many combatants and a valuable alchemy item with him. Why hadn't he taken it yet? Also, judging from the intensity of the wave of law energy and the volume of the roar, it seemed that the battlefield was getting farther and farther away from the nest. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to the laboratory. Did he run into a stalemate, so he dragged the chase to the laboratory? Did he want to use the laboratory's power? If 01 really ran into trouble and tried to use the laboratory's power to deal with the sea beast, he would most likely be ambushed when he returned to the laboratory. 03 knew that she could not wait any longer. She had to do something. Otherwise, not to mention waiting for them to save her, number 01 would be attacked from the front and back. The one who would fail would definitely be her side. But now, Philo was standing outside, and Sunders and the others were not showing up. They were probably waiting for her to leave. Number 03 bit her lips and looked at the bottle in her hand again. The mysterious fruit core inside was still emitting a great attraction to her. Should she eat it? If she ate it, she might be able to fight back, but her future would be unpredictable. If she did not eat it, she would not be able to face a level 2 Truthfinder wizard on her own. She hesitated for a long time before putting the fruit core down. She wanted to take a gamble. She would bet that Sunders was not outside. If she won, she would be able to face Philo alone. Even if she could not do it for now, she could still go to the laboratory and activate the most powerful mechanism there. Even if she lost, as long as they did not try to kill her, she would still have a chance to eat the fruit core. Having made up her mind, 03 took a deep breath and looked at the raging flames outside with determined eyes. Underground, 4th floor of the laboratory. It's coming again, Ness whispered as he sensed the endless waves of law energy around them. The air was very quiet. When the waves of law energy dissipated, Ness broke the silence again. I don't think the power of the law energy is getting weaker. It's getting stronger. It's getting closer to us, Cantor said. If I'm not mistaken, the law energy was created by 01 to deal with the Skiz cub. If it's getting closer, does that mean 01 and the others are coming back? Ever since Ness had learned 01's goal, it had become much easier to deduce what was going on outside. Cantor nodded. They should be coming back. It's just that his return this time might not necessarily be a victory. Ness understood what Cantor meant. If they had won, the law energy would have disappeared. If it hadn't, it meant that something had gone wrong. Perhaps they had underestimated the Skiz cub's strength, or perhaps they had overestimated their cooperation. But no matter why 01 and the others had returned, their return was already set in stone. What they needed to solve now was, what should they do? We can't wait any longer. Let's leave the laboratory as soon as possible, Cantor said. This wasn't just because Philo was outside and needed help. More importantly, if 01 really did lure the Skiz hatchling into the research lab and killed it nearby, the rest of them would probably be caught in the crossfire. If Gertrude was enraged, he would definitely not try to find out who was in cahoots with whom. He would definitely kill them all. Therefore, leaving the laboratory as soon as possible was the best option. If worse came to worst, they had to find a way to stop 01 from killing the Skiz cub. After making up their minds, Cantor contacted Angor. Ness looked back at Reynolds and saw that the young man's soul seemed to be in a daze. Ness thought Reynolds was worried about his body. Trust me, your soul will live forever even if you lose your body. Reynolds slowly looked up. Ness could tell from the boy's blank expression that Reynolds didn't hear their conversation at all. The truth was indeed so. Reynolds said with a blank face, huh? Ness sighed. He didn't tell Reynolds about their decision. Instead, he planned to take the boy away as soon as possible. It's nothing. What were you thinking about? Reynolds said, I seem to feel that the connection with my body has weakened. There was even a period of time before when I couldn't sense it at all. It's like I don't exist anymore. Ness put a hand on Reynolds' shoulder. Don't worry. Your body might be dead already. Reynolds didn't know what to say. You're homeless now, and your body is dead. Just join the Valley of Souls from now on. Reynolds. I seem to have sensed something again. His physical body seemed to be salvageable. Before Ness could say anything else, Cantor suddenly spoke up. Something's wrong. Cantor reached out his hand, revealing a crystal that was as black as the night in the middle of his palm. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystal. The cracks spread rapidly and soon covered the entire crystal. Philo broke the crystal I gave him. I think he's in trouble. We need to leave now. But Angor, I've already told Toby and the fire sprite. They'll tell Angor later. With that, Cantor crushed the crystal in his hand. As the crystal's powder scattered, a gaping space fissure appeared in front of him. Let's go. Ness nodded with a serious look. At this moment, Cantor added, the cost of 2 Aurora crystals. Remember to pay me back later. Ness's expression immediately turned stern and ferocious. Angor also sensed the incoming law wave from the first floor of his lab. However, he didn't slow down like he usually did. Instead, he picked up his pace. Toby, sequence of gravity, Angor said while moving quickly. Toby nodded. He leaped into the air and flapped his wings. A gray mist immediately spread out and completely enveloped them. With the help of the sequence of gravity, Angor was able to move freely in the law wave. He was moving so fast that he left several corridors behind him. He already sensed that he was getting closer and closer to Reynolds' body. Without the protection of a similar sequence of laws, the mist shadow would be affected by the law wave and stop moving. This was Angor's chance. While running, he was also thinking about a new problem. Now that he had a chance to solve the problem easily, how could he prevent the shadow from getting its head blown off? Previously, when he caught the fire scale familiar, the mist shadow immediately exploded its skull. This scene was still vivid in his mind. If Reynolds had exploded as well, Angor wouldn't be able to do anything even if he found his body. Angor racked his brain but failed to come up with a perfect solution. In the end, he could only hope that Reynolds' consciousness would give him some help. Since he could change his luck through the rejection mechanism, it would be best if something went wrong when the shadow fog wanted to explode its head so that it could not explode its head. Hoping to get lucky, he took advantage of the chaos and rushed through one corridor after another. Soon, he arrived at a new corridor. All the energy tubes in this one were empty, and the glowing energy liquid inside them was gone. Instead, the hallway was filled with poisonous mist. Without a doubt, this was a corridor filled with mechanisms. He stood outside the hallway and saw a figure not far away from him through the poisonous mist. Judging from the outline of the body, it was Reynolds. However, Reynolds was lying on the ground without moving at all. He looked like a corpse. Is he dead? Dankro's voice rang in his ears. I don't know. Maybe he's trapped by the law wave. With that, Angor stepped into the corridor. The poisonous mist in the corridor wasn't simple. It wasn't a floating particle in the material world. Instead, it was a kind of energy toxin that couldn't be blown away by wind or blocked by energy shields. For apprentices, this kind of energy toxin was hard to deal with. Once it turned into mist in a confined space, it could easily push an apprentice to a dead end. However, for wizards, it couldn't even break through spirit shields. This was the result of the difference in energy levels. Angor slowly walked to Reynolds' side. From here, he could clearly see the miserable state Reynolds was in. Burned by fire, frozen by ice, and struck by lightning. Every inch of the man's skin was scorched black and reddish. His clothes were all gone. Only some fabric fibers could be found on his ruined skin, indicating that he used to be a decent man. Fortunately, Reynolds was still in one piece. He didn't lose any arms or legs. Angor didn't know if he lost any of his functions. Poor thing. Dankros opened his hand and looked at the dead body on the ground. He had seen Reynolds' unharmed soul before. Now that he was looking at Reynolds' ruined body, he didn't like it at all. This was probably what happened when misfortune backfired on him. He wondered if he should attack Reynolds in his current state. He was worried that the bad luck would continue to affect his surroundings. In the end, he summoned the Hand of Spell and dragged Reynolds out of the miasma. Next, he quickly tied Reynolds up and took out an anti-magic scroll. He wanted to see if it could stop the mist from exploding his head in a mana vacuum. Soon, the law wave dissipated. Angor began to prepare himself for battle. But after the shockwaves of the laws disappeared, Reynolds, who no longer resembled a human, still didn't move. Angor hesitated for a moment before he created a hand using nightmare illusion and reached for Reynolds' forehead. A moment later, the nightmare hand turned into a bubble of light and disappeared. "Is he okay?" Dangros poked his head out of the window and asked. "His body's condition isn't too good, but fortunately, I didn't sense any abnormalities in his body." In other words, the shadow was either hidden so well that he couldn't see it, or it had already left his body. Angor believed it to be the latter. The shadow's consciousness wouldn't be affected by the senses of its possessor. The sensory effects here included the sense of pain and the brain's self-protection. In other words, even if Reynolds' body fell unconscious due to self-protection, the shadow could still control him and move freely. At that moment, Reynolds' physical body had clearly lost its ability to move and judge, and there was no consciousness to control it. Judging from this, it could be seen that the fog and shadows had left Reynolds' body. As for why it left, the answer wasn't complicated. Even if the shadow wasn't affected by its possessor and didn't care if Reynolds was injured, anyone with eyes could see that there was something wrong with Reynolds' body. A series of coincidences caused a chain of misfortune. This wasn't normal. If the shadow didn't believe in coincidences, what would it think of? There's a certain this kind of power was interfering with one's luck. And this kind of power clearly involved the indescribable level of fate. Even Angor felt a chill down his spine when he didn't know what was going on. The shadow wasn't an idiot. It would worry too. Right now, Reynolds was the target of misfortune. But what about the future? Would a stronger misfortune affect the shadow's body in the future? Furthermore, the shadow in the fog could also see that the misfortune only appeared after it possessed Reynolds. There was something wrong with Reynolds' body. Thinking about it, it made sense. Why would an ordinary apprentice's body be hidden in such a secret room by 01? Under such circumstances, the shadow of the mist could either take a gamble and hope that the misfortune would not affect its main body and continue to possess Reynolds, or it could leave Reynolds immediately. Did the shadow have something to do with Reynolds? It didn't seem to be the case. Therefore, it was impossible for the shadow of the fog to continue possessing Reynolds while bearing such great psychological pressure. The wisest choice was to get rid of Reynolds as soon as possible. There was another reason why Angor made this decision. If the shadows of the fog wanted to affect the material world, they would definitely need a physical body. When they were on the 5th floor, the shadow in the fog had no choice but to choose Reynolds' body because there was only one usable body there. But it was different on the 1st floor. There was a magical beast garden on the 1st floor. The fire scale familiar that the shadow of mist had initially controlled came from the magical beast garden. The shadow could simply go to the monster garden and pick a new body. Most importantly, this place was very close to the magical beast garden. It could be seen that the original route of the fog shadow was running towards the magical beast garden. It was very likely that the shadow of the mist had already arrived at the magical beast garden and possessed a new body. Which was a good thing. At the very least, they were no longer worried that Reynolds' head would explode from the shadows of the fog. And the person who solved this hidden danger was not an outsider, but Reynolds himself. Angor wouldn't be able to do anything if he had to do it himself. Reynolds' body was the best choice. After figuring out the general situation, Angor decided to collect Reynolds' body first. Then he would decide whether he should go to the monster garden to look for the shadow. However, before collecting Reynolds' body, he still needed to treat it a little. The backlash of misfortune also caused a lot of damage to Reynolds. If it wasn't treated, it wouldn't take long for him to wither and die. Angor carefully placed Reynolds' broken body on the ground and checked it. Then he cast 2 level 2 cantrips, Isolation and Vitality Stimulation. Neither of these 2 cantrips was actually a conventional healing spell. They were used because Reynolds' body was not suitable for direct healing. There was still a large amount of energy left in his body. Using isolation, Angor decided to separate the energy and toxins from the body first. As for vitality stimulation, it was to use the consumption of life essence to delay the body's exhaustion. However, vitality stimulation had a side effect: it would consume one's lifespan. It was hard to quantify lifespan, but it was a fact. The side effect was severe, but Angor didn't have time to worry about it. Losing lifespan was better than dying. Besides, lifespan was the essence of life. The essence of life was not static. When the essence of life was improved, it would continue to grow. For example, becoming a wizard. Angor took out a magic scroll called Ice Coffin of Healing and put Reynolds inside. Next, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the shadow around him began to move. Soon, a head slowly emerged from the shadow. It was Elmi. Angor decided to put Reynolds in Elmi's place first. There was still a small chance that the shadow did not leave Reynolds. Just in case, he couldn't leave the bracelet here. Elmi was the best choice. Elmi nodded. Without saying anything, he spread out a layer of shadow on the ground and began to devour the ice coffin on the ground. Before the ice coffin sank into the shadow, Dankro suddenly muttered, "Why are Reynolds' cheeks so puffy? They look like my little traveling frog friend." Angor turned his attention to Reynolds' face out of instinct. He didn't pay much attention to Reynolds' face before because it was too horrible to look at. Reynolds' handsome face was nowhere to be found. His charred skin, flesh, and yellow-green mucus were all over his face. It was really unsightly. This was the first time Angor took a good look at Reynolds' face. Angor quickly noticed something strange. "Elmi, wait." Angor stopped Elmi from devouring Reynolds. He walked to the ice coffin, opened the lid, and gently pressed on Reynolds' puffy cheeks. The skin was brittle and fell off. However, under his skin, there was a hard layer of feedback. It didn't feel like a muscle. Angor hesitated for a moment before he opened Reynolds' mouth. With a light twist of his finger, something was taken out of his mouth. "Done." Angor closed the coffin lid and spoke to Elmi. Elmi quickly summoned a shadow and swallowed the transparent ice coffin. When the shadow returned to its normal state, Angor picked up the item he got from Reynolds' mouth. It was a small, transparent bottle. The bottle wasn't big, so Angor could hold it with his hand. There was some cold, yellowish liquid inside, and a purple-black crystal was soaking in the center. "Why does this look so familiar?" Dankros was also looking at the item in the bottle. The crystal gave him a strong sense of déjà vu as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Humph, ka." Toby gave Dankros a sidelong glance. Even though Dankros couldn't understand Toby's language, he could tell that Toby was looking down on him. Toby's right. Angor saw Dankros' confused and sad expression and said, "The thing inside should belong to Skiz." The Skiz cub they met outside had a lot of purple crystals growing out of its body. The one in the bottle had a darker color, but the overall appearance was the same. Angor assumed that this item belonged to Skiz. However, what caught Angor's attention was not the crystal. It was the bottle and the cold liquid inside. This wasn't the first time he saw this kind of cold liquid. Every organ container in the showroom had the same kind of cold liquid. He wondered if it was a transplantable organ as well. But if it was an organ, didn't Skizcub not get caught yet? How did they get it? One had to know that if one wanted to peel off an organ with supernatural characteristics, it wasn't as simple as just breaking off the crystal on its body. It required a special spell. Bloodline sorcerers and biological alchemists all had similar spells. It would be strange if there was a transplantable organ inside. Or were there two Skiz cubs? One was already captured, that shouldn't be possible. Angor couldn't figure it out, so he put it aside and looked at the cold liquid inside the bottle. This was the first time he saw the real thing. But not long ago, he saw the indentation of this bottle on a piece of velvet cloth in Hidden Room 01. Angor waved his hand and summoned an illusionary box in front of him. It was the same box he found earlier. It was divided into two parts, each of which contained a different item. However, the box was already empty when he found it. He quickly compared the bottle with the indentations in the box. Sure enough, it matched one of the indentation. This bottle must be one of the two missing from Hidden Room 01. The shadow must have stolen it. It couldn't affect the material world directly, so it had to be on Reynolds. As for why it was in Reynolds' mouth instead of on him, Angor guessed that the shadow was worried that it might be affected by bad luck, so it was better to keep it in Reynolds' mouth. If that was the case, the shadow must be very interested in the item inside the bottle as well. Could it be that the target of the shadow in the fog is actually this bottle? Then why did it set fire on level 5? Angor didn't know what the shadow was doing. But when he looked at the bottle in his hand, he had a different idea. If the shadow cared about this bottle so much, would it come back to Monster Garden to take it away after possessing a new creature? Angor wondered if he should go to Monster Garden to look for the shadow. But now it seemed that he didn't need to do that. He could just wait here. Angor decided to wait here for a while. If the shadow really came back, he would give it a surprise. If it didn't matter since he already found Reynolds' body. With that decided, he pointed a finger at the poisonous fog not far from him. An illusion of Reynolds appeared out of nowhere and crouched on the ground with his face lowered. As for Angor, he took a step back and entered the space ripple to become one with the environment. With that done, Angor looked at the bottle in his hand again. He looked at the dark purple crystal inside the bottle and considered for a moment. Then, he took out the geometric lock from his bracelet. He made the geometric lock shrink to the size of a small box and carefully put the bottle inside. The geometric lock was engraved with silent seal, which could prevent any aura from leaking out to a certain extent. Angor didn't put the bottle inside the lock to protect himself from the shadow. Instead, he put the bottle inside to avoid a bigger risk. He couldn't tell what the crystal inside the bottle was. If there was a small chance that it was an organ from an infant's giz, or if Gruz de Ward was really angered by number 01's actions, Angor might be dragged into the mess because of the bottle. As a precaution, Angor put the bottle inside the geometric lock first. Then, he would decide whether to keep the bottle or not. When he was ready to put away the geometric lock, he first activated his bracelet space. Then, he paused for 2 seconds and closed the space again. Finally, he tossed the geometric lock away and let it fall into the shadow on the ground. A hand reached out from the shadow and caught it. It was better to leave it in Elmi's hands since there was a certain risk involved. While waiting for the shadow to come, Angor activated his spirit bond to talk to Reynolds about his body. But before he could do so, he was surprised to find that the spirit bond was already disconnected. What's going on? Why did Mr. Cantor suddenly lose the spirit bond? Did something go wrong on the 4th level? Angor looked at Toby and Dankros in confusion. With Dankros' explanation and Toby's help, Angor finally understood what was going on. Philo crushed the crystal that Cantor had given him. Either number 03 had forced his way out, or number 01 and the others had returned. In this situation, Ness would definitely go out to help Philo. As for Angor, Cantor wanted him to leave the lab as soon as possible, regardless of whether he found Reynolds' body or not. When did they leave? Dan Gross said, not long after I said that the bottle looked familiar. They left after explaining the situation. I was looking for an opportunity to talk to Sir, but you asked me. A minute or two ago, Angor was too busy thinking about the bottle to notice Dankros' hint. Dankros, are we leaving now? Or should we continue to wait here? Let's go, said Angor. Nessie and the others hated the shadow of the mist more than them. After all, the shadow of the mist had tricked them. As for Angor, he didn't have any direct conflict with the shadow of the mist. Now that he had Reynolds' body back, it didn't matter whether he wanted to explore the shadow of the mist or not. Besides, Cantor also told him to leave as soon as possible. Maybe the shadow of the mist saw something dangerous. Therefore, leaving as soon as possible was the best option. Without hesitation, Angor dashed toward the exit. Not long after he left, he heard an angry roar coming from the corridor in the distance. Dankros also heard it. It's coming from the corridor we were in before. That's a beast roar. It must be a new creature that the Shadow of Mist found in the Monster Garden. It's stronger than the fire scale familiar, said Angor. It must have noticed that Reynolds isn't there. Should we go there? Angor shook his head. No need. What if it catches up to us? Dangros asked after a moment of hesitation. Angor stopped and looked back at the dark hallway. He didn't see the shadow of the beast, but he already heard the footsteps. The ground also began to tremble, and it was getting stronger. The shadow of the mist really did come after them. As Angor thought about it, a tall figure covered in black smoke suddenly jumped out of the corridor and lunged at Angor. Angor tilted his body slightly and dodged the attack. He was about to turn around when he saw a huge hand coming at his face. Angor quickly retreated and got ready to fight. However, the figure didn't come after him. Instead, it stepped aside and observed the surroundings with its bell-like eyes. Angor took a step forward. The shadow of the mist kept trying to slap Angor's face, but it didn't come after him. Instead, it kept looking around. In a dark corner, Dankros whispered, "Why are you using illusions again?" "Please don't." Before Dankros could say the word face, he saw Toby shoot him a cold look. Dankros felt a chill down his spine. "I mean, this is how you fight. You don't need to waste any energy." Dankros paused for a moment and looked at the illusion in the distance. "But it seems like that guy noticed Mr. Pat's illusion and didn't fight it." Of course, Angor heard Dankros' words. He did notice that this time, the new creature possessed by the shadow of the fog seemed to be much more cautious. It did not fight directly with the illusion but instead observed its surroundings. Angor wasn't sure if the shadow of the mist had noticed the illusion or was just being cautious. However, Angor didn't think that the shadow of the mist possessed the ability to see through illusions. Gamito was the creature that was newly possessed by the shadow of the fog. Gamito was a humanoid monster about 3 meters tall. Its skin was gray, and one could see the purple veins bulging under its skin. It had a ferocious face with a giant mouth like a crocodile's, sharp fangs, and 5 parallel nostrils. Its eyes took up half of its face, but there was only one eye in each eye. Generally speaking, Gamito fit the description of a terrifying monster. However, Gamito didn't seem to be as strong as its appearance. Gamito was also known as a heart-eater. It was a low-level monster with low intelligence. It had strength but no fighting skills. Any mortal knight could defeat it as long as they could find a way to cast a spell. It wasn't a monster from this world. Most of the monsters that showed up in the southern wizarding region usually appeared as summoned beasts. But this Gamito wasn't a summoned beast. It must have been captured from another world and chosen by the shadow of the mist as its new target. Angor thought that the shadow of the mist possessed a monster stronger than the fire scale familiar. However, Gamito wasn't much weaker than the fire scale familiar. There were many powerful monsters in the monster garden, but the shadow of the mist chose the weaker one. Perhaps Angor was right. The shadow of the mist couldn't possess monsters that were too strong for now. As for why it could possess Reynolds? Perhaps it was because Reynolds' soul was separated from his body, because he recognized Gamito. Angor believed that the shadow of the mist didn't see through his illusion. It was just being cautious. After all, Angor tricked the shadow of the mist in level 5. However, it didn't matter how cautious the shadow of the mist was. An absolute difference in power couldn't be made up with intelligence. Angor didn't have time to waste on the shadow of the mist. He decided to end this quickly. He released his wizard-level aura right away. Anyone below the level of a formal wizard wouldn't be able to resist the aura. However, when Angor thought the attack would work, he noticed that Gamito wasn't trembling like he expected. Instead, it released a strange energy around its body. The energy couldn't stop the aura, but it did offset the shadow of the mist's aura. This energy. It's the power of the mind. Back in Floating Mech City, Angor saw the battle between Carveline and Shaylee. Carveline used a beautiful mind robe and released her power of the mind. The idealistic energy left a deep impression on Angor. Since then, Angor never saw such a power again. But now, he saw it again from a weak Gamito. Also, Gamito used its power of the mind to resist Angor's aura. Heart Eater. Spirit energy. Angor was sure that Gamito couldn't do something like this. It was the Shadow Mist's power, or rather, the shadow of the mist was unlocking Gamito's potential. For example, when the shadow of the mist attached itself to the fire scale familiar, it also boosted the monster's power to an unprecedented level. But was it really unlocking Gamito's potential? Did an ordinary Gamito have the potential to use mind power? Perhaps there was such a power hidden in the ancient bloodline, but even a Truthfinder bloodline wizard couldn't awaken the power of the bloodline, right? What was the background of this shadow in the fog? What was the limit of its power? Could it be used on all bloodlines? Angor's interest in the shadow was already dwindling. But now, his interest was rekindled. Maybe defeating it wasn't a good idea. Capturing it was better. And while Angor was trying to figure out what to do, Gamito was quietly backing away. It released its spirit energy to calm down the aura and dispel the anger of the body. Yes, the anger of the body. When the misty shadow returned to the corridor where it was so unlucky to find the bottle, it did feel a little angry. However, its rationality told it that the people in the laboratory were all on the fourth floor. If someone appeared on the first floor and took the bottle, it could very well be the doing of the human it encountered on the fifth floor. And the human was not someone it could deal with yet. The shadow wanted to leave right away. The thing in the bottle was important, but it could still leave. It had a more important target. But what the shadow in the fog did not expect was that the emotional fluctuations of Gamito, who had just possessed the body, were greater than it had expected. The trace of anger that flowed out was captured by Gamito's foolish judgment. In an instant, it turned into a surging volcano. Before he regained his senses, his anger took over his mind. He quickly followed the path and chased after Angor. Not even the shadow could stop Gamito's mindless rage. In fact, the shadow was affected by it. This was the weakness of its possession ability. A certain amount of time was needed to completely control the emotions of the possessed person. By the time it regained its mind, the shadow was already in front of Angor. When it regained control of its mind, it was only after the aura was released. As a matter of fact, Angor's aura helped the shadow to calm down Gamito's emotions. Although the shadow in the fog had awakened and regained control of Gamito's body, it did not regain its sense of security because its current situation was very bad. Not only was it trapped in an illusion, but it also couldn't tell where the real body of its enemy was. Moreover, even if he could determine the opponent's location, with the strength that he had just possessed Gamito, there was no way he could defeat an official magus. However, this wasn't what bothered the shadow the most. It had something else to deal with right now. Had the misfortune brought about by the human it possessed been completely eliminated after it left? If so, why was it affected by Gamito's emotions when it should be calm? What should it do if the bad luck was still following it like a shadow? How should it deal with the unpredictable bad luck? Recalling the unfortunate encounter it had when it possessed Reynolds, the shadow of the mist shuddered. That kind of power that was hard to shake off and unfathomable was simply terrifying. There was only one way it could think of right now, and that was to abandon this body. As long as it returned to its half-transparent form, it wouldn't be affected by any bad luck. But if it abandoned this body, it would have a hard time completing its mission. Therefore, in a dilemma, the shadow in the fog was very conflicted and hesitant. Since the shadow was more concerned about whether it would be affected by the bad luck, it lowered its guard against Angor. In its mind, Angor was indeed an enemy it couldn't defeat in a short time. But no matter how strong Angor was, the most he could do was kill its body, while the shadow could escape at any time. It didn't pay too much attention to Angor, which gave Angor a chance to approach it. When Angor was less than 5 meters away, the shadow finally came back to its senses. However, the shadow didn't think too highly of Angor's presence. It only believed that Angor was still an illusion. But when Angor approached the range of the shadow's spirit power, the shadow suddenly realized something was wrong. This time, it wasn't an illusion. It was the real thing. Spirit power was a form of mental power. If you understood something, you understood it. If you didn't, you didn't. Before Angor approached, the shadow didn't know if spirit power could tell the difference between an illusion and a real body. But when Angor entered the range of the spirit power, the shadow immediately felt enlightened. Angor was using his real body. The shadow also sensed a terrifying power coming from Angor's body. This kind of power made it somewhat fearful and wanted to avoid it. More importantly, the fear didn't come from Gamito's perception. It came from the shadow's real body. The shadow didn't believe that Angor was strong enough to affect its half-transparent form. Even Truthfinder wizards couldn't hurt its real body. Unless it was an adept who understood its habits and had taken precautions against it, there was no way they could hurt it. But such people should only be in the origin world. This was the first time the shadow met a wizard in the southern wizardry region. How could he do something like this? The shadow didn't believe that Angor could hurt it, but the fear in its heart couldn't be faked. It knew that it had to make a decision. It was impossible to defeat an official wizard with Gamito alone, and it also had to consider the problem of misfortune. It seemed that its only choice now was to abandon this body. After making the decision, the shadow didn't run away right away. Instead, it waved its giant hands and prepared to fight Angor to the death. It still didn't know what kind of ability Angor had that could threaten its real body. But it was certain that Angor had the ability to do so. If the shadow acted like it was going to run away, Angor might release a related ability right away. And if it acted like it was going to fight, Angor might not use his ultimate move right away. This gave the shadow a chance to escape. As long as it could catch Angor off guard, it would have a good chance to escape. The fog shadow's plan had succeeded. When Gamito ignited its blood, expanded its muscles, and assumed a fighting stance, Angor was half convinced. When Gamito began to manipulate its spirit energy to create a bloodthirsty environment, the other half of the shadow was also shocked. For a moment, Angor really thought that Gamito was going to fight him. He knew that the shadow was a cunning creature. From the 4th level to the 5th level, he could tell that the shadow was intelligent. However, Gamito's angry roar and brainless pursuit left an impression on Angor. Because of this, Angor's impression of Gamito's shadow was a bit off. He believed that Gamito was a hot-tempered creature, and it was normal for it to do something irrational after being provoked. Therefore, he was prepared to fight against the shadow for a short while. During the brief battle, Gamito fought seriously, and Angor could clearly see its furious appearance. Everything seemed normal until Angor controlled the phantom limbs to tie Gamito up. Gamito backed away out of instinct. This behavior was also very normal. It was a strategic evasion. Angor thought that Gamito would charge at him like a cannonball after the dodge was over. But unexpectedly, after Gamito jumped back to avoid the illusory limbs, he suddenly roared and set off a rain of blood. While blocking his vision, a layer of shimmering starlight quietly floated out of Gamito's ears. It was the shadow's true form. Instead of destroying Gamito's head, it planned to sneak away. As soon as it left Gamito's side, the shadow quickly moved behind Gamito and used Angor's blind spot as a cover to run away. As for the illusions, they could not hide the shadow's half-transparent form. In half a second, the shadow was already dozens of meters away. Just when the shadow in the fog thought that it could escape, a familiar, slightly childish voice suddenly sounded, "It's running away. Over there." It was Dangros. When Angor used his illusions to fight against the fire-scale familiar, Dangros helped Angor find the monster's real body. Angor even praised him for his efforts. It was precisely because of this praise and cooperation that Dangros seemed to be very keen on making his presence known. For example, when Angor was setting up the illusions, Dangros secretly controlled the fire energy around him to see if he could help. Dangros didn't have much battle experience, but he was very careful. Using the scattered fire energy as a medium, Dangros noticed the shadow leaving the area and notified Angor about it. When Angor realized what was going on, he also saw the shadow running away. Before this, Angor would have let the shadow go just like what he did on the 5th level. But this time, the shadow displayed a miraculous ability to stimulate potential. Angor was very curious about this ability, so he would not let it go. Angor looked around and noticed that the path the shadow used to escape was a straight one. He could not see any corners for now. In such a place where there was no cover, Angor could release an illusion gate without worrying about triggering a magic array. The illusion gate on the spell slot opened instantly. When Angor reappeared, he was already in front of the shadow. Seeing this, the misty figure stopped abruptly. Although the expression of the shadow in the fog could not be seen, one could imagine how shocked he would be when the tables suddenly turned just when he thought he could escape with his life. As soon as Angor appeared, the shadow's right eye began to glow with a strange green pattern. When the green pattern appeared, the shadow's sense of danger reached its maximum. It knew that an ability that could threaten its own body had appeared. The shadowy fog began to panic. It frantically extended the fog, and the twinkling starlight was like a galaxy hanging in the air, pouring it in one direction. But before it could get far, a light shield emitting a dark green light appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping the fog and shadow. It was the green pattern in his right eye, which represented force field. Force field was a type of power that represented repulsion. As long as Angor wanted to, he could make his force field reject most types of energy. There was no upper limit to the amount of energy he could repel. Curses and the light of nightmares hidden in the room in Quolo could all be repelled by his force field. Wizards always used their abilities in different ways. The same cantrip could be used in many ways. Mara used Dispel Confusion to check whether John was a human or not. Angor could do the same thing too. He made some slight changes to the repelling force of the green lines in the domain, and it became a cage that trapped the energy. Even though the shadow was in a semi-intangible state, it was still a special type of energy. If force field could affect something like the light of nightmares, it would not be a problem for the shadow. When the force field was activated, the long ribbon of the misty shadow that had transformed into a river of stars seemed to have lost its power and fell from the sky, forming a cloud of star sand on the ground. Still trying to run? You got caught. Dankros was very excited to see the unmoving shadow in his force field. He kept looking at Angwar's direction while yelling. Angwar saw through Dankros' thoughts. He smiled and patted Dankros' hand. You did a great job this time. When we get back, I'll give you a vat of quenching liquid. You can even swim in it. Dankros chuckled. His beady eyes were already filled with longing. Angwar looked at the shadow in the force field and was about to say something. But before he could say anything, the ground suddenly trembled. Along with the trembling of the ground, dust fell from the metal cracks on the ceiling. What's going on? An earthquake? Dankros looked around in confusion. It's not an earthquake. There's a magic array covering the entire lab. Earthquakes won't affect the lab, Angwar explained. But if it was not an earthquake, why would the lab tremble? Angwar was sure that the magic array itself was still intact. The only possibility was that something went wrong outside the lab. When he thought about how Cantor and Ness left in a hurry, Angwar had a bad feeling about this. He didn't have time to ask about the shadow now. He needed to maintain his force field and take it away first. Angwar began to control the size of the force field. He slowly shrank the force field and the shadow inside it. When the force field shrank to the size of an adult's fist, Angwar suddenly stopped. Dankros looked at Angwar in confusion and saw that Angwar's expression was frozen. Even his relaxed body suddenly tensed up. What's wrong? Dankros asked. Angwar didn't answer. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly turned around like a robot. As soon as he turned around, his pupils shrank. He suddenly stopped because he felt a chill down his spine, as if someone was looking at him from behind. Moreover, at that moment, a large number of goosebumps appeared on his skin under his clothes. His brain was electrified, his skin tightened, and his limbs became stiff. The strange feeling forced him to slowly look back. And then, he saw someone standing right behind him. As soon as he saw the man, a strange feeling rose in his heart. The scene in front of him began to fade, and the man in front of him slowly faded into nothingness as if he had turned into a painting or an old photo that had been transported into time. The man was standing in front of Angwar with a smile on his face, but Angwar also felt that he was far away from him. Angwar could see the man's smile, but he couldn't see his face clearly. It was as if the real world was covered with a fake canvas. Angwar was sure that this wasn't an illusion. It was the man's aura. He didn't release any power, but he already had the power to twist time, souls, and memories just by standing there. Or even distorting other people's perception. Angwar felt that his perception of the man in front of him was changing from real to false, and from a person who witnessed it to a dusty memory. Even Angwar couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Even though the man didn't release any aura and looked just like an ordinary mortal. But Angwar knew that this man was no ordinary mortal. The power that could distort everything was beyond Angwar's understanding. Even from His Excellency Rhine and His Excellency Monchi, he hadn't felt such a terrifying power. This power was definitely not normal, maybe. Maybe this was the real power of Allah. You. Angwar gulped and tried to speak in a hoarse voice, pardon my rudeness. May I know what you need from me, sir? He tried to relieve the pressure by talking to ease his mind. Yes, it was his own pressure. The man in front of him didn't release any real pressure. Angwar's fear and shock came from his own mind. The more frightened he was of the power of distortion, the greater the impact of the power of distortion on him. It was like, when you didn't know the world, you had nothing to fear. But when you understand how terrifying and cruel the truth of this world is, you will realize that even the air is filled with malice. In other words, Angwar wouldn't feel any pressure at all if he were immortal. But the more Angwar learned, the greater the pressure he felt. When he began to speak, he deliberately retracted his gaze from the other party to divert his attention. The pressure that came from his heart began to ease. He felt less pressure now, but he did not dare to let his guard down. The creature in front of him was definitely one of the strongest creatures he had ever met. He had already shrunk his force field into a small sphere. But now, as he spoke, he slowly expanded his force field to cover his entire body. He chose to use his force field for two reasons. First, he already activated it. Second, the force field came from the green runes, which gave him some peace of mind. However, what he didn't expect was that when the domain he casually created covered his entire body, the pressure that was hovering in his heart actually disappeared. At the same time, the power that distorted Angor's perception was weakening. When Angor looked at the person in front of him again, it was no longer a fake photo. Instead, it was a real person. Even his face, which he couldn't see clearly before, seemed to have dissipated. Angor did not dare to stare at the person directly. He only glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and confirmed that it was a white-haired old man with a kind face. The old man was looking at the dancing green runes around Angor's body with a strange look. This power. The old man's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he did not say anything. His eyes were filled with surprise, regret, and almost undetectable fear. Angor did not hear what the old man said. He looked up slightly and did not let his eyes meet the old man's as a courtesy. "Sir, how may I help you? You know who I am, don't you?" The old man looked at Angor from head to toe. "You know who I am, don't you?" Angor did not expect the old man to suddenly show up and ask such a question. "I don't know who you are, sir." The old man chuckled. "You already have an idea, don't you? Why don't you tell me?" Angor remained silent for several seconds this time. When the force field covered his body and gave him some peace of mind, he had some time to think about other things. For example, he did have an idea about the identity of the old man in front of him. Maybe it was the same person Philo met outside yesterday. Philo already experienced the power that distorted his memory and perception. And Philo's description of it was a fake photo. It was exactly the same as what he sensed in the first place. Philo had met this person before, and the old man did not show any hostility at first. He even kindly warned Philo. This was why Angor did not show any reaction when he realized it was the same person. He even dared to speak first. However, he still could not confirm the old man's identity. There was also a small chance that the old man was the legendary number 00. The probability was low, but it could not be ruled out. Therefore, Angor first spread his force field around himself. If his guess was wrong and caused a disaster, he could use the green runes to see if he could flip the table again before he died. But now, when the old man asked the question, Angor knew that his guess was correct. This old man was definitely the one Philo met. "Do you have an answer?" the old man asked in an unhurried tone. Is it the Watcher?" Angor asked in a small voice. The old man was surprised for a second before he smiled even wider. "You're a bold one, aren't you? Did Frost tell you?" When the old man mentioned the name Frost, Angor was sure that the old man was indeed the Watcher. He guessed that the old man was the Watcher because the situation in the southern wizardry region was very special. There had been no new legendary for many years, and the world's consciousness was undergoing some changes. With the help of the supreme cult, the southern wizardry region had become a place where any supernatural above the legendary level would trigger a reaction from the world's consciousness. To put it simply, such a reaction was a phenomenon. Anyone above the legendary level would trigger such a phenomenon. Once such a phenomenon was discovered, it would quickly spread to the entire wizardry world. This old man in front of Angor was clearly someone above the legendary level. Cantor already knew this. If someone above the legendary level entered the wizardry world, he would have been discovered already. But now, Angor had no information about this old man at all, which meant that this old man did not appear in the southern wizardry region recently. There was only one person who stayed in the southern wizardry region all the time, who would not trigger the phenomenon, and who would not be detected by the top of the pyramid. The Watcher, who swore an oath to the wizardry world. He already had such a thought in his mind, and he just wanted to confirm it. Now, it seemed that he was right. The old man was the Watcher. The Watcher was the Watcher in the southern wizardry region. They would definitely sense the arrival of a legendary wizard. However, sensing and knowing the wizard were two different things. The fact that the old man recognized Frost and knew that Frost had contacted Angor also meant that he had been staying in the southern wizardry region for a long time. His Excellency Frost did not reveal the deacon's identity to me. I learned of the deacon's existence from His Excellency Quolo's diary. He said that 300 years ago, His Excellency Belos came to the southern region to carry out a mission with the deacon. A strange light flashed across the white-haired old man's eyes. Kuloli's diary, haha, it should be called Belos's observation diary. Kuloli has been coveting Belos for a long time. The old man paused and looked at Angor. So, you entered the secret chamber he left in Gemini Lab? Gemini Lab was one of the two ruins in Parmajai Highlands. One was Angor's temporary residence, while the other was occupied by a nightmare creature and turned into the Land of Sincerity. Yes. Angor was not surprised that the Watcher knew about Gemini Lab. According to Quolo's diary, when Belos left the southern wizardry region, he asked the Watcher to take care of Gemini Lab when he had the time. You're not affected by the light of nightmare? Angor pointed at the green gravitational field around him. It's protecting me from the light of nightmare. The old man looked at the gravitational field and did not ask any more questions. As someone who always followed the rules, he knew that the gravitational field was not simple. The green gravitational field might have something to do with the secrets of that world. The more he looked into it, the more likely he would get into trouble. Mr. Watcher, Gemini Lab is, Angor wanted to talk about the Land of Sincerity. Since Belos asked the Watcher to take care of Gemini Lab, the Watcher should know something about the nightmare creatures. Perhaps Angor could use the Watcher to solve the problem. But before Angor could say anything, the old man put a finger on his lips and shushed him. Since you know about the Watcher, you should know that the Watcher cannot directly interfere with the wizardry world. I know what you want to ask, but I can't do anything about it. Besides, it's not something I can interfere with. Not even Quolo could do anything about it. After all, it was related to that world. And because of that, he did not dare to pay too much attention to Parmajai Highlands and the Evernight Kingdom. I see. Angor closed his eyes and nodded. The white-haired old man thought for a moment and felt that he had underestimated himself. Although that was indeed the case, he was still a deacon. It was rare for him to come into contact with a wizard from the southern region, especially one who had some connections with Frost. If Angor looked down on him because he said couldn't do anything, it would be embarrassing if he told Frost about it later. With that in mind, the old man added, there's no point in worrying about what's going on there. As a Watcher, I can't interfere, but I'm sure there'll be a solution. Mr. Inspector, do you have a solution? Angor quickly asked. The white-haired old man smiled faintly. The future is uncertain, everything is hard to say. Maybe it's the power of the origin world, or the world's consciousness. Or maybe someone can. He could understand the first two possibilities. Either someone from the origin world would come to solve the problem, or the world's consciousness would interfere. But what did someone mean? Someone could solve the problem? What did it mean? Who was someone? Before he could ask, the old man suddenly changed the topic. I heard that the Peach Heart Theater is about to open. They came to the southern region this time. Angor nodded subconsciously. It was Dodoro who told him this. The white-haired old man asked, why did the Peach Heart Theater choose to perform in the Land of Evernight? Angor looked up. You mean? Peach Heart Theater came here because of the Dome of the Nightmare Realm? The old man shook his finger. I don't know. I don't have any sources. It's just a guess. But the Void Caravan has already spread the news. I think it won't take long for people to come here. The southern wizardry region is going to be very lively then. As soon as he heard the old man's words, he realized something. But before he could think about it, the ground trembled again. This time, the ground shook even more violently than before. The corridor they were standing in tilted a bit. However, this didn't affect Angor at all. As soon as the ground shook, the old man's distorted force field quickly stabilized the space around them. They felt like they were standing in the real world, but they also felt like they were stuck in a crack between reality and reality. The corridor around them looked like a fake oil painting, while they were the only ones who were real and alive. This was the old man's power, no doubt. Angor couldn't even use his force field to block the force field, which meant the old man was the one who did it. Now that he was trapped between reality and illusion, the twisted laws, his calm mind began to worry again. "Sir Watcher," the white-haired old man gestured for them to keep quiet again. His gaze turned to the top of his head. His eyes were bright, as if they could pierce through all obstructions and look at the void filled with the unknown. After a while, the white-haired old man retracted his gaze and muttered to himself, "Although I didn't see him, his aura is already here. I don't know if it's a bloodline ancestor, a city official, or..." Angor couldn't hear the rest of his words. Who was the he mentioned by the Watcher? The white-haired old man sighed and turned to Angor. "I didn't want to show up, but you caught a third-class citizen, so I had to come." "A third-class citizen?" Angor was a little surprised. He slowly looked at the shadow of mist wrapped in his force field. "Sir, you're saying this shadow of mist is a third-class citizen? A third-class citizen of Phantom City?" The white-haired old man nodded. "It seems that you know quite a bit. It is indeed a third-class citizen of the Phantom City, but its name is not Shadow of the Mist. Forget it, let's just call it Shadow of the Mist. It's no good for you to know the name of their clan. Maybe its elders will directly sense your existence." Angor didn't say anything. The Watcher didn't say it out loud, but the name alone told Angor that the creature was at least as powerful as a demon, which meant it was above legendary. "Since you know about third-class citizens, you should also understand the significance of third-class citizens to Phantom City." Angor nodded. Third-class citizen was a relatively low level in Phantom City, but as a citizen, he or she would be protected by Grandmaster Gruz. Just look at number 01's situation. Number 01 killed a third-class citizen and was forced into a dead end. Even if he went mad, he wouldn't be able to survive. From this, Angor could tell how important a third-class citizen was. "By the way, this thing is a third-class citizen, but its seniors are first-class citizens. I heard that the city lord already listed them as diamond citizens. Also, there are only 2 of them in their clan on the surface." The white-haired old man paused. "So, you still want to capture it?" "No." Angor shook his head. Number 01 was already in such a miserable state after killing a third-class citizen. If he really did something to the Shadow of Mist, the consequences would be even worse. Even if Grandmaster Gruz didn't give the order, this thing's seniors would probably do it. Angor looked at the Shadow of Mist and hesitated. "Sir Watcher, I'm just inviting it as a guest. Will it believe me?" The old man smiled. "What do you think?" Angor nodded. "I don't think I'll believe you." The old man understood Angor's concern. He was probably worried about the Shadow of Mist's revenge. He waved a hand, and the Shadow of Mist in Angor's hand flew to his palm. At the same time, the Shadow of Mist's force field disappeared on its own. When the Shadow of Mist was about to gather again, the old man pointed a finger at the center of the Shadow of Mist and sent a strand of distorted energy into the Shadow of Mist. "I've distorted its memory from 5 minutes ago. It won't remember you capturing it." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he tossed the fog shadow back into Gamito's body. "It will wake up soon. The choice is still up to you." Angor bowed. "Thank you, sir. I just don't want the southern wizardry region to be targeted by him." "I'm still a watcher here," the old man said lazily. This was a free proof, which was also a legitimate reason on the surface. Without such a reason, as a watcher, he couldn't interfere with the affairs of the southern wizardry region. Of course, he could use free evidence for anything. There were still many things he could do, but there was no need for that. On the surface, he was helping Angor for the sake of the southern wizardry region. But the real reason was Frost. He and Frost were both members of Order, and they used to work together as mystery hunters. They had worked together many times and had a good relationship. Last time, Frost suddenly came to the southern wizardry region and stayed for a while for Angor's sake. As a watcher, the old man knew about this. He knew Frost's background and thought that Angor had the potential to become a mystery alchemist. If Angor could really become a mystery alchemist, Frost would help him achieve his goal. The old man didn't think Angor could become a mystery alchemist. But since Frost valued Angor, he was willing to help. This was the real reason why he came here and talked with Angor for so long. If it was only for the sake of the safety of the southern wizardry region, the old man would probably just tell Angor something like what he did with Philo. As the old man spoke, another tremor came. This time, it was even more frightening. It felt like the entire corridor was going to be turned upside down. The white-haired old man looked up again. That guy is really a lunatic. Such a big commotion will only make him die faster. Sir, what's going on outside? Why is the whole lab shaking? The old man spoke in a soft voice. A madman is playing his last dirge for his own death. Has 01 already killed the Skiz larvae? The old man glanced at Angor. You know quite a lot. But he didn't kill it yet. If Skiz larva is so easy to kill, his bloodline ancestor wouldn't be listed as a diamond citizen. But he still has a chance to kill Skiz larva. He's trying to do so now. If he succeeds, he'll be able to kill Skiz larva. But it's hard to say what will happen to this place. Maybe Devil's Water will become even scarier. The old man sighed and looked at Angor. You should leave now. You know what to do here. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Watcher. May I have the honor of knowing your name, sir? The white-haired old man. I'm just a guardian now, and I can only be a guardian. When a new overseer takes over my position, I'll tell you my name if there's a chance. When the overseer was in power, he was a calm and indifferent observer. Even if he knew the name, he could be judged as unfair. Because of this, even in Quolo's chronicles, there was no mention of the overseer by name. With that, the old man waved a hand and sent Angor out of the distorted spacetime. Angor returned to the corridor, which was already tilting. He could no longer see any watchers around him. The only thing he could see was Gamito, who was about to wake up. He wasn't going to fight Gamito head-on this time. The old man's aura was too dazzling. Angor exhaled deeply. Let's go. If it was in the past, Dankros would definitely agree. However, the white-haired old man had given him too much pressure, and he was still in a daze. He could only subconsciously cling on to Blood Knight's protection to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Toby, on the other hand, was not affected by the distortion. He chirped at Angor, let's go. Angor quickly used his illusion nodes to cover his body before running away. However, Angor heard a familiar voice before he could take a step forward. Sir Watcher? Angor was surprised. It's me. How may I help you, sir? Your bird chirped just now, and it reminded me of something. At this time, in the distorted space, the old man looked at Angor's confused face through a thin membrane, and the bird in his chest pocket. My bird? Angor looked down at his pants and looked at Toby in the eyes. You mean Toby, sir? Yes. Your bird has a strange origin. I can't see where it came from. It's probably the only creature like this in this world. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. As I said, they are coming. They're not like this baby Mist, who doesn't know where to look for treasures. The old man didn't say anything else. But when he saw Angor's next move, he knew that Angor knew what he was trying to say. Angor wasn't stupid. The Watcher didn't explain further, but he knew what the old man was trying to say. Who were they? Thinking back to the fog and shadows mentioned by the inspector, he could basically infer that the visitor must be a transcendent from the Phantom City. They must be here for number 01. As for why the Watcher suddenly mentioned Toby, it was because Toby's uniqueness had become a treasure in the eyes of certain beings. When Angor was talking about Phantom City, Frost warned him that if he went to the origin world with Toby, he must avoid Phantom City at all costs. Grustward was always greedy when it came to any mysterious creature. Once Grustward found out about Toby's existence, he would do everything he could to capture Toby. It was hard to say whether Grustward would come or not. But if his subordinates found out about Toby's existence, they would probably try to capture it as well. Which was why the Watcher reminded Angor of something else. Angor believed that he would never forgive himself if Toby got caught because of his carelessness. Therefore, the Watcher's warning was more useful than any other information he got. Angor didn't know where the Watcher was right now, so he could only thank the air. He quickly put Toby into his bracelet space. He couldn't stay outside for now, so it was better to hide somewhere. After putting Toby inside, Angor thought for a moment and took it out. He created a green energy field around the bird and put it back into the bracelet. He didn't know who was coming from Phantom City, but the bracelet alone might not be enough. Adding a new energy field would be better. When he was done, he heard Gamito moaning behind him. It was probably about to wake up. It was time for him to leave. Boom. Boom. Boom, the noise in the hallway grew louder and louder. Broken parts and dust were falling everywhere. Every now and then, the ceiling would turn into a hallway. At first glance, it looked as if the lab was about to collapse. At first, Angor thought that something was wrong with the outside of the lab. If the tremors continued, the inside of the lab would soon collapse. But soon, he rejected this idea because he noticed a detail that he had overlooked before. Although there was a lot of movement inside the laboratory and some of the energy tubes were broken, in fact, the magic array itself was not affected at all. The main part of the magic array was still working fine. The mechanism in the hallway did not malfunction because of the tremors. Normally speaking, there was no way such a huge disturbance would not affect the magic array. But the magic array was fine, which could only mean one thing. The current disturbance was allowed by the magic array. Angor thought about how the Watcher mentioned that number 01 was trying to kill Skiz larvae in the outside world. Perhaps the current tremors were related to what number 01 had done. But Angor had no idea what it was. Maybe he could find something by checking the magic array at the main control node. But now was not the time. He kept his thoughts to himself and kept running toward the exit. Judging by the time, Gamito should have woken up by now. But Angor did not see it coming again. Maybe it calmed down a bit, or maybe it gave up on chasing after Angor because of the anomaly in the lab. Either way, it was a good thing for Angor that Gamito did not come after him. On his way to the exit, Angor thought about what happened earlier. He was surprised to run into the Watcher, but it made sense considering Philo's explanation. But he did not know what the Watcher's appearance meant. Was he just a bystander? Or was he going to become a participant? Watchers were not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the southern wizarding region, but Phantom City's pursuit shouldn't be a problem for them, right? Not only was he curious about the Sentinel, but he was also curious about the role of the Shadow of the Mist as a third-class citizen. Was the thing in the bottle the Skiz larvae? Also, what was going on with Reynolds' luck? Unfortunately, the time spent interacting with the Overseer was too short, and many of the doubts in his heart were not asked. He would have to wait and see if he could find the answers in the future. Finally, he reached the exit after going through the corridor for the umpteenth time. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch the silver-white metal wall in front of him. The flow of runes under his palm was still normal, which proved his theory right again. The tremors in the outside world were controlled by the magic array. This was a good thing for him. At least he did not have to worry about the runes backfiring and causing the exit to move away. Next, he took out an external rune platform and easily suppressed the runes around him. With that done, he opened the Gate of Illusion. When he opened the exit, what welcomed him was not a flat land but a sea of grey clouds. Angor was dumbfounded by what he saw. He only stayed in the lab for half a day. How did the outside world change so much? While he was still in a daze, the laboratory began to shake again. Even the exit had shifted from the front to the top. Angor hesitated for a moment and flew out of the exit. As soon as he came out, he saw a giant steel tentacle swinging in front of him with incredible power. The tentacle tore through space and stirred up a cloud of grey mist. Out of instinct, he looked at where the tentacle came from, and what he saw made him freeze in place. He thought the grey mist and clouds outside were just a natural phenomenon caused by the thick mist. But now he realized that he was wrong. The clouds were real. He was no longer at the bottom of the sea. Instead, he was hundreds of meters above the ground. The lab was no longer underground. It was floating in the air. The steel tentacle he saw earlier was an external corridor attached to the lab. At this time, the laboratory seemed to have turned into a fortress-like steel giant, constantly waving its tentacles in the air to attack a monster below. It was a familiar monster covered in purple crystals. It was the Skiz larva he encountered earlier. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly spoke into his ears while he was wondering what was going on. "What's your name?" Angor looked up and saw a tall figure standing on one of the steel tentacles, looking down at him. Angor was standing against the light, but he still managed to see some details about the newcomer. It was a gentle-looking man wearing a half-mask. His temperament reminded Angor of a professor from a seminary, calm, steady, serious, and abstinent. However, the look in his eyes didn't match his temperament at all. Patience, desperation, desire, and madness. Angor couldn't see his face clearly because of the half-mask. However, there was a number 0 engraved on his face. From the number and the crazed look in the man's eyes, Angor already knew who he was. Without a doubt, he was number 01. Number 01, who was chased by the Phantom City and had nowhere to run. Angor didn't expect to run into him as soon as he stepped out of the lab. It seemed number 01 was the one who caused the commotion in the lab. He wanted to use the lab to kill the Skiz larva. Angor wondered if he should say something to number 01. But before he could say anything, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was Elmi who came out of the shadow. Elmi manipulated the shadows and turned them into a shield of darkness, blocking an attack that flashed with a sharp light. He looked back and saw someone standing behind him without him noticing. It was a skinny young man with a pale face and bright red lips. His appearance looked a little sickly and feminine. However, the sudden attack just now was enough to prove that this man was quite strong. Angor could tell from the number on his face that this man was number 02. A shadow wizard sneaked up behind Angor. If Elmi didn't notice him, Angor would have been seriously injured. Seeing that his body was exposed, number 02 was not afraid at all. He licked his lips and disappeared into thin air. Several seconds later, a blurry shadow appeared next to Angor. Number 02 raised a sharp dagger made of shadow and aimed it at Angor's temple. Before the blade could pierce his skin, Elmi stepped in front of Angor and knocked number 02 away with a wave of his hand. However, number 02 quickly turned into a shadow in the air. When he reassembled, he was holding a black sphere in his hand. With a wicked grin, number 02 tossed the black sphere at Angor. Shadow gap. The black sphere turned into a mass of dark shadows, which kept expanding and trying to trap Angor. Shadow existed between reality and illusion. It was a crack in space. Once it expanded, Angor would be torn apart by the force of the space around him. Number 02 grinned as if he could already see his victory coming. However, before the shadow gap could completely surround Angor, it was grabbed by an even darker shadow. It was as if the shadow had been torn apart into a slit and merged into the person's body. It was Elmi again. Number 02's powerful spell, which could tear the shadows apart, was like a small snack in front of Elmi. Not only did Elmi block number 02's attack, but he also controlled a mass of shadows to surround number 02. This was a natural counter to Elmi's power. Elmi was as strong as a truth-finder, which meant he could easily crush number 02. Besides, Elmi was a demon who was born to hide in shadows. His control over shadows was better than number 02's. Number 02 couldn't resist Elmi's attack at all. Number 02, who was trapped in the shadows, finally regained his senses. He thought it was an accident that Elmi tried to stop him. He didn't expect Elmi to be this strong. That shadow is strong. I think it has something against me. Number 02 tried to escape from Elmi's encirclement while sending a message to number 01 in the distance. Number 01 looked at Angor with a different expression. Who are you? Why are you here? Did the mayor send you? Number 02 said, he came out of the lab. I saw him just now. I don't care who he is. Kill him first. Number 01 narrowed his eyes and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he unleashed an endless amount of blood aura at Angor. However, the blood aura didn't cause any splash when it hit Angor's body. His figure was like a broken fragment, disappearing without a trace. Illusion? While number 01 was puzzled, there was a ripple beside him and number 02 appeared. Where's that shadow? Number 01 was referring to Elmi. It just disappeared. Number 02 was also confused. When he was trapped by Elmi, he couldn't move at all. He thought that he was going to die here, but he didn't expect Elmi to disappear without any warning. Number 01 didn't understand why Elmi gave up on attacking number 02 either. He's an illusionist. He might be hiding nearby. Be careful. Number 02 nodded and put up his guard. He couldn't tell how strong Angor was, but he knew that the shadow was very strong. Number 01 was the only person he felt this kind of pressure. Number 02 had no choice but to stay alert when facing such a powerful foe. Half a minute passed. They stayed on guard for a long time, but they didn't get attacked. Number 02 hesitated for a moment before releasing a few dark shadows into the surroundings. Soon, the dark shadows returned. Number 02 said, "He's already left." The shadow ripple showed him when he left. Number 01 frowned. Why did he leave so suddenly? The intruder shouldn't be weak. Why did he use an illusion to escape when the shadow was still there? Should we go after him? Number 01 remained silent and shook his head. Forget it. Our next target is more important. Since he left, just ignore him for now. Number 02 frowned. But I saw him leave the lab with my own eyes. Could he be an intruder? Number 01 couldn't answer this question, but he had a guess. Compared to an intruder, it was more likely that the intruder was a scout sent by Phantom City. These scouts were only scouts who didn't participate in the battle directly. Instead, they were here to collect information and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. That way, they could deal with the intruders more easily. First of all, Angor didn't show his true strength and simply left, which was typical of a scout. Second of all, Elmi didn't look like a human. It might be some kind of strange creature that came from Phantom City, which meant it was a low-class citizen. A scout and a low-class citizen were a common combination. Number 01 didn't say anything even though he had a general idea about Elmi's identity. Number 02 didn't know that he was being hunted by Phantom City. If he did, he wouldn't even have the chance to play Doomsday Elegy. Therefore, in the face of Number 02's speculation, Number 01 only said indifferently, "Currently, only Number 03 can tell us whether or not they are intruders." Too bad he's gone now. Yeah, where did Number 03 go? Number 02 was confused as well. Okay, I'll stay here to finish the final goal. You go and ask Number 03 about the situation. Number 04 to 10, check the lab and see if there's an intruder. If there is, make sure we don't leak any information, Number 01 said. Number 02 thought for a while and felt that this was not a bad idea. He nodded and said, "Okay." Number 01 and Number 02 left in silence. It was not until Number 02's figure had completely disappeared that he sighed softly, with a trace of regret and apology in his sigh. The scout is here. Do I still have a chance? Number 01 murmured. He really couldn't find any opportunity. Reynolds' figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Previously, he had thought of borrowing Reynolds' luck, but later he realized that it was actually useless. Reynolds only told people that he was lucky. However, Number 01 didn't see any signs of good luck since he got Reynolds' body. If they were really lucky, they wouldn't have such a hard time dealing with Skiz larvae. In fact, the item that was emitting the power of laws had been mostly used up, but the Skiz larva was still not completely destroyed. Perhaps Reynolds' so-called luck was just a rumor. No chance. I guess this is our only choice. Number 01 slowly recovered from his murmuring. The remaining hesitation in his eyes slowly dissipated and turned into determination. Meanwhile, Angor was still descending. He didn't know how Philo, Ness, and Cantor were doing, so he planned to go back to the bottom of the sea. However, before he could reach the bottom, a black raindrop suddenly fell from the sky. The raindrop landed near Angor and turned into a crystal that looked as calm as the night. Angor sensed something familiar from the crystal. It was Mr. Eventide's doing. Without hesitation, Angor grabbed the crystal and squeezed it in his hand. A burst of energy erupted from the crystal and turned into an invisible string that wrapped around Angor's spirit energy. It was the spirit bond. Angor didn't reject the connection. When the spirit bond was completed, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. "How's it going, Angor? Are you sure?" Angor's voice came from the spirit bond. "I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourself. There's a mark at the bottom of it." Angor hesitated for a moment and looked up at the mist above. The mist was still rolling, and he could vaguely see the giant figure that represented the laboratory. From Angor's perspective, the laboratory no longer looked like a building. Instead, it looked like a perfectly round torso with countless steel tentacles attached to it, which made it look like a giant spider-shaped robot. The steel tentacles kept attacking the Shiz larva that was trapped by the shadow, and the mist around it was pushed away, allowing Angor to see its shape clearly. Angor slowly looked down at the belly of the laboratory. Normally, this place was hidden in the deepest part of the ground. But now, since Angor was in the air, he could clearly see the structure of the belly. It was a flat metal surface, and in the center of it was something like a round manhole cover. On the manhole cover, there were 2 clear numbers engraved with very bright red paint. Number 00. It's just as Ness said. Number 00 is the laboratory itself. Not long ago, Ness asked Angor about the situation on the other side of the spirit bond, and after confirming that Angor was fine, he quickly told Angor to stay away. Because number 00 showed up. Angor was still wondering who number 00 was, but Ness already gave him an answer. It was the laboratory itself. Now, Angor knew that Ness was telling the truth. You saw it already, right? Heh. I was worried that number 00 was a secret weapon of the laboratory. Who knew we were inside number 0's belly the whole time? Ness sighed. Come over if you're done. By the way, did you meet Reynolds later? By Reynolds, Ness was referring to Reynolds' body that was possessed by the mist. Yes, I did. Furthermore, I have Reynolds' body now. It's just that his situation is a little complicated. I'll go there later, and you can see for yourself. With that, Angor checked his direction and flew toward Ness's location. Soon, he saw Ness hiding behind a rock about a dozen nautical miles away from him. He was waving a hand at Angor, asking him to come closer. Where are Master Cantor and Wizard Philo? Apart from Ness and Reynolds, he didn't see anyone else hiding behind the rock. Ness replied, His Excellency Knight has gone to find Philo. Did something happen, Wizard Philo? Angor was a little surprised. Ness waved his hand. It's fine. I've already found them. They're both in the spirit bond. Following Ness' explanation, Angor finally understood what happened after they left. The reason Philo had shattered the crystal that Cantor had given him wasn't because number 01 and the others had returned. Rather, it was because number 03 had left the fire domain. Number 03 came out and noticed that Sunders wasn't there. He immediately attacked Philo and tried to break into number 0's lab. During this battle, Philo discovered that the Skiz larvae had already appeared in the distance. There were also a large number of combatants around them, which meant that 01 had already returned. When Philo saw this, he didn't hesitate to shatter the crystal. As soon as the portal appeared, number 03 immediately realized that something was wrong. She didn't even wait for Cantor's arrival before running away. Number 03 saw number 01 and the others returning, but she also saw that the Skiz larvae were still alive. She didn't dare to go after them, so she ran in the opposite direction. Philo quickly chased after number 03. When they came out of the portal, they could only see Philo's back. Master Eventide, follow him. I'll stay here and help you, Ness said. The black crystal was made by Cantor, but Ness was the one who gave it to Angor. With Wizard Cantor's speed, he should be able to catch up soon, right? Why wasn't he back yet? At first, number 03 is a water-type wizard. She had an advantage when chasing on the sea, so she couldn't catch up to him. Later, with the addition of Sir Eventide, we managed to catch up, but a small accident happened. Unexpected? Yes. Master Eventide told me that during our spirit bond. But I didn't ask about it because something happened to them. Later, from their intermittent conversations, I figured out that something happened to number 03, Ness said. From what I heard, number 03 was able to resist Master Eventide's attacks to a certain extent. You can't underestimate these people from the origin world. They all have something up their sleeves. While Ness was explaining, Angor also heard their conversation through the spirit bond. It sounded like they were talking during a battle. Angor wanted to ask Cantor what happened, but he didn't want to disturb them, so he decided to stay quiet. You said you got Lucky Charm's body, right? What happened? Ness asked. Did his head explode? It's not a bad thing if he's dead. As Ness spoke, Reynolds' face grew even paler. He's not dead yet, but he's badly injured. Angor took out the ice coffin from his bracelet. You can check it out for yourselves. Ness clicked his tongue as he examined the barely formed body in the ice coffin. How did it end up like this? It's better to just explode his head. There was obvious regret in Ness's words. When Reynolds saw his physical body, he was shocked at first. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't dead. That was good enough. His body was badly damaged, but his limbs were still intact. He didn't know if they could still be used. But as long as he was alive, there was always a way. As a supernatural, there was always a way to repair his body. It was just a matter of how much time he had to spend. Blade wounds, fire burns, energy contamination, and poison. What exactly did his body go through? You fought against his body? Ness looked at Angor with a puzzled look. He's lucky. He was already like this when I met him. If he ran into Reynolds, who was possessed by shadow mist, he would end up with his head blown off. From this point of view, Reynolds' luck was indeed not bad. Angor briefly explained the situation to Sunders. After hearing this, Ness was also very surprised. Misfortune came after the mist shadow possession? That's an interesting change of fortune. He was attacked by a lot of traps, but shadow mist gave up on his body in the end. Should I say he's lucky or unlucky? Ness considered. Lucky, I guess. At least that's what happened. After he finished speaking, Ness looked at Reynolds with a contemplative look in his eyes. He was joking when he called Reynolds a lucky charm. He still did not believe in the concept of luck. But after listening to Reynolds' story, he began to have some ideas about Reynolds' luck talent. Miracles always happened in this world. Sometimes even mortals would show up with strange talents. Perhaps Reynolds really did possess an extremely rare talent for luck, if this was true. Ness's interest in Reynolds was even greater. Do you want to possess me now? Angor looked at Reynolds. Reynolds wanted to possess his body, but he shook his head. Nah. I can't do anything if I go back now. I might even drag you down, sir. I'll use my soul form for now. I'll do it when I get to a safe place. Can you keep my body safe for now, sir? Angor nodded nonchalantly. How about you give me the ice coffin? I'll do it for him. Ness looked at Angor with an I can do it for you look. He glanced at Reynolds, who hesitated for a moment. Actually, I think I can still be saved. Ness glanced at Reynolds. You mean you can't save him if I keep your body safe? Reynolds didn't dare to answer. But from his expression, Angor could tell that this was what he was thinking. Angor considered for a moment and put away the ice coffin without waiting for Ness's help. Reynolds' guess wasn't wrong. If Angor really gave the ice coffin to Ness, he would probably die in an accident when he was released. Angor met up with Ness again. Somewhere else, on a quiet sea covered by a thin layer of mist. Philo was standing on the back of a bird made of flames and looking at the battlefield in the distance. The darkness of the night suddenly devoured the insignificant sunlight. Next, huge waves hundreds of meters high rose from the calm sea. In the sky, Cantor, who was wearing a black robe, stared at the waves with his long, narrow eyes. On top of the waves stood a humanoid creature. Judging from the details in her eyes and the number on her face, Angor could tell that she was number 03. However, number 03's current form was completely different from before. Her originally fair skin had now turned into brown-green tree bark, and her slender limbs had also turned into strong branches. His long hair turned into a crown of branches, and at the top of the crown, a red fruit shone brightly. From afar, this red fruit looked like a ruby on a crown. It was very eye-catching. However, the aura coming from the fruit was even more eye-catching. It was a mysterious aura. In the dark void, a small, pink octopus with a pair of sapphire eyes was swimming around leisurely as if it already saw the void as an ocean. It looked very relaxed, but its speed was terrifying. Almost every time they cruised, they would be able to advance by a large distance. It wasn't as fast as a high-dimensional walk, but it was already as fast as an ordinary void traveler. Its destination was fixed, the southern mountain range. As the distance between them shrank, it got closer and closer to the southern mountain range. Its sapphire-like eyes began to emit a hazy glow. In the halo, it could faintly see a sea covered in fog. When the pink octopus looked at the southern region with its sapphire eyes, a distorted crack suddenly appeared beside it. It squinted its glowing eyes and raised one of its tentacles, as if it wanted to slap away the distorted crack. But for some reason, it slowly put down its tentacles and quietly waited for the distorted crack to form. 2 seconds later, the distorted crack was completed and a thought wave came out from it. Second-class citizen, the magnificent Baroi. Sholua, so it's Order Guild's ton. Holuo, I forgot that I can't call his name directly, you are now the warden. The pink octopus's voice was also quite cute, like a soft baby's voice when it was learning to speak. While it was speaking, there was a terrifying will floating around it. Southern region's will, don't be so petty, I didn't say his name. Also, Sholua Holuo, I didn't want to approach him, he came to me himself. A bit of water appeared in its sapphire eyes, as if it was wronged. The world's will has no rationality, it won't reason with you. When I leave, it will naturally dissipate. The warden's voice came from the distorted crack again. Then leave quickly, don't bully Sholua. Don't worry, I will leave soon, but before that, I want to say a few words to you. Holuo? Although the city lord said that a virtuous lady can't casually approach the opposite sex, I have no choice, the will beside me is making me tremble, I can only listen. However, if you use your will to threaten me, I will report to the city lord. Baroi raised its tentacles on both sides, like an elegant young lady lifting the sides of her long skirt, leisurely doing nothing. When did I threaten you with the world's will? The warden felt tired, he had long heard that Baroi's personality was strange, but he didn't expect it to be true. Clearly, Gluzdward had so many phantom citizens to use, why did he send it out? It was said that Baroi was deeply doted on by Gluzdward, as long as it wanted something, Gluzdward would agree to it as long as it acted spoiled. Could it be that Baroi's trip to the southern region this time was also because it acted spoiled? Long story short, although I don't know why the city lord of Phantom City sent you here, I know what you want to do. I hope. Before he could finish his words, Baroa Leaf suddenly raised 2 tentacles and covered its gemstone eyes. A wailing sound escaped from its mouth. Boo-hoo, I'm being discriminated against. I must tell the city lord, I want the city lord to make your head into a wine cup. I am not discriminating against you. Sholua Holuo. You're lying. You're discriminating. I can hear the discrimination in your tone. You're saying that I don't deserve to be here. You're mocking me. You shouldn't have taken the initiative to fight for the position here. You're the same as Boss Nanbo. You're mocking me. You think I don't have the ability to handle things. On the other side of the distorted space, in a misty space, the overseer silently listened to Baroi's accusations and cries, the veins on his forehead throbbing. At this time, he really wanted to rush out and beat up Baroi. But considering that the other party was a second-class citizen, he tolerated it. However, he couldn't just let it go like this. When today's matter was over, he would go to the sea to catch octopuses, cut off all their tentacles, and barbecue them. Seeing that Baroa Leaf continued to cry without any signs of stopping, the overseer was too lazy to explain and directly opened his mouth. Whatever you do in the southern region, it's best if you have a sense of propriety. Just like the person you want to catch. He has been in the southern region for more than 40 years. Although his actions were out of line, he was not rejected by the will of the world. I hope you can do the same. Some citizens of the Phantom City were too unscrupulous because of the support of Gruzday Ward. They had a record of persecuting remote worlds, so the overseer had to warn them in advance. However, the southern region was one of the 4 sorcerer worlds. The possibility of it being destroyed was very small. But Baroa Leaf might look cute on the outside, but his heart was a little sick and arrogant. No one could predict what he would do and to what extent. Although Baroa Leaf's strength was not strong, it was quite difficult to deal with him. The overseer even felt that sending some diamond citizens was better than Baroa Leaf. At least magical creatures that could become diamond citizens had seen the world. They knew what to do and what not to do. Not only are you discriminating against me, you're also threatening me. Anger. Baroa Luo Luo. Baroa Leaf's watery sapphire eyes turned from round to half-slanted arc, as if to express his anger. The more you don't want me to do it, the more I want to do it. Baroa Luo. The overseer had already adapted to Baroa Leaf's strange temper. He did not have much reaction to Baroa Leaf's words and said indifferently, "Do as you wish. You should know the consequences of going out of line. As the overseer, I will not interfere with what you do. But all your actions that are out of line, I will record them and give them to the Order Guild as a counterexample." So what? Baroa Luo? The overseer did not answer. Instead, he slowly closed the space-time crack. He came this time only to bring a message and give a notice. Baroa Leaf would decide what to do. Baroa Leaf looked at the closed space-time crack. His expression was still angry. He angrily waved his claws and fangs. After a full 2 minutes, Baroa Leaf's expression suddenly changed and returned to calmness. It was as if nothing had happened. "Baroa Luo, respected city lord, will the overseer's actions affect me?" He spoke in a low voice as if he was muttering to himself. But what was strange was that not long after he spoke, a new voice sounded. Moreover, this voice came from Baroa Leaf himself. "The overseer will not interfere with your actions. Just like when Nanbua destroyed the civilization of the new plane, he will watch you but will not touch you." This was a very low male voice. It was distant and deep. In other words, he will not affect me. Then what's the point of him recording my actions? Baroa Luo? The city lord's voice sounded again. "The Order Guild has a function. When they find someone who oversteps their boundaries, they will punish them. But if it's you, on my account, even if the enforcers record your actions, the Order Guild won't do anything to you." Baroa Leaf's eyes lit up. "That means, I can do whatever I want. Although the Order Guild will not do anything to you, but the Southern Region Wizard World is one of the 4 wizard worlds. There are many legendary wizards born here and there are even stronger ones. If they see your actions and do something to you, I may not be able to protect you." This was the foundation of the 4 wizard worlds. Although the Southern Region was not very good at the moment, there were many legendary wizards in the past. They may not be afraid of the Phantom City. Moreover, there are many citizens from the Southern Region in the Phantom City, such as Skiz. When Skiz was mentioned, Baroa Leaf's expression was slightly fearful. "Does the city lord mean that Skiz will also do something to me? If something happens to Skiz's descendants, it is natural for him to do something to you." Baroa Leaf felt that it seemed to make sense. However, he suddenly thought of something. What about the city lord? If something really happened to Skiz's bloodline descendant, Lord City Lord, would you also attack me? After a low laugh, "Take a guess." Baroa Leaf seemed to understand something and said with some grievance, "I thought the city lord was distracted because he was worried about me. Now it seems that I misunderstood. Baroa Horo, I am still not important enough. Sure enough, only by becoming a diamond citizen can I enter the city lord's eyes." The response was still the same chuckle without any news. Baroi's gloominess only lasted for a few seconds. Soon, its expression returned to its usual cheerful self. It touched its bald head with its tentacles. "It seems that I have to work hard. I will become a diamond citizen as soon as possible. Let's start with completing this mission first." Baroa Leaf repositioned the position of the target. Not long after, Baroa Leaf found a familiar fluctuation. "Baroa. I found the deep space. It seems to be attached to a dirty low-level monster this time. What a rotten smell. Baroa? Strange, doesn't the deep space hate the rotten smell the most? How could it be attached to such a monster?" Baroa Leaf did not understand the specific situation of the deep space, but as long as it was located in the deep space, it would be much easier to find the target. "I don't know if the deep space has stopped the target from destroying Skiz's descendants. Let's go and see. Baroa, let's go." Baroa yelled out his slogan loudly. His tentacles flicked lightly, and like a soft wave of plasticine, he abruptly shot out a large distance of space. However, just as Baroa Leaf was about to continue moving forward, the voice of the city lord suddenly sounded, "Wait." Before Baroa Leaf could react, a powerful thought suddenly came and tried to take over his control of the body. Baroa Leaf could resist, but he did not resist and naturally welcomed the thought. As the thought came, Baroa Leaf's expression became more and more serious. In the end, although his appearance was still a small pink octopus, the feeling he gave was no longer cute, but gloomy and obscure. Baroa Leaf, who was controlled by the thought, did not continue moving forward. Instead, he turned his head to look at the distant void. He quietly watched for dozens of seconds without saying anything. After a long while, the thought disappeared and Baroa Leaf regained control of the body. He asked curiously, "City Lord, what happened just now?" "Baroa? It seems that someone is spying from a distant place. Is it in the void?" "Baroa? Can't be sure. It seems to be in the void, but also not," Baroa Leaf guessed. "Could it be the overseer secretly observing?" "No. Although there is no sign of the other party, my mood is inexplicably a little excited." The originally low male voice suddenly began to rise in tone. Baroa Leaf's expression paused for a moment and quickly reacted. "City Lord, you mean the magical creature in the void?" Only magical creatures can make the City Lord of the Phantom City excited. Yes, this thought that possessed Baroa Leaf was a strand of Gruzdade's thought. "It should be." Gruzdade's thought whispered. "Baroa Leaf, then should we find it and extradite it to the city?" "Forget it, there are countless creatures in the void that can arouse my excitement. Many of them can't even be dealt with by my main body, let alone a strand of thought." Gruzdade's tone was slightly regretful. The more special the existence, the more excited he could be. He vaguely felt that the magical creature spying in the void should be very special. Even from such a long distance, it could make him excited. It could be seen that the other party was extraordinary. If he could really take it to the Phantom City, he would definitely be so excited that he would hold a civic celebration. However, no matter how beautiful his fantasy was, he still had to face reality. If the other party could sense Baroa Leaf from such a long distance, it must be very strong. Any creature that could survive in the void was already difficult to deal with, let alone a powerful one. Gruzdade's main body might not be able to deal with it, let alone a strand of thought. "We've been discovered. If the other party is hostile, it will come here soon. Let's go to the southern region first. With the suppression of the world's consciousness, it won't come in easily. Also, it might not be able to find the entrance to the southern region." Baroa Leaf nodded. Shiluo understood. Ignoring the prying eyes in the void, Boluo Yi turned into a pink arrow and disappeared into the pitch-black void, entering the boundless interlayer. On the misty sea, Angor told Sunders about his encounter with the Watcher through their spirit bond. Cantor didn't reply right away, but from Philo's scattered feedback, Angor knew that they heard it as well. "I didn't know Wizard Philo met a Watcher," Ness said. "That's a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about the lab. The Watcher won't interfere with the southern region's business, so we can put it aside for now. But we have to pay attention to what the Watcher said. If the Phantom City really did send a powerful supernatural creature to the southern region, we should leave as soon as possible. Staying away was the best option. It would be terrible if they were caught in the crossfire." Ness agreed with Angor. They already got what they wanted, so leaving now was not a bad idea. However, Cantor and Philo were still in a stalemate. "Wizard Philo, can you hear me?" Ness asked. Since Philo already gave him some brief feedback, he decided to contact Philo first. "I heard your conversation, and I agree with Angor. But Mr. Eventide seems to have blocked our spirit bond." "I can't get close," Philo quickly replied. Ness frowned. "What's going on your side? Mr. Eventide hasn't taken down 03 yet?" Philo was pacing back and forth among the giant waves. He was trying to get closer to the center of the battlefield, but the waves were too big and powerful. Philo had no choice but to retreat step by step. While retreating, Philo spoke through the spirit bond. 03 seems to have eaten something. He's now looking like a treant, and he's getting a lot stronger. End of chapter 24-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.